I, Uchiha Sora, have come this far solely by relying on three things: reputation, and damn well reputation. What was it that allowed me to lead the entire clan in defection during the Ninetales incident? Reputation. Go ask around from a small mountain village in the land of fields to the Otsutsuki shrine atop the moon. Who doesn't know Uchiha Sora as someone who always repays what he borrows? Is there anyone else who can accomplish that to such an extent as to reshape the new shinobi world? Indra, even your old man, the sage of six paths, couldn't do that back in the day. What's the origin of the demons? Can it withstand your father's Mangekyo Sharingan? The great ninja war. Akainu, I acknowledge you. Allow me to lend you a helping hand. Number 18. I recall this model of artificial human. It's no problem. Loan levels correspond to energy ranks unranked, rotten wood, black iron, silver, gold, and so forth. Upon borrowing, the figure is summoned directly, and afterward, fragments of the figure are retained according to affinity. Friendly reminder: do not borrow unless absolutely necessary. All that fate bestows must ultimately be repaid. Many years later, the Uchiha's notorious faction, known for the bloodline of madness, rises with dignity and ascends among the stars. The story begins in Konoha, in the Uchiha clan's territory. Uncle Tabia, here is the money I owe you from last month's meal. The boy, about 8 or 9 years old, wears the Uchiha's distinctive child's attire. His jet black hair curls slightly at the tips, falling softly in a gentle arc over his forehead. His delicate face carries a pure, innocent smile. Uchiha Sora raised his hand and handed the silver coins to Uchiha Tabia. Uncle Tabia accepted the money, and, just as he reached out to pat the boy's head, he pulled his hand back halfway. Haha, Sora, you're incredible, joining the security squad at 8 years old. From now on, I shouldn't just casually pat your head. It wouldn't be proper. You even know it's impolite to pat heads. Uchiha Sora rolled his eyes inwardly, settling down at the stall to await his special meal. Sora, I've noticed the patrols by the security squad have increased recently. Has something happened in the village? With a snap, Uchiha Sora snapped his chopsticks apart and replied casually, Sorry, Uncle, my lips are sealed, it's confidential. No comment. Ding. At that moment, a clear chime echoed in Uchiha Sora's mind. Repayment to Uchiha Tabia of 3,700 riai, as scheduled. Reputation points, +2. Uchiha Sora is a transmigrator, not a temporary user. He arrived while still in the womb, yet soon after his parents perished on a mission, thus receiving the typical orphan protagonist's fate. Fortunately, he bore the Uchiha name. Even without parents, he would not suffer from eating expired instant noodles or be chased down the street by everyone. The Uchiha clan supports orphans within their ranks, providing monthly stipends to merchants responsible for the children's daily needs. Once the children grow up, they repay the debts, but repayment is not mandatory. Uchiha Sora is the most punctual. Since the age of 4, he has worked odd jobs to repay debts so insistently that merchants cannot refuse him. His oft-repeated phrase is, a man without trust cannot stand borrow and repay, and borrowing again is no trouble. Hence, within the clan, he earned the nickname Uchiha, the punctual. Is it because Uchiha Sora is noble and refuses charity? No, it isn't. It's because of an external aid, the multiverse lending platform. This is Uchiha Sora's golden finger since he can remember, like a lending app embedded in his mind. As long as he has sufficient reputation points, he can borrow powers from all worlds beyond his own. Since it's a loan, it must be repaid. If you borrow power to accomplish the task at hand, you must also return the favor when summoned. Breach of contract results in reputation points being deducted according to severity. Uchiha Sora does not know what happens if his reputation points run out, but surely it won't be pleasant. To this day, Uchiha Sora has amassed 653 reputation points. 500 points are enough to borrow a powerful external force once. He has never borrowed before, just saving up for now. More precisely, for tomorrow. At sunset, the moon's outline begins to emerge in the darkening sky. Tomorrow is the full moon, also the night of the Ninetales. After this incident, the Uchiha clan relocated from Konoha's core area. A few years later, the night of the clan's annihilation would come. In truth, anyone with a clear head could see the village's intent to act against the Uchiha clan. Isolate first, then annihilate. Even the body's organs know that to erase a portion of an organization, marginalizing it is the first step. Uchiha Sora does not judge the village's higher-ups harshly for their actions. On the night of the Ninetales, Those crimson Sharingan eyes were glaring from the nine-tails socket. Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others could not help but suspect the Uchiha clan of foul play. Moreover, the third Hokage's lineage bore deep resentment toward the Uchiha. The fact they waited 6 years to act was due to the unstable shinobi world situation. They feared wiping out the Uchiha would cost too much strength, leaving them vulnerable to invasions from other villages. If not for that large aloe leaves emerged from the ground. Madara, the location is confirmed. 20 lies southeast of the Death Forest. Recently, a great number of shinobi have been coming and going, and a tightly woven barrier has been set up. After a moment of silence, Obito spoke slowly. It should be within the next day or two. Prepare yourselves and commence the operation. Understood. Obito gazed intently at the Uchiha clan's territory for a long time. Suddenly, he turned around, and his body dissolved into the void whirlpool. The Uchiha clan assembly. With the inauguration of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the relationship between the Uchiha and the village had softened, and their treatment in all aspects had become more equitable. Minato Namikaze was a man of great affability, endowed with a strength that commanded the respect of the Uchiha. Given time, once he fully consolidated his power, the Uchiha would integrate into the village, and Konoha would flourish even more than during the prime of the third Hokage. This was the unanimous belief among the Uchiha. Obito's choice to launch an attack at this moment likely took this into consideration. He knew his teacher too well. If he did not exploit the opportunity presented by the Jinchuriki's childbirth, a strengthened Konoha would become the greatest obstacle to his Moon Eye plan. Sitting at the head of the assembly, Fugaku wore a deadpan expression, but compared to before, his complexion was considerably better now. Mikoto and Kushina maintained a close relationship, and the latest diplomatic efforts had borne fruit. Moreover, he had relinquished the Sharingan he had seized from Kakashi and named his own son Sasuke, signaling a gesture of reconciliation toward the village. Sasuke was the name of Sarutobi, Hiruzen's father. It was customary for descendants to name their children after ancestors as a sign of remembrance or respect. Fugaku's actions were essentially an expression of loyalty. After Minato Namikaze assumed office, he had spoken with Fugaku and promised to recruit several outstanding Uchiha youths into the Anbu, even into the Shadow Guard. The implication was clear. The Uchiha clan would have a chance to compete for the next Hokage position. It was somewhat tragic. Once one of the founding great clans, the Uchiha now had to fight just for the qualification to compete for Hokage. Fugaku glanced toward Uchiha Ku and Uchiha Shisu, seated in the last row, gestured for silence, and spoke in a measured tone. Shisui, Ku, I intend to recommend you both to the fourth Hokage for induction into the Anbu. What are your thoughts? Compared to Uchiha Shisui, who had already displayed his prowess on the battlefield, Uchiha Ku had only completed some low-level missions. Yet Ku was 2 years younger than Shisui, already a prodigy who had awakened his Sharingan and possessed the strength to join Konoha's police force. He was well regarded and valued within the clan. The Anbu, formerly known as the Assassination Tactical Special Forces, was a military unit directly under the Hokage's command. It was essentially the Hokage's most trusted faction. The clan members present showed signs of delight, sensing the significance. Clan leader, is this the Hokage's intention? Fugaku forced a smile and nodded. Yes, the Hokage has asked me to select a few outstanding clan members to join the Anbu. Shisui's strength speaks for itself. He is the strongest of the younger generation. Ku is also a genius who will thrive in the Anbu. This was the difference between the Uchiha and the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Itachi had begun to manifest his talent, but Fugaku would not reserve this promotion opportunity for his own son. Instead, he chose those most suitable at the present moment. The clan was not a dictatorship under the clan leader. Members were essentially on equal footing. Even Madara Uchiha, back in the day, never forced the clan members to follow him out of the village. Of course, every system had its pros and cons. Fugaku's personality, in times of peace, indeed served as a bridge of communication with the village, facilitating the smooth integration of the Uchiha. But after the Nine-Tails night, he was no longer fit to be clan leader. As the head of the clan, lacking the decisiveness to make firm judgments, he wavered between factions, ultimately siding with whichever was stronger. Shisui's face flushed slightly bashfully. He rubbed his nose. Strongest, and all Ku's talent surpasses mine. He will definitely outgrow me. I will obey the clan leader's arrangement. Ku, what about you? Normally, when an Uchiha heard someone call them the strongest. They would likely puff out their chest and say, "You're right." Shisui was an anomaly among the Uchiha, a kind of mutated, saintly figure. Uchiha-ku scanned the eyes of the numerous clan members around him, his gaze filled with a hopeful vision of the future. It seemed that if the Uchiha joined the Anbu, then they could become the Shadow Guard, and from there compete for the Hokage position, eventually producing a Hokage from the Uchiha family. Such navet, from the day Madara Uchiha failed to become Hokage, the Uchiha had been forever barred from that position. Madara Uchiha had long seen clearly that the village's clans and common ninja did not accept the Uchiha. Even if they reached the stage of competing for Hokage, they would never pass the trust vote of the Jonin. It did not matter. The Uchiha had never needed anyone else's approval. Facing the gazes of his clan members, Uchiha-ku propped himself up on his knees and rose. He spoke calmly. "Those present are my kin and elders. I shall speak plainly. Our current harmonious relationship with the village is built upon our closeness to the fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage just assumed office and also needs our support. It is mutually beneficial. But have you considered the possibility that once the fourth Hokage's position stabilizes, he might change his mind, like Danzo and his faction, deem us uncontrollable, and revoke those policies? What then?" Fugaku frowned and said gravely, "Ku, you are overthinking. Minato is not that kind of man." Most of the clan members agreed with Fugaku's words. They had carried out missions alongside Minato Namikaze, who was indeed a trustworthy man who would not issue orders one day and revoke them the next. Uchiha-ku smiled faintly. "Let us set aside whether he will change. What if he dies? How dare you?" Fugaku's brow furrowed even deeper as he spoke sternly. "The fourth Hokage is a battlefield legend, famed as the Yellow Flash. How could he possibly die? Keep such words to yourself next time. Never utter them outside these walls." Uchiha-ku looked at Fugaku with a hint of disappointment. In his view, the clan leader, who bore the responsibility of the entire clan, should consider all possibilities. At the very least, he should trust in his own ability to handle anything, rather than placing all hope on an outsider. "Anyone can die," Uchiha-ku said slowly. "Even the mighty Lord Madara met his end at the Valley of the End. The fourth Hokage is not invincible." Just as Fugaku was about to respond, an elder at the side spoke first. "Ku, you are usually so silent at clan meetings. Now you mention that person, what are you trying to express?" This was the former Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Shinran. He and Uchiha-ku's grandfather were cousins. Being of the same clan, there was always some familial connection, if one were to trace it strictly. Fugaku was still the son of Uchiha-ku's second aunt's cousin. Had Ku's words been spoken at the Konoha Jonin Council, even the fourth Hokage would not have been able to protect him. He would have been confined to Konoha prison for a time. But in this clan meeting, no one would snitch. Well, the one who would snitch had not yet arrived. Shisui, influenced by their ancestor, Uchiha Kagami, was close to the village, but also loved his clan, and certainly would not fan the flames. Uchiha-ku shook his head. It was useless to say more now. The appropriate time to speak would be tomorrow when the incident occurred. For now, he was merely planting a seed. Looking around at everyone, Uchiha-ku turned and headed toward the door. Finally, he glanced back at Uchiha Fugaku. "I hope you will make the right choice." "Ku, what exactly did you mean by what you said last night?" At dawn, by the lakeside of the clan territory, Shisui wore a look heavy with concern as he inquired. He was the one who most wished for harmony between the clan and the village. Yet the words spoken by Uchiha-ku at last night's clan meeting had left him with a foreboding sense, robbing him of sleep throughout the night. Blop, blop, blop. Uchiha-ku skipped stones across the water, his tone measured and calm. "I was clear. I am not optimistic about how things will unfold." Shisui's brow furrowed deeply. "What have you discovered?" Uchiha-ku remained silent, then posed a question in turn. "Shisui, if the village and the clan were to go to war, which side would you choose?" Shisui's pupils constricted sharply. He shook his head hastily. "Impossible. The village has accepted us." "Ha, accepted?" Uchiha-ku smiled wryly. "It seems you understand well enough that they do not truly regard us as part of the village. Is Uchiha some outsider who joined midway from another village? Why should their acceptance matter?" Looking up toward the visage of the Hokage rock, Uchiha-ku's eyes darkened slightly. But Shisui was about to say something more. "Enough." Uchiha-ku interrupted him, their eyes locking. "Shisui, I am not like you. You are a descendant of Uchiha Kagami. Senior Kagami was guided by the second Hokage, and his teachings have shaped your thoughts. I grew up in the Clan-S commercial district, so I know what ordinary Uchiha are truly like. The distance between them gradually closed. It was the first time Shursui had seen this gentle-natured companion regard him with such an oppressive gaze. The last day has come. Uchiha no longer feigned the role of a gentleman. He revealed his true nature. Arrogant, obsessive, and proud, and above all, profoundly loving. Unlike you, who must weigh the relationship between the village and the Uchiha, I only need to consider the clan. I wish for my people to live in peace and tranquility. Uchiha Kue's finger tapped lightly on Shursui's brow. An almost superfluous gesture, since the scene was transmitted through ocular power. Unprepared to guard against a kin-s genjutsu, Shursui fell under Uchiha Kue's illusion. He was about to dispel it, but the first vision he beheld froze him in place. Swish! A gleaming blade severed the head of a young girl. Shursui recognized her, the daughter of the ready-to-wear shop in the commercial district. Then, a blurred shadow kicked open door after door, dragging out children, women, and elders alike, slaughtering them all. Blood stained the commercial street, and even the full moon above seemed tainted with red. The scene shifted. Bodies lay strewn across the police force's grounds. Finally, the shadowy figure raised a long sword, severing the heads of the clan's patriarch and matriarch. Sweat drenched Shursui's forehead as he emerged from the genjutsu, cold beads dripping and breath ragged. What on earth was that? Does the Narukami genjutsu isnt it? It certainly provoked my deepest fears. As a master of illusions, Shursui knew well that the Narukami genjutsu could not conjure so detailed an environment or figures. It was merely a fear-inducing illusion. This genjutsu felt more like a transmission of images. He forced a smile. Your new technique is impressive, but next time, don't use me as a test subject. This isn't fun. That is what will happen in the future. Uchiha interrupted again, along with the vision. I have seen the future. The village will ultimately strike against the Uchiha clan, annihilating us entirely. The Uchiha who have endured for millennia will be declared extinct within a few years. Shursui instinctively shook his head. That cannot be. Things are clearly moving in a positive direction. And seeing the future. Such things are hard to believe. Blop, blop, blop. Throwing the last stone fragment aside, Uchiha rose to his feet. Whether you believe it or not makes no difference. You will know the truth tonight. Shursui, your strength is important, but not indispensable. Watching Uchiha retreating figure, Shursui hesitated, then could not help but call out, Ku? Who is it that wants to strike the Uchiha? What exactly do you intend? You will know tonight. I will bear the burden of the Uchiha clan. I will accomplish what Madara Uchiha never did. Uchiha did not look back as he walked away. Shursui stood frozen by the lake. His mind flooded with images of bloodied faces and that shadowy figure wielding a slaughtering blade relentlessly. Who exactly is it? Who is trying to kill our people? Kill him. I must kill him. Amidst the turmoil, 3 black tomo slowly appeared in Shursui's reddened eyes. Within the clan's training ground, 2 tomo glimmered in Uchiha eyes. He scanned the surroundings, finding nothing unusual. Biting his fingertip, he quickly formed hand seals with both hands and struck the ground. Summoning jutsu. Boom! As the white smoke dispersed, a blue bipedal ninja cat appeared, a row of throwing knives hanging at its waist. The blue cat stood about chest height to Uchiha, one eye covered by an eye patch, lending it the air of a pirate captain. Yo, Kuchan, Lord Garo has arrived. Isn't today a repayment day? Why summon me now? The cat named Garo produced a cigar from somewhere and lit it, his voice low and gravelly. Spit it out. Who do you want dead? Bang! Uchiha struck Garo's head with a fist, causing the cigar to fall and the eye patch to be knocked askew. Crouching down, Ku spoke quietly. Tell the cat granny that the time we agreed upon has come. Garo picked up his eye patch and switched it to the other eye. Are you really going to defect? Uchiha shook his head and smiled faintly. Watch your words. I won't slink away like some forsaken snake. I'm bringing you all along simply because it's troublesome to carry too many people. I need your help moving the luggage. Garo was Uchiha summoned beast. A true companion since childhood who knew many things. Are you sure anyone will follow you? The cat granny said that not even Madara Uchiha had followers back then. Times are different. Back then, peace had just been restored, so it was natural that no one wanted to follow Madara. Tonight, I will tear open reality and force them to make their choice. Garo took a puff of his cigar, shaking his head. You're still as ruthless as ever, Kuchan. Deciding the fate of the entire clan based on your own thoughts. Are you sure your choice is the right one? A subtle smile curved Uchiha lips, brimming with confidence. Of course, I never doubt my own decisions. If things turn out otherwise, it simply means I was unlucky. Uchiha was a typical Uchiha. In his eyes, only the world could be wrong, not himself. Time passed quietly. Night fell. Within the Hokage's office tower, the the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, assisting Namake's Minato with affairs, turned to glance at the full moon outside the window. For some reason, a sudden, unexplained shiver stirred within his heart. Within the barrier, the cry of a child echoed. Biwa Lake, having finished tidying up, cradled the infant as Namake's Minato instinctively reached out to take the child. Naruto. The name had long been decided upon, inspired by the protagonist of Jiraiya's first novel, a resilient soul whom Minato greatly admired. Biwa Lake shielded the child from his hand, shooting him a glare. Do not touch recklessly. He must see his mother first, correct? Minato Namake's lowered his hand and smiled awkwardly. You are right, Lord Biwako. He followed closely behind, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Naruto. This is the child of Kushina and me. Due to the childbirth, the seal on the nine tails was weakened. The black curse mark spread across Kushina's body, bringing excruciating pain. The moment she saw the child, that pain was alleviated. Naruto. Kushina, you've endured so much. Thank you. Mother and child are safe. The ever-tense Minato Namake's exhaled in relief, placing his hand on Kushina's abdomen. Next, we must pacify the nine tails completely. Chakra gathered in his palm, ready to reinforce the seal. Ah! A dreadful scream pierced the air, followed by the heavy collapse of a body. Minato turned sharply, exclaiming, Lord Biwako, Taro. The two midwives collapsed in a pool of blood, lifeless. Turning back, the child who should have been beside Kushina was gone. The fourth Hokage stepped away from the Jinchuriki. A cold voice echoed. A mysterious figure clad in black robes and wearing a mask seized Naruto, pressing a palm against the infant's forehead. Simultaneously, Kushina could not help but cry out in pain from the Nine-Tails Rampage. On one side was the child, on the other, his wife. Even amidst chaotic battlefields, Minato had never faced a situation more harrowing than this. Bang! The mysterious figure flung the baby high into the air, forcing Minato to make a choice. In a flash, Minato caught Naruto, barely having time to glance back before the explosive tag affixed to the swaddling began to hiss. Minato! Save Naruto! Enduring the agony, Kushina roared. Tearing off the swaddling, Minato employed the Flying Thunder God technique and fled the delivery room. Boom! Watching the wooden house reduced to ruins, Minato realized that the mysterious figure had taken Kushina away. As Hokage, he swiftly composed himself to strategize. A diversion? The enemy's target was Kushina. No, the Nine-Tails. In a flash, Minato returned home, placing Naruto in a crib prepared long ago, gazing deeply at the child. Turning, he donned the Hokage's ceremonial cloak. On the streets of the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha-ku directed the clan members from the commercial district to the refuge shelter. Though the clan did not understand why he insisted, they trusted him, just as Uchiha Shishiyuki had said. He looked up at the full moon, followed by several police force members patrolling with him, including Shursui. Ku, what do you think will happen tonight? Why are you sending everyone to the shelter? Is someone planning to attack the village? Shursui asked repeatedly, determined to press until Ku answered. It was understandable. If someone told you your entire clan was to be slaughtered but withheld the when and who, you would be anxious too. Ku opened his mouth, irritated by Shursui's persistence, about to clarify. Roar! A thunderous howl echoed through the skies. A terrifying black and red chakra pierced the heavens and earth. Beneath the full moon, the colossal Nine-Tails appeared at the heart of the village, its massive tail swaying, shaking mountains and earth. The entire Hidden Leaf village was instantly bathed in a blood-red glow. The chakra unleashed by the Nine-Tails was like a passing typhoon. Vast buildings crumbled into dust. Nine-Tails! The mere appearance of the Nine-Tails claimed hundreds, even thousands of lives. Irika's parents, both shinobi, rushed to confront the Nine-Tails first, buying time for the civilians' evacuation. Many other shinobi shared their resolve, launching suicidal attacks despite the overwhelming odds. Their sacrifices only slowed the Nine-Tails' movements by a fraction of a second. The streets were filled with villagers. The elderly were trampled to death. Infants cried in their mother's arms. A father died crushed beneath a collapsing beam while protecting his child. In mere seconds, a peaceful night transformed into a hellish tableau beneath a blood-red sky. At the scene's onset, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, ascended the battlefield with Mito Uzumaki, Ikimichi Torafu, and others. The Nine-Tails' head tilted skyward, its bloodshot maw gathering immense chakra. Anyone could sense that if such an attack struck the village, the consequences would be catastrophic. How could the Nine-Tails, the Jinchuriki's childbirth did indeed weaken the seal, but the fourth Hokage's mastery of sealing techniques was profound. It should have been resolved. What had truly transpired? At that moment, attention was drawn to the Nine-Tails' eyes, which contained 3 pure black tomo. Those were Sharingan. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, rapidly forming hand seals. Regardless, the Nine Tails must be driven out of the village to prevent further chaos. Ninjutsu summoning technique. King Enma. Hurry and assist the village. Under Fugaku's command, the police force swiftly mobilized toward the Nine Tails, eager to engage. Swish, swish, swish. A group of masked individuals resembling Anbu blocked the Uchiha members' path. Fugaku urgently demanded, "Step aside." A man with half his face wrapped in bandages, his expression grim and lined with wrinkles, stepped forward from the crowd. Danzo Shimura, the root leader, Hokage's advisor, and a high-ranking official notoriously hostile toward the Uchiha. Fugaku's complexion darkened. "Lord Danzo, must you monitor us even now? The village needs our strength." He had long perceived Rude's covert surveillance of the Uchiha but refrained from mentioning it to preserve village harmony. "The Hokage will handle the Nine Tails incident." Danzo's hoarse voice, cold gaze swept over the Uchiha. "By the third Hokage's order, no Uchiha shall participate in combat. Remain here and do nothing. Defying this order will be considered treason." "What did you say? Bastard. Can't you see our fallen comrades? If you want to act, at least stop us from intervening. Are you mad?" The Uchiha erupted in outrage. Danzo remained unmoved, fixing his eyes on Fugaku. "Captain Fugaku, withdraw with your men." Within the police force, Uchiha Ku quietly said to Shursui, "Did you see it, Shursui? The Tomo in the Nine Tails' eyes. Surely you understand what that implies. The village already suspects the Uchiha clan orchestrated this event. Now they send people to prevent us from fighting, fearing we might manipulate the Nine Tails amidst the chaos." Shursui gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading. Ku continued, "The Nine Tails alone won't destroy Hidden Leaf. Think carefully. If we do not participate, and we are suspected of plotting this incident, what fate awaits us?" From between clenched teeth, Shursui uttered, "Why didn't you tell the village sooner? Do you know how many have died?" Ku shook his head. "I told you I only care about my clan. They mean nothing to me." Click. Shursui gripped his blade, voice low. "I won't let such a future come to pass. I will fight and clear the Uchiha's name." Too naive, Shursui. A faint smile curved Ku's lips. Once the seed of suspicion is sown, trust ceases to exist. Shursui turned his head sharply to glare at him. Three Tomo swirling vividly in his eyes as he hissed. "So you intend to do nothing at all? Sora, answer me. What exactly do you plan to do?" His gaze shifted toward the Nine Tails, who had been expelled from the village by the third Hokage, before settling on Shursui Danzo standing at the forefront of the crowd. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, growing ever more sinister under the blood-red moonlight, lending him an air of madness. "The mutual understanding you yearn for never existed from the start. A severed bond cannot be mended. Since there is doubt, then I shall show him the truth." A terrifying aura emanated from Uchiha Sora, rippling outward in concentric waves, so potent that even Shursui struggled to maintain his footing. The turbulent vibrations drew every eye to Sora, stirring an inexplicable chill within the hearts of all present. Slowly, Uchiha Sora raised his palm skyward. In his mind, a cascade of data sounds resonated. Loan application received. Querying as per user request. Since this is the user's first time on this platform, a special double reputation point experience is granted. This loan will freeze 500 reputation points, granting 1,000 reputation points of service, with a loan term of 6 years. Do you accept? Match successful. Please confirm to receive the power of the interdimensional realm. Final reminder. Please use this platform with caution. Do not borrow unless absolutely necessary. May you have a better future. The information flashed through his mind in but an instant. Sora's raised hand suddenly slammed down, summoning crackling electricity. "Come forth, Rayquaza." The radiance pierces the night sky. The exalted sovereign of dragons descends like a meteor streaking across the heavens. A thunderous arrival. Truly worthy of the fourth Hokage, you have indeed found it. At the edge of the Death Forest, Minato Namikaze was locked in fierce combat with the man in the black cloak. Kushina had already been rescued by him, yet the Nine Tails' prolonged separation from its Jinchuriki all but sealed Kushina's fate. For the sake of the village, Minato had no time to grieve. He steeled himself against sorrow and faced the battle head-on. This foe could freely bypass the village's barriers, slay the third Hokage's Umbu operatives with ease, and command the Nine Tails' summoning ability. In Minato's understanding, only one person could accomplish such feats. "Are you Uchiha Madara?" "No, that's impossible. He is long dead." The words barely left his mouth before he dismissed the thought. The mysterious figure pulled back his hood casually. "Who knows? He might still be alive. Things have come to this. Whoever you are and whatever your reasons, why commit such acts? If I must say, it was a sudden impulse, yet planned all along. Both for war and for peace. What a twisted notion." Minato gripped his kunai, abandoning words. From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the rampaging Ninetales. The village's affairs must now fall to the third. I must keep this dangerous man here. It's useless. The Ninetales has been unleashed. You have no hope left. The mysterious man strode forward slowly before suddenly accelerating, closing in to intertwine his form with Minato's. The kunai pierced through the stranger's body. Yet the man's chains ensnared Minato. At the brink of disaster, Minato escaped through the flying thunder god technique. In the brief lull, Minato quickly analyzed. Physical attacks were ineffective. The opponent's body only materialized upon attack. In other words, victory depended on speed during the fleeting moment of engagement. He appeared to possess an ability that could rob one of fighting strength upon contact. This demanded vigilance. Victory hinged on the swiftness of assault. The faster attacker would win. With a swift motion, Minato spun and hurled a kunai, his right hand conjuring a blue Rasengan. Whoosh! The kunai pierced through the stranger's head once more. As the man's palm neared Minato, he declared, "I've won." A sharp tearing sound rent the space. At the instant their hands were about to touch, Minato instantly appeared behind the stranger, slamming the Rasengan into his back. Boom! The ground shattered as the man was driven deep into the earth. This is the second stage of Flying Thunder God. While attacking, Minato marked the man's back with the Flying Thunder God seal, teleporting close and extending a cursed seal pattern from his palm. Contract seal release. This is the contract seal. With this, the Ninetales ceases to be your possession. The outcome is decided. Yet, despite the Ninetales no longer being controlled, it did not cease its destruction of Konoha. In fact, it grew even more frenzied. Decades of suppressed rage were unleashed at this moment. Roaring fiercely, a rapidly extending golden staff thrust the Ninetales out of Konoha. Everyone, follow. Hold the Ninetales until the fourth arrives. At that moment, a colossal pillar of light pierced the night sky. Within its glow, Raikwaza's sleek emerald dragon form was sheathed in a brilliant yellow aura, tearing through the clouds like a meteor, its radiant tail blazing brilliantly. Its majestic posture embodied order itself. So beautiful! A deafening roar announced its arrival. What is that? Such terrifying chakra. It's not just the Ninetales. What kind of monster is this? Though Raikwaza's size paled in comparison to a single tail of the Ninetales, the oppressive presence was equal. This was the overwhelming dread humanity feels before an irresistible natural disaster. Rayquaza writhed continuously, seemingly gathering some mysterious power. People noticed a diminutive figure standing atop the serpentine summoning beast's head. The howling wind billowed his garments, revealing the Uchiha clan crest embroidered upon his attire. Another Uchiha! Such a powerful summon. Even without sensing ninjutsu, Rayquaza's might was plainly visible to the naked eye. Fugaku muttered under his breath. When did you acquire such power? Sora? What have you done? Uchiha Sora himself was astonished. Upon learning the platform would loan him Rayquaza, he had expected the legendary beast known for ending the strife between land and sea. After carefully reading the terms, he realized this was not the divine Rayquaza. Indeed, even with a new user's double experience, a mere 1,000 reputation points could never secure such a formidable power. Yet even so, it was more than sufficient. The stunned crowd regained composure, voices rising in unison. Uchiha Sora, what do you intend to do? I order you to immediately release the summon. Severe warning. Disobedience will be deemed rebellion and punished by immediate execution. Think of your clan. Do you truly wish to drag the Uchiha into an abyss of no return? Not only Danzo's root faction but also Umbu operatives responsible for rescue were drawn by the commotion, converging upon the scene. Shursway's eyes flickered with complexity as he called out, Sora, you will support the village. 1 TU? You will 1 TU? 3 hours. In 3 hours, this Rayquaza, utterly obedient to Uchiha Sora, would return to its original dimension. Or, like other summoning beasts, if sensing imminent death, it would terminate the contract. After all, it was only a loan. One would not stake their life. The problem had to be resolved within this time frame. Sora bowed low, placing his hand atop Rayquaza's head, transmitting commands through their mental link. To the root organization led by Shursway Danzo, unleash the Dragon-S wave. Roar! With a resonant roar, Zekrom ascended, enveloped in an emerald glow, the energy coursing through its scales undulating like liquid aurora. In an instant, a beam of deep azure light surged forth, accompanied by a spectral dragon-shaped silhouette, the air shrieking with the piercing whistle of energy overload. Protect Lord Danzo. The Uchiha rebellion has truly begun. Ku, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Openly attacking the Hokage's aide. Don't even say the Uchiha clan was ever well regarded. Even if it were the Hokage's own son committing such acts, he would be branded a rogue ninja. Boom! The beam descended with an earth-shattering roar, a formidable shockwave radiating concentrically from the point of impact, stirring a swirling tempest of dust and debris. The ground cracked inch by inch, ripples of energy distorting the very atmosphere. Zekrom hovered steadily in midair, its long tail swaying gently in the aftershock, eyes brimming with an imperious dominance that surveyed the world. Through the transmitted thoughts, Uchiha could sense its exhilaration for destruction. Evidently, this Zekrom possessed a volatile temperament, perhaps the black sheep of its kind. As the dust settled, Shimura Danzo stood amidst the ruins, his gaze fixed upon Uchiha, a faint cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Couldn't he hold back any longer? Huh? So this fellow is your secret weapon? Who gave you permission to raise your head, you scum? At this moment, Uchiha and Zekrom were one entity, feeling the surging power within his body as he shed all pretense. His disdain for Shimura Danzo was unmistakable. Danzo was no rash youth who would lose composure over mere insults, especially with Uchiha exhibiting such confidence at this juncture. He cast a glance towards the sensory ninja, awaiting the intelligence report. Lord Danzo, the chakra within that creature is unlike any other. It resembles the natural energy recorded in historical texts. His power level is indeterminate, but one thing is certain. It is formidable. And what's the difference between that and stating the obvious? The strength just now was already comparable to a combined jutsu of several jonin. Do you think I don't know it's strong? Suppressing his fury, Shimura Danzo glanced sideways at Uchiha Fugaku. Is this the will of the clan, or the actions of that brat alone? Ordinarily, he would have refrained from speaking out and instead commanded Root to commence the strangulation of the Uchiha. Yet upon witnessing Uchiha-ku's move, Fugaku appeared equally stunned, seemingly aware that Ku would act thus and restraining several impulsive clan members. This presented an opportunity for division. Let them fight amongst themselves first. Then Root will finish the job eradicating them utterly. After all, Uchiha struck first. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi would not spare the Uchiha clan under these circumstances. Fugaku's face darkened profoundly as he fixed his gaze upon Uchiha. Give me a reason. Uchiha crossed his arms, speaking coldly. I have already given you the reason. The Nine-Tails seal breaking. Don't you understand what that signifies? Fugaku lowered his eyes, his thoughts swirling. He lacked decisiveness in critical moments, but as clan head, he grasped the inevitable faster than Shursui. A tailed beast severed from its Jinchuriki had but one outcome. Kushina was doomed. He had not anticipated the fourth Hokage's potential death. Like everyone in the village, he believed that as long as the fourth appeared, the Nine-Tails could be resealed. Yet everyone had seen the Magatama that appeared in the Nine-Tails eye sockets. The mastermind behind these events seemed to be confined to the Uchiha clan. The fourth had previously shown acceptance of the Uchiha. But what of now? Could he truly treat the clan responsible for his beloved wife's death as before? Putting himself in their shoes, if Fugaku knew a certain ninja clan had killed Mikoto, forgiveness would be impossible. Stop. I will explain everything to the fourth. Even with this powerful summoned beast, it is far from enough compared to the village's strength, even with mine added. With a long sigh, Fugaku said helplessly, as clan head, I guarantee I will protect you. The police force members, uncertain of the situation, exchanged glances. They naturally trusted the clan head far more than the recently joined Uchiha. Uchiha smiled faintly. I already guessed you would say that. He shouted aloud, his voice carrying to all present. Clan head, didn't we agree earlier? I will use Zekrom to hold them off, while you use your invincible Mangekyo Sharingan to behead that old dog Shimura. Shimura Danzo's pupils contracted sharply as he stepped back half a pace. His single eye locked onto Uchiha Fugaku, his kunai clenched tightly. Compared to some unknown strange summoned beast, the Mangekyo Sharingan was a far more terrifying weapon. Mangekyo. The clan members stared in shock at Fugaku. That was the realm beyond the triple Magatama. The legendary eyes of that great ancestor. Could it be Click? Fugaku pressed his hand against the sword hilt, his face darkening to an even grimmer shade, his expression more morbid than ever. He made no attempt to deny it. Once the seed of suspicion was planted, he needed no explanation from Uchiha. When the village later learned he had concealed the awakening of the Mangekyo, the severity of the offense was comparable to a daimyo's vassal secretly amassing troops. Simply put, it was tantamount to treason. Exhaling deeply, Fugaku looked up at Uchiha. How you came to know is irrelevant. You will drag the Uchiha clan into hell. Uchiha smiled indifferently. The Uchiha will go neither to hell nor heaven. He spread his arms and spoke slowly. Clan head Fugaku, do not forget, we are the mightiest Uchiha clan. Can you endure a village we helped build that offers us no place? Choose. Surrender and await judgment, or fight with all you have. Silence ensued, as if all awaited Fugaku's decision. Hush. Slash. Fugaku drew his blade with cold resolve. No one has the right to judge the Uchiha. Shimura Danzo, under the pretense of a Hokage order, blocked the police force from supporting the 4th Hokage. Kill him. 3 deep black magatama merged within his eye socket, forming a sinister and magnificent pattern. The Mangekyo Sharingan, its dreadful ocular power raged forth like a beast freed from captivity, pressured by the circumstances and long-standing grudges. After killing Shimura Danzo and assisting Minato, he would listen to my explanation. It was not yet beyond redemption. Uchiha shook his head. Indeed, a leopard does not change its spots. Even now, he clung to the pretense of purging corruption. It mattered little so long as they dared to act. Zekrum's existence was limited in duration. Uchiha would not squander it. Throughout the conversation, Zekrum had been employing Dragon Dance to stack attack power and speed, and continued to do so. Moreover, Uchiha discovered that due to some unknown influence, Zekrum's energy rapidly transformed into chakra he could wield. He was now akin to a Jinchuriki of Zekrum himself, able to harness its power to perform ninjutsu. Naruto relies on rent collection, I rely on borrowing, roughly the same. Power, as long as it can be used, suffices. Snap! Bringing his hands together, a vast amount of chakra converged, forming a visible pale blue aura around him. The sensation of inexhaustible strength was truly intoxicating. Upon reaching a certain threshold, Uchiha swiftly formed hand seals. Rat, ox, dog, horse, monkey, boar, ending with the tiger seal. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Atop the soaring Zetsu, a raging sea of flames cascades down like relentless waves, engulfing the heavens. How could such a formidable fire release exist? Don't be startled. Quickly deploy water release. Water release. Water wall formation. Boom! Several walls of water surge upward, colliding with the inferno, instantly erupting in boundless steam. Shursui gazes at his clan members locked in fierce combat with Root, then turns his eyes toward the distant, ravaged village. Why? Though the villagers suffer immense hardship, why must we, as shinobi, fight here? No matter what, saving our comrades should come first. Suddenly, a voice whispers into his ear. That man is Danzo Shimura. The evidence lies within his eyes. The Sharingan must belong to Uchiha Kagami. Speaking is a blue-furred ninja cat. Ku asked me to tell you, but I have no idea what it means either. Garo sneers at Uchiha atop Zetsu. Damn, with such a magnificent steed, you don't even invite old Garo to join the fun. No sense of honor. Shursui's pupils constrict violently. He understands precisely whom Ku refers to. The one who massacred the entire Uchiha clan is Danzo Shimura. What of the eyes of the ancestor? Could it be that the ancestor Kagami was also slain by him? Always the peacemaker, Shursui's eyes now overflow with murderous intent. His icy gaze steadily intensifies. Regardless, once your facade is torn away, all will be revealed. On the battlefield of Kirigakure, the formidable shinobi known as Shursui Uchiha, famed for his swift movement, takes action. His elusive shadow clones weave through the crowd as Shursui precisely incapacitates Root Shinobi with the pommel of his blade. Though resolved to strike, he cannot bring himself to kill the village S shinobi. Fugaku turns his head and witnesses this. Even you cannot bear it? Then let us end this swiftly. The large-scale jutsu opposing Uchiha already had the Root Shinobi groaning in torment. Now, with the full might of the Uchiha police force unleashed, signs of collapse soon emerge. The disparity in strength between the two sides is stark. The village S shinobi are almost entirely engaged in combating the Ninetales. Danzo's initial ability to restrain the Uchiha derived from his role as the Hokage's aide. Naturally, if Uchiha had not summoned Zetsu, and Fugaku had not revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan, Danzo might have truly possessed the strength to suppress the Uchiha. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Danzo Shimura and Uchiha appear composed. After unleashing a massive great fire annihilation, Ku seems to enter a cool-down phase, standing upon the dragoness head and gazing down at Danzo. Danzo's gaze, however, rests upon Fugaku. In his internal threat assessment, the Mangekyo Sharingan ranks undisputedly first. Until he fully comprehends Fugaku's Mangekyo abilities, he must not act rashly. He has even resolved that if Fugaku draws too close, he will abandon the Root Shinobi without hesitation and flee alone. As for Uchiha he is merely a brat who has luckily contracted a powerful summon. Nothing to fear. That monstrous serpent's appearance and immense life force. Could it be the giant snake of Ryuchi Cave? I should ask Orochimaru later. Fully charged? Uchiha murmurs. Zetsu emits a low roar in response. Just unleash your full power. I will adjust direction. Though their meeting has lasted less than 10 minutes, under the sacred contract they share a profound harmony. Zetsu's body leans slightly backward. Its stripes radiate intense light. It opens its massive jaws, gathering a dazzling, bright yellow energy sphere within. The sphere spins and compresses relentlessly. The surrounding air distorts from the energy's concentration. No sensory prowess is required. Any sighted observer can discern the terrifying magnitude of this attack. Such a posture, another colossal beast just demonstrated this. Could it be that it possesses the tailed beast bomb? Impossible. It is not a tailed beast, yet this oppressive aura. Fugaku, possessing the keenest vision present, quickly assesses the technique's power. Everyone scatters. Bastard. Forget the earlier fire release. Did you not see our clan members here? To use such a jutsu, Uchiha slowly raises his hand, forming a finger gun aimed at Danzo Shimura. Danzo's brow furrows slightly. As a shinobi, he is no stranger to danger. Rest assured. Ku's lips curl into a slight smile. It's not a tailed beast bomb. Just snap. Zetsu suddenly swallows the energy sphere. The violent energy cannot explode freely and surges entirely into Uchiha. The scorching torrent tears through his meridians. Fine cracks appear on Ku's body, glowing faintly crimson and steaming. The intense pain stimulates his mind, yet Ku feels an unparalleled exhilaration. His fingertip aims at Danzo Shimura. You vermin rooted in darkness should find this too dazzling. Destruction Death Ray. Whoosh! A pure white beam entwined with azure lightning descends with devastating force. Whatever it touches, rock or structure, turns to dust. The earth formation walls Root Shinobi desperately summon are like paper pierced by bullets. Utterly futile. Danzo inhales deeply and exhales sharply. Wind release. Vacuum wave. An invisible wind blade slashes toward the beam, its sharp whistle piercing the eardrums. Bang! Inevitably, the beam shatters the wind blade. Wind release. Vacuum consecutive waves. Swish, 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 swish. A relentless barrage of wind blades frantically shreds the beam's lightning surface, scattering tiny sparks like stars. Uchiha raises his hand to support, intensifying energy influx. Whoosh! The beam cleaves through the ice like a blazing great blade. The wind blade's transparent outlines distort and deform, ultimately obliterated amid a piercing blast. Only now does Danzo realize the gravity of the situation. But it is already too late. Swish! The beam pierces Danzo Shimura's chest, leaving a fist-sized scorch wound. In a mere instant, the lingering energy trails and turbulent air currents from the shattered wind blades confirm this is no illusion. They proclaim absolute, overwhelming power. Thud. Danzo Shimura's body goes limp, collapsing backward with a thunderous crash. Eight-sama, you dare truly kill the Hokage's aide. The few arriving Anbu shinobi shout. They are the very same from before. None among the root shinobi save for the sensory ninja has uttered a word. Trained professionals, no matter the circumstances, they remain composed. Fugaku, who had sworn to eliminate Danzo for purging the Uchiha, is stunned. Truly, Danzo Shimura is dead. The man known as the Shadow of the Shinobi has perished just like that. Atop Zetsu, Uchiha exhales deeply, lowering his hand. Thought it was over, brat? A chilling voice sounds behind him, accompanied by a razor-sharp vacuum blade. Swish! A kunai infused with wind-release chakra pierced through Uchiha's heart. Uchiha turned his head, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. Didn't the second Hokage teach you that shadow clone jutsu is meant for gathering intelligence? Using Izanagi as a resurrection token is far too extravagant. Danzo's single Sharingan pupil constricted violently, more shocked than when he learned that Fugaku possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Boom! Uchiha, pierced through, exploded into a cloud of smoke. It was understandable that the shadow clone was not seen through. After all, this technique was developed by the second Hokage specifically to counter the Uchiha clan, so much so that even the Sharingan could not detect it. What unsettled Danzo was this? How could he know about Izanagi? No, it wasn't strange that he knew Izanagi existed. The real question was, how did he know I was using Izanagi? Boom! Behind Danzo, Uchiha leapt high into the air, delivering a powerful whip-like kick to his face, knocking him down. Mid-air, Danzo adjusted his position, preparing to launch a counterattack the moment he landed. Uchiha's eyes burned with lethal intent. What Danzo failed to notice was a kunai shot from a blind spot in his vision. Swish! The kunai traced a dazzling arc of light, slicing through the bandages that covered half of Danzo Shimura's face. Although he immediately raised his hand to cover it, that fleeting moment allowed even a common shinobi to glimpse the crimson hue, let alone an Uchiha. In Danzo Shimura's eye socket appeared something that should never have manifested. It was the Sharingan. Shursui bit down hard, his youthful face contorted with anguish, the three tomo in his eyes spinning at a furious pace. Bastard! What did you do to grandfather Shursui? Since he had been exposed, Danzo was no longer the type to bury his head in the sand. He simply lowered his hand. The Sharingan, emanating a demonic red glow, was now plainly visible to all. He seemed to recall something, speaking in a measured tone. These are the eyes entrusted to me by Shursui on his deathbed. Lies. Shursui gripped his dagger tightly, shouting hoarsely, "My father told me that the Shursui ancestor was buried with both eyes. How dare you desecrate his remains?" Danzo regarded Shursui coldly, expressionless. "You have never met Shursui. Even your father only holds childhood memories of him. Shursui and I were comrades who pledged life and death. Entrusting me with his eyes is not so difficult to comprehend. It was not entirely impossible. After all, Uchiha Shursui was the Uchiha closest to the village leadership, having risked his life multiple times to protect Danzo and others. Moreover, a similar event had recently occurred. The fallen Uchiha Obito had bestowed his Sharingan upon Hatake Kakashi. Danzo's concealment was easily explained. He wished to avoid exacerbating tensions between the village and the Uchiha clan. Such a scenario was plausible even under the third and fourth Hokage. It made sense that Kakashi could retain his comrade Si, so why should I, this loyal and hardworking aide to the Hokage, be denied that privilege? Suddenly, during Danzo Shimura's explanation, a beam of light tore through space and pierced his skull. Sitting atop the cracked sky throne, Ku Uchiha raised his arm in a shooting gesture, his fingers emitting wisps of blue smoke. Danzo Shimura, I believe you, but how do you explain the other Sharingan? How many times can you still use Izanagi? Izanagi, the ultimate ocular jutsu of the Uchiha clan, could rewrite any unfavorable events that occurred within a limited period, turning them into non-existent memories while actualizing only beneficial outcomes. During the activation of this dojutsu, even death could be altered. However, as a price, regardless of success, the Sharingan used would inevitably be blinded afterward. Danzo Shimura's body collapsed, but instead of bursting into smoke, he vanished eerily. On the nearby ruins, Danzo's figure reappeared, looking up calmly. This is a secret technique I developed. I do not understand what you are speaking of. Ku Uchiha grinned. Had you not said the latter part, it would have been more believable. As an underling of the second Hokage, you claim ignorance of Uchiha's ocular jutsu? That's a lie. According to Ku Uchiha's assessment, Danzo's arm transplant must have been completed before Orochimaru's defection. But the Uchiha clan has not yet been annihilated. His stockpile of Sharingan must be limited. This was also one of the reasons Ku Uchiha harbored deep contempt for Itachi Uchiha. Having committed the clan's extermination, yet still allowing the clan's eyes to be defiled, the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. Izanagi was a forbidden technique sealed away, unknown to most clan members, but the clan leader certainly knew. Furthermore, Fugaku was aware that the secret chamber where Izanagi was sealed had been burgled years ago, and even the clan itself no longer possessed the scrolls to master this technique. The only person capable of entering and exiting the Uchiha secret chamber without detection, and with the motive to do so, seemed to be the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. As their thoughts converged, the Mangekyo Sharingan in Fugaku's eyes slowly rotated, his extraordinary ocular power enveloping Danzo's form. He sensed an obscure fluctuation emanating from Danzo's arm. That was the ocular power of the Sharingan. Drawing a deep breath, Fugaku struggled to quell his rage. But it was futile. If he feigned ignorance now, he would not only lose the right to be the Uchiha clan leader but also the very qualification to be an Uchiha. Ku Uchiha seemed to offer him a choice. In truth, at this point, there was no choice left. Danzo Shimura. In an instant, the moonlight was shrouded in black and white, and a surging ocular power, like a turbulent, murky flood, swept toward Danzo Shimura. Mangekyo Sharingan. Yamatsu Tsumi. What is the cardinal rule when facing the Sharingan? Never meet its gaze. From beginning to end, Danzo had focused most of his mental energy on guarding against Fugaku. Otherwise, he would not have been struck down twice by Ku Uchiha so easily. Confronted with an invisible flood of ocular power, Danzo understood immediately. If this was a genjutsu-type Mangekyo Sharingan, then it was manageable. Forming a hand seal with one hand, black cursed markings spread across Danzo's body, mysterious and sinister. Cursed seal binding technique. Danzo would later use this technique to control Uchiha Sasuke, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. If not for Uchiha Obito's backup and the villainous tendency to be undone by his own verbosity, he could have turned around and eliminated Sasuke with a single strike. This technique not only controls the opponent but also applies a layer of chakra turbulence to the user's body surface. By constantly disrupting his own chakra flow, the user becomes immune to genjutsu. The developer of this technique was none other than the Uchiha's master tactician, the venerable Senju Hiruzen. Danzo, lacking talent for developing ninjutsu, had no need for such skills. The thick tome of Konoha's sealing techniques was far too vast to master completely. Having completed the technique, Danzo formed another seal, pressing both hands to the ground. Summoning technique. Boom! A gigantic elephant-nosed tapir descended onto the battlefield, opening its massive jaws, generating a powerful suction that whipped up a whirlwind across the field. Danzo was about to coordinate with the taper to unleash a formidable wind release jutsu. Suddenly, a ball of fierce flames, along with rubble from the ruins, was sucked into the taper's mouth. Great Fireball Technique. The accuracy of the fire release Great Fireball was notoriously unreliable, once jokingly called the kindest fire technique. Of course, that was merely a jest. As the signature jutsu of the Uchiha clan, its power remained formidable. Boom! Crash! Although the relentless absorption was abruptly halted, the Great Fireball still reached the snout of Manda, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Having appeared on the battlefield for less than 3 seconds, Manda let out a cry of pain before retreating. The Battle of Shinobi is fundamentally a battle of intelligence. Excluding any consideration of extraordinary power, the side with greater intelligence almost invariably secures victory. Even a lower-ranked ninja can defeat a higher-ranked one if there is a significant intelligence gap. Uchiha was well acquainted with Danzo Shimura. At this moment, empowered by Manda's aid, there was no disparity in their levels. In fact, in terms of chakra magnitude, he even surpassed Danzo. Danzo spat disdainfully, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Uchiha, brushing away the flames licking at his mouth's corner. Uchiha smiled faintly and said, "You fear the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Fugaku clan head, yet you dare to meet my gaze?" Danzo sneered coldly. "Who do you think you are? A mere wielder of two tomo, only fortunate enough to have contracted a mighty beast. How dare you compare yourself to the Mangekyo? Contract? Do not underestimate the bond between me and Manda. I warned you long ago, do not raise your eyes to me." Manda ceased his dragon dance, and his massive form seemed to ignite with emerald flames, resembling steaming wings. Uchiha formed a seal with one hand. The two tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, emanating a faint emerald ripple, radiating a mysterious and formidable power. The Genjutsu Sharingan's finishing touch. An invisible wave unfurled. Within Danzo's vision, the sky was filled with deep green flames as Manda's immense form writhed gracefully amidst the inferno. Then, the emerald dragon unfurled its fiery wings and charged with reckless abandon, swift, beyond imagination. By the time Danzo realized he was under attack, his eyes caught only a dazzling streak of light. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. The blazing Manda swallowed Danzo whole. Danzo distinctly felt his consciousness plunge into a vast sea of fire, slowly sinking. The curse seal was ineffective. That is an Aji. Why can it not rewrite this reality? Click. The kunai Danzo had been gripping slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. From Danzo's perspective, after raising his head and hearing Uchiha's words, he fell into a daze. Whoosh! Manda dove sharply, extending his dragon claw to grasp Danzo in his palm. A roar, howling to the heavens, proclaiming complete victory. Boom! Gamatsu descended from the sky, landing atop the Nine-Tails Fox. The mysterious figure, Minato Namikaze, arrived on the battlefield. Fourth Hokage. Lord Hokage. Minato, you have finally come. The third Hokage and his comrades, who had been struggling to fend off the Nine-Tails, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Minato Namikaze frowned deeply not only because he, with his superior vantage point atop Gamatsu, had seen Manda over the Uchiha territory but also because he saw Manda clutching Danzo Shimura. What on earth was going on? Roar! Just as he pondered this, the Nine-Tails suddenly exerted force, flinging Gamatsu aside with a deafening roar. Terrifying chakra gathered within its mouth. Minato quickly made a decision. Third Hokage, there's trouble over at the Uchiha lands. You go handle that. I will deal with the Nine-Tails. Hiruzen Sarutobi abruptly turned his head toward the Uchiha territory, sensing the powerful life force there. Danzo had gone there. Had he ignored my orders and started a conflict with the Uchiha? Danzo Shimura had no official orders from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Indeed, the third Hokage had sent him to oversee the Umbu police force but had strictly forbidden Danzo from initiating hostilities against the Uchiha. Everything was to wait until after subduing the Nine-Tails. I understand. Hiruzen nodded, then asked before departing, Minato, what about Bawako? Minato pressed his lips lightly and shook his head. I see. Clutching the Rui Jingu bang tightly, Hiruzen Sarutobi set off swiftly. Minato, do not take unnecessary risks. I will come over as soon as I handle the situation there. Follow me. It was not that Hiruzen Sarutobi was shirking responsibility by leaving the Nine-Tails to Minato and not even leaving a few Umbu behind. Rather, they were well aware of Minato's combat style. Ordinary Jonin left behind would only hinder Minato, serving no purpose. In their eyes, Minato, who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, could maintain an undefeated position even when confronting the Nine-Tails. Minato's Flying Thunder God technique surpassed even Senju Tobarama's. Elsewhere, whoosh! Uchiha hurled a tanto, severing Danzo Shimura's arm. The severed limb fell to the ground, the two Sharingan within it spinning strangely, along with several seams resembling stitched wounds. These were previously activated Sharingan. Izanagi was indeed an almost invincible ocular jutsu. But Danzo was not an Uchiha by birth. His invincibility lasted only a short time, measured in minutes. At the moment of the second strike against Danzo, taking advantage of his focus on Fugaku's ocular jutsu, Uchiha Ku seized the opportunity to cast a genjutsu, making Danzo believe he had activated Izanagi. Before Danzo could react, aided by Manda's power, Ku employed the genjutsu version of the finishing touch. The finishing touch possesses an unerring trait, rendering Danzo's defensive curse seal useless. By the time Danzo realized and attempted to use Izanagi again, it was too late. This was a disparity in ocular prowess. Danzo Shimura was renowned as a top-tier wind release master. If he had maintained distance from the start, summoning Manda and employing widespread wind release techniques, the battle would not have ended so swiftly. Abandoning his greatest advantage to compete with the Uchiha in genjutsu, arrogance was Danzo's downfall. Root shinobi surged forward, throwing themselves at Manda to rescue their great comrade Danzo. Uchiha Ku would not be as gentle as Shursui. Destructive death rays burst from his fingertips, cutting down every root shinobi. When all was calm, sweat soaked Uchiha Ku's black hair, a few strands curling softly over his forehead. He lowered his hand, fingers charred black. His action was to divide a massive-scale destructive death ray into multiple precise strikes, using his own body as a converter. Shinobi are notoriously offensive but defensively weak. Attacks like the tailed beast bomb are pure firepower overflow. Borrowed power must be used by Uchiha Ku with careful calculation. As for sustaining some injuries because of it, he cared not. Whoosh! Shursui wiped the blood off his blade and, upon seeing the Sharingan in Danzo's eyes, erupted in rage, ultimately turning his blade against the root shinobi. Let me bear the guilt of Ku killing Danzo. Uchiha Ku looked up and smiled faintly at the approaching third Hokage and others. All this effort to capture him alive, it's not for your pleasure. I need to use him as a bargaining chip. Shursui's expression darkened. At this point, do you truly believe the village will choose reconciliation just because you spared Danzo? Given Danzo's temperament, keeping him alive is the greatest threat to our clan. Ku, do not play with fire. You chose to oppose the village and killed so many Umbu shinobi. Kill Danzo immediately, we shall defect from the village. Shursui still did not realize those were Danzo's direct root subordinates. He mistook them for Umbu. At this moment, he had become the radical faction, accusing Ku of being too conservative. Uchiha Ku shook his head. To kill him would be far too simple. It was utterly insufficient. Within his eyes lurked the most profound malevolence, whispering like a demon. I want him alive, so that he may witness the complete destruction of everything he holds dear. If I were to kill him now, he could still enter the memorial monument with honor. This is unacceptable. I want him to understand that the sound of something precious shattering is not the faint clatter of a severed head falling to the ground, but rather the thunderous explosion within one's heart. There was one more thing Uchiha Ku did not disclose. According to his subsequent plan, the existence of Shimura Danzo was indispensable. And what could weaken Konoha more than allowing Shimura Danzo to live? Uchiha Obito had painstakingly orchestrated the Ninetales Rampage, yet the damage inflicted upon Konoha paled in comparison to the cunning maneuver of Shimura Danzo. Nagato was a prime example. Fundamentally, Danzo bore part of the blame. But Tobi still wanted to say something. Silence. My wisdom surpasses yours. Just listen. Fugaku had also noticed the approach of the third Hokage and others. Today, his deep breaths exceeded those of an entire year combined. He approached Uchiha Ku. I can only trust you now. Leave the ensuing negotiations to me. Whatever decision you make, we will follow you. Fugaku lacked the decisiveness to make choices, but he possessed the courage to see things through to the bitter end. If we must die, so be it. Let us gamble that the village will not dare to clash with us at this moment. But what shall we do afterward? Minato, I have betrayed your trust. Swish, swish, swish. Danzo. Upon seeing Shimura Danzo captured, Konohamaru exclaimed loudly, angrily shouting, Damn you, Uchiha, you have indeed betrayed us. The Ninetales attack was your doing, wasn't it? The fourth Hokage always said you were inherently evil companions. Konohamaru, calm down. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his staff to block Konohamaru and turned his gaze toward the few remaining Umbu operatives at the edge of the battlefield. His eyes darkened as they shifted toward Fugaku and the others, finally resting on Uchiha Ku. Since you did not choose to act immediately, there is room for discussion. Allow me time to understand the situation. Uchiha Ku smiled faintly, sitting cross-legged upon the dragoness head, raising a hand. Please. After hearing the Umbu's account of the events, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively reached for a smoke, only to realize he had forgotten his pipe upon leaving. Shimura Danzo had secretly concealed his Sharingan. Uchiha Ku had defeated Danzo, and Uchiha Fugaku possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. This matter was far more complicated than the Ninetales incident. At least when facing the Ninetales, one only needed to consider life and death. If this side could not be stabilized, the entire Uchiha clan would rebel tonight. Sarutobi Hiruzen could already foresee Konoha suffering devastating damage and other ninja villages invading. The Third Great Ninja War was not truly over. Mangekyo, on the border of the Land of Fire, was restlessly poised to ignite conflict once more. Suppressing his inner fury, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a solemn tone. The Hokage's deputy, Shimura Danzo, has falsely claimed the Hokage's authority. He is hereby dismissed and detained. Regarding the Sharingan he bears, I shall provide you with an explanation. All members of the police force are to return to their posts. I promise leniency to those who acted. The most urgent matter now is to support Minato. Fugaku, you will accompany me. Though the actions of the Uchiha clan were an open act of treason, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not, like Danzo, engage them in combat here. He had to restrain himself. He must endure. These accounts would be settled after sealing the Ninetales. As for the captured Danzo, forget it. Taking Fugaku with them would leave the Uchiha clan leaderless, preventing them from taking overly radical measures. Like Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen paid little heed to Uchiha Ku. Clearly, the greatest danger lay with Mangekyo-wielding Fugaku. Yet after he spoke, Fugaku did not move but instead looked toward Uchiha Ku. Third Hokage-sama. Uchiha Ku spoke calmly. You seem to have misunderstood the situation. Our demand is negotiation, not to listen to your orders. How dare you? Minato's voice thundered with fury. Do you truly believe that with the power of your clan alone, you can defy the village? You silence. Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt utterly exhausted. He had long avoided referring to the Uchiha as a separate faction, preferring to call them the police force, unwilling to fracture the relationship between the clan and the village. It was one matter to speak privately, but Konohamaru and Minato, did they fail to see? Insisting on calling them a clan, determined to push the Uchiha out of the village, was that all they sought? This was still an internal factional struggle. But if the Uchiha were denied their place in the village, that would mean open division. Uchiha-ku, is it? I know of you. Villagers say you are a trustworthy child. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Fugaku waiting for Uchiha-ku's response, and inwardly despised this Uchiha clan head for needing to act according to a mere youth's whims. He spoke in a gentler tone. You uncovered Danzo's treachery, truly a genius of the new generation. Then his voice darkened. But your methods are too harsh. He gestured toward the village engulfed in flames and declared solemnly. The village is facing a colossal crisis. Whatever your grievances, this is no time for violence. Others might be excused, but you alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not conceal his anger. Why did you kill comrades of the village? This alone is unforgivable. Uchiha-ku smiled faintly, crushing Sarutobi Hiruzen in a single phrase. I at least killed in battle. They rushed forward to die. Orochimaru even targets ordinary civilians. Third Hokage-sama, answer me. How could a mere Orochimaru escape the village when you and the fourth Hokage were both present? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, his mouth opening to speak, yet no words came forth. Hiruzen, do not hesitate. Minato is still waiting for you. Upon the Vajrarui staff appeared a single eye, and King Sarutobi spoke. Kid, if you wish to emulate that serpent, then flee. Your timing is not bad. At least for now, we have no time to hunt you. Uchiha-ku shook his head. Not enough. Let me be clear. I demand the entire Uchiha clan leave. Impossible. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could speak, a man wearing an Umbu mask spoke. Judging by his attire, he was likely an Umbu captain-level figure. Uchiha-ku, you are reckless. By what authority do you decide for the entire clan? No one wishes to live the life of a rogue ninja. They live peacefully within the village. They are part of the village. Upon hearing Uchiha-ku's words, even Shursui, aware of the clan's impending doom, showed hesitation on his face, let alone the other clan members. In their minds, to wage war against the village was a death sentence, but they would not implicate their families. The fourth Hokage was magnanimous and would not pursue their kin. But the entire clan leaving the village? Even the least politically astute understood the village would never permit such a thing. That would truly spell the clan's annihilation. The proud Uchiha did not believe their clan alone could withstand the mightiest of Konoha's ninja village. Sounds like Sarutobi Shinosuke, doesn't he it? Uchiha-ku's expression darkened slightly, his eyes lowering. If what you say is true, then you would not speak before me now. Click. The man removed his mask, revealing a face bearing some resemblance to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is none other than the eldest son of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sarutobi Shinosuke. What do you mean by that? Do you know me? Hold on. Uchiha raised his scorched palm, lifting 2 fingers. When I was 2 years old, my mother passed away. The ninja world had been embroiled in endless warfare for years. Many families in the village had lost loved ones. It seemed nothing unusual. He pointed at Shinnosuke and spoke calmly. That day in the hospital, I remember it vividly. The medical ninja assigned to treat my mother. I waited a long time, but they never came to check on her. Instead, they were tending to you. Both of us were injured on missions, yet my mother arrived first and was clearly in a worse condition. A member of the clan? Perhaps that is what you believe, but others do not see it that way. Uchiha recounted with quiet resolve. This was no isolated incident. Over the years, our clan has always been the last to receive aid. Tobirama made a name for himself on the Kirigakure battlefield, but it seems you have overlooked one thing. Assigning ordinary Uchiha clan members skilled in fire-style jutsu to confront Kirigakure shinobi proficient in water-style techniques is an utterly unreasonable arrangement. I understand that stronger ninjas merit more resources. Striving for equality in the ninja world is a foolish endeavor. But why must we endure such unfair treatment? We are not weak. The advisor of the Sarutobi household's unfinished words revealed the reason. Uchiha smiled faintly. Because we are a clan-born evil, I senti that what you all think? Silence. No answer. Deny the prejudice against the Uchiha? No one is a fool. Only under the 4th Hokage's tenure did the Uchiha situation improve slightly, and only slightly at that. Which other ninja clan is constantly monitored by root operatives? Guarded like thieves? Which other clan considers joining the Umbu as a favor? Not to mention the guard duties. Is it a blessing for a single clan to bear all these seemingly prestigious but actually burdensome tasks? It only deepens the fear of the Uchiha among other clans and villagers, alienating them from the populace. One by one, the Uchiha silently drew closer to Ku, recalling their own experiences. As Uchiha said, his treatment was no exception. At last, it was Sarutobi Shinnosuke who broke the silence. With a swift motion, he drew his blade. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi moved to stop him, Shinnosuke had already pressed the blade against his own chest. I understand. The village has indeed wronged us, and I do not expect your forgiveness. 3rd Hokage-sama, my father, I beg you, do not hold the Uchiha accountable, and promise not to target them anymore. Drip. A drop of blood fell to the ground. Shinnosuke looked at Uchiha with eyes full of pleading. I will repay the life of your mother. Please stop this. There is still time, before a greater rift forms, before there is no chance to mend it. Shinnosuke. Hiruzen Sarutobi gripped the blade tightly, his voice choked with emotion. He had already lost his wife that very night and could not bear the prospect of losing his son too. A faint smile graced Shinnosuke's lips. Father, this situation exists because of our past mistakes. If my death can bring peace to the village, it is a worthy sacrifice. Uchiha gazed at him deeply. The resolve to die in his eyes was genuine. He truly wished to die. Shinnosuke, you have inherited the original will of fire. Uchiha shook his head, speaking solemnly. You desire to be the first Hokage, but I am not Madara Uchiha. I will not walk the wrong path again. Suddenly Rakuza, long silent, stirred. Clutching Danzo Shimura's head in his claws, he raised it high. Uchiha's voice was cold. I will return Danzo Shimura to you. As my condition, as I just said, the entire Uchiha clan will leave Konoha. If you refuse, then let us fight here. Even if I die, I will not flee alone. Your will to die is not false. I am equally prepared to face death. We will risk everything. If we fail, we die. Beneath the blood moon, pairs of Sharingan eyes opened, their eerie crimson glow flickering in the night. Crunch. Hiruzen Sarutobi crushed Shinnosuke's ninja blade, blood seeping through his fingers. His eyes bloodshot. Each word he uttered seemed to be forced from the depths of his throat. Not enough. The Mangekyo Sharingan has a suppressive effect on the Nine Tails. I request Fugetsu's assistance to seal the Nine Tails. You may leave first, leaving Danzo Shimura behind as a hostage for exchange. Recognizing reality, Hiruzen Sarutobi ceased treating the Uchiha clan as village comrades for negotiation and initiated formal talks. At first, you guarded against the Uchiha. Now you invoke the Sharingan's suppression of the Nine Tails. Uchiha glanced at Fugetsu, who nodded lightly. Disregarding other factors, Fugetsu also wished to aid Minato. His willingness to act against Danzo Shimura stemmed not only from Ku's pressure but also because Danzo obstructed his rescue of Minato. Very well then. Fugetsu, the clan leader, will remain. Shursui, Tetsuka, you go inform the clan members at the refuge. Yes. Among the crowd, several Uchiha, led by Tetsuka, moved as though following orders. Uchiha's confrontation was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Over the past 2 years, he had secretly contacted some young radicals, forming the full clan evacuation task force under his leadership. He had considered many factors and even took advantage of the village's distraction with the Jinchuriki's childbirth to stealthily exhume Uchiha clan members' corpses from the cemetery. Dead or alive, they would take them all. Simultaneously, he had reached an agreement with the cat elder of the cat village, who would assist in the Uchiha clan's evacuation. She was a wise elder who had long perceived the Uchiha's plight in Konoha. A full clan defection might not be better, but it would not be worse either. With the Uchiha and the cat village combined, their strength would surpass that of several minor nations. Seeing this, Shursui reluctantly nodded but still looked at Danzo Shimura and said, "Spare him, but that I must be returned to me." Uchiha nodded and turned to look at Danzo Shimura's severed arm. "He will return it to you. The Sharingan he cannot take." Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed deeply, the weight of decline apparent. "I understand. You may leave." Roar. Rekusa emitted a shriek and, with Uchiha headed toward the refuge. Except for Fugetsu, who remained behind, everyone followed. Sarutobi Koharu spoke angrily. "Fugetsu, that brat amassed so much power right under your nose, and you never noticed?" She had seen through it. The mastermind behind all this was Uchiha. Casting her a glance, Fugetsu shrugged helplessly. "Isn't this thanks to the advisor? Otherwise, how would he have gathered so many followers, even dragging me along?" That's enough. It's too late for words now." Hiruzen Sarutobi tore a piece of cloth to bind his wound, appearing aged in an instant. "Fugetsu, let us go. The fourth needs us. It is the third Hokage-sama." Fugetsu's admiration for the third was sincere. He had lived through the third's tenure and witnessed Konoha's golden age under his leadership. Yet, Fugetsu felt that the current Hiruzen Sarutobi was missing something. Had it been 10 years earlier, Fugetsu would never have dared to rebel against the village alongside Uchiha. Clan refuge. When Shursui conveyed the order for a full clan evacuation, many clan members were reluctant. Not everyone's life is utterly miserable. Abruptly abandoning the land that nurtured us is no trivial matter. Click. Uchiha stepped before the crowd. Ordinary members of the Uchiha clan, or those more familiar with Ku, hastened forward with anxious inquiries. "Little Ku, what on earth is happening outside? The commotion is enormous. Is it an invasion from another ninja village? Are you all alright?" These people had entered the refuge well before the nine-tail seal was broken and remained oblivious to the outside turmoil. A little girl slipped through the adults, clutching Ku's leg. "Brother Ku, why do they hold knives? It's so frightening. What happened to your hand? Does it hurt?" Ku crouched down, gently brushing the girl's hair with his uninjured hand. Her name was Uchiha Cho, daughter of the takoyaki vendor on Commercial Street, and the first person mercilessly slain by the shadowy figure in the illusion that Shursui had witnessed. Unlike his expression toward the village's leaders, Ku's face now was kind, his smile sincere. "It doesn't hurt. Nothing happened. Don't be afraid." Lifting Cho in his arms, Ku faced his clansmen and spoke earnestly. "This land is sick. We must leave for a while. I promise we shall return, and I will heal its ailment. Trust me." He bowed deeply, shedding all arrogance. "Ku, I want to support the fourth Hokage. You." Shursui carefully put away the eyes he had just extracted from Danzo's sockets, speaking cautiously. Even at the brink of defection, Shursui's heart still clung to that blonde-haired man. There was no helping it. That blonde was utterly charismatic, a man even the Uchiha could fall for. Uchiha shook his head. "The fourth can handle the nine-tails on his own. Your help is not needed, and honestly, even clan leader Fugaku's presence wouldn't change that. Our priority is the safe evacuation of our people. This place needs us." Then, inexplicably, Ku spoke aloud to the empty air ahead. "Come out. I have sensed you." Shursui's expression tightened, his body tensing, ready to act at a moment's notice. After a few seconds passed with nothing happening, he asked, "What is that?" Ku did not answer, replying calmly, "Always stay vigilant." "Who caused the Nine-Tails rampage?" "Uchiha Obito." "What is his objective?" "Firstly, to kill the fourth Hokage." Namikaze Minato, master of space-time ninjutsu, posed a tremendous obstacle to Obito. "Secondly, to seize the Nine-Tails and lay a solid foundation for the Eye of the Moon plan. Thirdly, to frame the Uchiha clan for the Nine-Tails chaos, sow discord between the village and the Uchiha, and incite a purge against the clan." As a wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito fully understood the perverse power of these eyes. Kamui's ability was nearly unbeatable, likely only countered by space-time ninjutsu and Mangekyo ocular techniques. His plan was to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, preemptively eliminating anyone who might obstruct the Eye of the Moon plan. So far, he had failed to achieve a single goal. The fourth was alive, the Nine-Tails unclaimed, and the Uchiha still intact. Putting himself in Obito's shoes, Ku was certain Obito did not want to see the Uchiha leave Konoha. If they remained, Obito could watch them constantly, preemptively eliminating or recruiting clan members who might awaken the Mangekyo. Once the Uchiha scattered throughout the ninja world, who knew when a Mangekyo user might suddenly emerge and launch a Sharingan Genjutsu against him? That would be disastrous. If Fugaku were Obito, even after a grievous battle with the fourth, he would seize the opportunity while Fugaku was absent to strike the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's desire to leave was one thing, but Fugaku had deliberately sent him away, emboldening Obito to act. Fugaku understood the mindset of Mangekyo users well. To them, anyone other than fellow Mangekyo wielders was insignificant. Hadn't the newly empowered Obito dared to attack Namake's Minato? It was a gamble, of course. Perhaps Obito had learned his lesson after a beating and was now quietly studying Madara's legacy. Yet Fugaku would not bet on that possibility. Witnessing Minato's death was far less important than protecting his clan. Minato's death was inevitable, not due to any other factors, but because Kushina was doomed. Two unmatched users of the Flying Thunder God technique would die for their loved ones. Fugaku and Shursui led the way at the front of the group, helping to carry the moving ninja cats and ordinary clansmen, while other members of the police force guarded the rear. Now, they were no longer police officers but simply Uchiha clan ninjas who had opened their eyes. Every few minutes, Fugaku would halt and say something like, "I see you." Shursui didn't understand but dared not ask after being reprimanded before. "I sense you. Stop hiding." 2 seconds later, just as Shursui was about to move forward, suddenly, a figure slowly emerged from the branches of a towering tree ahead. Cloaked in black robes and wearing a swirling mask, the exposed eye was a crimson Mangekyo Sharingan with 3 tomo. An eerie, sinister aura spread through the night. Hehe, is it because of that strange summoned beast? Quite the pet. Fugaku couldn't help but smile. "Obito, you're still as foolish as ever." The mysterious Obito sneered coldly. "I let you sense me on purpose, brat. I want to talk." "Who are you?" Fugaku asked knowingly. "I am no one, nor do I wish to be anyone. If I must say, I am but a specter of the Uchiha." Clang. Shursui suddenly drew his blade, shouting, "It was you who controlled the Nine Tails." Obito ignored Shursui and looked at Fugaku. "You're a good kid, seeing the village's reality clearly. After all these years, you finally realize that our clan has no future if we stay in Konoha." Shursui's pupils constricted sharply, cold sweat soaking his back. The words were so pointed that only one person, as far as he knew, could have uttered them, the legendary Uchiha Madara. "You are Uchiha Madara," Shursui exclaimed involuntarily, his trembling hand gripping the sword tightly. The weight carried by that name was immense. Even the renowned swift Shursui felt fear. Fugaku raised his hand and spoke calmly, "Don't shout so loudly." He glanced back. The clansmen were still several hundred meters away. "Fine. I want to talk with you too, if you truly are the legendary one. Then follow me." Obito's form dissolved into a swirling vortex, appearing dozens of meters behind, repeating this over and over. Such mysterious and uncanny space-time ninjutsu made Shursui suspect this might indeed be the man himself, playing tricks and feigning divinity. Fugaku tossed the sealed Shisamura Danzo to Shursui and mounted his Raikoku, following closely. Thousands of meters from the main force, Obito stopped and turned. "Brat, you may surrender." Suddenly, before their eyes, an endless sea of verdant green flames surged, and a mythical dragon dived downward. The illusionary Sharingan's finishing touch. "What?" Obito's eyes connected into a 3-bladed pinwheel shape, his body vanishing into the spatial vortex. Yet the emerald flames, like flesh-eating maggots, pursued him into the distorted space. These were not physical flames but an illusion. Startled, Obito wasted no time and activated Izanagi. After all, he was a legitimate Uchiha and, moreover, a clansman who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. His Izanagi was far more efficient than that of Danzo Shimura. It worked. The unfavorable reality was rewritten. Uchiha Obito stood upon a branch, his heart still trembling with lingering fear. Had he not been dealt a crushing defeat in his battle against the 4th Hokage and subsequently returned to base to implant a Sharingan, this time he truly could have been finished. Even if he had not been eliminated, he would have lost his only Mangekyo Sharingan. An illusion on par with Mangekyo-level power. What exactly was that? Before Obito could finish his words, a dazzling beam of light shot forth. The beam pierced through Obito's body and struck the massive tree behind him. Boom! An explosive roar shattered the air, with chips scattering in all directions, allowing Obito no moment to catch his breath. Uchiha Fugaku pressed his bare hands onto Zakuza, initiating a mental connection. "Unleash your destruction at will." Zakuza, back in Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku had to consider the welfare of his clan. Apart from the initial dragon wave, all of Zakuza's attacks were directed by Fugaku himself. But now, there was no need for such restraint. A roar erupted. Zakuza bellowed with earth-shattering fury, expelling a colossal orb of energy skyward. Boom! The orb exploded midair like a firework, countless beams raining down upon the spot where Uchiha Obito stood. Boom, 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 boom. The heavens trembled. The earth groaned. Zakuza soared high, its teal scales sparking with arcs of electricity, its slender body swaying with graceful power. Each sweep of its tail tore through the air, leaving trails of burning scorch marks. After the endless cascade of light, a cerulean vortex of energy swirled before Zakuza's maw. Roar! A massive beam surged forth, instantly evaporating the storm clouds in its path and revealing a terrifying crimson sky. Where the destructive death ray touched, mountains collapsed with thunderous crashes. The earth scorched into abyssal chasms, and terrifying shockwaves uprooted towering trees over 100 meters tall. The forest was transformed into a sea of flames. Zakuza howled as it dove downward, its dragon claws ripping through the gale, hurling stones and timber into the air. Rings of energy spun rapidly around its body. The next moment, roar! Dozens of destructive death rays descended like a torrential downpour, carving a labyrinth of trenches into the earth. Molten lava and shattered rocks soared skyward as if heralding the apocalypse. Zakuza's eyes blazed with maddened crimson light, utterly exhilarated. In its native habitat, such wanton destruction would never be permitted. Among its kin, this Zakuza was but a juvenile, brimming with pent-up energy. Thus, it had answered an unknown call, crossing time and space to arrive here, and it was thoroughly satisfied with this trading partner. Unlike the youths from its own world, this human brat was a maniac perfectly attuned to its desire for devastation. At this very moment, Zakuza revealed the majesty befitting the sovereign of the skies. The rampage lasted for a full several dozen minutes. Uchiha clansmen from afar were dumbfounded. Even the shinobi of Konoha, watching from greater distances, witnessed this terrifying spectacle. The Ninetales rampage was nothing compared to this. When the land had been reduced to scorched earth, devoid of life, Zakuza finally coughed forth a breath of white mist and ceased its assault. Like a youth entering sage mode, it wore a face of satisfied contentment. Uchiha's gaze swept the scene, finding no trace of Uchiha Obito. Dead? Could not be that simple. He must have fled. After this encounter, Obito likely would not dare provoke me again anytime soon. Uchiha had to maximize Zakuza's utility while it remained present, simply put, to use it as a tiger to intimidate others. He knew well that Zakuza was borrowed. Others did not, and would only assume it was his summoned beast. According to ancient survival laws, the weak must disguise themselves as the strong to have a chance at growth. The strong must appear weak to approach the weak and devour them whole. With this battle concluded, Uchiha would require considerable time to accrue credibility points before facing the next crisis. Until then, he was merely a somewhat strong second Tomo, still unable to defeat shinobi like Tobirama. He needed others to overestimate his strength as much as possible, to buy himself development time. With a roar, vast amounts of water vapor evaporated, forming enormous cumulonimbus clouds. A torrential downpour followed, extinguishing the forest inferno. Zakuza's massive form gradually faded, dissolving into points of light. Before departing, Zakuza placed a claw upon Uchiha's head, leaving behind an emerald green mark. This was a contract. According to the agreement, Uchiha must repay Zakuza. If Zakuza did not require repayment, the contract could be sold to the platform. This karma, Uchiha would have to settle with others. In short, borrowed debts must be repaid. Amid the deluge, Uchiha shook his head with a wry smile. He had maintained his trustworthy persona for so long, only to suddenly shoulder a massive debt. Looking up, he saw his clansmen rushing toward him, familiar faces, each a living, breathing person. It was worth it. Within his eyes, a third Tomo slowly manifested. In his previous life, Uchiha had no family, no place to belong. It was here that his hollow heart was filled with the love of his parents and clan. Being branded a madman by the world mattered not. This was his sanctuary. Konoha. Beyond the barrier, the third Hokage and others could only watch helplessly as the fourth sacrificed himself, using the dead demon-consuming seal to split and seal the Ninetales. A profound sorrow filled their hearts. The barrier shattered. Minato Namikaze. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice choked with emotion. After that night, his temples had turned snow-white. Like many, he believed Minato to be the prophesied child sought by Jiraiya, the savior of the shinobi world. Yet, Minato Namikaze, bloodied and battered, cradled his lifeless wife. He forced a smile, filled with regret and longing, gazing upon Naruto, the infant son. Third Hokage, please take care of Naruto. What is happening in the village? Sarutobi asked, lifting Naruto and turning to Fugaku. In the end, Fugaku chose not to deceive the fourth. Our Uchiha clan has chosen to leave Konoha. I see. Minato Namikaze gave a bitter smile and said to Sarutobi, I suspect the mastermind behind this incident is not among the current Uchiha clan members. It is Uchiha Madara. He did not perish. His speech grew more spaced, his breath faint. Life slowly ebbed away. Turning toward Fugaku, Minato smiled and said, "No matter what, Fugaku, we are comrades of Konoha. I am sorry I could not dissolve the rift between the Uchiha and the village. Forgive me. I implore you, at least face that enemy. The Uchiha clan. Can they help the village?" Fugaku nodded deeply. "I promise you, Minato. This is my final order as third Hokage." Minato Namake's gaze burned fiercely, as if a last flicker of light. The Uchiha clan is by no means traitorous. They must not be treated as rogue nin. Farewell, everyone. With those words, his proud head finally bowed, resting gently against the shoulder of his beloved. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's, deceased. The wails of the child, piercing through the stillness of this moment, resounded with particular sharpness. Splash, splash. The distant rain fell upon the village, cleansing away the blood and tears of the night. It had been 1 month since the Ninetales Rampage. Reconstruction proved far more arduous than destruction. This entire month had been spent clearing the ruins and accounting for the casualties. With the fourth Hokage deceased, Konoha was in dire need of a new Hokage to take command amidst the turmoil. Originally, the most qualified candidates, the legendary Sannin, were considered. Orochimaru had defected, Tsunade was unreachable, but Jiraiya had been contacted and was currently on his way back. Yet, he had unequivocally declined to succeed as Hokage. Reluctantly, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the retired third Hokage, was compelled to assume the mantle in this time of crisis, bearing the weight of Konoha's frailty and chaos. Within the Hokage's office, in the conference room, bang! With a fierce strike of his one-armed fist upon the table, Danzo Shimura exclaimed grimly, "What a preposterous notion! The entire Uchiha clan has defected, and yet you refuse to dispatch anyone to hunt them down." Shikaku Nara, the then Jonin squad leader, cast a slightly displeased glance at Danzo. "Danzo-sama, you have just returned and are unfamiliar with the circumstances. This is precisely why I was summoned back." Danzo's fury boiled over. "Is that brat using me as a bargaining chip? Are you all fools? My capture signifies the end of the ninja's life. I am no longer a concern. We need only exterminate the Uchiha clan." Though annihilating the Uchiha alongside himself was far from the ambition that stirred within Danzo's heart, he considered it a fair exchange. This was the fourth Hokage's final command. Above the first Hokage, Sarutobi's voice was cold and indifferent. The fourth had no true understanding of what kind of people the Uchiha were. He did not know, and neither do you, right? No. Danzo, your business is not yet concluded. Cease your shouting and clamoring. Sarutobi's tone grew colder still. A fierce gleam flashed in his eyes as he stared down Danzo. On the night of the Ninetales attack, he had repeatedly instructed Danzo to avoid conflict with the Uchiha, so long as they were kept away from the Ninetales. What did Danzo do instead? "Regardless of who struck first, Danzo, what use are your legs if you cannot run to report to me? Fighting is one thing, but losing is unforgivable." Being captured while secretly harboring the Sharingan, caught red-handed, led to the irreparable turning of events. Utterly foolish. Danzo bristled with defiance, about to retort, but Konohamaru Sarutobi swiftly intervened to mediate. "Danzo, hold your tongue for now. Things are far more complicated than you realize." Sarutobi pointed toward a direction outside the window, his voice grave. "Danzo, when you returned, you must have seen the wasteland beyond the village. With your experience, tell me, what kind of power could have wrought such devastation?" Danzo pondered briefly before replying, "Did the fourth use Flying Thunder God to transfer the Ninetales chakra sphere?" Sarutobi shook his head. "I dispatched agents to follow the departing Uchiha. That was the summoning beast of Uchiha-ku, a creature of the Uchiha clan. You should understand what this signifies. The Uchiha clan now wields power on the scale of a tailed beast. So what, if we do not kill that Uchiha brat now? Are we to give him the chance to grow stronger?" 3,721. Sarutobi reported the number slowly. "This is the toll the village has paid. Mostly ninja, including many elite jonin. Even the fourth and his wife perished. Do we still possess the strength to pursue the Uchiha clan? We do, of course, albeit diminished. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. With Konoha's remaining forces, a full-scale strike to annihilate the Uchiha clan would not be difficult. But what then? If only 2 or 3 great beasts remain, can we defend the land of Fire's most prosperous territory?" Danzo was no fool. He quickly grasped the crux of the matter. The fourth's final command was but a facade. Sarutobi's wife had also been slain by the Uchiha. He was a man too. Did he not yearn for revenge? Yet he could not act rashly. He bore the hopes of too many, had too many to protect, and could not act on impulse. Danzo's gaze darkened, and a scheme took shape. The Uchiha clan possessed rare Kekkai Genkai bloodlines, attracting many interested parties. If only we informed the hidden cloud village, Danzo-sama, please calm yourself. Nara Shikaku could no longer hold back. Do you think the Cloud Village, upon learning of the Uchiha's defection, would first pursue the Uchiha or strike at Konoha? Should we guide the Cloud Village to attack the Uchiha? Uchiha Ku's temperament ensures he would not hesitate to side with the Cloud and assault Konoha. Is it better to pay a heavy price for some Sharingan, or to gain the entire Uchiha clan and devour the rich prize that is Konoha? Raikage is no fool, he knows what to choose. Danzo-sama, you are exhausted. It would be best to rest for a while. In the past, Shikaku would never dare speak so to Danzo, but Danzo's actions had truly incensed him. That arm, harboring several Sharingan, had been seen by more than one person. The news had long since spread. The Uchiha clan's defection was wrong. But was there no responsibility on your part, Danzo Shimura? Why must you drive them to such desperation? Danzo's eyes flickered as he noticed the unfriendly gazes of the present Jonin. Even old friends Konohamaru and Enji wore expressions urging peace. He said no more, realizing this was no time to speak further. I am indeed weary. Now is the time to lie low, to rebuild Ruda's strength, and reclaim my voice. Then rest well at home. Do not venture out, Sarutobi declared coldly, pronouncing judgment upon Danzo. At last, Danzo cast a deep look toward Sarutobi, a sentence left unspoken. Sarutobi, you must, after Danzo's departure, Shikaku Nara handed over a document. The Uchiha clan had stationed themselves at the ruins of the land of Whirlpool, apparently intending to settle there. The land of Whirlpool? It was a small coastal country, once home to the Uzumaki clan. This location served as the land of fire's bridgehead against the land of water, bearing the tragic history of the Uzumaki clan's annihilation. And to this day no one dared reside there. This is a letter from Uchiha Ku. Please review it. Sarutobi took the envelope, opening it to peruse its contents carefully. The letter spoke of one thing alone. If Sarutobi wished, he could publicly declare that the Uchiha clan remained Konoha's ally, albeit divided internally and migrating to the land of Whirlpool to help Konoha guard against the land of water, much like the Uzumaki clan once did. Of course, whether they were truly allies was known only to both parties. If Sarutobi refused, Uchiha Ku would lead the entire clan to join the hidden Cloud Village. Uchiha Ku understood clearly that, though the Uchiha were among the strongest clans in the ninja world, they could not match the power of a great nation. To buy time for development, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and raise Konoha's banner. Konoha was in the same predicament. They dared not admit to the world that the Uchiha clan had defected. The Uchiha accounted for at least 1/5 of Konoha's strength, perhaps even more now. Such a fracture of power, if known by other great nations, needed no further explanation. The two sides were like a divorced couple, concealing the truth of their separation to avoid external interference. The Uchiha had options. At worst, they could relinquish sovereignty and join another great nation. No great nation would refuse such power. Except the land of water. And the land of earth was no easier. That old man had a Sharingan phobia. As for Konoha, there was no choice. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled deeply, his eyes shadowed with profound contemplation. Compared to Uchiha Ku's demonstrated prowess, it was his astute and precise grasp of the political landscape that instilled greater apprehension in him. Reflecting back, there seemed to be no more opportune moment for defection than the Night of the Nine Tails. Several years prior, the village maintained absolute dominance over the Uchiha clan. In a few more years, the village would regain its footing, and though subduing the Uchiha might incur losses, it would not undermine the foundation of the village. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi had only realized this in hindsight. That brat had apparently contemplated every contingency at the very moment the incident unfolded. During their few encounters, Sarutobi was acutely aware that he had been led by the nose, helpless despite his awareness. So be it, he mused, turning to discuss the village's reconstruction plans. Within a dim and dilapidated corridor of unknown origin, shadows flanked the passage where ninja cats, grooming their fur, glanced up at the sound of footsteps. They offered a casual greeting before resuming their meticulous grooming. Uchiha Ku and Shursui traversed the corridor until they arrived at a spacious inner chamber, the homeland of the ninja cats. This cat homeland was not a rural village in the wilderness but rather a ruined, unclaimed zone outside the jurisdiction of any nation or village. Because Granny Cat excelled in crafting equipment for ninja cats, many had sworn allegiance to her, forming the cat homeland. Moreover, it was a significant source of intelligence and weaponry for the Uchiha clan, entwined in complex relations. Numerous Uchiha members chose ninja cats as their summoning beasts, with Uchiha Ku among them. Shursui, lacking a contract ninja cat, commanded a family heirloom, a flock of ninja crows, and it was his first time visiting the cat homeland, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Just as he reached out toward a crouching ninja cat guarding the entrance. Hinata's temper is foul. You better not tease him, Ku warned. The gatekeeper ninja cat, Hinata yawned and stretched. Kokuin, Did you bring something this time, Meow? Hinata was somewhat mercenary. Even though he was familiar with Uchiha Ku, if Ku came empty-handed, Hinata would still be displeased. Ku produced 2 bottles of Egopodium beverage from his sleeve, handing one each to Hinata and Tawo. Go fetch Granny Cat. Okay, Meow. Not long after they seated themselves, an elderly woman entered, cradling a cat. She wore an orange garment and a dark gray cat ear ornament, puffing on a pipe. Sitting opposite them, Granny Cat first regarded Shursui. You're Shursui, right? Pleasure to meet you. I've heard you're the most gifted of the new Uchiha generation. Shursui bowed respectfully. You flatter me. Compared to Ku, I hardly qualify as a prodigy. Though Uchiha Ku's combat prowess was primarily manifested through Rikuzu, those in the ninja world regarded summoning beasts as integral to one's strength. Ku, uninterested in empty flattery, directly addressed Granny Cat. Granny Cat, I wish to learn the location of the Fuma clan. The Fuma clan, Granny Cat pondered. If I recall correctly, during the Warring States period, your Uchiha collaborated with them. The Fuma excelled at weapon manufacturing. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Kukun. You wouldn't be heartlessly abandoning your old ally in pursuit of new arms dealers. Would you? The cat homeland is a vital Uchiha ally. We don't forsake our comrades. Uchiha Ku shook his head. The circumstances have changed. The weapons you supplied before sufficed for the Uchiha, and we could always settle accounts with Konoha. But now that we govern ourselves, prudence demands frugality. The reconstruction efforts are just beginning. The cost of rebuilding a village is exorbitant. After a brief lament on financial hardships, Ku proceeded to the crux of the matter. I intend to annex the Fuma clan. If I'm not mistaken, your next step is to establish a ninja village? Ku smiled faintly. Indeed, a ninja village belonging to the Uchiha. Don't blame me for being blunt, Kukuen, but even if your resources are tight, the intelligence fees owed must be paid in full. Ku nodded. Naturally. But, Granny Cat added knowingly, I understand you plan to defer payment. It's not the first time. Just settle it next time. Not only Granny Cat, but nearly every ninja cat had lent money to Uchiha Ku. Though no one knew exactly what he used it for, the principal concern was that he repaid both principal and interest punctually the following month. The ninja cats regarded lending to Ku as a stable and profitable investment. Especially Blue Cat Garo, who had lent all his funds to Ku as a long-term investment with monthly repayments. It was only because of Uchiha Ku's sterling reputation that even if Fujiwara himself came seeking credit, he would find no leniency with Granny Cat. Granny Cat took a deep drag on her pipe, seemingly lost in thought. As the Uchiha's intelligence broker, her abilities were formidable. She maintained no formal intelligence office. Countless secrets were stored within her mind through arcane techniques. In the underground black market, the bounty on her head for her mind alone had reached 80 million ryo. Fortunately, she was a powerful figure in her own right, contracted with numerous ninja cats, and most importantly, an ally of the Uchiha. Few dared to confront her. There was, however, one green-eyed troublemaker who persistently sought to provoke her. Granny Cat was well aware of this adversary's tenacity and always evaded encounters with prior warning. After a moment, she produced a map and pointed to a location. Here, the land of rice, is it? After Orochimaru's defection and joining the Akatsuki, he presumably established the Sound Ninja Village post-departure. Uchiha Ku withdrew a bundle of ryo from his bosom. This is the agreed payment for the ninja cat's assistance with relocation. Reconstruction still requires their help. Wages will be settled next time. Ding. Agreement with Granny Cat completed. Reputation points. 16. Uchiha Ku had spent several years, leveraging clan resources and the cat homeland, to accumulate over 600 reputation points, securing a substantial loan. Rikuzu was a loan valued at 1,000 points, but as a new user benefit, it only consumed 500 reputation points. Currently, Uchiha Ku had 500 reputation points frozen. Until Rikuzu was repaid, only a little over 100 points were available for use. Borrowing money repeatedly without consequences was futile. Transactions had to be legitimate, lasting over a month, and profitable for the borrower. The relevant regulations were complex, leaving no loopholes. One crucial rule affecting reputation points was that the stronger the lender, the more challenging the agreement to fulfill, and the greater the reputation points earned. To Uchiha Ku, these reputation points were akin to collateral on the platform. 500 frozen points were the deposit securing the loan of Rikuzu's power. Moreover, the loan relationship was not merely about summoning Rikuzu for a one-time outburst. Interdimensional loan platform. Following Uchiha Ku's first loan, a branching information database appeared. Current loan project. Celestial Divine Beast Rikuzu. Project rank. Gold. Relevant information. Rikuzu Trial Card Holder. The user currently possesses 20 units of Rikuzu's Energy Operational Instinct, randomly mutated to 50 units of Chakra Control. Bond Amplification. The user shares similar traits with the lender, granting a random ability enhancement of 60 units. Repayment clause. The user may not repay early. Due to differing temporal flow rates across dimensions, your 10 years may not equate to the lender's 10 years. This constitutes loan risk borne by the user. Failure to repay on time triggers pursuit, deducting 10 points from all user attributes per minute until repayment is complete. One may opt to pawn abstract concepts such as fragments of memory, hues of emotion, or knowledge of abilities in exchange for a grace period. A gentle reminder to users: grave breaches of contract will trigger a chain of misfortunes. There is a certain sensation, as if bearing a shard of the rift seat upon one's person. His various faculties have been amplified, most notably his command over chakra. Precisely because of this, the surge in chakra control enabled Uchiha to attain the 3 Tomo Sharingan in the aftermath of the battle. Sensing the power embedded within his eyes, Uchiha momentarily set aside the notion of accumulating reputation points. At present, the paramount task was to assimilate this newfound ability into his very being. The former lands of the Uzumaki hidden village. In recent days, the Uchiha clansmen had cleared the ruins and erected rudimentary wooden huts. In the open space, colossal ninja cats were assisting in transporting timber. The blue cat, Garo, bore a bandage around his forehead, with a paintbrush dangling from his cat ears. Occasionally, he would glance down at the blueprints and bark orders. Orange, that's the right side. You've got it reversed. You can't even tell east from west. And now you can't distinguish left from right? The orange giant cat, carrying a massive log, released his paws upon hearing this, placing them before him. Eating fish flakes is the right paw. Drinking juice is the left. Meow. Bang. The heavy timber toppled the orange cat, and Garo shook his head in exasperation. Working with these foolish cats was utterly exhausting. Thank you for your hard work, Garo-kun. Fugaku approached with his family. His wife, Makoto, bore an inscrutable sorrow upon her face. Uchiha Itachi cradled his younger brother, Sasuke, who gazed about with curiosity. Earning a living isn't exactly arduous, Garo said, sketching a few lines on the blueprint before turning to speak. Chief Fugaku, do you know where Ku has gone? Since the Uchiha clan had stationed themselves here, Fugaku had a proper conversation with Uchiha Ku. Fugaku felt that Ku was better suited to lead the Uchiha clan. Though still young, the Uchiha judged solely by strength. Leadership required no seniority. Uchiha Ku harbored no intention of seizing power from Fugaku, at least not for the time being. As the clan head, Fugaku might lack clarity on grand strategy but could manage daily affairs and enjoyed considerable prestige among the clansmen. According to Uchiha Ku's plan, he would ascend as clan leader only after fully awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Whether he would awaken it was never in doubt. Ku never questioned his own talents. It was reasonable that Fugaku would oversee internal matters while Ku expanded their influence externally. No sooner had Garo's inquiry ended than Uchiha Itachi spoke. Father, is Shursui-sama with Kusama? Shursui often guided Itachi, but he had not seen him for quite some time. Surrounded by those close to him, Fugaku concealed nothing and replied, they have gone to open trade routes and consolidate some minor clans. A faint smile graced his lips. As Ku says, we are not here to endure hardship. We aim to establish a village belonging to the Uchiha. There would be no need to engage in scheming with the village's upper echelons. Recently, Fugaku's spirits had lifted somewhat. At least the mental strain was less severe. Only Makoto remained troubled. She shared a close bond with Kushina and had yet to emerge from her grief, constantly worrying about Kushina's child. Ninja Village. Garo's eyes brightened. Have you decided on a name? How about Cat Ninja Village? Fugaku smiled in rare succession. It's a good idea, but we have already chosen. Once we have amassed sufficient strength, we will proclaim ourselves as the Flame Hidden Village to the ninja world. Nothing burns hotter. There is no name more fitting than Flame Hidden Village. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. Though only 6 years old, his mind was precocious. At 4, he had been taken to the battlefield by the irresponsible elder Fugaku. Father, is it truly right for us to establish our own ninja village? After all, this is no longer the Warring States era. Our strength is in an awkward position, stronger than many weak minor nations but not enough to intimidate the great powers. Fugaku shook his head calmly. You are mistaken, Itachi. We possess the power to make the great powers wary. Folding his arms, his voice was low and confident. I wield the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kukuin has a summoned beast comparable to a tailed beast. Even if we clash head-on now, we fear no great power. When you and Sasuke's generation mature, we may well become the 6th great power in the ninja world. Once that thought took root, the world seemed vast and boundless. Freed from the entanglement of the Hokage position, greater ambitions blossomed within Fugaku. He might achieve what even Uchiha Madara could not, establishing a great nation belonging to the Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi was silent. He had never seen his father so spirited and resolute. Bowing his head, he smiled faintly. Perhaps this was also Shusui's ideal. Father Shursui, gazing at Sasuke cradled in his arms, he vowed silently, no matter what, I will ensure you grow up safely, Sasuke. Nightfall. By the forest riverbank. Uchiha and Shursui kindled a campfire, roasting a large fish they had caught. Normally, 2 10-year-old children would never dare to do this in the wild. Bandits and thieves might be lurking, but these were 2 Uchiha who had awakened the Sharingan. Any nosy intruder would be served up on a platter. No bandits appeared, but a tall, white-haired, middle-aged man arrived instead. The sound of wooden clogs echoed, followed by a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha! What a delicious smell of grilled fish. Could you share some with me? Clang. Shursui rose, gripping his knife. A crimson flash ignited in his eyes as he activated his Sharingan. The voice was so close. How had he not sensed the visitor before? This was a formidable adversary. Extremely powerful. Uchiha also activated his Sharingan, 3 tomo swirling within the eye sockets. The power of the eyes was a form of chakra. He himself possessed excellent chakra control, which, now enhanced, swiftly adapted to the power of the 3 tomo. He had first awakened his Sharingan on the day his mother passed away, at the tender age of 2. This might relate to his innate spiritual energy. Over time, he naturally awakened the 2 tomo, then advanced again after the Great War. In his view, awakening the Sharingan too early was not a blessing. The 2 incarnations of Indra, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara, both awakened the 3 tomo and even the Mangekyo later than usual. This might be a protective mechanism, allowing the body to mature sufficiently before the ocular power catches up. Those like Uchiha Itachi and Shursui, who awakened too early, suffered severe physical strain. Itachi contracted the bloodline disease. Shursui died young, so the aftereffects were not evident, but another similar case existed, Kimimaro. His overly potent Kekkei Genkai caused chronic illness. In short, the Sharingan was akin to an exquisitely crafted software program that occupied excessive memory. The body as the host machine found running it extremely taxing. Yet, faced with the visitor before them, Uchiha could not afford to consider the toll. Upon recognizing who had come, Shursui could not help but grow tense, while Uchiha remained composed but prepared to push his limits. It has been a long time. This should be our first meeting, right? Lord Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, the teacher of the 4th Hokage, Jiraiya. The towering figure of Jiraiya settled beside the fire, an invisible pressure emanating from him. He smiled and said plainly, Don't misunderstand. I have no intention of fighting you. The commotion would be too great. Uchiha, I merely seek to glean a fragment of intelligence. Please, do tell me, who exactly is the enigmatic figure responsible for the 4th Hokage's demise? Regarding that mysterious individual, everyone from Konoha who has come into contact with him has perished. According to the Umbu's intelligence, after the 4th Hokage repelled that man, he sought out Uchiha. The battleground where the 2 clashed remains a desolate wasteland to this day. Jiraiya himself desires to uncover that person's identity. Uchiha is his sole recourse. Uchiha offered a faint smile. Information is the lifeblood of a shinobi. Lord Jiraiya surely isn't so naive as to think that simply asking will yield an answer. Shursui's expression grew more tense. Should a conflict erupt, Danzo Shimura's era was too distant from him, but Jiraiya was different. The shinobi of Shursui's generation were raised on the legends of the 3 legendary Sannin. A prodigy like Kakashi, who became Umbu captain at such a young age, lacked even the courage to confront Orochimaru. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya smiled faintly. What is it that you desire? Uchiha extended his palm. 50 million ryo. This intelligence is unquestionably worth that price. No problem. Jiraiya did not haggle in the slightest. From his bosom he produced a bankbook. There are 37 million ryo inside. The remainder I will have delivered to the Uchiha compound. How does that sound? To Jiraiya, Minato was not merely a disciple but more like a son in whom he placed great hope. His death, so inexplicably shrouded, compelled him to seek the truth desperately. Mere money was of no consequence. Uchiha accepted the bankbook, placing it in his bosom without inspection. Jiraiya was as reckless with Naruto as ever, but he would not resort to trickery at such a moment. Naturally, Uchiha remained vigilant. He would not entrust his safety to another's character alone. Uchiha Madara. Accepting the money, Uchiha spoke slowly. At the utterance of that name, Jiraiya's pupils contracted sharply. Just as Shursui grew up on tales of the 3 legendary Sannin, Jiraiya's generation was raised on the legends of the 2 heroes of the shinobi world. Hearing that name so suddenly, Jiraiya's first instinct was denial. Impossible. That man died many years ago. I agree it seems impossible, but that is exactly what he said. Uchiha continued. He, under the identity of Uchiha Madara, sought to recruit us. Jiraiya shook his head. Though it may be rude of me to say so, Uchiha-ku, even you managed to repel him. That hardly aligns with my impression of Uchiha Madara. Jiraiya had perused the detailed Umbu reports. Raitenka was undeniably powerful, but its upper limit would not surpass the Ninetales. Who is Uchiha Madara? He is one who commands the Ninetales at will. How could he be driven back by Raitenka? Uchiha-ku shook his head. That I do not know. I have also heard the legend of the Valley of the End. Perhaps Uchiha Madara sustained grievous injuries in that battle and has yet to recover. Moreover, before clashing with me, he had already fought the fourth Hokage once. And indeed, he did manipulate the Ninetales, did he not? Aside from that man, only Lord Fugaku might have such a capability, but Lord Fugaku has an impeccable alibi. You can ask Danzo Shimura if you doubt it. No, there is another possibility. Jiraiya's gaze grew profound as he fixed it intently upon Uchiha-ku. You seem to have forgotten someone. Possessing the ability to wield such a calamity, Ku-kun. You yourself are capable, are you not? Uchiha-ku smiled faintly. I have an alibi as well. When the fourth Hokage was battling that person, I was busy thrashing Danzo. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. My conjecture is that the man should not be Uchiha Madara, but rather Madara's successor. Ku-kun. In recent years, has there been any Uchiha whose death remains unconfirmed? Uchiha-ku's pupils contracted slightly. Such a seasoned shinobi could, with just a morsel of intelligence, approximate the truth. Regarding that, you'll have to ask Danzo Shimura. Uchiha-ku began to deflect. The likelihood that our clan's missing members fell into that man's hands is higher. Jiraiya, knowing what had occurred in the village, felt somewhat embarrassed. The old man's old friend certainly conducted himself unscrupulously. I sincerely apologize regarding those events. Ku-kun, regardless of any grievances between the Uchiha and the village, that man is our mutual enemy. You do not oppose this, do you? Uchiha-ku nodded. Uchiha Obito had gone mad. He no longer regarded the Uchiha as comrades. In his eyes, everyone else in the world was merely an NPC. With this in mind, Uchiha-ku resolved to cause Obito some trouble, lest he have the leisure to continue wreaking havoc upon the Uchiha clan. He spoke. He says he will take us to the land of water. That may be his stronghold. I have told you all I know. You have your money's worth. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly as he drew a deep breath. Indeed, it was valuable intelligence. Gazing at the two, Jiraiya mused for a moment before saying, before Minato left, he still considered the Uchiha comrades. Ku-kun. If I were to inherit the Hokage title and grant the Uchiha their due status, would you all be willing to return? This was no empty boast from Jiraiya. Given his identity and standing, he could indeed become Hokage if he so desired. Uchiha-ku met his gaze and smiled. The Uchiha take what they desire by their own hand. We do not require your charity. Jiraiya gave a wry smile and shook his head. It's not charity. Then, what a bother. He braced his hands on his knees and rose slowly, speaking with measured gravity. Now Ku-kun. His presence spread gradually, like a ferocious beast lurking in the night, causing even the flames to recoil. Let bygones be bygones. But if you dare lay a hand on the village, then at that time I will surely kill you. His murderous intent was not overwhelming but was utterly pure. Uchiha-ku's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly. Let me make one thing clear. It was the village that betrayed us. Do not speak such lofty nonsense. He stood, the Magatama in his eyes revolving as a faintly mad smile tugged at his lips. His piercing ocular power surged, the flames burning fiercer. If you speak such reckless words again, I might just leave you here, Jiraiya. After a long while, Jiraiya sighed and withdrew his presence. Apologies, I lost my composure. I still hope we can reconcile as our predecessors did. It was no easy feat to build this village. He turned away, somewhat despondent. I will go to the land of water. If I gain anything, I will share the information with you. Watching his retreating figure, Uchiha-ku could not help but speak. Jiraiya, you have misunderstood the point. Uchiha-ku knew that what he was about to say would not serve the greater good, but he was not an unfeeling being. The fourth Hokage and his wife were among the rare people who showed kindness to the Uchiha. Uchiha-ku had also benefited from their grace. For the sake of the clan, he chose not to aid the fourth Hokage, but he did not wish for their child to suffer the same fate. He did not want that child to endure what he himself had in a previous life. He knew well that such a feeling was unbearable. Compared to the deceased fourth Hokage and the traitorous Orochimaru, if you truly have the heart, you should protect the fourth Hokage's child all the more. Jiraiya's footsteps faltered. Thank you for the reminder. The old man will take good care of Naruto. I will also visit often. Watching Jiraiya walk away, Uchiha-ku's eyes brimmed with loathing. That settles it. If Naruto ever encounters that kind of ordeal again, don't blame me for steering him onto the right path. Swish, swish, swish. Clang. Amidst the forest trail, several kunai clashed midair before piercing through a massive tree with an eerie trajectory. A sharp, tearing sound echoed in Shusui's ears. He turned his head just in time as a kunai sliced off a lock of his hair, forcefully striking another towering tree. His pupils constricted slightly as Shusui noticed the explosive tag affixed to the kunai's handle. Boom! A sudden explosion resounded. Whoosh! Shusui instantly appeared at a distance, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. Hey, it's just sparring. There's no need to use explosive tags. And if I hadn't dodged in time, that force could V pierced right through my head. Are you trying to kill me, Ku? Perched on the branch of another great tree, Uchiha Ku held several kunai between his fingers, speaking calmly. You're stronger than me, so naturally, I have to give it my all. You're Shusui of the Swift Body. This level of attack won't take your life. That said, Shusui couldn't help but feel uneasy about Ku's recent progress. During their journey to the Land of Fields, Ku sought out Shusui for sparring whenever time permitted. Shusui possessed battlefield experience and was himself a prodigious Uchiha with maxed-out abilities. There was much for Ku to learn. In these past few days, he had mastered Shusui's kunai-throwing technique, which demanded not only sharp insight from the Sharingan but also keen reflexes and precise trajectory calculation. Typically, ninja combat revolves around weaponry and taijutsu. Only after gathering sufficient intelligence would one seize the right moment to unleash ninjutsu decisively. No one would start with a full-power attack. On Ku's exposed arm, clear muscular lines were visible. Torn clothing revealed numerous wounds, some so deep they were nearly indistinguishable, others freshly scabbed. Judging by the nature of the injuries, they appeared to be stab wounds from kunai-like blades. Shursui's eyes darkened as he murmured, Ku, you must have endured countless hardships. Shusui rarely saw Ku training in the Uchiha clan's territory, for since the age of 3, Ku had journeyed to the Land of Cats to cultivate his skills. He had no renowned master, and his parents left behind no advanced ninjutsu. The most precious scroll he possessed was the summoning contract with a ninja cat from the Land of Cats, his father's ninja cat, who had perished alongside his father in battle. Garo was the offspring of that ninja cat. One man and one cat had come this far. One could imagine how much effort they had expended and how much pain they had borne. Ku never considered himself pitiable. Compared to his previous life, this one was already far better. He sincerely thanked the unseen forces for granting him a second chance at life. No matter what trials awaited or what prices he had to pay, it mattered not. As long as he lived freely and splendidly, that was enough. Ku grinned broadly. Hey, I don't need pity. Feeling the tangible growth of my strength is truly a joyous thing. Shusui crossed his blade before him and spoke softly. Ku, in terms of sheer power, you surpass me. But in speed and ninjutsu, I stand above you. Shusui grew serious. A dozen or so images of Shusui appeared, ethereal and elusive. This was how he earned the title Shusui of the Swift Body, his phantom body technique renowned across the hidden mist battlefield. The Swift Body technique is a broad classification of ninjutsu, encompassing methods that enable instantaneous movement, whether through ninjutsu or taijutsu. The fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, strictly speaking, is also a form of Swift Body technique. Shursui's Swift Body technique, however, fused genjutsu to create an extraordinarily intricate composite technique. Unlike shadow clones, his phantom copies did not dissipate upon receiving attacks. They merely blurred like illusions when struck, only materializing when attacking the opponent. Even with Ku's Sharingan activated, he could not discern which was Shursui's true body and which were illusions. There was absolutely no flaw to exploit. Regarding genjutsu talent, even Uchiha Itachi admitted inferiority to Shursui. Such was the subtlety of his illusions. Genjutsu relies on innate talent. Ku was not a genjutsu prodigy. His victory over Danzo was supported mainly by the immense energy of Rizenkyu. Classifying him, he was more akin to Uchiha Madara and Sasuke, Uchiha who favored ninjutsu and taijutsu. Realizing immediately that he could not see through the illusions, Ku closed his eyes and swiftly formed hand seals, forcefully exhaling a ball of intense flames and scorching ash. Fire release. Ash cloud concealment technique. Boom! The flames ignited the ash, erupting in a thunderous blast that obscured vision. About half an hour later, gasping for breath, Shursui scanned the surroundings but found no trace of Uchiha Ku. Crack. The crisp sound of fractured rock rang out as the ground beneath Shursui split open. A fist broke through the soil, surging toward his face. Swish. Shursui flicked his wrist, the sword's handle pointing downward. The blade's tip pressed against Ku's forehead, the fist still 2 inches away from Shursui. Rustle, rustle. Ku shook off the dirt and stones from his body and spoke calmly. You win. Shursui took a deep breath, sheathing his blade. The training intensity was too high. I don't like sparring with you, it's much easier playing with Itachi. Is that so? Ku smiled inexplicably. Then next time we head out, let us bring Itachi along. Shusui's eyes brightened. Sounds good. After tidying up, the two continued on their journey. From the land of whirlpools to the land of fields, the most direct route passed through the land of fire. However, they chose to travel along the border of the land of fire, passing through the smaller nations. Subjugating the Wind Clan was only one objective. The more crucial goal was to open up trade routes. The Uchiha clan had little in the way of specialties. If anything, their greatest asset was their formidable individual strength. Ku intended to emulate Orochimaru's establishment of the Hidden Sound Village by first securing the support of the small nation's daimyo. But in gaining that support, he could follow Obito's example in the land of water. Negotiations, intimidation, brainwashing, outlining pros and cons. No need for such complicated tactics. Only those without talent like Orochimaru resorted to that. We have the Sharingan, one genjutsu, and you're under control. Controlling the shadows of great nations was difficult and currently unrealistic. But manipulating the daimyo of small countries was far too easy for someone with Shusui's abilities. Ku never understood why the Uchiha clan, all endowed with genjutsu that manipulates hearts and minds, still aspired during the Warring States period to become mere blades for those piggish aristocrats. Placed in modern society, such skills would be the perfect tools for rulers. It must be due to low cultural education and the Uchiha clan's overly stable mental state. As they passed through the jungle, the number of people along the forest trail increased. Travelers, noticing their ninja attire, deliberately kept their distance. Compared to the vast number of ordinary people, ninja were rare. Imagine that just tens of thousands of ninja could serve as the defense force of a great nation. One could grasp their scarcity. The first small country they arrived at was the land of hot springs. The land of hot springs was named for its abundant hot springs. Its rich geothermal resources had fostered a thriving hot spring industry, attracting many visitors. Among them were individuals like Jiraiya, whose intentions were far from pure. The so-called sacred grounds of the love paradise were said to have their prototype here in the land of hot springs. The land of hot springs was ruled by a daimyo, with relatively weak military strength. Situated between the land of fire and the land of lightning, the aristocracy of the land of hot water customarily entrust their affairs to these two great nations, rendering the presence of the hot water hidden village seemingly superfluous. Gazing afar upon the numerous hot spring inns nestled within the mountain ravines and the caravans bustling to and fro, Uchiha Ku appeared as though he had glimpsed the future patron of wealth. No, rather, a veritable prize to be seized. The land of hot water, daimyo's residence. Guards stood in dense formation along both sides, utterly indifferent to the two who entered. It was not until they reached the daimyo's quarters that several sentinels sensed something amiss, their hands instinctively pressing against the hilts of their swords. The final thing to catch their eyes was a pair of resplendent crimson eyes. Striking at the daimyo went against the shinobi accords, did it not? Casting a sidelong glance at Shursui, Uchiha Ku remarked nonchalantly, "You, who constantly claim you wish to slay the Fire Shadow's aid, speak to me of ninja treaties?" Without hesitation, Uchiha Ku strode deeper into the manor, continuing, "From here on you take the lead. I am not adept at exerting prolonged control over others." Shursui looked puzzled. "How do you know my genjutsu can achieve that? I haven't told anyone, have I? The Mangekyo Sharingan is a mirror of the soul. According to Uchiha Ku's deductions, the awakening and activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan are intimately tied to the wielder's thoughts at the moment of inception. In the original timeline, several years later, Shursui sought to reverse his village's and clan's mindset, to ease tensions, acquiring the Kodo Amitsukami, an ability to alter others' wills. Itachi, devastated by Shursui's death, succumbed to destructive thoughts and awakened Amaterasu. Obito, having witnessed his close friend slay his beloved, wished to escape reality, hence the Kamui. The initial thought at awakening was one thing, but the Mangekyo's original talent was equally crucial. Uchiha Sasuke, a non-genjutsu type Uchiha, could not awaken the most potent genjutsu no matter how wildly he speculated. Before Obito fully awakened Kamui, when he possessed the double Tomo Mangekyo, there was already a hint of spacetime attributes. Madara Uchiha himself admitted that at that time, Obito's half-body was not crushed by the boulder but seemed to have passed through it, a miraculous rescue. Perhaps intangibility was his unique gift, and upon awakening the Mangekyo, he linked with Kamui's space, fully harnessing his intangible ability. Genjutsu is fundamentally a technique manipulating the five senses, and Shursui was the Uchiha with the greatest genjutsu talent. Based on this, Uchiha Ku was convinced that even if Shursui did not yet possess Kodo Amitsukami, he must have comparable means. "I told you I've seen the future." With a playful look at Shursui, Uchiha Ku teased, "You're quite the control freak, aren't you? Don't say such nonsense." Shursui's face flushed slightly. "I just want others to acknowledge me." Controlling someone is a form of recognition. Forced affection, I understand. What on earth are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Amid their banter, the daimyo's personal guards had already surrounded the two. Just as the Land of Fire's daimyo had guarding shinobi, other daimyos possessed similar protectors. These were 3 shinobi from the hot water hidden village. Judging by their chakra, they were roughly on par with Konoha's chunin. In this region, they were considered minor experts. Both Uchiha and Shursui bore the Uchiha clan fan crest on their garments, a symbol familiar to most shinobi. The leader among the 3 shinobi emitted a slightly stronger chakra, indicating his role as their chief. Facing 2 youngsters, he dared not show the slightest contempt. Upon seeing the triple Tomo Sharingan in Shursui's eyes, a shiver ran down his spine, fear gripping his heart. During the Warring States period, there were no distinctions of Genin, Chunin, or Jonin. Who originated the title of the first Hokage? Madara Uchiha. Because of his mastery of fire style, the village leader was named Fire Shadow. Could the ranks beneath the Hokage have been similarly determined by the number of Tomo in the Sharingan? 1 Tomo corresponded roughly to Genin, 2 Tomo to Chunin. It was universally acknowledged among the ninja world that an Uchiha with triple Tomo was undeniably a Jonin-level combatant. Given this, it was hard not to suspect that Hashirama had simply used the Uchiha clan's Sharingan Tomo count as a standard for rank, rather than devising a more intricate system. Other shinobi might feign strength, but once the Uchiha's Sharingan manifested, opponents knew precisely whom to dispatch against them. Shursui's appearance was also quite distinctive, and a triple Tomo at such a young age was rare. The lead shinobi trembled violently, voice quivering. Could you be Shunshin Shursui? Uchiha raised an eyebrow, smiling, as expected of Lord Shunshin Shursui. The renown has reached quite far, hasn't he it? Shursui rubbed his nose. It's rather embarrassing. Please don't say that. Unlike the relaxed pair, the hot water shinobi grew even more nervous upon confirming Shursui's identity. Why have you invaded the daimyo's manor? Are you unaware of the 5 Great Nations agreement forbidding missions that harm daimyos? Unfortunate for you, we aren't shinobi of the 5 Great Nations. Upon hearing Uchiha's words, the hot water ninja was momentarily stunned. Are you taking me for a fool? Except for perhaps the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. No other trait in the shinobi world matches the Uchiha's. You've revealed your Sharingan and still want to pose as a wandering ninja? Cover up your clan crest first. You idiot. Didn't the news reach here? Never mind. Uchiha smiled faintly. I don't relish killing. You all have 5 seconds to leave. He had not activated his Sharingan, so his intimidation paled in comparison to Shursui's. The hot water shinobi shouted angrily. What a joke. Even if, after struggling to find words, he could not finish, even if you are Shunshin Shursui, the 3 of us can handle you. Taking a deep breath to regain composure, he added, 5 seconds isn't enough. 10 seconds, we promise to leave your sight. Is that acceptable? What are you saying? Water feast. We are, smack. The lead hot water shinobi slapped the one speaking, hastily pulling away another female ninja, and retreated without hesitation. The land of hot water had not seen war for many years. The hot water hidden village was a pacifist shinobi village. Simply put, they were weak yet sincere. They understood their own strength well. The 3 working in unison might hold Shursui off for a moment. But the kid beside him spoke so casually to Shursui, it was clear they were equals. Since they had already intercepted them and the enemy refused to retreat. Can't I just leave? Risking one's life for a daimyo, was it truly worth it? The beaten companion, watching his comrades flee swiftly, glanced back at the 2. 5 seconds per person, is that acceptable? Uchiha was nearly amused by these fools, waving his hand, hurry up and leave. Maybe you'll still catch the late-night meal. Shursui shook his head with slight helplessness. Though I dislike killing too, abandoning the mission so easily, what do you want then? To charge in bravely and be slain by us? He has family too, you know. Uchiha chuckled. Courage isn't solely about facing a formidable foe with a death wish. To clearly discern the power gap between friend and foe and decisively choose retreat. That too is an art of obeying one's heart. Clang. Uchiha kicked aside a folding screen, gazing at the cowering, corpulent daimyo of the land of hot water. His smile gradually faded. Do you understand this art? Wrong answer. Shursui, proceed. 7 days later, in the land of hot water, Uchiha summoned several clan members bearing triple Tomo Sharingan to assume the daimyo's guard duties, serving simultaneously as monitors. The manipulated daimyo of the land of hot water signed a series of treaties pledging tribute to the land of Whirlpool, with the first shipment already en route. Having completed all their tasks, the duo's next destination was the land of iron, near the borders of the land of hot water. Swish! Swish! 2 kunai shot forth with deadly precision, aiming straight for Uchiha and Shursui's faces. Dodging swiftly, they caught sight of a squad of shinobi ahead. The leader wore a hood, his left eye concealed beneath a black eye patch, his countenance stern and resolute. He bore the forehead protector of Mangekyo. A moment's reflection brought recognition to Shui, who whispered softly, that est Tsuchikage from Mangekyo, a close aide to the two successive Raikage. He was a bloodline ninja wielding lava release, holding a rank roughly equivalent to a Konoha department chief. Such a figure, why would he be here? The land of hot water bordered the land of lightning. Ku's presence here was no covert infiltration. It was surprising if they weren't noticed. With a firm step forward, Tsuchikage declared solemnly, Konoha shinobi, you have overstepped your bounds. Among the great nations, there existed an unspoken accord. The 5 great nations' territories did not directly adjoin one another. Some smaller countries were deliberately preserved as strategic buffer zones. Besides the land of hot water, there were the lands of rain and grass. The great nations refrained from annexing these lands to ensure they had space to maneuver during conflicts. Uchiha tilted his head with a smile. We're not wearing Konoha forehead protectors, Mr. Tsuchikage. Perhaps you're jumping to conclusions. Tsuchikage scoffed coldly. Would you believe me if I said the Yazuki clan isn't from Mangekyo? The Yazuki family was a prominent clan in Mangekyo, their status comparable to, or even surpassing, that of Konoha's Hyuga clan. Enough nonsense. Withdraw from the land of hot water immediately, or it will be deemed an act of war by Konoha against Mangekyo. Ku's smile vanished as he shook his head slowly. Did you leave your brain behind when you came out? Konoha and Mangekyo haven't signed any ceasefire agreement yet. Besides, as I've said, we are not Konoha shinobi. Flash. A blade gleamed suddenly as Uchiha struck first, sidestepping a volley of daggers. Tsuchikage turned just in time to face a massive fireball. Lava release. Protective wall. Tsuchikage expelled a rubbery substance from his mouth, forming a protective membrane. Boom! The colossal fireball collided with the barrier, erupting with a thunderous blast. The membrane was torn open, and Ku instantly surged forward, drawing a kunai from his waist pouch and thrusting it directly at Tsuchikage's face. The kunai pierced his skull, but Tsuchikage dissolved fluidly like liquid. Lava release. Clone technique. From the earth burst a hand that seized Ku's ankle, dragging him beneath the ground, leaving behind only a severed head. Too impatient. Brat, Tsuchikage said expressionlessly, stabbing with a dagger. You're the one who is impatient. Facing an Uchiha, you dare to meet my gaze directly? A scarlet flash revealed 3 Magatama. Tsuchikage hesitated, hastily channeling chakra within. No, the secret technique sealed in my left eye was designed to counter genjutsu. That's why I wasn't afraid to meet an Uchiha's gaze. I wasn't under any illusion. It was that very pause that allowed Uchiha to burst forth from the earth, his palm reaching for Tsuchikage's eye patch. Scrape. At the critical moment, relying on his extensive combat experience, Tsuchikage barely evaded, though the corner of his eye was grazed, drawing a trickle of blood. Taking several steps back, Tsuchikage roared, Bastard! You lied to me. Language is a form of genjutsu too. The goal is achieved, isn't it? Ku wiped the blood from his fingertip and said calmly, Let us end this greeting here. Due to some historical issues, our clan seceded from Konoha. The land of hot water's choice to employ us as guards is a legitimate act. You're meddling where you shouldn't. Tsuchikage's pupils contracted sharply. Compared to the news Ku had just revealed, the affairs of the land of hot water seemed trivial. The Uchiha had left Konoha. Among the shinobi world, there was a stereotype about the Uchiha clan. Proud to the extreme, they rarely lied, especially regarding matters affecting the entire clan's honor. Tsuchikage did not know Uchiha personally, but he recognized Shui beside him. Even Shui offered no objection. You've now entered the land of hot water's territory. By the authority granted to me by the daimyo, I have the right to expel you. Uchiha stepped forward with Shui close behind. The battle was about to reignite. Wait, Tsuchikage raised his hand, urgently exclaiming, Is what you say true? In an instant he mulled over many thoughts. Most of Mangekyo's shinobi were brash, but Tsuchikage was a strategist. How could the 4th Hokage permit the Uchiha to secede? He had heard the Raikage praise that man more than once. His strength and character were near perfect. With a Hokage like that, how could the Uchiha betray? Had something happened to the 4th Hokage? Or was this a grand scheme from Konoha? A feigned defection by the Uchiha to annex small countries, paving the way for the land of fire's expansion? That he could not say. Find the answers yourselves was all he could offer. Whoosh! Uchiha drew Shui's dagger and advanced steadily. Tsuchikage took a few steps back, his voice grave. Fine. We will withdraw from the land of hot water. Apologies. Now eager to report to the Raikage and investigate the matter, he no longer wished to fight. As he signaled retreat, Ku spoke. Hey, if saying sorry meant I'd just let you go, I'm afraid the daimyo's generous commission would be wasted. Do you think I'd waste my breath like this for nothing? Tsuchikage's heart sank, but it was too late. Flames erupted from Uchiha Kua's fingertips as he slammed his palm to the ground. His accumulated chakra burst forth wildly, summoning the inferno of the earth itself. Roar! Walls of fire rose on all sides, engulfing the Kumogakure shinobi. Uchiha flame formation. Tack. Swish, swish, swish. Shursui unleashed a barrage of kunai, each striking the vital points of Kumogakure's shinobi. They barely had time to cry out before succumbing. One Shursui after another emerged, creating an unnerving spectacle. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ku swung his blade towards Tsukikage, his murderous intent palpable. Tsukikage raised his arm to block, shouting angrily, "Bastard, we were already retreating, and you still dare attack us. Are you insane? Killing my subordinates is unforgivable." From the corner of his eye, he saw Shursui like a wolf among sheep, ruthlessly reaping Kumogakure's lives. Tsukikage's rage nearly broke his eyes. "Don't be ridiculous, old man." Uchiha Kua's eyes gleamed red as he spoke coldly. "If you were ordinary shinobi, the kunai you just threw would have killed us. I'm merely reciprocating your murderous intent. Is that so hard to accept?" Tsukikage was stunned, locking eyes fiercely with Ku. "You've truly provoked me." Ku smiled faintly. "You've met my gaze again. Planning to use the same trick twice? I 1T fall for Genjutsu. I have the power sealed in my left eye to counter the Sharingan." Tsukikage roared and moved to force Ku back. But his arm failed to generate the expected strength. Slash. The blade, ablaze with crimson flames, severed his arm and scorched the wound to a charred black. "When did you start believing you weren't under Genjutsu?" Compared to prodigies like Shursui, Uchiha Ku held no advantage in physical prowess. The one thing he possessed was comprehension, more precisely an understanding of the essence of power. He could adapt swiftly to the strength of the Rakuza, integrating it with his own abilities to develop targeted offensive techniques. Especially now, with the augmentation granted by the fragments of primal Groudon. His comprehension of chakra has reached an unprecedented pinnacle. He cannot master Shursui's body flicker technique. Even if he could, he lacks Shursui's exquisite control, and ultimately would only be imitating without true understanding. Instead, after grasping its underlying principles, he has developed a technique suited uniquely to himself, akin to the paper style or snake-based ninjutsu, secret arts that bear the distinct signature of Uchiha Ku. Following the Night of the Nine Tails, Uchiha Ku devoted himself to the innovation of jutsu. The current opponent before him serves as an ideal subject for testing his creations. Tsuchida, clutching his severed arm, gazes at Uchiha Ku, who wields a blazing blade, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. "No, this sensation is utterly bizarre. Although I am certain I am not under any genjutsu, why do I find myself involuntarily dazed? With an attack of that magnitude, there is no reason I should fail to evade it." Swish. The flames licking the blade seem almost alive, like fiery serpents entwining around Uchiha Ku's palm, yet they do not scorch his skin. Uchiha Ku does not suffer from the vice of exposing his intel. His body is enveloped by irregular fire serpents, lifting the gently curling tips of his hair as if borne by the wind. He inhales deeply. The rhythm of his breathing seems to ebb and flow in harmony with the flicker of the flames, the tip of his blade descending precisely aligned with the sun rising over distant mountains. The air around him distorts from the intense heat, and behind him appears a faint glow reminiscent of the solar disk. His swordsmanship exudes an elegant grace imbued with an indescribable charm. To an onlooker, this might appear as a solemn and sacred spectacle, but to Tsuchida, it feels chilling. The sun offers him no warmth. He swings his blade. Roar! A torrent of scorching flame bursts forth from the edge, a savage blaze roaring like a furious dragon, warping the air itself. This is the majestic dragon fire technique. How can he perform ninjutsu without forming hand seals? No. He completes the seals through the motion of his sword. Molten release. Mountain rock shield. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rubber-like fluid envelopes the soil and rock, forming thick protective layers before Tsuchida. What is a Kekiai Genkai? It refers to a transformation in nature generated by organ mutation or the fusion of chakra natures. Unlike conventional elemental ninjutsu, these techniques are recorded in a ninja's genes and passed down through bloodlines to descendants. Forming hand seals is originally a method to aid chakra flow. A ninja who fuses their jutsu into their bloodline can simplify this process to some extent. This explains how Tsuchida can still use molten release techniques despite having lost an arm. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery dragon's roars shatter layer after layer of the protective membrane. Tsuchida distinctly senses the scorching impact, his mouth dry and parched as if immersed within a volcano. Still, something is amiss. Given that Brad's chakra reserves, a single use of such a fire technique should have depleted him. Would he be so reckless? The situation grows dire. Without hesitation, Tsuchida lifts his eye covering. It reveals a peculiar eye, black pupil, crimson sclera, with a horizontal line running through the center of the iris. With the aid of this extraordinary eye, Tsuchida finally comprehends the source of his unease. Uchiha Ku's fire technique is far less potent than what Tsuchida initially perceived. It is merely an ordinary strength that his protective membrane had long since repelled. He gradually pieces it together. Genjutsu. Uchiha Ku has woven genjutsu into the flowing flames, not by directly casting genjutsu with the Sharingan upon the target, but by causing those who behold the flames to misjudge their true power. Just moments ago, I did not sense that strike could break through my arm guard. The flames flickering on the blade's tip were faint as mere sparks, yet my hand was severed. He deceives his enemy into underestimating his assault, causing them to lower their guard. Meanwhile, he misleads his opponent into believing the offense is overwhelming, forcing them to expend vast amounts of chakra on defense. Truly, what a cunningly bizarre technique. Regrettably, your art has been seen through by me. Tsuchida vanishes beside Uchiha Ku in an instant, wielding his blade with his lone arm in a swift slash. Clang. A dagger parries the strike, and Uchiha Ku notices the strange eye within Tsuchida's gaze. During his training intervals, Uchiha Ku had perused clan archives and was acquainted with this eye. The Blood Dragon Eye. It is the Kekii Genkai of the Chinoite clan, a clan with historical ties to the Uchiha. This dates back to an era far predating Hashirama and Madara. A daughter of the Chinoite clan was wed as a concubine to the Raikage of the Land of Lightning. Gentle in disposition and fair in appearance, she was greatly favored by the Lord. This incited the jealousy of the official wife. After the Lord's death, accusations arose that the daughter was responsible. Not only the girl but the entire Chinoite clan was implicated. Most of the clan was slaughtered, while the remainder were exiled to a perilous wasteland. The Uchiha were entrusted with overseeing the remnants of the Chinoite clan. This supervision continued until the establishment of the ninja villages. Detecting the change in Uchiha Ku's expression, Tsuchida sneers. Recognize it now? This is the hypnotic eye, once rivaling the Sharingan, the Blood Dragon Eye. Brat, don't think you can fool me again with your cunning tricks. Uchiha Ku retorts with a cold laugh. You dare latch onto anything, no matter how obscure. Even the Chinoite clan are but prisoners now. And you, who took out an eye to use, what is there to be proud of? Clang! Uchiha Ku slashes forcefully, forcing Tsuchida back. Their figures flicker swiftly within the blaze, the clash of their weapons resounding explosively. Tsuchida is a close retainer of the Raikage and unquestionably an elite jonin. Possessing the Kekii Genkai Molten Release and the Blood Dragon Eye, his raw strength surpasses that of Uchiha Ku. That was before he lost his arm. The loss of a hand is a grievous handicap for a ninja, and he soon falls behind in close-quarters combat. Moreover, his left eye, the Blood Dragon Eye, begins to ache. After all, it is not his own eye. Constantly relying on it to dispel genjutsu drains much of Tsuchida's energy. Among known dojutsu, only the Byakugan perfectly adapts to all users, allowing them to decide whether to activate its abilities. Others find it difficult to wield eyes that do not belong to them without external aid. Even a prodigy like Kakashi was greatly burdened by bearing the Sharingan. Since the Blood Dragon Eye is regarded on par with the Sharingan, it must share certain similarities. Tsuchida cannot deactivate its use and normally suppresses its influence with seals on his eye patch. Blood tears stream from his left eye socket. An overload. Must he even learn such things? It is truly repugnant. In Tsuchida's eyes, Uchiha Ku's movements regain that earlier uncanny feel. Every slash, every strike, every gesture carries a certain rhythm, as if performing a melody that gradually ensnares him, a composition both magnificent and perilous. Within a mere minute, the cloud-hidden village's shinobi sent by him have been nearly wiped out. The last survivor likely will not endure long against Shursui. This is the reality of ninja combat. Victory or defeat is often decided within a fleeting moment. Only a rare few can endure protracted, brute-force battles. Swish. In a moment of distraction, a fiery arc is drawn, aimed directly at his eyes. Once again, battle experience saves his life. Leaning back slightly, the scorching flame slash merely grazes his nose and cheek. No blood spurts forth. The instant the blade passes, it vaporizes the blood, mercifully carbonizing the wound to staunch the bleeding. Watching Uchiha Ku wreathed in flames, Tsuchida experiences a vivid sense of déjà vu. This form, enveloping the entire body in elemental chakra, it is strikingly similar. The lightning release chakra mode. The more I observe, the more parallels emerge. Tsukadai personally witnessed the fourth Raikage mastering the lightning release chakra mode. The current Uchiha Ku closely resembles the initial stage of that very mode. His flames do not yet envelop his entire body. Upon reflection, this brat's power and speed are abnormal. He must have received some form of augmentation. The apprehension in Tsukadai's eyes deepens. A ninjutsu that enhances every facet of one's abilities is no less difficult to master than a Kekii Genkai. What's even more terrifying is that Tsukadai is certain that Konoha has never possessed such a technique before. This jutsu was developed by that brat himself. Suppressing the fury of losing his subordinates, Tsukadai lunges with a single strike, forcing Uchiha to turn and collide with the wall of fire. I must ensure that the intelligence about this brat reaches the Raikage. Bang! Gritting his teeth, Tsukadai emits a muffled groan as he throws himself against the wall of fire. Despite his shoulder being scorched by the flames, he forces his entire body through. It's easier than expected. Could it be because the technique consumes too much chakra, so the chakra used on the barrier is minimal? As if penetrating Tsukadai's thoughts, Uchiha's voice resonates. The Uchiha flame formation is a blazing fire barrier amplified through the earth as a catalyst. It does not require vast amounts of chakra to maintain. Tsukadai pays no heed, pushing out half of his body. That demonic voice sounds again. If it weren't for multiple collectibles, the moment you touched the flame wall, the blazing fire would have consumed you entirely. Swish! Uchiha raises his hand, and with a single downward strike, just as Tsukadai entertains thoughts of escaping alive, he feels excruciating pain in his waist. The scorching, blazing fire suddenly transforms into an invisible guillotine, severing him in two. Sizzle! The intense heat vaporizes flesh and blood in an instant, filling the air with a nauseating stench of charred skin and meat. Tsukadai's lower half is instantly engulfed by the blazing fire. Blackened remains fall alongside sparks. Simultaneously, his upper half collapses to the ground. The rising wall of flames dissipates, leaving scattered limbs and debris strewn about. Uchiha approaches Tsukadai slowly. Cough. The waist severance did not claim Tsukadai's life. Coughing up a mouthful of thick blood, Tsukadai glares fixedly at Uchiha. So this was your finishing move all along. As he speaks, his hand moves behind him, seemingly writing something. Uchiha shakes his head and replies calmly. There is no such thing as a finishing move. It was merely an experiment with my ninjutsu. Judging by overall strength, you are indeed superior to me. The reason you lost is simple. You forgot that facing an Uchiha one-on-one, you have no chance of victory. Everything about you is useless before these eyes. Whoosh! Uchiha gouges out Tsukadai's blood dragon eye, clutching it in his palm. Despite the agony, Tsukadai offers no cry of pain, only a faint smile. Enough talk. So, did the message get sent out? The smile on Tsukadai's face freezes. Uchiha, holding the bloodied eyeball, leans down and grins devilishly. Thank you for your efforts. I shall now end your suffering. Swish. The blade cuts through, the head falls, eyes swiftly losing focus. In the shadowed area where his body once was, the summoning smoke just dissipates. Using his final chakra, he transmitted the intelligence to the hidden cloud village. Shursui steps forward, looking at Tsukadai's corpse. I still don't understand. If the Raikage learns we have severed ties with Konoha, won't he strike against us? Especially since we killed Tsukadai. Uchiha retrieves a handkerchief to wrap the blood dragon eye, tucking it into his bosom. He is quite intrigued by the eye's ability to manipulate blood. The Raikage may appear reckless, but if he were truly someone blinded by anger, he would have already declared war against the hidden cloud and hidden rock villages. Konoha has concealed the death of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Until this is clarified, the Raikage will not make any major moves. Shursui furrows his brow. Such news won't stay hidden by Konoha for long. What if the Raikage exploits the chaos to strike Konoha? He still cares deeply for Konoha and does not want it to face crisis. Most importantly, if he understands the true circumstances, wouldn't he still be likely to act against us? Uchiha smiles faintly. Then so be it. Do you really think Konoha hasn't acted against us all this time out of kindness? Uchiha's current strength is indeed insufficient to confront a great power. But any great power daring to move against us must prepare to be utterly shattered. Uchiha returns the dagger to Shursui and casually picks up a hidden cloud ninja blade. Shursui, you think too much. All worries stem from one's own inadequacies. Instead of fretting over this and that, focusing on self-improvement is far more important. Mulling over these words, Shursui soon reacts. You haven't explained why you wanted him to send the message? Didn't I? Uchiha chuckles lightly. I thought you would understand, I overestimated you. Of course, it's to muddy the waters a bit. The third great ninja war is nearing its end. Cannot end so soon. The situation among the 5 great nations has persisted for many years. They have repeatedly ignited wars, but each time, once the fighting reaches a stalemate, they cease to maintain their overwhelming power over smaller nations. War is a means, not an end. To put it bluntly, warfare serves to consume more and more ninja. After all, the number of missions is fixed, and the more people there are, the fewer ninjas can be assigned per mission. Among them, Konoha is somewhat special. Not a single ninja world war was ignited by Konoha. Not because they love peace, but because the Fire Country, the richest and most mission-heavy land, is home to Konoha. Furthermore, Konoha is the village with the most secret techniques, producing countless prodigies. The reason the four great nations fixate on attacking Konoha is that, given time to develop, Konoha could easily subdue the others. It is the only village with the potential to unify the ninja world. Uchiha has not pondered too deeply. Had Tsukidai not appeared, he would not have deliberately transmitted intelligence to the hidden cloud village. It was merely a whim. After the Nine-Tails night, Uchiha vaguely realized something. Ordinary training is like preparing for a fireworks festival. Life or death combat is the fuse that ignites the celebration. According to the original timeline, the following decade or so would be relatively peaceful, lacking opportunities for battle. How dull. Whether from Ku's true nature or the influence of his bloodline, he craves conflict and revels in combat. He understands that such joy is the key to unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan, not pain or other such emotions. Having hung the retrieved ninja blade, Uchiha intends to say more but suddenly halts, his expression shifting slightly. Ding. For the first time, a notification sounds before he has completed his repayment mission. Immediately, a mechanical voice echoes in his mind. User detected as eligible for lending. Would you like to register as a lender? Lender, like Zekrom, able to respond to other summons and lend power? An unexpected delight. Uchiha hesitates not a moment and chooses to accept. After a brief pause, the mechanical voice sounds again. Registration complete. Conducting verification. Based on the user's level, you have been rated as Black Iron Tier. There is currently a loan application matching the user's profile. Upon completion, you can acquire 95 credit points. Appendix. The platform charges a 5% transit fee. Uchiha Sora began to calculate in his mind. So, if I pay 1,000 credit points, it arrives at Rikuza's side as 950 points? Since I am a new user enjoying double benefits, who covers this 450-point deficit? Ultimately, what exactly do these credit points represent, and what is the platform's purpose in collecting them? Before he could fully unravel his thoughts, a series of voices rang out continuously. Please decide swiftly whether to lend. Failure to respond will be regarded as a refusal. Appendix. During transit, the flow of time is unaffected. Upon return, the user remains at the identical temporal point. Appendix 2. The platform guarantees the lender's life safety. Should an uncontrollable life-threatening event occur, the loan will be forcibly terminated, returning the user to the moment just before death. Appendix 3. Upon accepting a loan, the lender must exert every effort to fulfill the borrower's demands. Except in cases where life is endangered, failure to complete the task will result in no credit point gains. Appendix 4. A lengthy list of regulations passed through his mind. Uchiha Sora was not the patient type to read thoroughly. After skimming, he chose to confirm the loan. Whatever, I'll experience it first and see how it goes. In an instant, the world around him turned upside down. As long as you die, all the demons will perish as well, right? The night breeze stirred, lifting the strands of the primordial demon's hair. From the distant Heian era, a millennium ago, Kibutsuji Musen had used his own blood to transform humans into immortal demons, igniting a prolonged war between humans and demons. Tonight marked the inaugural meeting of the leaders of both factions. Within a rustic Japanese single-story house, Musen, dressed in a sharply tailored suit and meticulously groomed, finally came face to face with the Demon Slayer Corps commander, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, who had long obstructed him. As a demon, Musen's features were handsome and his stature tall. As a human, Ubuyashiki bore unsightly scars beneath bandages, his eyes devoid of light. Beneath pristine flesh lay a decayed heart. Beneath decayed flesh lay a steadfast and beautiful heart. This was not a conventional clash of equals. The disparity in their powers was as stark as a Tyrannosaurus compared to a chick, plainly visible to the naked eye. The man reclining on the bed spoke softly, his voice steady and gentle, soothing to the ear. The wind has risen. I was right, wasn't I? Silence. Musen's voice was the polar opposite. Cold and merciless, devoid of any warmth. Allow me a final word. Although I just said my existence is not particularly important, my death is not without meaning. I have been fortunate to receive the admiration of those children. This means that if I die, the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps will soar to unprecedented heights. Are you finished? Musen extended his palm, a sinister deep crimson energy surging beneath his skin. His fingers resembled drawn daggers, sharp and menacing. Yes, I'm done. I didn't expect you to listen to so much. Thank you, Musen. Satisfied, Ubuyashiki and his wife leaned against each other. Outside, their daughters paused their ball play, quietly observing the interior. At the moment Musen moved to strike, Ubuyashiki pulled the fuse of the explosives. Flames rapidly spread beneath the floorboards. The explosion was imminent. It was a trap, deliberately exposing the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters location to lure Musen. To avoid arousing Musen's suspicion, He had his wife and daughters stay behind to accompany him to death. All of this was merely to increase the odds of eradicating Muzan. Was such a sacrifice beyond human comprehension worth it? It was worth it. Demons survive by consuming humans. Muzan's existence posed an immense threat to humanity, having wrought countless tragedies over 1,000 years. Muzan was born into the Ubuyashiki clan. Bound by fate, the Ubuyashiki clan was cursed. Its members were frail and ill from childhood, rarely living beyond 30 years. 1,000 years later, the current head was the 96th generation. Kagaya Ubuyashiki was a kind and just man. Even without the family curse, he would still be willing to do whatever it took to kill Muzan, the monster responsible for countless sorrows, at any cost. Yet, in his final moments, Ubuyashiki felt his wife's warmth and heard the breathing of his daughters outside the door. I am sorry. The 1,000-year-old wish of the Ubuyashiki clan demanded their sacrifice. God, if you truly exist, I fervently hope you will protect them. I truly wish we could still be together. Boom! The explosion shattered the silence of the night. The dazzling flames resembled a beast devouring all. Within the blaze, a young figure emerged, murmuring to himself, I can't make sense of this. SNT, this supposed to be a mission briefing? Who are we supposed to save? Forget it, I'll save everyone. The youth clapped his hands together. At the point of contact, a violent gale erupted, dispersing the approaching inferno and forming a vacuum within the sea of fire. Wind release, gale palm, boom, boom, boom. The roar of explosions echoed in Ubuyashiki's ears. His eyes were blinded, unable to see the scene before him. What is happening? Whose voice was that just now? After the explosion, footsteps echoed on the wooden floor beside Ubuyashiki's ear. In this condition, I fear you might perish before completing the loan. Who did you want to save again? This is your first time on the job. I didn't catch that. Upon first entering this alternate space-time, Uchiha Sora had not closed his Sharingan once. He was utterly baffled about how he had traversed the dimensions. It felt somewhat like a reverse summoning, yet also different. The Sharingan possessed the ability to observe chakra flow. With its formidable insight, it could replicate taijutsu and non-bloodline limit ninjutsu. Chakra was a unique energy combining spiritual and physical energy. If he could perceive chakra, lower-level energies were even easier to detect. Uchiha Sora did not recognize the others present, only able to confirm that Ubuyashiki was the borrower. Among those present, apart from the pallid man in the suit whose physical energy was high, the others appeared almost indistinguishable from ordinary humans, especially this borrower. He looked as if he were on the brink of death. Are you a god? After a brief moment of confusion, Ubuyashiki responded. Only a god could hear my final heart's plea. Uchiha Sora quickly realized something. This guy, like himself, had a lending platform in his mind. Am I special? Naturally. Not a god. I'm merely here to lend. Uchiha Sora locked eyes with those pale eyes. QA is too troublesome. Excuse me, I have something I want to confirm. Ubuyashiki's body stiffened. He felt something invading his mind, sifting through his memories. He was powerless to resist. Ninjas of the same level required eye contact for hypnosis, but this frail ordinary man simply poured his ocular power directly in. Soon, Uchiha Sora filtered out some key information. He turned to scrutinize Kibutsuji Muzan, as if observing a rare specimen. How have you survived for 1,000 years? Your energy is at most that of a special Jonin level. How have you lived so long? What is your secret? Only then did Muzan snap out of his confusion, sneering coldly as he spoke. You have overestimated me, Kagaya Ubuyashiki. I had thought you possessed the resolve to confront me even if it meant sacrificing your wife and daughter. Yet when the moment arrived, you still could not restrain yourself. Is this the pillar you have secretly trained? That little trick just now was quite entertaining. But to call that brat a god or something, how utterly laughable. Yoza suddenly realized that not only was he unharmed, but Muzan was as well. Disregarding his ailing body, he shouted with all his might, Run! The opponent is the progenitor of demons. Uchiha Sora turned around. He was only 8 years old this year. Even though children in the ninja world mature quickly, he was barely around 4 feet 10 inches tall. He walked until he was less than a yard away from Muzan and looked up at him. What is so amusing? What is so interesting? He asked. Muzan's pupils contracted sharply at those familiar words. A powerful sense of déjà vu surged into his consciousness, and the wound left by that man suddenly throbbed with pain. A faint, confident smirk curled at the corner of Uchiha Sora's lips. His words were imbued with unshakable arrogance. To a wretched demon like you, I am no different from a god. Bang! The sharp sound of air breaking accompanied the impact of a fist smashing into Muzan's jaw. The cracking of fine bones mixed with muffled groans erupted. Before he could even react, the fist that had just shattered Muzan's jaw transformed into a palm, wreathed in flowing flames, which swung out fiercely. Swish! The back of the hand tore through the air with piercing force, striking Musen's cheek heavily. Under the tremendous impact, Musen's entire demon body was sent flying like a rag, his head spinning 17 or 18 times. Mid-flight, his head separated from his body. Thud. His torso crashed into the burning remnants of the wooden house, twitching a few times. What exactly? What on earth is this power? An absolutely inhuman strength. His aura was that of an ordinary human child. Yet why did he possess such terrifying speed and might? What was that flame? How could a human possibly manipulate fire in such a manner? And those eyes, under their gaze it seemed nothing could escape detection. Amid the flames, Musen's head quickly regenerated. It was not fatigue but rapid breathing caused by his heart pounding violently. His ability to survive for 1,000 years hinged crucially on his demon body, and secondly on his cautious nature. He made no attempt to understand Uchiha Sora's true nature. Instead, he hurriedly contacted Naru, asking her to teleport him back to the Infinity Castle. Only within that otherworldly fortress could Musen's startled heart find any solace. In truth, the moment he heard those words, he had already wanted to flee, but for some reason, his feet would not move. Just as he was about to turn and escape, countless seeds of flesh and blood hovered around him. This is blood demon art. Crack, crack. The seeds of flesh instantly burst forth with innumerable thorns, pinning Musen firmly in place. Then snap, a slender arm pierced into his lower abdomen. Musen lowered his head and saw someone who should not have been there. Tamayo, why are you here? Musen. Tamayo's voice trembled, a mixture of fear and excitement. You just absorbed my fist, didn't you? Do you know what was inside it? That is the medicine that can turn demons back into humans. That kind of thing cannot be synthesized. Musen roared angrily, thrusting his hand into Tamayo's head, his thumb pressing deeply into her eye socket. It has been created. Tamayo was also a demon, and such an injury was not fatal to her. What an ungrateful betrayal. It was not I who killed your husband and children. Who gave you that fate? No, it doesn't matter. There is no time to waste with this one. The most important thing now is to escape. Musen struggled desperately to shake off Tamayo, when suddenly, a towering monk wielding a chain mace rushed toward him at great speed. Chanting Namu Amaterasu, the deadly weapon swung violently. Soon after, the Demon Slayer Corps Hashira-level captains arrived at the battlefield in haste. Gazing upon the Lord's mansion engulfed in flames, the Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, bellowed furiously. So it's you. What did you do to the leader? I didn't do anything. He blew himself up without a word. Then, out of nowhere, this little brat appeared and landed a big hit, blew his head clean off. I just want to run now. I want to run so badly. Within the inferno, the only place left untouched was where Amain tightly clutched her husband's sleeve. Her violet eyes, resembling the Rinnegan, were filled with shock. What had she witnessed? The progenitor of demons, the centuries-old terror the Kamadu clan had fought against for a millennium, had been so effortlessly knocked away, and the one who accomplished all this was merely a boy who looked scarcely older than Kaneo. Yoza could not see, but his comprehension of the events was much swifter than Amain's. He struggled to sit up and bowed deeply in the direction of Uchiha Sora. We have prayed for 1,000 years without any response from gods or Buddhas. We are sincerely grateful for your arrival. For humanity's sake, please slay Musen. Take whatever you desire. What I seek, I have already obtained, came a voice in his mind, accompanied by a prompt. Username, Uchiha Sora. Energy level, Black Iron. Accumulated reputation points, 837, 700 frozen, 137 available. Completed loan project. Decaying wood level, Kamadu Yoza's wife and daughter rescue mission. Earned 95 reputation points. According to Kamadu Yoza's plea, his hope was for his wife and daughter to survive. The platform had already determined that Uchiha Sora fulfilled the contract. After all, if Musen had any more courage, he would not dare to attack the Kamadu family now. Given his nature, he might just wait in the Infinity Castle for hundreds of years before making a move. 95 reputation points had been credited, and the transference would occur within 3 minutes. I am no savior. I have seen into your heart, Uchiha Sora said with a faint smile. You have done your utmost to deal with that fiend. You will succeed without my interference. He had just probed Yoza's memories, discovering that the majority of his thoughts revolved around Musen, with no trace of the platform's existence. This confirmed Uchiha Sora's earlier suspicion. He was different. The reputation points earned could be used for loans, repayable to the Rift Seat within 6 years. The specific repayment process would only be understood after completing it once. The person before him seemed to have issued a task and paid his reputation points as currency to hire others. Or perhaps it was akin to an offering or prayer. Ancient acts of praying to deities had now transformed into borrowing. Judging from his own completion of contracts and acquisition of reputation points, Perhaps reputation points were the crystallization of living beings' thoughts. Could it be that the platform required something abstract like emotions or thoughts? He did not dwell on it. Uchiha Sora's curiosity about the truth was not intense. As his strength grew, he would learn what needed to be known. He cared little whether there was a hidden puppeteer behind the scenes. The worst outcome was death, and every extra moment of life was a gain, so why fear? I believe the children will win, but I truly hope there will be fewer sacrifices. Yoza lay prone, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He was close to death. What else can I offer? Even if it is just to reduce one person's sacrifice, there was nothing left. Uchiha Sora inquired of the platform. Yoza had been drained dry, and there was nothing more to extract. My time is limited. Farewell. This task poses no difficulty. To Muzan, who has lived for 1,000 years, it merely feels somewhat peculiar. Yet, living for a millennium amounts to little more than this, hardly befitting the grandeur of the title 1,000-year demon. I can sense your benevolence. Since I have lost my value, then what of the demons? Yorichi is exceedingly intelligent. Every head of the Kamadu family across generations has possessed sufficient wisdom to amass great wealth, sustaining the Demon Slayer core. If there is nothing on my side to captivate this one, then what of the demons? To slay Muzan, he would sacrifice the lives of his own wife and child. He is capable of the most extreme acts. What the boy before me is matters little. What is important is that Yorichi can perceive within this youth the strength to overcome Muzan. Uchiha Sora shook his head. I have no interest in crude immortality that never sees the sun. Yorichi breathed heavily. Thinking consumes much energy. Soon, he conceived an idea, Infinite Castle. Did you see the Infinite Castle in my memories? It is an otherworldly fortress of unknown origin. Muzan's subordinate, Nakeheim, can manipulate its spatial teleportation and terrain transformation. Uchiha Sora's manner of appearance, he believed, must be connected to space. Therefore, the Infinite Castle, which is related to space, might be the only tribute capable of captivating Uchiha Sora's interest. Even if nothing else is accomplished, merely seizing the Infinite Castle would deal a tremendous blow to the demons. The inexplicable sensation of power flooding his mind returned. Yorichi did not resist. He endeavored to recall everything he knew about the Infinite Castle, assisting Uchiha Sora in sifting through it. Platform, can it take things from this world? Any object or living being may be transported. The cost of transit depends on the size of the item. In the current world, there is nothing beyond the user's reputation point limit. Appendix. Transit costs permanently deduct reputation points. Users are advised to exercise caution. You should have mentioned this sooner. Boom. Uchiha Sora vanished in an instant, the sonic boom accompanying his rapid movement. This place, akin to Kamui space, capable of containing a multitude of living beings, is shamefully used as a haven by these feeble demons. Such a waste of a divine creation. At this moment, the entire Demon Slayer Corps arrived, wielding their blades to strike at Muzan. Whirl! A figure sped toward them, stirring fierce winds. Get out of the way! Uchiha Sora's eyes gleamed red as he fixed his gaze on Muzan's trembling form. Surrender the Infinite Castle. Scoundrel! Flames surged over Uchiha Sora's body like a blazing sun rising in the night, scorching Muzan's body and soul. Aside from demons who wield blood demon arts, the breathing techniques employed by humans bear no overt traits, commonly said to have no special effects. Suddenly, a man engulfed in flames appeared. Could it be that he is a demon, given his disrespectful address to Muzan? As the flames subsided slightly, everyone glimpsed the Kamadu family. Unaware and silent, tears traced down their cheeks. My lord, master, it is a relief that you are still alive, my lord. Yorichi had miscalculated slightly. Although his death would bolster the Demon Slayer Corps morale, the power awakened to protect him was no less formidable. At the moment of locking eyes with Uchiha Sora, 3 Magatama appeared in Muzan's already crimson eyes. Within the flesh-woven mental realm, a blazing sun ascended. Muzan had not seen the sun for 1,000 years. His psychological defenses shattered instantly. His bare body was dragged out by flames, exposed to a brutal blood and flesh roasting. This fellow had little resistance to illusions, less even than a resolute ordinary man. Uchiha Sora rapidly scavenged through Muzan's memories. Yet, lacking expertise in genjutsu, he could not swiftly locate useful recollections as someone like Shinazugawa Sanemi might. Otherwise, he would not have missed such crucial information about the Infinite Castle earlier. Time was scarce. To the outside world, merely Uchiha Sora's approach rendered Muzan's gaze vacant and immobile. The man pressed his hand atop Muzan's head, to which Muzan offered no response. This was a power beyond their comprehension. The severance of consciousness left Nakeheim unable to determine Muzan's location. At that very moment, triggered by some chain reaction, nearly all demons froze in place, unable to move. In Uchiha Sora's probing, the figure most deeply etched in Muzan's memory was that man, Tsujikuni Yorichi. Undoubtedly the strongest force in this world to date, who nearly obliterated Musen centuries ago, leaving him with permanent wounds. Transparent world. A weakened form of the Byakugan? A rather impressive ability. His breathing technique had some martial arts flavor. If this fellow had been born in the shinobi world, he surely would have become a formidable warrior. Uchiha Sora flipped through Musen's memories as quickly as possible, but found his mind crowded with thoughts of Tsujikuni Yorichi. Was his psychological shadow really so profound? After finally passing through the shadow, Musen's long-cherished wish appeared. To find the blue spider lily and overcome sunlight to become the ultimate being. Enough already. The last ultimate being who overcame sunlight is now adrift in space, lost in thought. It was too chaotic. Musen's thousand-year memory was too disordered to discern any means to seize the infinite castle. Damn it! How important is one's own home? Pay more attention to it. Ding. Countdown, 30 seconds. Transit will commence upon completion. Please prepare. What a nuisance. I should not have released those fellows earlier. This contract ends forcibly upon mission completion, unlike Uchiha Sora borrowing the Zetsukyuza, which was time-limited. This must relate to whether the platform is possessed. TSK. It's your fault, you wimp. I wasn't even trying hard, so why didn't you want to kill them? The thousand-year demon I know was far braver and more persevering than you. There's no time. Even if he obtained the method to seize the infinite castle, Uchiha Sora had no time to act. Take Musen away? That one do. If taking him causes Nakeim's death, the link to the infinite castle would be severed. Then, let us store him first. Uchiha Sora withdrew from the mental realm and looked at Tamayo, pressed closely against Musen. He grabbed her shoulder, and before she could speak, he flung her aside. Both hands swiftly formed seals as he chanted, "Gather wooden planks to make a barrel. I shall seal Musen. Listen to him." Yorichi shouted urgently, having kept a close watch on the battle. The pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps immediately changed professions, transforming into carpenters. Crackling sounds filled the air. Within mere seconds, a roughly crafted wooden barrel was bound together. Trap him. The towering Iwa no Hashira, Jyomi Himejima, swung the barrel over Musen, then thoughtfully placed a relatively intact floorboard as a lid. Uchiha Sora pressed both hands against the barrel. Black cursed markings spread forth, sweat beading on his brow. Once the dark patterns covered the barrel, Uchiha Sora drew 5 forbidden talismans from his ninja pouch and affixed them atop the barrel. After a low hum, the black markings and talismans faded away, replaced by an invisible barrier enveloping the barrel. Ninjutsu Triple Seal Barrier. The talismans, connected to Uchiha Sora's chakra, were placed at 3 points. Within the area, the ninjutsu could transform the space into a barrier. To dissolve this barrier, all 3 talismans must be torn off. Prior to this, physical attacks were incapable of breaching this barrier. Its principle mirrors that of Pain's 5 Seals barrier, albeit significantly weaker in strength. However, it sufficed to imprison Musen. The construction of a wooden barrel was intended to shield Musen from the sun's rays. This creature must not perish. In less than 10 seconds, Uchiha Sora's otherworldly journey would soon conclude. In a moment of sudden inspiration, Uchiha Sora discerned how to leave a mark akin to that of Rayquaza. This mark serves as a symbol connecting 2 worlds. To put it simply, it is akin to a business card for the employees of an intertemporal lending company. Upon accumulating sufficient credit points, one may submit a loan application through the mark, or rather, it is more accurate to say one can exchange credit points for power. After all, those without a platform who apply for loans have their credit points depleted. Yoya Yuzushio likely held the highest credit points here previously. He must have prayed to eliminate Musen, but the platform did not respond to him. In other words, his credit points were insufficient to eradicate Musen. It seems that if one wishes to descend again, they must avoid making exorbitant demands or wishing for something like world peace. Sora first glanced toward Yoya Yuzushio. No, this man was nearing death. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed a figure with a white serpent coiled around his neck and bandages wrapped about his face. Numerous elements were present. This man bore a striking resemblance to Orochimaru, evidently a long-lived individual. Before the snake pillar Iguro Abanai could react, Uchiha Sora instantaneously appeared before him. So swift, his movements left no trace whatsoever. With a single finger, he touched the center of the snake pillar's brow, where a black and crimson Magatama seal manifested. Time was scarce. Uchiha Sora urgently spoke. My power can sustain the seal for a maximum of 100 days. During this period, you must establish as many connections with others as possible. Help fulfill their wishes or borrow money and repay it. His form gradually faded as he continued speaking. Remember my business card. Apply daily for prayers requesting my assistance. Do not request matters such as killing Musen, you cannot bear the cost. You may request something like saving a cat. In any case, consult your boss, he should understand. Do not damage my infinite city. When I come to retrieve you, I will conveniently handle Muzan for you. Lastly, learn from your predecessors in the other world. Cherish life, and under no circumstance should you perish. With a deep sigh, this was the first time he had spoken so much in such a short span. As his words concluded, Uchiha Sora's presence utterly vanished from this world. Only the wooden barrel sealing Muzan reminded everyone that this was no dream. The snake pillar touched the fading mark on his brow, bewildered. After regaining his composure, Uchiha Sora's first glance was toward the recently deceased inhabitants of the hidden cloud village. The extent of blood seepage remained unchanged from departure. He sensed his chakra was exactly as before, no more, no less locked at the pre-transit state. Regardless of losses incurred in the mission world, these were not accounted for. Uchiha Sora immediately contemplated other uses of dimensional traversal, the mental time chamber. If one fell behind in a fierce battle, could they accept a lone mission to another world, devise a counter-strategy there, and then return? This could be considered an alternative form of time stop. It was uncertain whether the growth acquired in the other world would carry back. In theory, it should be possible, as any entity paying credit points can retrieve them, presumably including one's own strength. However, this time was too brief, and Uchiha Sora did not perceive any experience bar growth. Infinite City had become almost a pocket-sized space. Whether for combat or protection, it was an invaluable treasure. That man who bore a strong resemblance to Orochimaru should hasten to accumulate credit points and call me. Sora, shall we proceed to the Land of Iron as originally planned? Even with Shurswei's ocular prowess, it was unclear whether those nearby had ventured to another world for sightseeing. Uchiha Sora nodded. Yes, that land is rich in iron ore. Since we are now independent, we must secure our own source of weapon materials. We need to negotiate with them. Then shall we storm the daimyo's residence directly? Shurswei asked. Uchiha Sora stared at him as if he were a fool. Did you not study the geography of the ninja world? Why do you say that? Shurswei replied. Think before you speak next time. The Land of Iron has no daimyo. They are led by a Teisho as the samurai chief. Do you think they are like the village hidden in the hot water? Teisho Mifune is a formidable warrior capable of matching Hanzo, with countless powerful samurai under his command. Their neutrality is not due to some ancient pact, but because they possess the strength to protect themselves. Although Shurswei was 2 years senior to Uchiha Sora, in this moment he accepted the lesson as if he were the junior. His mind was consumed with thoughts of controlling others. A ninja's life was not mere killing but also navigating human relations. As he spoke, Uchiha Sora sensed something amiss. It seemed that, in the original timeline, Teisho Mifune had indeed been controlled by Shurswei's eyes. In any case, whatever measures are taken must be based on a comparison of both parties' strengths. This time, they were genuinely going to negotiate cooperation. Oh, I understand now. I'll follow your lead. Shurswei nodded obediently, becoming a faithful subordinate. Land of Thunder, Hidden Cloud Village. The ninja village was established atop towering peaks that pierced the clouds, shrouded in mist, intermittently resonating with deafening thunderclaps. Hidden within the fog, they commanded the lightning. Successive Raikage had been titled AI, signifying the strongest in the Land of Thunder's tradition. Within the Raikage Tower's office, boom, the enraged fourth Raikage smashed his desk with a fist, his small mustache trembling fiercely. What do you mean Tsuchida is dead? Damn it! He roared. Tsuchida went to the Land of Hot Water, correct? Who could have killed him? Tsuchida was a trusted retainer left by his father, a confidant among confidants. The Raikage could not fathom that merely investigating why the Land of Hot Water had not paid protection fees on time could cost Tsuchida his life. Raikage-sama, this is the last intel Tsuchida transmitted to the intelligence department. A dark-skinned, middle-aged man serving as secretary sorrowfully handed over the report. He was a close friend of Tsuchida and mourned his death. Most residents of Hidden Cloud Village were straightforward and united. The death of any comrade deeply saddened them, though their dealings with other villages were notoriously ruthless. The Raikage suppressed his grief, scanning a line in the report. Konoha has changed. Uchiha in the Land of Hot Water. From this brief message, the urgency of the situation was apparent. Uchiha. The Raikage ground his teeth audibly and bellowed. I want the Uchiha clan to accompany Tsuchida in death. The secretary prudently voiced his opinion. Raikage-sama? I too grieve Tsuchida's death, but I believe the key lies in the first 4 words. What exactly happened in Konoha is what matters most to us. To ensure Tsuchida had no chance to escape, at least 5 Uchiha wielding the 3-tomo Sharingan would have to appear in the Land of Hot Water. Such a force appearing there is unreasonable. We know Konoha has always been wary of the Uchiha and would never allow such a number of elite Uchiha to leave the village collectively. We suspect a great upheaval has occurred in Konoha, and part of the Uchiha have defected. The secretary's voice was grave. We must avenge Tsuchida's death, but now we are at war with Konoha. This intelligence is of utmost importance. Several of our scouts previously dispatched to Konoha have lost contact. The utmost priority now is to send someone to investigate the situation in Konoha. This might well be a rare opportunity for us to deliver a crippling blow to them. Please make your decision. Regardless of the choice you make, we shall follow you unwaveringly. Taking several deep breaths, a long pause followed. Dispatch someone to infiltrate Konoha at once. Immediately, the Raikage spoke coldly. Send a squad to the land of hot water to investigate as well. Do not act rashly. The moment we discover who assassinated Tsukadai, I will personally exact revenge for him. Understood. The sea region. Along the mist-shrouded coastline of an island perpetually veiled in fog, a green-skinned frog leapt from the ocean. The frog shook its head, and upon confirming no sign of human presence nearby, click, a human hand emerged from the frog's mouth, and a tall, white-haired man crawled out of the tiny amphibian, creating a scene of indescribable peculiarity. Is this the main island of Kirigakure? Feels like the defenses are somewhat lax. Jiraiya tapped his fingers on the ground, expanding his chakra sensing range. Such an extensive shoreline, yet no shinobi patrols in sight. Jiraiya's nose twitched. Amid the pervasive mist, there lingered a faint scent of blood. Konoha. Late at night, Hiruzen Sarutobi was still immersed in paperwork. The village's reorganization had been finalized. The territory once belonging to the Uchiha clan was divided among the major ninja villages. The Uchiha lands had suffered little damage during the Nine-Tails onslaught. It should have been a simple matter to clean up and move into the luxurious mansions. Unfortunately, when the Uchiha clan evacuated, they dismantled every building, even demolishing Fugaku's residence with a single massive fireball. One for one, I'll destroy it rather than leave it to you. The Naka shrine was stripped down to the last brick and tile, nearly digging away the earth in layers. Because of the immense workload, Uchiha had hired numerous ninja cats, expending a large portion of clan funds. The clan's mass relocation was, in truth, an act born out of helplessness. The Naka River had been the ancestral home of the Uchiha for 1,000 years. The shrine's existence predated even the clan's history. If given a choice, no one would willingly abandon their homeland. Recalling the final look in Uchiha-ku's eyes, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt an instinctive certainty. This youth would undoubtedly make a comeback. He might be even more dangerous than Uchiha Madara. This boy possessed a certain unique talent capable of uniting the clan. Even Fugaku had chosen him. Exhaling a thick plume of smoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced toward the shadowed ninja. How is Naruto's condition? Vital signs are stable. The seal is firm, with no signs of rampage. Do not reveal that he is the fourth Hokage's son. Just call him Naruto Uzumaki. Land of Iron. A neutral nation within the ninja world, situated on a snowy plateau with a harsh climate. Due to its distinctive geographical location, it remains somewhat isolated from the rest of the ninja world, developing a unique culture and power system. They do not practice ninjutsu but excel at concentrating chakra into their blades for combat, calling themselves samurai. The Land of Iron is the ninja world's largest arms exporter. The kunai and shuriken used by Konoha are mostly manufactured there. It also supplies weapons to the lands of Earth and Lightning. Somewhat ironic, the largest neutral country is also the largest arms dealer. Tobirama, wrapped in thick outerwear, looked toward Uchiha, who still wore only a short jacket. Aren't you cold? Uchiha raised his hand to catch a snowflake, which melted before it reached him due to high temperature. The water droplet sizzled in his palm before dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke. Turning to Tobirama, he said, "Do you think I would fear the cold?" Tobirama secretly shook his head and clicked his tongue. "Still training even while on the road, you fellow. By the way, what's the name of that flame ninjutsu of yours? I tried replicating it with the Sharingan, but it was too complex to succeed." Unbothered by Tobirama's intent to imitate, Uchiha explained, "I haven't settled on a name yet. I initially wanted to call it Fire Release Chakra Mode, but that felt too mundane and didn't capture the technique's essence. I'll decide once it's fully developed." Tobirama stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "That kind of flame. Did you take inspiration from the Kurama family's illusion technique that turns illusion into reality? Or perhaps from my phantasmal body flicker technique? Not just visual. It incorporates tactile elements to mislead opponents about the flame's intensity, delivering a dual assault on mind and body." He proceeded to analyze extensively before offering his advice. "I think it's a bit too mixed. The advantage of fire release lies in its overwhelming offensive power. Your physical constitution surpasses mine, and you possess more chakra. I developed the phantasmal clone technique because I lacked sufficient chakra to use multiple shadow clone technique." He raised 2 fingers and continued, "I believe you don't need to fuse too many elements into a single ninjutsu. Fire release strength is its raw power. Separate them. You could develop a technique purely enhancing speed and destructive force, akin to lightning release chakra mode's amplification of the body." The combination of genjutsu and fire release is also a good idea. After a brief hesitation, Tobarama's eyes brightened with inspiration. Why not try merging in release with fire release to create your own illusionary flames? That could compensate for your genjutsu shortcomings. Shortcoming. Uchiha-ku's genjutsu proficiency was already average for a 3-tomo Sharingan user. Thanks to the strength of his spirit, his ocular power was significantly higher than normal, allowing him to embellish genjutsu liberally. Therefore, even without innate genjutsu talent, he could overwhelm opponents with sheer volume. Yet, in Tobarama's view, Ku's genjutsu was indeed a relative weakness compared to his ninjutsu and taijutsu. Uchiha-ku was not the type to retort or argue with others. He never considered himself particularly intelligent, just somewhat prophetic and willing to put in the effort to learn. Compared to Tobarama, he certainly had his deficiencies. Contemplating Tobarama's advice carefully, Uchiha-ku nodded. That's a very good idea. For now, I'll call that ninjutsu fire release chakra mode and will no longer incorporate genjutsu effects, focusing instead on destructive power. You handle the fusion of fire release and in release. If successful, it might become a new Kekkai Genkai. According to Uchiha-ku's knowledge, the future Uchiha Sasuke's flame release might well be a Kekkai Genkai formed by the combination of in and fire releases. That is not to say that simply combining the two chakra natures necessarily results in flame release. The specific chakra ratio of the developer plays a decisive role. Tobarama nodded. Agreed. If we succeed, we'll exchange teachings. Uchiha-ku looked at him, inwardly pondering. Perhaps Tobarama had long harbored such ambitions, to develop a new Kekkai Genkai. He certainly possessed the talent for it. However, the complicated relationship between the original village and the clan troubled him, sapping his focus from developing ninjutsu and awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan's mind-twisting illusions. The Mangekyo Sharingan was formidable, applicable in countless situations. Used judiciously, it could even be a tremendous force unifying the ninja world. Danzo thought so too. Upon discovering Tobarama's abilities, he could not resist acting immediately. But Uchiha-ku did not want Tobarama to awaken this ocular power. If everything remains as before, what is the meaning of my coming here? What is the purpose of all my hard work and change? The Mangekyo Sharingan is not a power that must be awakened through tragedy. The prevailing stereotype exists only because previous Mangekyo Sharingan holders opened their eyes after sacrificing someone dear. That is a misconception. It is not born of hatred. The root cause is not sorrow, but the remorse of being unable to protect those dear. If I possessed greater power, would he have never endured such fate? Never met his demise? It was with this mindset that the Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. Without exception, from Indra Otsutsuki to Sarada of later generations, the Uchiha are a clan bound by love. Yet this love is so profound and concealed that to some, it appears extreme. Uchiha-ko had come to understand this truth. Thus, he chose to forego all intermediary steps and dedicate himself wholly to the pursuit of greater strength. In doing so, naturally, all tragedies could be erased. He would no longer grieve over his own inadequacies. He would rather fall in battle before that time came. After several days traversing the rugged mountain paths, the two finally glimpsed their destination. From afar, the three adjoining peaks resembled three wolves howling fiercely into the wind and snow. The Three Wolves Fortress, the original stronghold of the Iron Country, as well as its largest capital city. Even from a considerable distance, the clang of iron echoed sharply on the gusty wind. Thick smoke billowed upward, merging seamlessly with the heavy clouds above. Soon, the two passed a hillside where several warriors clad in layered silver armor stood. Each wore a sword at the waist and a gas mask over the face, their voices muffled yet low. Brats, have you lost your family in the caravan? In the Iron Country, aside from the iron procurement caravans, few would venture here for leisure or sightseeing. Though the man's words presumed them to be stragglers from a caravan, his hand rested on the hilt of his blade, ready to strike at any moment. This lead warrior had been covertly tracking them for some time, certain they were shinobi. Shursui was inconspicuous enough, shrouded in a thick cloak revealing little. But Uchiha-ko bore the hidden blade of the Cloud Village at his side. Caravan escort shinobi were all registered. There was no record of these two. If they admitted to being separated from the caravan, it would confirm their hostile intent as infiltrators. No need for further words. They would be dealt with immediately. Uchiha-ko raised his head and smiled. A smile so handsome it was disarming. The warrior relaxed momentarily, but Ko's next words rekindled his tension. Take us to meet General Misyun. We have matters to discuss with him. With a swift motion, the warrior drew his sword and spoke coldly. State your names and your country of origin. Shinobi, Uchiha clan, Ko. Beside me is Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha the warrior pondered briefly before saying, we have had no dealings with Konoha this year, and previously only the Nara clan came here. Never the Uchiha. Please come with me. I will report to the captain and then decide how to proceed. Brats, it's best not to resist. I have no desire to harm you. Uchiha smiled faintly and turned to Shursui, whispering, according to protocol, it will take a few days for our news to reach Miss Yoon, and then a few more before he is free to see us. I taught you be adaptable. To save time, we could beat them up first, then word will reach Miss Yoon immediately. SNT that rather improper? As long as we don't kill them, it's fine. We'll just say they were rude and give Miss Yoon a reason to discipline them. Saying this, Uchiha faced the warriors, his smile vanishing as his tone sharpened. I have courteously given my name and expressed my request. Yet you not only refuse but call me brat and claim you do not wish to harm me. It's time you learned the Uchiha way. Within 2 minutes, 5 warriors lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. I was just following procedure. You Uchiha are utterly unreasonable. Ko crouched before the lead warrior, smiling gently. If you had dealt with other Uchiha, you'd know I'm quite reasonable. Just a friendly greeting. Now, may we proceed to inform Miss Yoon? Why you will pay for this. The warrior staggered to his feet, glancing anxiously at his comrades. Rest assured, I do not harm those who cannot resist. The credibility of this claim was questionable. Yet the lead warrior knew the priority was to report to the captain and have him contact General Miss Yoon. These 2 Uchiha brats were formidable. No captain could easily defeat them. General Miss Yoon of the Iron Country, greetings. How may I address you? As Uchiha had anticipated, within half an hour the lead warrior returned with Miss Yoon. He bore a long beard, his head wrapped in bandages, dressed in traditional samurai attire, appearing to be around 50 years old. This appearance, combined with his stern features, imparted an impression of unyielding stubbornness. Your subordinates lack not only manners but memory as well. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Uchiha and I am Uchiha Shursui. Shursui hurriedly interjected. He was unwilling to have his right to introduce himself stripped away. Such an act would strip him of all presence. Upon hearing Shursui's name, Miss Yoon's pupils contracted slightly, his expression tightening. Is that so? Shunshin Shursui, what brings you to me? See, my renown is greater, Shursui remarked with a raised brow. Humph. Uchiha sneered disdainfully. Once the events of that night in Konoha become known, you'll see who truly holds the greater fame. I am the man who commands the Raitun. Forget it, borrowed power is not to be taken too seriously. Ko stepped forward, asserting through his stance who the chief diplomat truly was. General Miss Yoon, we wish to discuss a collaboration with you. This is not the appropriate place. Please, the council chamber. Regarding the procurement of Lord Ko, Mr. Nara recently increased his arms order substantially, less than half a month ago. Konoha lacks an arms forge. They have always received finished products. Why the need for or now? Tapping the table lightly, Uchiha smiled. I neglected to mention. I am not here representing Konoha, but the Uchiha clan. As for the reasons, I advise General Miss Yoon not to inquire too deeply. A neutral nation should attend to neutrality. Miss Yoon narrowed his eyes and said gravely, is the Uchiha clan planning to defect? In a flash, renowned for their swordsmanship, the warriors present drew their blades instantly, except no one could discern when Shursui drew his. Swish, swish, swish. The warriors behind Miss Yoon drew their swords, poised to strike, blades aimed directly at him. Shursui's face turned icy cold, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Out of respect, I address you as General Miss Yoon. Without respect, you are nothing but a decrepit old wretch. Ko warned you. Speak carelessly again, and I will sever your head. Consider this your final warning. The last words faltered slightly, clearly difficult for Shursui to utter. Uchiha expression darkened with anger as he rose and restrained Shursui. Hey, Shursui, don't be so impulsive. Lower your blade. Shursui slowly lowered his hand, his crimson Sharingan scanning the room, his formidable gaze profoundly unsettling. Humph, the whole charade. Shursui snorted coldly, continuing, I never wanted the clan to send Ko. He is far too gentle. If it were up to me, I'd have dealt with you all. Shursui, enough. Uchiha forcibly silenced him, shouting, remember who is in charge here. Behind Miss Yoon stood the earlier lead warrior, now nervous. Wow, that guy really is reasonable. Huh. Those eyes, are those the legendary Sharingan? Such overwhelming presence. Miss Yoon's expression darkened slightly as he raised his hand, signaling the samurai behind him to lower their blades. I have overstepped my bounds. However, your timing is unfortunate. Our mineral resources are all committed to long-term clients, and in recent years we have had no available shares to sell. If Lord Uchiha is interested, I can introduce you to several merchant guilds from whom you might procure minerals. Uchiha shook his head gently, a faint smile playing upon his lips. If it were merely ordinary materials, we would not have traveled such a great distance. We require refined steel, yes, but more importantly, chakra-infused metals. Chakra-infused metals, formerly known as highly efficient chakra-conductive mineral ores, are rare and precious. Weapons like White Fang's short blade, Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, and even the 7 ninja swords of the Hidden Mist all incorporate a certain proportion of chakra metal. Such metals are exceedingly scarce and command prices on the black market far exceeding that of gold. A suitable weapon forged from chakra-infused metal can significantly amplify a ninja's power. The Land of Iron is renowned as the foremost producer of chakra-infused metals. Mifune did not hesitate and shook his head decisively. I am sorry, but chakra-infused metals are intrinsically rare. The annual yield is already fully subscribed, and there are no shares available for sale. Seemingly feeling that his refusal was abrupt and somewhat discourteous, Mifune continued, since you both have journeyed so far, I am willing to offer you 2 blades containing over 7% chakra metal each. Beyond that, I cannot make any commitments. Uchiha Ku, unhurried and composed, rested his chin on his hands and said lightly, I have no intention of giving Lord Mifune any trouble. Very well, tell me who has purchased the chakra-infused metals. It will save us the expense of buying them. When the time comes, we can simply seize them from those buyers. Mifune furrowed his brows, a cold bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Were even the sane members of the Uchiha clan this unhinged? Lord, perhaps you should reconsider your approach. The Uchiha's infamous reputation does have some influence. Mifune relented. If a chubby little Akimichi were here to negotiate, no matter how harsh his words, I would take them as mere jokes. But 2 red-eyed youngsters are a different matter altogether. Shursui is formidable, needless to say, and from my experience, that boy named Uchiha Ku, judging by his demeanor and muscularity, is also a master of swordsmanship. They appeared to be no older than 10 years. Yet Mifune reckoned their strength rivaled that of A-rank samurai. An A-rank samurai's skill is roughly equivalent to that of a Jonin-level ninja, and this estimation did not even account for their possession of the Sharingan. Should they truly engage in combat, Mifune was unsure whether the Land of Iron could subdue them. Even if it could, Mifune dared not make the first move. The Hyuga clan requires caged birds to protect the Byakugan. Why then do the Uchiha lack such a curse seal? There are many reasons. On one hand, awakening the Byakugan is relatively easy, compatible with ordinary ninjas, and more effective in large-scale battles than the Sharingan. The principal reason, however, lies in the Uchiha clan's fearsome reputation. During the Warring States period, any ninja clan that dared harm an Uchiha found their entire clan exterminated in retaliation. According to uncertain legends, the conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans began when the Uchiha sought to annihilate a certain ninja clan, which then sought aid from the Senju. Despite suffering massive casualties, the Uchiha forcefully destroyed that clan. For a millennium, the Uchiha have been perceived in the ninja world as iron-headed children. Once provoked, they will fight to the death. Only in recent decades has their power somewhat waned. Nonetheless, the great nations have enacted rules prohibiting one-on-one encounters with the Uchiha at equivalent ranks. Uchiha Ku had no desire to antagonize the Land of Iron, as it would not align with his interests. Nor would the Land of Iron dare provoke the Uchiha. As a general of the Land of Iron, Mifune understood well the principle of choosing the lesser of 2 evils. After several hours of negotiation, both parties reached an agreement. Mifune transferred the shares originally destined for the smaller nations of the Land of Snow and the Land of Demons to Uchiha Ku. In return, if these smaller nations caused trouble for the Land of Iron would hold the Uchiha responsible. Having already drawn the attention of the Hidden Cloud Village, the Uchiha cared little for a few more nuisances. When the negotiation concluded, Mifune sighed helplessly and fixed a deep gaze upon Uchiha Ku. This boy lacked any political acumen, relying solely on the age-old tactic of one playing the red face and the other the white face. Yet, remarkably, this stratagem had worked. If his proposal displeased them, Shursui would shout about annihilating the Land of Iron as if it were nothing. If both of them cried out thus, Mifune, out of samurai pride, might have indeed been provoked into battle. Fortunately, Uchiha Ku acted as the peacemaker. To Mifune, this interplay felt like a mischievous child from a relative's family demanding red envelopes. No matter the refusal or insufficiency, the child would throw a tantrum, utterly devoid of room for negotiation. With a snap, Uchiha Ku retrieved a box from a storage scroll and opened it, revealing a substantial amount of silver coins to Mifune. On this journey, Fugaku had entrusted him with half of the clan's liquid funds. Should the green-eyed individual discover this, he would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly across thousands of miles. I trust Lord Mifune's integrity. Please accept payment for these goods directly. And I ask that you trust us, Uchiha. There is no more reliable partner in all the world. I am still young and you, venerable sir, are in your prime. We have many days ahead together. The implication was clear. Your potential for growth is vast, while I am already aged and should act prudently. Mifune nodded solemnly. I will prepare the minerals. Will you take them away immediately, or will someone come later to collect them? If someone will collect them later, we will not wait now. The day wanes, and I have ordered a banquet prepared. I invite you both to the dining hall. Uchiha smiled faintly. We shall certainly partake of the evening meal. But before that, Lord Mifune, you are famed as the legendary master of Iaijutsu, one of the rare survivors of the great Hanzo's hand in the ninja world. I wish to learn from you if you would permit. This is no mockery. Among the common knowledge of the ninja world, surviving Hanzo's hand is indeed a testament to one's strength. After all, the famous battle of the 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha proved just that. Uchiha genuinely wished to study swordsmanship. He had no true teacher. His taijutsu was honed through fights with ninja cats in the land of cats. Lacking the distinctive elegance of the Uchiha, his style was particularly pragmatic. To Mifune, however, these words sounded different. He had been forced to agree to the negotiations, and his mood was sour. He saw this as Uchiha's youthful arrogance, a fledgling testing his mettle. Very well. I shall also take this opportunity to teach you a lesson, in return for your treatment of my subordinates, Mifune said as he rose. The training ground is just outside. Please follow me. The vast circular training arena was blanketed in deep snow. Twilight filtered through the mist, casting shimmering spots upon the snowflakes, evoking an ethereal beauty. Chaosuk, lend him your sword, Mifune instructed. A tall samurai, hearing this, drew the katana at his waist and approached, presenting it with both hands to Uchiha. This is Ryozuki. Use it with care. It contains 30% chakra-infused metal. Remember to infuse chakra before dueling. Otherwise, its hardness is inferior to that of refined steel blades. In Konoha, there is a bad precedent. I heard that the son of the Hitaki family once mistreated Lord Whitefang's treasured blade. That sword and my Ryozuki come from the same batch. Uchiha cast a peculiar glance at him. Wait, are you introducing your wife here? I have heard that a master swordsman must regard the blade in his hand as a beloved companion. Yet that is but a metaphor. Are you truly earnest? Smack! Uchiha Sora snatched the sword away and turned toward Mifune. Enough, I will be careful. With a swift motion, he drew his long blade and cast the scabbard into the snow. The blade measured approximately 3 feet, pure white in its entirety. Upon closer inspection, subtle patterns adorned it, like snowflakes entwined with moon motifs. Ah you! Amidst the snow-covered ground, Uchiha Sora stepped closer to Mifune, regulating his breath as he exhaled white mist. Slowly, 3 crimson tomo appeared within his eyes, vividly stained with scarlet. Another bearer of the youthful 3-tomo Uchiha bloodline, truly remarkable. Mifune inclined his body slightly, one hand resting on the sword's hilt. Very well. Regulate your breathing, focus your entire being, and prepare to give your utmost from the very start. It seems you understand well that I am not someone to be taken lightly. He added with a hint of jest. I hope your sword is less verbose than you. Uchiha Sora gripped the sword with both hands. Flames spread from his palms along the blade, causing the snowy, moonlit steel to bloom with splendid sparks. He felt the efficiency of chakra transmission. Indeed, wielding such an exquisite weapon was an entirely different experience from ordinary ninja tools. Here it comes. If your eyes cannot perceive it, sense it with your chakra. Mifune's commanding shout echoed, habitually treating Uchiha Sora as a subordinate sparring partner. Slash! In an instant, his figure moved like a startled swan. The dazzling blade shimmered like a dragon breaking through the abyss, slicing the air with a sharp whistle as it left the scabbard. The stance, the draw, the strike, all executed seamlessly in a single breath. Clang! The metallic clash resounded across the training ground. Their blades locked in combat. Uchiha Sora held his sword firmly with both hands, steadfastly parrying this swift IAI strike. The tomo within his eyes spun silently as he murmured, at this level, how could my vision fail me? Do not underestimate the Uchiha old man. During their brief stalemate, Uchiha Sora lowered his body, allowing Mifune's blade to claim the upper hand. Using the force transmitted along the sword, he took a large step forward with his left foot. The crescent moon blade pressed against the spine of Mifune's sword, slashing fiercely toward Mifune's waist and abdomen. Mifune's hand pressed down on the hilt, blocking Uchiha Sora's assault. Clang! Ring! In the blink of an eye, their figures intertwined like phantoms. The cold gleam of blades and scorching sparks wove a net amidst the snow and twilight, the incessant clash of metal ringing out. Bang! Before the scattered sparks could touch the ground, they had already exchanged 7 rounds of offense and defense. Mifune held his sword in one hand, pressing 2 fingers against the spine of the blade to exert force. I have underestimated you, then. Be warned. I am about to employ my true swordsmanship. The implication was clear. His prior attacks and defenses had been mere slashes, devoid of genuine sword technique. The world regarded Mifune as a formidable warrior impervious to ninjutsu, for his masterful swordsmanship left no time for ninjas to form hand seals. Screech! A white radiance burst forth from the blade's edge, tearing through Uchiha Sora's vision. The sky-splitting slash, concentrating chakra upon the blade and swinging it forth, it produced an effect akin to a wind-style slash. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Mifune wielded this technique to sever a small branch of the divine tree, speaking volumes of its sharpness. Of course, Mifune was well aware that he had not unleashed his full power. Warriors may lack ninjutsu, but not chakra itself. The Sage of Six Paths' original intent in disseminating chakra was to facilitate the exchange of hearts between people. Thus, a skilled ninja can perceive the opponent's intentions during combat, and some can even penetrate deeply into their inner being. Just as Hanzo once perceived Mifune's conviction and chose to give him the antidote. At this moment, Mifune sensed Uchiha Sora's thoughts, pure and unblemished. Not a probe, nor a display of bravado, but, as Sora had said, a genuine desire to learn swordsmanship. Mifune beheld this youth's pursuit of strength. That was loyalty, not loyalty to others, but loyalty to oneself. Boy, does the quest for power bring you such joy. Mifune was not as stubborn as his appearance suggested. During Naruto Uzumaki's tenure as Hokage, he recognized the systemic problems of the Iron Country and sent disciples to Konoha to learn, hoping to reform his homeland. Realizing Uchiha Sora's earnestness and his inability to resist the pact with the Uchiha, Mifune swiftly adjusted his mindset, intending to cultivate friendship with the Uchiha. After the sky-splitting slash flew past Uchiha Sora, Mifune leapt forward, swinging his blade while speaking. In a duel between swordsmen, one must not watch the opponent's blade but observe their shoulders, scrutinize their feet, and seek flaws in their breathing. You can indeed see through my sword's intent, but your body cannot keep pace with your insight. Against a swifter adversary, one must reach the realm of before to perceive the opponent's attack before it is launched and counter it preemptively. Such mastery requires years of training and formidable reflexes. I have yet to reach that height. I am still on the path. Among those I know, only Hanzo has attained it. Uchiha Sora pondered deeply. The concept of before resembled prediction, yet there was a distinction. Before emphasized proactively creating conditions, taking the initiative to influence and dominate the flow, whereas prediction was more reactive, adjusting based on existing information. A prime example was the battle between Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha, a classic case of before versus mere prediction. The victory was forged by Minato's proactive creation of winning conditions, fully entrapping Obito in his rhythm and leading to his defeat. With Mifune's counsel in mind, Uchiha Sora focused more intently on Mifune's body, attempting to anticipate his next move through muscular movements. Prediction was already second nature to him, the hallmark of the powerful three-tomo Sharingan's insight. The battle showed no sign of respite. Noticing Uchiha Sora's shift, Mifune inwardly sighed. The realm that ordinary warriors strive for with great hardship, the Sharingan possesses naturally. In his eyes, Uchiha Sora's path to before might be far easier than his own. Such enviable bloodline. Mifune gradually accelerated, his figure a whirlwind in the snow. Surrounded by slashes from all directions, Uchiha Sora struggled to defend. His garments were shredded in several places by the blade's gleam. He now resembled Sasuke Uchiha facing Rock Lee at the outset of the Chunin exams, seeing the attacks but unable to keep pace. If this were a life-or-death battle against an opponent like Mifune, Uchiha Sora would have long since retreated 800 meters and bombarded him with ninjutsu. But this was a rare sparring match. Perceiving Mifune's intention to teach through demonstration, he refrained from cheating. Though battling Mifune, Uchiha Sora's imagined nemesis was the Raikage. What goes around comes around. One must be prepared to be cut when cutting others. Uchiha Sora had explained this at length to Shursui Uchiha, though he understood it well himself. The Raikage would find him sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. His proposal to spar with Mifune was also to prepare for close-quarters combat against formidable foes. Considering the Raikage's past strikes, Minato Namikaze's speed surpassed him. Tsunade's strength exceeded him. In other words, his speed and power had both reached an extraordinary level, second only to the strongest in the ninja world. That incident involving Madara Uchiha holds no reference value. Those two monsters do not partake in ordinary comparisons. It is unrealistic to expect to match the physical prowess of the Raikage in a short span of time. After all, he is a prodigy who has honed his skills for decades. The concept of first of the first is quite practical and worth delving into when time permits. However, since I am not truly a swordsman, there is no need to rush the pursuit. I must leverage my own strengths to overcome the present predicament. Swish. A slash of sword energy grazed Uchiha Kuwa's forehead, the wound bleeding as the blood trickled down his eye socket. Yet he did not even blink. With lightning speed, he wielded his long blade, cleaving through the incoming strike. The Rujigetsu in his hand glowed a fiery red, previously subtle patterns bloomed like blossoming flowers, exquisitely beautiful. The flames engulfed an increasingly larger portion of his body. The snow covering the entire training ground melted away, puddles reflecting the boy immersed in flames. A colossal blade of energy slashed toward Uchiha with overwhelming momentum. Crack. Mitsufune sheathed his sword. That was enough. After receiving this strike, the boy Ku should be too exhausted to continue fighting. Suddenly, the sword that Ku had been raising lowered. Mitsufune's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted, "What are you doing? Raise your sword." Shursui, watching anxiously, placed his hand on the hilt and braced his feet, ready to intervene at any moment. Facing the howling slash, a smile crept across Uchiha's lips. He reversed the blade's orientation, adopting the stance of an Iajutsu draw cut. Roar! Flames surged instantly, forming a spiraling pillar of fire. The sudden eruption of intense heat vaporized the moisture in the arena. Uchiha swung his blade. Flame released chakra mode.
Kamikiri Honoori.
The crimson Rujujutsu descended with a slash. Boom! 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 The fire pillar exploded instantaneously, unleashing a lattice of flames spanning dozens of meters in all directions. Wherever it passed, the air crackled like shattered glass. The fiery blades writhed like countless raging serpents, engulfing the entire training ground in a churning sea of fire. The massive blade of energy was shattered by the flames, yet its imposing force remained undiminished. The searing heat whipped Mitsufune's long hair into a frenzy. Truly, monstrous talent. Mitsufune bowed and drew his sword, the clear, cutting blade of Iajutsu slashing at the rushing inferno. When all was calm again, Mitsufune sheathed his sword. Upon closer inspection, wisps of blue smoke curled from the tips of his beard, and even his eyebrows bore scorched, curled marks. That's enough. If it goes any further, this won't be a friendly sparring match anymore. Let us eat. Shoo! A gust of wind swept away the last flicker of flame from Uchiha's body. He grinned. For dessert after the meal, I hope it's Snow Mountain apple jam shaved ice. I've heard it's your best dessert. Uchiha wiped his long blade with the corner of his garment and handed it to Chaosuk. Here, it's clean now. I'm giving it back to you. Chaosuk's expression twisted as he looked at Uchiha but hesitated to take the blade. What's wrong? I only used it briefly. It's not broken. Chaosuk sighed deeply. Rujujutsu is an excellent sword, truly superb. After handling it myself, you must have felt it too. Uchiha nodded, very good. Without it, I probably couldn't have performed that technique just now. I'd need more time to build up. According to his assessment, this blade increased his flame release power by at least 20%, and its capacity for chakra absorption was quite remarkable. Don't worry, I won't covet your treasured sword. When the time comes, I'll forge one myself. Chaosuk shook his head and began reminiscing. That year, the White Fang blade and Rujujutsu were the finest. The former suited lightning release chakra, the latter flame release. It originally belonged to my elder brother, who gave it to me when he fell in battle. All these years, I haven't been able to unleash its full power, and I feel deeply ashamed. Uchiha's gaze grew stranger. A sword, and you're spinning a whole family drama? Chaosuk forced a smile, as if reaching a decision. Lord Ku, do you know? In your hands, I heard Rujujutsu's delighted hum. She likes you very, very much. Even in my brother's hands, I never heard such joy. A sword can only truly sing when it meets its perfect partner. As he spoke, Chaosuk wiped a tear away. Please cherish Rujujutsu well. You are the one most suited to her. Uchiha was rarely at a loss for words. Whether justified or not, he could always spar verbally. But this time, he truly did not know how to converse with this fellow. It's just a gifted sword. I've seen plenty of chivalry dramas, this is common. Why does it smell so much like a morning idol soap opera? He turned to Mitsufune. I'll keep it. Consider it bought. Deduct the cost from your materials. Mitsufune shook his head. Chaosuk may have been a bit exaggerated, but his family is the finest swordsmith lineage in the Land of Iron. Perhaps he truly can hear something different. This is his personal gift and unrelated to our agreement. By the way, since you have one now, after the banquet Lord Shursui will select one for himself. Shursui raised his hand to politely decline, glancing at the short blade behind him with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, but I will use the sword left by my grandfather. It was handed down by Uchiha Kagami and is itself a rare and excellent blade. More than sufficient. Chaosuk handed the polished scabbard to Uchiha, admonishing him as if entrusting a daughter to marriage. Rujujutsu must be maintained monthly with the finest sword oil. I will prepare it for you. She dislikes damp environments, so if you have time, do it weekly. Uchiha quickly accepted the scabbard and beckoned Mitsufune. Hurry up and eat. Once full, I'll set off. He had initially planned to rest for a night, but feared this fellow might escort him for 10 miles again tomorrow morning. Were it not for his craving for the Land of Iron's specialty sweets, Uchiha would have left already. Nightfall. In the biting wind, Shursui tightened his robe. Why the rush? Isn't there's still time to rest for a night? After camping so long, it's rare. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist killing that guy, Uchiha said, his face darkening. That chowsuk was still bothering him even while he ate dessert. The deliciousness of the snowfield apple jam shaved ice was somewhat diminished. Seeing Uchiha so frustrated for the first time, Shursui teased. After all, he gave you such a precious gift, worth at least 10 million. What's wrong with saying a few words? Uchiha shot him a glare. He's not dead yet. That's already the greatest concession I've made. Alright, magnanimous Lord Ku. Next time, you take the villain's role in these situations. I'm no good at it. It feels so strange. I can't act. I'm truly bad, Uchiha said flatly. If harsh words come out, my body will follow the actions, and then it'll really come to blows. Enough. Let us dig a snow cave and speed up tomorrow morning. We need to reach the land of fields. Now that we have the materials, the workers should be arranged. Konoha, Shibimaru residence. Shibimaru Danzo sat cross-legged in the inner chamber like a meditating old monk, the flickering candlelight casting shifting shadows across his face. Drip. A viscous drop fell from above. A white serpent coiled around the beam, from whose mouth emerged a pale-faced man with purple eyeshadow. He was none other than Orochimaru, the S-rank rogue ninja wanted online by Konoha. That's a disgusting way to greet me, Orochimaru. Danzo slowly opened his eyes, staring at the sword's tip before him. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister smile, his voice hoarse. I have heard about it. You were publicly defeated by a brat from the Uchiha clan. Your privately kept eyes even gouged out. Then you were imprisoned by the old man. Now what right do you have to collaborate with me? Right? Danzo sneered coldly. I was merely dismissed from my post, not killed. You've served in Root, you should know how much power I can still wield. The batch of Root operatives who died before were nothing significant. Without my sponsorship, and facing the Konoha Umbu's relentless pursuit, your days must be difficult. It is somewhat troublesome. Those pests keep making noise, greatly disturbing my mood for experiments. Orochimaru still pointed his sword at Danzo. However, I recently joined an organization. My funding is relatively ample. Danzo smiled grimly. There is no need for us to test each other. Since you've come, it means you have an intention to cooperate. I can provide you with intelligence on the Umbu ninjas hunting you and continue to finance your research. Hold on, Orochimaru said indifferently. That's not enough. I also require Root's assistance in gathering sufficient experimental materials. Haha, this time I'm not interested in ordinary specimens. Agreed. Orochimaru put down the Kusanagi sword, revealing a serpentine, chilling smile. Then, Lord Danzo, what do you want me to do for you? Uchiha. Although Danzo tried to maintain composure as he uttered the name, Orochimaru could still sense the viper-like, deeply concealed, twisted killing intent within him. I want his eyes to fill the void inside me. Seems you don't quite understand the situation, Lord Danzo. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, the smile vanishing. That is an Uchiha prodigy capable of defeating you. He is not someone I can handle. Besides, the price you offer is insufficient. That guy relies solely on his summoning beasts. As long as we deny him the time to summon, he is merely a brat with 2 tomo. I can also give you a piece of information. The 4th Hokage is dead. The one appearing now is a fake. Orochimaru's pupils dilated, the dark golden irises rippling with shock. How is that possible? He was indeed displeased that Minato Namikaze succeeded as Hokage, but his dissatisfaction stemmed more from his teacher's refusal to choose him rather than believing Minato was unqualified to compete. Like Jiraiya, he considered Minato the most talented ninja after the 1st Hokage, a genius truly capable of transcending the bloodline limit. A prodigy. Someone like that could never. Orochimaru's gaze darkened. No one is invincible. Human life is too fleeting, too uncertain. That is why I seek to grasp everything in my hands, to attain eternal life, and witness all truths. Danzo sneered coldly. The one you feared most is gone. I know you're also interested in the Sharingan. According to my intelligence, Uchiha and Uchiha Shursui are moving toward the land of Earth, having abandoned the clan. It's a prime opportunity to strike. I will dispatch Root operatives. No need. Orochimaru cut him off, his figure slowly retreating into the darkness, dissolving into a white serpent. I will go take a look. Sounds like a child even more interesting than Uchiha Itachi. Until the barrier sensed no trace of Orochimaru's presence. Danzo's expression darkened. Orochimaru. Just a stray dog. Wait until I become Hokage. When the Fuma clan is mentioned, those familiar with it first think of a fallen ninja clan skilled in large-scale ninja tools. Since it is said to be fallen, their ancestors must have had their prime. During the Warring States period, they were a mid-tier clan, at their most glorious cooperating with the Uchiha clan to oppose the Senju clan. The Warring States period of the Land of Fire was essentially a conflict where Senju and Uchiha each led groups of followers to fight. After their alliance, all notable clans joined Konoha. The Fuma clan was rather unfortunate. They were eliminated during the preliminary matches and thus did not qualify to join Konoha. Senju Hashirama was a benevolent man, but Tobarama, who handled affairs, was not. He wanted clans with secret techniques or blank slates, commoners. He had no interest in clans with little strength but heavy emphasis on bloodline pride. As a result, even now, the Fuma clan is less famous than the Fuma Shuriken favored by the Uchiha. The Land of Fields, compared to the Land of Hot Springs, known for its tourism, or the Land of Iron, rich in iron, or the Land of Fields is the true reflection of most small countries in the ninja world. Poor transportation, low economic level, almost no military power, and negligible status. It was only after Orochimaru established Otogekure here that this small country's status improved somewhat. When Uchiha finally set foot on this land, he realized he had been mistaken. There was no oil to squeeze from the Land of Fields for Orochimaru. In fact, the country would probably rely on Orochimaru's money for infrastructure development in the future. This small country, all packaged and auctioned, was not worth as much as a town in the Land of Fire. Considering this, the claims that Sasori and Chiyo single-handedly destroyed a small country were just bluster. Watching women on the streets selling their own children, desperate for food, Shursue's face showed pity. "Ku, do you have any food left in your bag?" Uchiha saw the same pitiful sight and replied calmly, "You will get her killed, Shursue. Giving her food here, she won't be able to protect it." Shursue frowned deeply. How could she not protect it? Just eat it, right? Did you see the group in the alley? They've already set their sights on you. They dare not attack us in ninja attire, but if you give anything to that woman, they pounce. Eating it will protect it? You underestimate them. They will cut her belly open to take the food, and at the same time, get a meal for themselves. How could that be? Uchiha, expressionless, continued, "Although I dislike Konoha and its deep darkness, I grew up in the Land of Cats and know one thing clearly. Compared to the outside world, Konoha is like paradise. Orphans starve there. Orphanages take them in. At worst, they are thrown into root for training. Even the children used by Orochimaru for experiments are only obtained outside Konoha. You have killed some root ninjas yourself. Why do they risk their lives for someone like Danzo? Because, to them, Danzo is the savior who rescued them from hell." Uchiha looked at the lifeless people on the street and spoke softly. "When people are extremely hungry, so-called emotions and ethics can be abandoned. I remember Orochimaru once said he had seen many orphans, and compared to their fate, death was almost a good ending." Uchiha despised Uchiha Itachi's clan extermination but did not regard it as completely unjustified madness. He had witnessed war and deeply understood how wonderful Konoha was. He would do anything to protect Konoha, wanting Sasuke to live there. But his power was insufficient. When faced with choices, Sasuke came before the village, which came before the clan, leading to such actions. Shursue's steps were heavy. He was no naive noble youth. With Uchiha's reminder, he quickly grasped the root cause of everything. "Ku, tell me, why can't the ninja world ever truly achieve peace? Is war truly unstoppable?" Uchiha smiled faintly. "Don't ponder that question, it's inherently unsolvable. What we must do is simply ensure our position among the victors in every war." Shursue stared at Ku's retreating figure. After a long moment, he regained his senses and followed. An Uchiha Jonin descending upon a place like the Land of Fields is no different from a celestial dragon going to the countryside. Uchiha directly sought out the steward of the daimyo's residence, instructing him to summon members of the Kazama clan to meet him, then expelled the daimyo from the mansion and took up residence there with Shursue. Despite being the daimyo's residence of the Land of Fields, it was hardly as splendid as Shursue's ancestral home. The following day, a group of plainly dressed shinobi gathered before the daimyo's mansion. It was the Kazama clan. Only 2 of them entered to pay respects to their former lord. One was the current head of the Kazama clan, a hunched, unsightly middle-aged man, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful young girl with teal hair. "We pay homage to Lord Uchiha. I am Kazama Kajiro, and this is my daughter, Kazama Kajino." The girl's gray-blue eyes held a hint of bewilderment as she looked up at the youth seated above. He appeared slightly younger than herself, yet accepted her father's kneeling with such composure. "Kajino, do not raise your head." Her father's reprimand snapped her back to attention, and she hastily imitated him by bowing deeply. Uchiha immediately discerned Kajiro's intentions. The survival strategy of a minor clan. To offer tribute to a great family, seeking their protection. The Kazama clan had little to present except their most beautiful maiden, hoping to earn the mercy of a superior. Clan head Kajiro, "I have traveled far to find you. You must already understand the reason." Kajiro was momentarily stunned but quickly knelt again. "The Kazama clan is willing to serve under your command, even unto death." No matter how one considered it, the Kazama clan lacked the standing to provoke pursuit by Uchiha's elite. Thus, recruitment was the only plausible motive. The Kazama clan's zenith was during the Warring States period when they served as retainers to the Uchiha. Every generation's clan head aspired to revive their family's fortunes. Now was their chance for a meteoric rise. Even if the next order was for Kajiro to die, he would carry it out without hesitation. Uchiha nodded and spoke calmly. To be frank, the Uchiha clan has severed ties with Konoha. I intend to recruit shinobi clans to establish a shinobi village under the Uchiha banner. So, if your ambition is to join Konoha, you will be disappointed. After a brief pause, Kajiro bowed deeply and replied, "That is even better. Our ancestors have always taught us that the Uchiha are the strongest clan in the ninja world. The Senju only briefly surpassed the Uchiha by virtue of the ninja god's power, and never possessed the spirit to govern a nation. I believe that, under Uchiha leadership, we can establish a shinobi village comparable to the Great Five Nations." Uchiha smiled faintly. "No need to flatter. Our recorded history shows the Uchiha and Senju have contended for 1,000 years, with the best outcome being a stalemate. I don't like to make empty promises. Follow us and you will gain wealth, fame, and power. But with these come dangers, you must understand. If your clan perishes because of me, I will feel no remorse. Have you considered this?" Without hesitation, Kazama Kajiro prostrated himself. "My faith in following you is unwavering." Including Kajiro, the Kazama clan had only 2 jonin, and even that title was in quotation marks, as they might not hold their own against Konoha's special jonin if it came to a fight. There were also 7 or 8 chunin and several dozen genin. For the land of fields, this was actually quite respectable, which explained why Orochimaru had bothered to make a trip to deceive them. Shinobi of the Great Five Nations were generally stronger than those of smaller countries and had reliable reputations, making it difficult for minor nations' shinobi to develop or even accept missions. Training a shinobi was costly, and ninjutsu was not something common. After Kazama Kajiro pledged loyalty, Uchiha gifted him a scroll of the Phoenix Fire technique. Although it was a jutsu accessible even to Uchiha children, Kajiro treasured it as if it were a priceless heirloom and once again demonstrated his loyalty. During the Warring States period, each clan's ninjutsu was a secret transmission, never taught to outsiders, not even the most basic triple body technique. It was only Tobirama Senju who pioneered the master-disciple system. Once the Uchiha established a firm foothold in the land of whirlpools and gathered sufficient shinobi clans and civilians, Uchiha planned to open a ninja academy. Hating someone and learning from them were not contradictory. The Great Four Nations all despised the cunning Tobirama Senju, but whatever system he proposed, they adopted faster than anyone else. After assigning the Kazama clan to the land of whirlpools, Uchiha and Shursui set off on their journey again. "Aren't we going back? The mission is complete. Isn't it?" Shursui propped his head up. "I'm a bit worried about Itachi. I wonder how that kid is doing. Has he adapted to the new environment?" Uchiha was also conflicted over how to deal with Uchiha Itachi. Itachi was as close to Shursui as a brother, and choosing the right Fugaku would be useful, so he could not simply condemn Itachi without instruction. To judge him for crimes not yet committed felt improper. However, the impending night of the Uchiha's annihilation remained a thorn in his heart, one he would not easily overlook. He was not magnanimous. To put it kindly, he was vindictive, though vindictiveness hardly sounded like a virtue. In short, you like to arrange your younger brother's life? Then you'll experience what it's like to be manipulated yourself. I hope you, like Fugaku, make the right choice. Next time, bring him along. But the Kazama clan isn't worth calling you for now. At the appropriate moment, he lowered his voice and said, "We are heading to the land of wind to capture a tailed beast." Shursui's pupils constricted sharply as he exclaimed, "How could we possibly manage that?" "You're right, hun. Chidori does have the power to rival the Ninetales, but capturing and fighting are 2 different things. Besides, what do we have to seal such a catastrophic creature? We should at least bring the clan head along. He personally experienced the Ninetales Night. That kind of power beyond shinobi comprehension is terrifying. Don't assume all tailed beasts are as strong as the Ninetales." Uchiha glanced at him coolly. "Aside from the Ninetales and Eighttails, if we join forces, capturing a tailed beast is not impossible. As for the vessel, they should already have preparations in place." The Kazama clan was merely tagging along. Uchiha's true target was Gaara. Tailed beasts were vital strategic assets. Konoha possessed summoning beasts comparable to tailed beasts because of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha knew this well. As the saying goes, if your enemy believes you have weapons of mass destruction, you'd better actually have them. The easiest to obtain would naturally be the 7 tails of Takigakure, but Uchiha was unsure of its current status. If it had not yet been sealed within its Jinchuriki, a flying-tailed beast would be difficult to handle. The Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning were out of the question since their Jinchuriki already possessed considerable combat power. The land of water was too complex. Uchiha did not want to encounter Obito yet. Kamui was simply too overwhelming. After considering all options, the most suitable target was Shikaku of the Land of Wind. Shikaku was strong enough. In Uchiha's estimation, the one tail ranked in the upper tier among tailed beasts. In the desert, even the 8 tails might not prevail against him. Gaara was a competent Jinchuriki, and the crude seals could keep Shikaku from rampaging recklessly. If it weren't for that lunatic Rosuna, a reconciliation with the tailed beast might have come much sooner. Compared to that dreadful family, young Gaara would prefer the loving embrace of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha felt no shame in trying to sway the child. In a few years' time, one might also consider someone like Kimimaro. In any case, trusting Lord Orochimaru's criteria for selecting talent is surely the right choice. After some hesitation, Shisui decided to place his faith in Uchiha Sora. If he says it's feasible, then it must be so. Several days later, as the verdant hues of the forest faded, the two found themselves stepping into a vast expanse of yellow sand. The Land of Wind, though the largest among the 5 great nations by area, possessed the least usable terrain. The journey from the border to the hidden sand village was still a considerable distance away. As they traveled, exchanging insights on ninjutsu, and with the amplification granted by Rujigetsu, Uchiha Sora had managed to preliminarily develop the fire-style chakra mode. This mode significantly augmented the offensive power of fire-style jutsu, while also enhancing strength and speed to a certain degree. The drawback of this mode was the loss of stealth. During infiltration missions, the sudden appearance of a massive fireball would be visible to anyone nearby. However, eliminating all witnesses could still be considered a flawless infiltration. So this was not a critical flaw. Kenzaki Hiyori had devised a ninjutsu in the heat of battle. Confronted with a barrage of attacks from Misaki, he recalled the Hyuga Kaiten technique. The principle involved releasing a large amount of chakra through the body's pressure points, then spinning rapidly like a top to form an all-encompassing defense. The fire-style chakra mode, which covered the body's surface with chakra before spinning, could indeed achieve a similar effect. Yet this was unbearably ugly. Wasting vast amounts of chakra just to create a turtle shell? Such a thing was utterly at odds with Uchiha Sora's aesthetic sense of ninjutsu. To him, ninjutsu was an art of killing imbued with a violent beauty. Kenzaki Hiyori's technique unleashed a massive burst of fire-style chakra at once, utilizing the rotational inertia of both his body and blade to produce a devastatingly powerful fire-style attack radiating outward from his center. The first time Uchiha Sora witnessed this jutsu, he could feel the scorching flames searing each pore of his skin. To master it, one had to maintain composure amidst the pain and carefully regulate the chakra output frequency. In truth, merely sustaining the fire-style chakra mode inflicted the sensation of being engulfed in flames. Although the fire did not harm the body itself, the user could not ignore the heat, nor could one sever the sensation of pain, as it played a vital role in combat awareness. After hearing Uchiha Sora's explanation, Shisui shook his head. This is far too difficult. I'm quite sensitive to pain. Is there any simpler method? Uchiha Sora stroked his chin and replied solemnly. I'll think it over later, some simplified version that isn't so agonizing. How is your development of the Een flame progressing? Shisui rolled his eyes. It's only been a few days. I'm no monster like you. I haven't even conceptualized its basic form yet, and no matter how it turns out, I absolutely refuse to call it Een flame. It sounds awful. After walking some distance, the two suddenly came to a halt. Amidst the scorching wind and sand, a faint chill seemed to permeate the air. A slender figure clad in a black robe emerged from the sandstorm, dispelling the dark and ominous aura. Gazing upon those magnificent Sharingan eyes, the pale-faced man smiled faintly. Before such eyes, concealment was meaningless. First time meeting, Sora-kun. I am Orochimaru. Long time no see, Shisui-kun. With a swift motion, Shisui drew a short blade behind his back. Cold sweat dripped down his cheek, and a prickling sensation spread across the nape of his neck. Even someone as formidable as Shisui found his hand trembling while gripping the knife. A name becomes a shadow cast by a tree. Initially, the title of the legendary 3 ninja of Konoha bore a hint of shame, but as each distinguished himself on the battlefield, the title gradually came to signify the epitome of strength. To this day, the legendary 3 ninja of Konoha are unquestionably regarded as legendary figures within the ninja world. For Shisui, Orochimaru carried an additional, profound significance. During the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru had served as the supreme commander of multiple battlefronts, including the one where Shisui was stationed in the Hidden Mist. He had witnessed firsthand the commander's ruthless and unfeeling nature, and in the dead of night, he was often roused from sleep by cold sweats. Yet, amid his fear of Orochimaru, Shisui harbored a complex mixture of emotions. There was admiration. His reason told him that Orochimaru's cruel orders were correct, the most suitable decisions at that time. On the battlefield, he was like a cold, emotionless machine. Even the fastest shinobi in the world, Minato Namikaze, could not save everyone. Orochimaru's cold-blooded decisions were the means to preserve as much combat power as possible. Had it not been for the close relationship between the clan leader and the fourth Hokage, Shisui was uncertain how he would have voted in the trust referendum. The fourth Hokage was excellent, but Shisui believed Orochimaru would have made a comparable Hokage. Yet, times had changed. Upon meeting again, neither of them were shinobi of Konoha anymore. Seeing Uchiha Sora form hand seals as chakra rapidly gathered, Orochimaru smiled faintly. Sorakuin, it's futile. I won't grant you the chance to summon. I've already visited that desolation your monster left behind. Uchiha Sora grinned broadly. Call me by another name. I dislike being called Sorakuin. Uchiha Sora or Lord Sora will do. Orochimaru chuckled. Not a laugh born of anger. The moment he laid eyes on this youth, he recognized a trait he shared. An unwavering obsession. A willingness to sacrifice everything for one's goal. Orochimaru greatly admired such a gaze. He slowly extended his hand, pale fingers adorned with a ring of the void. I am Sora of the organization. You share the name Sora, that is a special kind of fate. An antiquated line from centuries past. Uchiha Sora accelerated his chakra refinement, ready to flee at any moment. Orochimaru was undoubtedly a shinobi of the Kage rank. Even combined with Shisui, victory was uncertain. Moreover, he noticed Shisui's subtle emotional fluctuations. Attacking now might prevent Orochimaru from performing at full capacity. His true target was Shikaku. There was no advantage in fighting Orochimaru here. Running away was no disgrace. Uchiha Sora was stubborn but not a mad dog that bit indiscriminately. Orochimaru lowered his hand and smiled. Aren't you interested in the organization I joined? It's a haven for rogue shinobi like us, abandoned by our villages. Referencing previous words, Orochimaru implied that he had visited Konoha and was aware of the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha's departure. Uchiha Sora's lips curled upwards. Don't get me wrong, we're not deserters. We just find that rotten village too foul. Sooner or later I'll burn it clean. Orochimaru's smile broadened, as if he had found a rare kindred spirit. Sorakuin, Uchiha Sora. You possess eyes that see the truth. We can cooperate. Together, we shall destroy that decaying village. Sorry, but you have no credibility right now. Uchiha Sora placed his hand on the hilt of Rujigetsu's blade and spoke softly. Mr. Orochimaru, if you retreat now, I will pretend none of this ever happened. Orochimaru spread his arms like a poised serpent. Oh, you mean if you wish you can harm me? Clang. The gleaming blade slid out an inch, faint flames flickering. Try me. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Shisui steadied his trembling hand. Even facing his former commander and the current S-rank rogue ninja, he would act at Uchiha Sora's command. Against someone like Orochimaru, even if Uchiha Sora wished to avoid combat, showing weakness was not an option. This serpent was merely waiting for that moment to strike. Who? As the sand and dust swirled once more, a low and massive form slithered forward, resembling a serpentine turtle. Both of their minds were entirely fixed on Orochimaru, so much so that they had only just noticed him now. A cold voice rang out. Just two brats. Orochimaru, what are you hesitating for? How long must I wait? I do not care for waiting. Upon seeing that familiar figure, Uchiha wasted no time and shouted. Attack! Boom! A scorching fire dragon roared forth. Shisui's mighty dragon flame technique. During this moment, Uchiha also began to borrow against the 200+ reputation points he had accumulated. The platform had rated him at 100, so 200 reputation points should equate to power on the level of a shadow ninja. Against Orochimaru alone, he could fight and retreat as needed. But with Akasuna no Sasori in the mix, escape was no longer an option. If they showed any sign of weakness, these two fiends would never spare the precious Uchiha experiment subject. Then fight. User loan application received. This loan will freeze 230 reputation points, with a loan term of 5 years. Do you accept? Match successful. Please confirm to receive the power of a different dimension. Appendix. This loan involves a humanoid life form. Users are advised not to act in extreme contradiction to its principles. The platform will not be held responsible for any issues arising from this loan. Friendly reminder. Even a moment of indulgence, dictated by the laws of fate, comes at a predetermined price. Please use this platform judiciously. Next time, spare me the chatter. I know I have to repay it. Just lend me the power. Boom. Under the searing blaze of the flaming dragon, the surface of the sand began to glaze like glass. Orochimaru and Akasuna no Sasori dodged the attack and exchanged a glance. Do you have a grudge against that guy? Orochimaru asked, puzzled. He could sense that Uchiha did not truly wish to fight, and he himself was still contemplating whether to make a move. Why did Uchiha strike as soon as Sasori appeared? In his eyes, the value of Danzo, who had lost power, was far less than that of the Uchiha clan. If he could cooperate with the Uchiha to establish a ninja village, it would be a rising power akin to a supernova in the ninja world, possibly even challenging the position of a great nation. Though the Akatsuki organization was strong, its numbers were few, and everyone harbored their own agendas. It was only through the absolute strength of their leader that they held together, offering little benefit to himself. Sasori, concealed within his Hiriko puppet, spoke coldly, "Who knows? Maybe it's a stress response before death. Let us finish this quickly. 1 corpse per person." Orochimaru's expression darkened. "Don't be so presumptuous. He is more valuable alive than dead. If you don't want to kill him, the murderous intent in his eyes is no lie. Hesitating like this when facing someone who wants to kill you. That's not like you, Orochimaru." Clack, clack, clack. The tail of Hiriko stiffened, preparing to launch a poisonous needle. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. A tremendous roar echoed through the air. A black and red glowing point rapidly approached, like a blazing meteor hurtling toward the earth. As the light grew nearer, the silhouette of a human became visible. Boom! A towering figure crashed down, an imposing stature of nearly 10 feet, radiating the scorching aura of molten lava. He bore a massive greatsword on his back, his face stern and square-jawed, his eyes brimming with resolute coldness. More than a mere human, he resembled the legendary god of fire. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Uchiha couldn't help but smile faintly. Bearing the fragmented traits of a loan contract, this guy's ability fragments were perfectly suited. "Greetings, Admiral Akainu." The newcomer raised his hand to grip the hilt of his greatsword, his voice deep and commanding. "Not yet. You should address me as Vice Admiral Akainu for now. I can sense the malevolent aura of these two. If we are dealing with them, I can assist you." "Much obliged." Uchiha was unfamiliar with Muzan Kibutsuji, the progenitor of demons, but he was well acquainted with the Navy's 3 admirals. Raikage was also known to him, a presence he had been aware of since before arriving in the ninja world. This added another layer to his suspicions about the platform. "If I initiate a loan, will only entities I know appear? An admiral?" Such a distinctive title immediately linked the coming little giant to the land of iron in Orochimaru's mind. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, Uchiha and the other had indeed visited the land of iron not long ago. "Impossible. I have been to the land of iron, and even Sanbun cannot compare to this self-proclaimed vice admiral." Molten heat blew through Orochimaru's hair, his expression grave. "Sakazuki, codename Akainu. Just by his stance you can tell how terrifyingly strong he is. Unlike most shinobi's furtive aura, this man feels like a raging volcano. The land of iron truly harbors such a person?" Sasori knew little of that mysterious neutral country, but like Orochimaru, it was the first place that came to mind. Orochimaru formed hand seals and said in a low voice, "It probably isn't him. In any case, that guy called for backup. I already set up a barrier nearby to block summoning. His method is not summoning jutsu. If that is so, then he can summon that green dragon beast too." Orochimaru had resolved to flee the moment Raikage appeared. As for his teammate, Akasuna no Sasori. "Teammate? SNT that just someone to sell off? That guy looks pretty decent. I'll take him. The 2 Uchiha are yours. Always wanting everything. Aren't you afraid of overreaching?" Orochimaru despised Sasori. The two looked down on each other. But bearing the legendary title of the 3 legendary Sannin, they were not about to run away without a fight. "He coming." Boom! Kainu drew his greatsword and casually swung it. A gigantic, burning, crescent-shaped slash surged forth with tremendous momentum. It was not merely a flying slash but also harnessed the power of the magma fruit. At this stage, Akainu had not fully developed his fruit's power and preferred to combine taijutsu with his devil fruit abilities. His swordsmanship was of such caliber that he was always mentioned in discussions about the world's greatest swordsman. Bang! Orochimaru slammed both palms into the sand, summoning several thick earth-style walls in rapid succession. Boom! 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 The fiery slash shattered the earthen barriers like dry twigs. Through a lengthening charred gap, Akainu regarded Orochimaru with furrowed brows. "An earth and rock elemental user? Ninjas are a different power system. Even with my Kenbunshiku haki, I can't determine how Orochimaru is altering the terrain. If it's a devil fruit ability, it doesn't quite fit. It seems he's converting his internal energy to produce effects similar to an elemental user." Uchiha stepped beside him. Compared to the towering 3-meter figure, he looked like a mere kitten. It's hard to say in such a short time. "In any case, with your elementalized body, you shouldn't be bitten by venomous snakes. I'll leave that guy to you. We'll take care of that puppeteer." Seeing the flames ignite around Uchiha, Kainu raised an eyebrow. "You and..." "That's right. You and I share the same type of ability." Uchiha cut in before Akainu could speak. calling to Shursui and charging at Akasuna no Sasori. Such a young brat wielding such formidable power, this world must not be underestimated. Akainu kept his focus on Orochimaru, his Kenbunshiku haki fully activated. Orochimaru sensed the strange gaze enveloping his body. Is this sensory ninjutsu? Such a high rank. He spread his hands and spoke calmly. And what name does this friend go by? We have no compelling reason to engage in battle, do we? Akainu snorted coldly, stepping forward in a single stride, appearing instantly before Orochimaru. With a mighty swing, his great sword cleaved the latter's body in two at the waist. I have long sensed the malevolence emanating from you. As a marine, I bear the weight of the world's justice. Now is the time to enact it. A violent eruption of volcanic lava engulfed Orochimaru's bisected form entirely. That person somehow gives off an eerie impression of what Ku might look like when he grows up. Don't talk nonsense. I'm the dashing, handsome type. I won't turn out like that. That's not what I meant. Shursui clicked his tongue and asked, who is he? Is he a summon you called forth? Is he more like a humanoid summon beast? Why do you have so many questions, kid? Uchiha pointed to his eyes casually and said, for the questions you can't fathom, just consider it my Sharingan ability. Is that so? Shursui accepted this notion without further objection. As they spoke, the two had already approached Sasori, leaping forward with blades drawn. Sasori sneered coldly, utterly unperturbed. Foolish brat, ignorant of the heavens and earth. Instead of fleeing, you dare to attack me? Shursui, his true body lies beneath this puppet. Beneath the puppet is yet another puppet. He transformed himself into a human puppet. Find his core and destroy it. By the way, don't give him time to unseal the scroll. He possesses a human puppet of a magnet release ninja. If you fail to stop him from activating it, avoid using iron weapons and keep your chakra constantly covering your ninja blade. Understood. Your Sharingan is truly formidable. That must be Kusi's visions of the future, no doubt. Remarkable. Perhaps you are the true possessor of the Sharingan. Uchiha spoke loudly enough for Sasori to hear. No, are you insane? Do you think I don't know what the Sharingan is? Stop pretending you can foresee the future or peer into hearts. Damn it. Who leaked my information? Orochimaru. No, he doesn't know about the third Kazekage. The only ones who know about my puppet are two people, Konan and the leader. Eliminating all impossibilities. Even though Sasori was reluctant to believe it, the organization betrayed me. Is this a trap aimed at me? Those few words threw Sasori's mind into turmoil. The core is also the heart. Clang! The iron tail of Hiriko intercepted Shursui's blade. Sasori's voice was cold. Did Konan tell you? What did she promise you? That if you kill me, you can join Akatsuki? Uchiha grinned. Since you've guessed it, why not just accept your death quietly and spare Konan the trouble? In the distance, Orochimaru, escaping amid the lava, shouted loudly. Are you an idiot? If he is deceiving you, don't betray the organization's secrets so easily. He seemed about to say more, but a large hand snatched his head away. Shursui noticed Orochimaru's condition and thought silently. As expected of Lord Orochimaru, even sliced into pieces, he remained spirited. Sasori's mind was in chaos, unsure which side to trust. Yet one thing was certain. Kill these two brats before him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A hail of poison senbon shot from the iron tail like a rain of arrows. Shursui hurriedly evaded, and as he passed by Uchiha, a fiery slash surged forth. Chakra flared in the fire release mode. Ryujin Enzen slash. The essence of a contract is borrowing power, not merely summoning someone to assist. Though now he and Akainu were not in the same place, the bond of their contract connected their energies. Much like when he once bonded with Rayquaza, Uchiha could sense Akainu's energy flow. He merely chose not to draw upon Akainu's power for his own use. Therefore, Sakazuki, we are of the same kind. You are the most suitable partner. One thought after another burst forth in Uchiha's mind, the flames enveloping him deepening in hue and rising in temperature. Roar! The slash blazed like a burning waning crescent moon, engulfing Sasori. Boom! Crackling sounds. The puppet's fragments burned away in the flames. Suspended above the inferno, the original Sasori rode the third Kazekage's human puppet, hovering over the sea of fire. Orochimaru, amidst another blaze, caught sight of the puppet's form and gritted his teeth with a cold smile. So, you're the one responsible for igniting the third great ninja war. Because the third Kazekage vanished, Mangekyo invaded Konoha searching for him, thereby triggering the third great ninja war. Calling him the culprit is a bit harsh, given that the third great ninja war was somewhat an extension of the second, but calling him the fuse is justified. Where are you looking? Akainu, brandishing his great sword, resembled a Hellfire Inquisitor. Orochimaru's expression darkened as he produced the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. You lot, don't think I fear you. I'm certain you're not some secluded master but a summon from another dimension by that kid. Let me show you the way of the ninja-s battle. Ku's blade extended dozens of meters, and as Orochimaru swung his head, he unleashed a swift strike. Blade met blade, the clashing edges scattering molten lava. Akainu frowned at the sight of Orochimaru's neck stretching several dozen meters. His Kanbunchaku haki perceived the endless wails of tormented souls within this eerie body. What a profound evil! Atop the third Kazekage's human puppet sat a fair-haired, delicate-faced youth. Unlike humans, his abdomen was modified with venomous steel cables, and his back and waist bore spiral blades. At his heart's position was a black cylindrical core. That core marked with the character for Sasori was his regeneration nucleus. Destroying that would suffice. Shursui noticed the core and, having spent time with Uchiha, had learned to make sarcastic remarks. Are you afraid the enemy won't find your weakness? You made it so obvious. Uchiha smiled, defending Sasori's honor. Not exactly exposed. He usually stays inside his turtle shell. Upon further reflection, Sasori sensed something amiss. When he fought Konan, who came to recruit him, he did use the third Kazekage's human puppet. But at that time, Sasori had not completed his own human puppet transformation, and even Konan did not know about the core. Yet the young Uchiha before him had discovered it before Hiriko was destroyed. Narrowing his eyes, Sasori scrutinized Uchiha's gaze. Could it be if true those eyes must not be damaged? This fellow could be a creation rivaling the third Kazekage. Raising his hand, Sasori spoke indifferently. You do have fine eyes. Then can you see through my attacks? Countless tiny black iron sands dispersed from the third Kazekage's sleeves like a dark cloud engulfing the city. The secret magnet release technique. Iron sand shigure. The falling jet-black rain heralded the gates of life and death. These iron sands carried not only the third Kazekage's magnet release chakra, but also the potent poison Sasori infused. He was the only puppeteer capable of crafting human puppets, preserving all the ninja arts and Kekkai Genkai of the original wielder. Graduating as an Chunin at 8 and completing 10S rank missions in his teens, he was destined to lead Sunegakure's rise as the new generation's strongest. Alas, the third Kazekage, neglecting the psychological needs of left-behind children, paid a grievous price for it. Shursui, he whispered softly. The two shared a silent understanding as they simultaneously formed hand seals. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Two blazing dragons entangled amidst their roaring. Their shared origin and kinship producing an effect greater than the sum of their parts, instantly transforming a vast expanse into a sea of fire. Upon the iron sand, wisps of greenish smoke arose as venom evaporated, glowing crimson under the scorch of the flames. Confronted by the roaring fire dragons, Sasori's expressionless face, now that of a human puppet, merely extended both hands, palms revealing two protruding nozzles. Flame prison formation. Roar! Streams of orange-red flames erupted from the palm conduits, piercing through the fire dragons and carrying the crimson iron sand toward the two figures below. I'll go first. Su leapt into the air, and as he ascended, multiple phantoms emerged from his original form, braving the torrent of flames as they advanced towards Sasori of the red sand. Is that the true Su's instantaneous movement? The battlefield is the most fertile ground for gaining fame. Even Sasori, far away in the land of wind, had heard of Su's renown. The reason he remained unimpressed was that he had earned his own title at about the same age, and now he was nearly 20. Also a genius. I'm one step ahead of you. What do you have to challenge me with? Most importantly, the Sharingan illusion technique the Uchiha clan's claim to fame was ineffective against me as a human puppet. Choosing me as your opponent is your gravest mistake. Su's phantom instantaneous movement is fundamentally a visual illusion, not a genuine blurring of the body. The reason enemies perceive each phantom as real is that Su replaces the illusion with rapid instantaneous movements when launching attacks. Sasori does not rely on sight to differentiate reality from illusion but on chakra thread perception. Unless it's the multi-shadow clone technique, this trick cannot deceive Sasori. He has already identified which is the true Su, like a spider waiting for its prey to approach, deliberately allowing Su to come closer. In the brief moment of close combat, I will kill him. Below, Uchiha cast dozens of kunai enveloped in fire release chakra, covering Su's approach. As Su leapt onto the third Kazekage's shoulders, Sasori's cold face revealed a faint smile. You've fallen for it, kid. Whoosh! Ignoring the other phantoms, Sasori's steel wire shot forth like a venomous serpent, piercing Su's chest. The impact was tangible. It was the true body. Immediately, two muffled thuds echoed almost simultaneously. The structure Su dissolved into a plume of smoke, while a kunai thrown by Uchiha transformed into Su within the smoke. Flames licked the edges of Su's dagger, his eyes glowing scarlet. Though he hadn't mastered the fire release chakra mode, He had learned in recent days to infuse chakra into his weapons. Not good. Sasori pulled back his steel wire, turning to shield his core. Whoosh! A human puppet's head soared high, but it was not Sasori's, rather the third Kazekage's. The Uchiha possess a special method of communication. Through the connection of their ocular power, vast amounts of information can be conveyed. In the original timeline, Itachi often played images for his younger brother Sasuke, and Fugaku had shown them to Itachi. Uchiha needed no words to exchange intelligence with Shirsu. A single glance sufficed. Deliberately speaking aloud was meant for Sasori's ears. Everything was designed to create the illusion that their attacks would target his core, forcing him to focus on its protection. Striking the core can indeed inflict fatal damage, but Uchiha did not underestimate Sasori. This fellow was far from easy to defeat. Since they decided to act, Uchiha intended to cut the weed to the root. Killing this sly snake would be tough. They wanted to see if Sasori of the Red Sand could be kept in place. Therefore, they could not afford to let him escape. Few shinobi in the ninja world possess the ability to fly. The third Kazekage is one such individual. Sasori's core is transferable. Even if he gains the upper hand, he can shift the core to the third Kazekage's body and flee using the power of flight. The first step of their plan was to destroy the third Kazekage. As the head soared, thunderous roars erupted. Countless fiery serpents writhed wildly, roaring and howling. An impenetrable lattice of blazing fire snakes launched attacks from every direction, scorching the air into blackened furrows and filling the atmosphere with a pungent acrid scent. Kanzaki Kaori. Sasori barely managed to sever a fragment with his steel wire, then had to leap away to evade the assault, watching helplessly as his masterpiece was engulfed in flames. Uchiha, though now a human puppet, Sasori could still feel the grinding teeth and simmering fury behind those words. Finally, he called my name, not kid anymore. Uchiha's lips curled into a smile as he gripped his blade in reverse. You won TB running away this time, Sasori. Is this guy a monster? Orochimaru's alarm grew with each passing strike. It is well known that shinobi battles often hinge on a mere instant. To fight for half an hour is already a rare prolonged engagement. The multi-day battles at the Valley of the End are exceptions, not the norm. Typically, one spends a few minutes gathering intelligence on the opponent, devising countermeasures, and swiftly concludes the fight. Orochimaru's combat experience speaks for itself, and during the skirmish he had gleaned much about Sakazuki's abilities. First, his inhuman strength. This man's power exceeded even Tsunade's. Next, his extraordinary perception. Facing him was like battling a dojutsu bloodline limit user. His next moves and positions seemed predictable. Most importantly, despite painstakingly creating an opening and severing his arm with Ku's great sword, he discovered that this man could liquefy his body into magma, rendering physical attacks futile. All of this was acceptable. But why, after such a long fight, was his stamina still identical to when the battle began? To Orochimaru's senses, Sakazuki's life energy consumption was less than his recovery rate. This monstrous being's energy seemed inexhaustible. Greed and apprehension gleamed in Orochimaru's eyes. He yearned to study this interdimensional life form but understood he could neither capture it nor even glimpse a chance of victory. Let us try. I'll find a way to seize a fragment of this guy's body, and immediately have Orochimaru of Ryuchi Cave summon me away. Sakazuki was somewhat irritated. Orochimaru's abilities were far more complex than any he knew, seemingly wielding every elemental power. After being cut down once, a new body would emerge from his corpse. Even if reduced to ash, a random snake nearby might spawn him anew. Through a consciousness link, the red-eyed kid who summoned him didn't know how to kill this snake. Only that sealing techniques and the Mangekyo Sharingan illusions could restrain him. These two things were unknown to Sakazuki. His gaze shifted toward the other battlefield. Sasori of the Red Sand's chakra threads extended from his chest, manipulating hundreds of human puppets, causing Sakazuki to grit his teeth in fury. That guy is unimaginably evil. The kid who summoned me. Clearly, I'm better suited to handle that puppeteer. Why is it you? Sakazuki discerned that Uchiha and Shirsu were no saints either. From their fighting stance and age, it was clear they had killed many. But compared to Orochimaru and Sasori, these two red-eyed kids were somewhat more tolerable. Peering through a narrow tube to glimpse a leopard, Akasuna no Sasori felt that perhaps this world was dominated by a twisted malevolence. Among those present, aside from himself, there was not a single sane individual. The five gathered each harbored the same thought. The third Kazekage was a vital component of Sasori's combat strength, but not the finest. The best human puppet was none other than himself. Confirmed through his duel with Uchiha Sora, who commanded 100 puppets, it was evident that in the original timeline where Sasori met his demise, he had held back completely. Able to simultaneously manipulate hundreds of puppets, Sasori was undoubtedly the pinnacle of puppeteers in history. Even if Chiyo's puppets were of superior quality, they could not have triumphed over Sakura Haruno in alliance. The sheer combat power Sasori displayed now already surpassed what Uchiha Sora had known. You brat. Only the embrace of your mother and father could make you willingly face death. Huh? Uchiha Sora was intimately familiar with Sasori's tragic past. Like himself, he was orphaned by war. Understanding? Shared suffering? He did not entertain such feelings. One cannot even empathize with his own self from 3 minutes prior. How could he possibly empathize with his adversary? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Endless poison projectiles rained down like a tempest. Lacking any antidote, Uchiha Sora relied on the keen insight of his Sharingan to deftly evade the attacks. This was also one of the reasons he sought to destroy the third Kazekage puppet first. Once that puppet deployed the Iron Sand domain technique, avoiding toxins would prove far more difficult. With the projectiles rendered ineffective, Sasori maneuvered his puppets to engage the two in close combat, intent on strangling them. Shursui represented the traditional Uchiha swordsmanship, his movements renowned for their elegance. Now accustomed to infusing fire-style chakra into his blade, combined with exquisite body flickers, he flitted among the puppets like a butterfly dancing through blossoms, each strike felling a puppet. In contrast, Uchiha Sora was a pragmatist. His slashes, horizontal cuts, and thrusts were all purposeful, clean, and efficient. Yet the strength of the human puppets was insufficient. Sending them off one by one meant eventual annihilation by strangulation. Sasori tugged his strings, drawing 10 puppets before him. After a series of mechanical clicks, they combined into 3 larger puppets, which formed a triangular formation. The mechanisms on their bodies activated. With Sasori's chakra infusion, a fierce tornado arose at the triangle's center, its powerful suction pulling Uchiha Sora's nearby fragmented puppets into a crushing vortex. The puppet technique S3 treasures absorption. Sasori's puppetry was taught by Chiyo. He was the most brilliant puppeteer in history, mastering all of Chiyo's techniques, except for the forbidden jutsu human puppet reincarnation, developed by Chiyo to resurrect Sasori's parents by granting puppets life. Unfortunately, Sasori defected before this technique was completed. Whoosh! Uchiha Sora stabbed Ryujutsu diagonally into the glassified sand layer, heated to extreme temperatures, resisting the suction. The gale tore away the ribbon binding his hair, leaving his disheveled black locks wildly billowing in the wind, brushing over his sharply defined brow. Gazing at the rapidly fluttering hair ribbon, Uchiha Sora's eyes darkened with cold resolve. Unexpectedly, he relinquished his resistance and leapt forward to grasp the ribbon, stained with faint black-brown blood, tightly in his hand. Sensing this uncharacteristic action, Sasori's suspicion was piqued. Is that a memento of someone dear to you? Sora! Shursui exclaimed, rushing towards Uchiha Sora, who was about to be drawn into the triangular vortex. Click! Sasori intensified his chakra output, increasing the suction. Your obsession with such meaningless things is your downfall, Uchiha Sora. As he neared the vortex's heart, Uchiha Sora extended Ryujutsu forward, a faint smile curling his lips. His body spun with the tornado, accelerating with each rotation. Scorching flames erupted from him, surging into the fierce wind and rapidly forming a colossal blaze. The fire whirled at incredible speed, as if intent on engulfing all creation within its terrifying embrace. Within the fiery whirlwind, a faintly discernible dragon roared. Kanzaki Kaori's modification. Fire Dance Whirlwind. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 treasures absorption technique, which should have crushed and consumed everything, was shattered by the immense pillar of orange-red flame. The residual fire dragon, undiminished in might, smashed through 3 large puppets and charged directly at Akasuna no Sasori. Swish, swish, swish. Sasori's spiral slash at his lower back spun at breakneck speed, slicing through the fire dragon layer by layer, but it was too late. Boom! His body was violently flung backward. Steel wires shot out and struck a puppet, halting his momentum. His gaze darkened as he looked up at the youth atop the sand dune. Half of Uchiha Sora's clothing was burnt away by the flames, revealing a body marked by countless scars. Taking a deep breath to steady his rapid breathing, he retied his disheveled black hair with the ribbon and looked down upon Akasuna no Sasori. With a smile, he said, "Wind release is the best enhancer of fire release power. We have great synergy. The strength of combined ninjutsu is impressive, isn't it?" Click, click. Sasori glanced down at his shattered chest armor and spoke indifferently. It's still intact." Whoosh! Steel wires shot forth, glinting coldly. Uchiha Sora raised his blade and charged. His eyes like tempered steel, his garments billowing fiercely, exuding an aura of sharpness. Akasuna no Sasori was a genius, no one denied that. But before an Uchiha, even the greatest genius was but a mortal. Ordinary men increased their strength measured in years. The topmost geniuses might astonish others within days. Yet those present witnessed Uchiha Sora evolving at an extraordinary rate measured in seconds. His chakra dwindled over time, but his sword speed accelerated and his strikes grew more powerful. The flames enveloping him deepened in hue, resembling the fires of purgatory. His crimson eyes and the splattered blood, paired with the increasingly pronounced curve of his lips, painted the picture of a man possessed. In the midst of battle, the fire release chakra mode was perfected. As Uchiha Sora continued to demonstrate, Shursui finally understood what was unfolding. Both fire and lightning release chakra emphasize offense. Lightning chakra increases speed by activating the body's metabolism, whereas fire release is combustion. Fire release is the least stable chakra nature, with associated jutsu focusing on instantaneous bursts of power. If the fourth Raikage's lightning release chakra mode were likened to a battery continuously emitting stable current, then fire release chakra was akin to a bundle of kindling. It is well known. Kindling, when first ignited, burns at a low temperature with a small flame. But as it continues to burn, the fire grows ever more fierce, reaching its zenith. Whether it was the chill within or the external heat, sweat drenched Shursui's garments. What kind of madman would develop such a technique? Indeed, kindling at its peak burns the hottest. But what follows? It is consumed, leaving only ashes. The fire release chakra mode was a technique that, once continuously used, would lead to death. Undoubtedly, it was a forbidden jutsu that should be sealed away. Sora, what thoughts do you harbor to create such a thing? To accomplish such a feat? Feeling the rising heat coursing through his blood, wisps of vitality seeped from his pores, transforming into tendrils of red mist as the flames steamed them away. At this moment, Uchiha was truly a spirited youth in every sense of the word. Shursui found it impossible to believe otherwise. The principle behind it was actually quite simple. Every individual possesses 8 gates that suppress their own chakra. As long as one trains to endure the strain of opening these gates, anyone can unlock them. The state of having all 8 gates fully opened is known as the 8 gates formation, capable of unleashing power many times greater than one's inherent strength. In layman's terms, it is the removal of the body's limiter. Uchiha had awakened his Sharingan at an early age. At that time, driven by an insatiable thirst for power, the first thing he thought of was the 8 gates formation. He fantasized that mastering this secret technique would grant him formidable strength instantly. He did not even need to befriend Might Guy. By simply observing his training through the Sharingan, he could clearly discern the chakra flow patterns and steal the method to open the gates. Then he came to understand. It was Might Guy who was strong, not the 8 gates formation itself. That technique was even simpler and more brutal than imagined. The key lay in extraordinary, overburdening extreme training. Everyone had their own suitable method of exercise, and Might Guy's specialized taijutsu training did not suit him. However, his dedication to disciplined training was something to emulate. After surpassing his own limits once, his physical strength far exceeded that of his peers. Yet this was still insufficient to open the entire 8 gates formation. He could only open the gates located in the head, the opening gate and the rest gate. But that was enough. The opening gate lifted the brain's restrictions, the rest gate lifted the fatigue limitations of the body. With these prerequisites, one could defy the self-protection mechanisms, ignite their own chakra, and continuously enhance all aspects of their abilities. Among the requirements was an acute insight into one's own chakra. The 3-tomo Sharingan was also one of the conditions. This was the essence of fire-style chakra, as Shursui had suspected, a suicidal forbidden technique. The closer one approached the ultimate state, the nearer one came to death. Snap! Sasori's 10 fingers stretched forward, chakra threads entwining Uchiha's body. Such close contact, even without the Sharingan, Sasori could discern the subtle signs. Kid, how much longer can you maintain this state? Uchiha remained unperturbed by the binding, smiling faintly. Maintaining it until I kill you shouldn't be a problem. Sizzle. Flames blazed, melting the chakra threads. Uchiha swung his blade down. Sasori, as if caught completely off guard, wore a dull expression and did not resist as the flowing flame blade cleaved him in two. Uchiha glanced at the shattered torso of Sasori. Indeed, there was no core. He knew that Sasori's core could transfer to other puppets. So during the battle he had long since burned and destroyed the puppets nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha shouted, Shursui. Not beside him, then it must be over there where Shursui was. Swish. Shursui sharply turned his head. The gleaming blade grazed his face, severing a few strands of hair. As if prepared, he pivoted, catching the puppet's arm with his backhand. His other hand thrust a short blade directly toward the black core. Snap! The puppet's arm was severed, allowing it to escape. As it retreated, its cloak fluttered, revealing the face of Akasuna no Sasori. Sasori casually picked up a puppet's arm to attach, his expression unreadable, but his tone betrayed his displeasure. I'm quite certain the core transferred beyond your sight. What exactly are you? Why do you know me so well? Uchiha did not answer directly. The flames on his body gradually faded, quelling the fiery turmoil within. He approached Shisui and faced Sasori. Sasori, observing the two easing their stance as if the battle were over, grew furious. Are you underestimating me? Even if you know I can transfer my core, so what? There are still hundreds of puppets here. The fight is far from over. No, it is already over. Shisui interjected. Genjutsu, he explained, refers to ninjutsu techniques that interfere with an opponent's five senses through chakra. Indeed, your unique body can resist most genjutsu, especially the visual genjutsu of the Sharingan. But no matter how special you are, the core that generates your chakra must contain flesh and blood. Your illusion of immunity to genjutsu exists only because you had never encountered me before. Shisui revealed a cold arrogance unlike his usual demeanor. As an Uchiha, even the gentlest among them naturally mastered post-battle taunts. When you fought Ku, did you think I was merely watching foolishly? From his sleeve, Shisui withdrew a glass vial filled with countless fine needles, speaking slowly. I disrupted your perception and, without your awareness, inserted poison needles into the hollow spaces of every puppet. Sasori felt the core's location. Indeed, a tiny needle was embedded within it. Why did I not sense this before? Soon, Sasori's external senses weakened, as if all sensory nerves were retracted back to the core. No, my art is perfect. It cannot end for such a ridiculous reason. This chakra toxin takes only 3 seconds to take effect, sealing off your 5 senses. If you doubt me, you may try it yourself, Akasuna no Sasori. Understand now who the Uchiha are? Enough of this post-battle lecture. Are you preparing for graduate school or something? Uchiha interrupted Shisui, stepping forward. Sasori struggled to control the puppet to attack, but it emitted only creaking sounds, unable to move an inch. Suddenly, as Uchiha extracted the core, the puppet's pupils dimmed completely. Akasuna no Sasori, capture complete. Not a moment was spared to mourn Sasori's defeat. Summoning jutsu. Boom! Amidst a massive cloud of dust, a massive deep purple serpent with black stripes appeared. The serpent's head bore a pair of small horns, as if shedding its serpentine form to transform into a dragon. It was the great serpent of the sacred dragon cave, Manda, to guard against Uchiha-ku's green giant serpent summon. Orochimaru had restrained himself from calling upon Manda to assist in battle. He endured, and yet, unexpectedly, the renowned Akasuna no Sasori had been eliminated. Orochimaru had fought the third Kazekage. That man truly deserved the title of strongest Kazekage. Yet you, who defeated the third Kazekage, lost so easily? If Sasori knew his thoughts, he would probably say, if you're so capable, then you do it. Orochimaru was utterly unaware of how agonizing Sasori's battle had been. Intelligence had an immense impact on combat. This was not an equal fight at all. Sasori felt every step was calculated, gradually leading him into a dead end. Uchiha sealed Sasori's core into a scroll and looked up at the enormous Manda. In truth, when Sasori transferred his core, Ku had had the chance to destroy it. But capturing Sasori was far more valuable than killing him. He had to consider whether Nagato would come after him because of this. Probably not. The current Akatsuki was no loving family. They did not know that the regenerated core was Sasori's true body. From their perspective, Sasori was dead, with no risk of intelligence leaks. Nagato would not expose his strength prematurely out of revenge. At this point, he was likely still consolidating the rain-hidden village after recently killing Hanzo. Thoughts swirling, Uchiha said to Orochimaru, Orochimaru, as I said before, if you withdraw now, I can pretend none of this ever happened. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, hesitating. The current situation on the battlefield is indeed unfavorable for me, yet Uchiha-ku's condition must be far worse at present. If the 10,000 snakes can hold that fellow back, perhaps there is a chance to seize that brat. Uchiha Itachi's talent alone is enviable, but this one is still in his childhood. Before him stands an Uchiha monster fulfilling his innate potential. The 10,000 snakes beneath him spoke up. Hey, Orochimaru, I don't care whether you want to fight or not, but since you've summoned me, not a single one of the 100 living sacrifices can be spared. 10,000 snakes, you... Orochimaru was about to brush off the 10,000 snakes when the sudden tremor of the earth caused him to halt. Mei-go! Accompanied by the flow and eruption of dark crimson magma, it was as if a hellish beast had roared forth. The sharp, canine-shaped magma form carved a scorching trail through the air, burning and distorting the atmosphere wherever it passed, emitting an ear-piercing shriek. Boom! 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 The tremendous explosions shook the surroundings as a terrifying molten crater appeared on the massive body of the 10,000 snakes, through which even the charred innards were visible. Even with the 10,000 snakes' reflexes, it was impossible to evade such a dreadful strike. What an appalling speed! What a horrifying destructive force! The only sound was the fluttering of the cloak of justice. Akainu lifted his head high, his gaze locked onto the 10,000 snakes, radiating an intensely scorching power laced with an utterly frigid intent to kill. No matter how much one underestimates justice, there must be limits. Dog-S bite Scarlet Lotus. Boom, boom, boom. The magma power around Akainu surged like a boiling sea of rage, and a magma hound even larger than before was unleashed with the swing of Akainu's arm. If 10,000 snakes failed to avoid the Dog-S bite Scarlet Lotus, he would truly be done for. Without hesitation, he dispelled his summoning. The anguished roar of the 10,000 snakes echoed. Damn Orochimaru. 200, no 300. Boom, boom, boom. The magma hound's head lunged into empty air, charging into the sky before exploding with a thunderous blast. The falling magma thundered down upon the desert, igniting the very sand and stones beneath. Akainu furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Uchiha. With your space-type ability, can you help me catch up to him? I must kill him. How dare he speak of living sacrifices in front of a Marine Vice-Admiral? If we don't exterminate him utterly, how can we uphold the name of justice we bear? That's a bit tricky. Maybe we should ask this gentleman, Uchiha said, turning toward Orochimaru with ill intent. Orochimaru showed no expression, then suddenly prostrated himself, opening his mouth wide like a serpent. Ninjutsu. 10,000 snakes formation. An endless tide of snakes surged forth like a wave, blotting out the sky and rushing toward the group. Fire blast. Countless lava fists erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly incinerating the massive snake swarm. However, after that momentary visual obstruction, no trace of Orochimaru's presence could be sensed. Uchiha scanned the surroundings and announced, "He has fled." Defeating Orochimaru and killing Orochimaru are entirely different concepts. Uchiha Itachi could defeat Orochimaru with a single glance, but even after careful strategizing and wielding the legendary ten-tailed sword, he never truly killed Orochimaru. Even with Akainu's power, Uchiha never imagined he could eliminate Orochimaru. Akainu's frown deepened. Tracking is not his specialty, and among pirates, abilities as bizarre as Orochimaru's are rare. Boy, truly no way to find him? To Akainu, Orochimaru's aura was as sinister as the most evil pirates, and failing to kill such a foe is an unbearable burden. Uchiha shook his head. To give you a metaphor you can understand, killing him is about as difficult as making Borsellino diligent. Is that so? Akainu pondered for a moment. To send kids your age to deal with someone like that, what on earth is the world's government doing? Hearing this, Shursui was clearly taken aback. In his concept, children going to war held no oddity. What did the world government have to do with daimyo? Uchiha smiled. There is no unified government here. He gazed at the scattered sparks in the desert and spoke softly. I will be the one to establish order. I will reshape this world. His tone was not lofty or dreamlike but stated as fact. Akainu drew a cigar from his sleeve and lit it with his fingertips. Someone with an ability like mine having such ambition is to be expected. Rarely did Akainu show a teasing side. Their vast height difference forced Akainu to crouch to meet Uchiha's eye level. He raised a hand and pressed it to the center of Uchiha's brow, revealing a crimson lotus-shaped mark. Along with the mark came life energy infused by Akainu, rapidly replenishing Uchiha's previous deficits. Work hard to grow. You owe me a debt. I'll come to collect it. Of course, Uchiha chuckled lightly, the still glowing crimson lotus mark flickering faintly. Akainu rose and turned, adjusting his hat as his figure gradually faded. With his back to the two, he casually waved his hand in a gesture of farewell. Current loan project. Marine Vice Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. Project level. Silver. Related information. Akainu experience card. User currently holds 30 Sakazuki points in understanding the magma fruit, randomly mutated into 70 fire release chakra comprehension. Bond amplification. User shares highly similar traits with the lender, granting a random 200-point ability boost. Such high compatibility. But I will never grow to look like that, too burly. Repayment agreement. If overdue, a hunt will be triggered, deducting 10 points from all user attributes per minute until repayment. Options to pawn memory fragments or emotional colors are available. Silver. Previously, the platform rated me as black iron. Is this an energy level evaluation? I'm black iron, Akainu is silver, and Zekrom is gold. There should be no other tiers between them, right? While collecting the remains of puppets on the battlefield, thoughts continuously surged through Uchiha's mind. Shursui spoke beside him. Are you planning to use these puppet corpses to lure out Sand Village ninjas, making it easier for us to infiltrate? Uchiha was sealing the puppets into a scroll. You're not that utterly stupid. Shursui smiled bitterly. You're underestimating me. At least when I was on the battlefield I was a captain level. Uchiha was merely teasing. If he truly did not trust Shursui, he would not have chosen to act alongside him. As a comrade, Shusui's abilities were near perfect, and most importantly, he was obedient. If it were with Fugaku, conflict would have erupted in the land of hot springs. Deeply indoctrinated by the ninja world S-system, Fugaku would certainly believe the daimyo were sacred bloodlines not to be harmed. Uchiha Itachi was half ruined by Fugaku's teachings and ultimately driven to despair by Shusui's death. Considering this, Uchiha felt he should bring Uchiha Sasuke out when they returned. Fugaku's family's mental state was worrisome, and only he could properly guide this rare good child of the Uchiha. That way Gaara would have a playmate too. I'm too considerate, practically a saint. Sorting through the puppets, some broken ones would be used as bait. Others would still be needed later. Shursui hesitated a moment, then asked, "Do you intend to control the sand scorpion for your own use? Honestly, I can interfere with his perception for a short time but not long term. Or are you intending to let clan head Fugaku control him?" Uchiha shook his head. "Our clan head lacks the resolute spirit. Maintaining the status quo would already be commendable. I shall wait for you to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan before attempting to unseal Akasuna no Sasori." Mangekyo. Before departing, Fugaku had specifically spoken with Shursui. To awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, one must endure immense sorrow, which stimulates the brain to secrete a unique chakra. Fugaku also conveyed the inherent risks of using the Mangekyo to Shursui. He particularly cautioned Shursui not to overly provoke Ku's emotions. Ku's pride is overwhelming. He is too young, too gifted. Awakening the Mangekyo at such an age would be detrimental. You are the future of the Uchiha clan. In a few years, the position of clan head will surely be passed to you. Ensuring your stable growth is paramount. Noticing Shursui's unusual expression, Uchiha guessed something. Fugaku told you how to awaken the Mangekyo, didn't he? Shursui was silent for a few seconds before nodding. The clan head told me that he refrained from discussing this with you because he believed you were too young. Pursuing the power of the Mangekyo too early would cause excessive bodily harm. Fugaku repeatedly warned Shursui not to arouse Ku's interest in the Mangekyo. But once Uchiha inquired, he told me. That much is true. Uchiha acknowledged Fugaku's viewpoint and continued. The ideal age to awaken the Mangekyo should be around 15 or 16. Awakening it too early carries the risk of bloodline disease. You have studied the Mangekyo? Shursui recalled that no one in the clan had awakened the Mangekyo for many years. Where did get that information? Upon reflection, without Ku's explanation, Shursui attributed it to Ku's eyes, which could foresee the future. Fugaku must have told you that the Mangekyo requires a tremendous stimulus to awaken, right? Uchiha smiled faintly and shook his head. Why should I heed the words of a mediocre man who only awakened his Mangekyo in his 30s? Shursui, we are prodigies. Awakening the Mangekyo is not as difficult as he imagines. For us, there is only one thing to focus on: intensify training to enhance our physical endurance. When we return, you must add 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 squats, and run 100 kilometers every day on top of your existing training regimen. Not a single day can be missed. Through incremental accumulation, we shall break through the limits of our bodies. I know, my guy, Shursui said with a wry smile, scratching his head. Don't make it difficult for me. I won't be able to endure such hardship. Uchiha continued rummaging casually. It's fine. When the clan faces disaster, just don't regret not having worked hard enough. In Shursui's mind, the vision Uchiha showed him earlier resurfaced once more. Alright, I'll do it. Land of Rain. Within the curtain of rain, Orochimaru approached a towering structure with a grim expression. He slowed, halted, and looked upward. On a platform extending from the tower stood a figure. Backlit by the dim light, his features remained obscured, yet the faintly glowing deep purple Rinnegan radiated an oppressive presence. Beside him was an angelic Konin, the divine attendant, wings unfurled. Leader, Sasori. Pain's voice was devoid of emotion, like that of a cold corpse. Dead? Who? The Uchiha clan. Orochimaru grinned. We were ambushed by the Uchiha clan who defected from Konoha. Sasori was killed. I barely escaped. After a brief silence, Pain spoke again. Even so, with your and Sasori's strength, couldn't you have at least escaped, if not annihilated them? Orochimaru pulled open his collar, revealing a horrific wound on his shoulder. Even his scapula had been charred black. I learned from Konoha's spies that Uchiha Fugaku's peculiar eyes are the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Their clan also possesses a tremendously powerful summoning beast comparable to a tailed beast. Just visit the Konoha border and you'll see. My escape was thanks to a special secret technique. Sasori wasn't so fortunate. For reasons unknown, Orochimaru did not utter a single truthful word to Pain. More precisely, every word was true, but concepts were subtly shifted. Two Uchiha brats, well, they could also be considered part of the Uchiha clan. Pain, shall we retaliate? Sasori was personally recruited by Konin. Compared to the others, she was somewhat closer to him. No, since he is dead, there is no need to expose intelligence for his sake. Does the Uchiha clan head know you belong to Akatsuki? Orochimaru shook his head. No. I witnessed Sasori's death with my own eyes and can confirm no intelligence was leaked. The Uchiha clan head truly does not know. Alright, I understand. You should rest now. I will assign others to your mission. I need some rare medicinal herbs. The purchase will be quite costly. Conan, give them to him. Orochimaru adjusted his collar and walked away. Underneath the black robe, the charred blood scabs fell away, and granulation tissue began to form. Pain furrowed his brow. Only when alone with Conan did he reveal obvious facial expressions. Madara orchestrated the Ninetales incident, and the Uchiha defected. Why didn't he recruit this clan? They killed Sasori and forced Orochimaru into a desperate retreat. Their strength surpasses expectations. They remain an independent clan now. As the ancestor of the Uchiha, why does Madara not act? Conan was silent for a moment before replying. Pain, there are too many doubts about that person. He may not truly be the legendary Madara Uchiha. Enough, Conan. Controlling the Ninetales alone should prove his identity, shouldn't it? Contact him and confirm the status of the Uchiha clan. Understood. Hidden Sand Village. In the harsh environment where sandstorms rage, it serves as excellent nourishment for nurturing shinobi. Every sand ninja is elite among elites. That is the nicer way to put it. The reality is poor geography, scarce resources, and the daimyo of the Land of Wind unwilling to allocate funds. The Sand Village can only reduce the number of ninja trained, selecting only those with talent and abandoning those without. The passage into and out of the Sand Village is limited to a fissure between two cliffs. Easy to defend, hard to attack. Night fell, the bright moon hung high. Sand ninja patrolling the village entrance discovered several damaged puppets and a large amount of bloodstains. No one has ever used puppets like these. Who fought here? Who was the enemy? Puppeteering is a rare profession. Every puppet bears the strong personal imprint of its puppeteer. This sand ninja was certain that no one in the village possessed puppets of this kind. Moreover, these puppets gave him an unsettling feeling. If he had the relevant knowledge, he would recognize this as the uncanny valley effect. These puppets resembled humans too closely. Report to the captain. Alright, you go, I'll keep watch here. On a distant sand dune, Uchiha and Shursui stood silently. On Shursui's shoulder perched a crow, chirping softly in his ear. After listening to the crow's language, Shursui turned to Uchiha and said, They say they can take you flying inside, but don't use the fire-style chakra mode during the process. They can't tolerate it. You can still understand crow calls? Is it the same natural communication ability as Yugo? Isn't it common knowledge to communicate with contracted summons? Can't you understand ninja cats? Uchiha's complexion darkened. Ninja cats can speak human language? You pampered second-generation ninja who knows nothing of the hardships of life. Shursui offered an awkward smile. Most Uchiha tended to select ninja cats as their summoning beasts, except for those like him who possessed hereditary ninja beasts. By the way, there's a new batch of raven hatchlings. Are you interested in becoming their contractor? Uchiha paused thoughtfully and shook his head. Lacking Shursui's aptitude for genjutsu, if he desired the ability of flight, a giant eagle like Sasuke's would be a superior choice later on. No, the best choice, of course, is salamence. In 6 years, I should be able to tame salamence properly. Hopefully, it won't sell off my IOUs. Lost in such thoughts, he noticed a familiar face approaching from afar, attracted by their bait. Maki, the sand-hidden ninja who, in the original timeline, had slain Moonlight Gale with a single gust of wind. A white cloth was wrapped around his head, half of his face concealed by fabric, looking nearly identical to how he appeared over a decade later. Click. Maki lifted a puppet's severed head for a closer inspection, frowning deeper and deeper. As with the previous team members, he confirmed that this was not the work of any puppet master within the village. What set it apart was that he recognized it as a puppet crafted by humans. Such a technique he pried open the puppet's head, and from the mechanism's installation, a sense of familiarity arose. It was Crow. Maki had been a contemporary of Sasori of the Red Sand, but at the age of 8 during the Chunin exams, he had been swiftly defeated by Sasori. The puppet Sasori used back then was Crow, identical in mechanism to this puppet. Maki's expression shifted dramatically as he spoke in a deep voice. You call for reinforcements. I will report to the 4th Kazekage immediately. They still had no clue about the truth behind the 3rd Kazekage's disappearance. But Sasori had massacred many villages in the Land of Wind over the years and was long classified as an S-rank missing nin of the Sand Village. This was a matter of utmost importance. He had to report to the Kazekage without delay. As Maki sped back, only 4 sand ninjas remained nervously guarding the pile of wreckage. One team member had just launched a communication signal. Whoosh! A kunai struck directly between his eyebrows. Enemy attack. Before the words had fully left his mouth, whoosh, another kunai pierced his throat. The other two immediately assumed defensive stances, only to find their vision tilting unnaturally. Thud. Two kunai connected by a steel wire severed their heads. From the darkness emerged a man clad in a black Akatsuki cloak adorned with red clouds, his complexion deathly pale. It was Orochimaru. He stepped forward to retrieve the steel wire, then shook several snake corpses from his sleeve. Standing still for a moment, a squad of sand ninjas rapidly arrived. "You're Orochimaru." The sand leader slammed on the brakes, face contorted in terror. No sand ninja would fail to recognize the legendary Sannin, whose infamy largely stemmed from the corpses of sand shinobi. Orochimaru's signature sinister smile appeared as he lifted the head of a red-haired youth. Some recognized the red-haired boy as the Sand Village's former prodigious puppet master, Sasori of the Red Sand. "Heh. I've been chasing this for a long time and finally found him. Thank me for handling your traitor. Tell Chiyo that I'll be waiting at the Tenchi Bridge in 10 days. I have a deal to make with her." "Bastard." The sand ninja stifled his fear and roared in rage. "How dare you kill within the Sand Village? This is outrageous." Swish. Orochimaru ignored him and vanished in an instant, already hundreds of meters away. Two men remained behind. "Let us call it for now. We'll wait for Captain Maki and the Kazekage before proceeding." In the end, he still lacked the courage to pursue Orochimaru. Behind a sand dune, with a loud bang, Orochimaru transformed back into Uchiha amidst the smoke. He crushed Sasori's head underfoot. The fragments sank into the shifting sands. "Let us move to the other side. We'll depart as soon as the Kazekage and others arrive." Before long, Kazekage Raza and Elder Chiyo arrived at the crime scene. Chiyo knelt down to examine the puppet remains, a trace of sorrow crossing her aged face. "Human puppet Sasori, have you truly come this far?" The sand ninja relayed Orochimaru's departing words to Chiyo, whose frown deepened. 10 days later, at the Tenchi Bridge, what kind of deal could she possibly make with Orochimaru? Could it be Chiyo held up Sasori's severed head? Unwilling to believe that Orochimaru had truly slain Sasori, various signs suggested that Orochimaru was deliberately waiting for the sand ninjas to transmit intelligence. His true target was her alone. Regarding her primary adversary, Chiyo understood the Sannin well. If there was something in her possession that Orochimaru coveted, it was surely the reanimation jutsu. He had someone he wished to revive. How he came to know this technique was beyond her understanding. There were too many perplexing details. Even the seasoned Chiyo could not deduce the truth from such fragmented information. "Elder Chiyo, what do you think?" Kazekage Raza asked gravely. Chiyo shook her head, then nodded slowly. "It is indeed the work of my unruly grandson, but I cannot fathom why Orochimaru appeared. I suspect he is allied with Sasori, intending to lure me into a trap." Raza furrowed his brow deeply, his thoughts racing. The village had suffered massive losses during the Third Great Ninja War and was still in the process of rebuilding. Many critical matters still required Chiyo's leadership. He wanted to warn her against falling into the trap, but with Sasori involved, he did not know how to broach the subject. Chiyo smiled faintly. "Rest assured, I won't fall for such a simplistic snare." As she spoke, a piercing alarm shattered the night sky. Mrs. Chiyo sprang to her feet in alarm. "No, Shikaku!" In a house within the sand village, Yakashimaru cradled the swaddled Gaara in one arm, gripping a kunai tightly with the other, eyes fixed on the window. Amid the shrill alarm that followed the barrier's breach, the low cawing of crows mingled. The window faced the full moon. The boy's silhouette stood with his back to the moonlight, his crimson eyes reflecting the lunar glow. "Yakashimaru, hand him over to me. Wake up, Yakashimaru." Yakashimaru, swaying amidst a pool of blood, regained consciousness and immediately looked down at the infant in his arms. Not long before, the child of his beloved elder sister had been there. "Who is it?" Raza's face darkened. If only his son had been kidnapped, he would not have treated his trusted subordinate with such severity. But Gaara was not merely his son. He was the Sand's most vital weapon, the vessel of Shikaku. Chiyo's expression also grew grave as she said in a low voice, "The moment the alarm sounded, the Umbu activated the barrier. There is no response now. The intruders remain within the sand village. Kazekage, we absolutely must reclaim Shikaku. Failure is not an option." A sensory barrier covering the entire village was something only Konoha among the 5 great nations could afford to maintain continuously. The Sand Village's ability to sustain such barriers at several key locations was already remarkable. When they arrived, the ninjas tasked with guarding the area and the barrier squad had all been slaughtered. From the wounds, it appeared they had been ambushed and killed from behind by a ninja with exceptional concealment abilities. At that moment, Yakashimaru regained his composure, a subtle gleam passing unnoticed through his eyes. The Iwagakure ninjas. They used a secret camouflage technique to approach, knock me unconscious, and abduct Gaara. If they could knock you out, why didn't you die? Having just experienced a diversion tactic, Raza was unusually sensitive to anything illogical. Though Yakishimaru was gravely wounded, his survival was highly abnormal. Yakishimaru did not know how to answer, raising his kunai with a helpless expression. I apologize for failing to protect Gaara. I shall atone for this with my life. Swish! Without a moment's hesitation, he drove the kunai into his own chest, only to be struck away by a strand of chakra thread. Calm down, Kazekage. Chiyo's brows knitted tightly. Now is not the time for blame, Kazekage. Quickly mobilize the sensory forces to conduct a thorough search. Do I really need to teach you this? I understand, Elder Chiyo. Rosa strode out swiftly. Chiyo approached Yakimaru and extended her hand. Do not resist. Her gesture was not born of kindness to save Yakimaru, but rather to subject him to examination, to determine whether he had been affected by Jinjutsu. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, confirming that Yakimaru showed no signs of Jinjutsu interference. With Yakimaru unresisting, Chiyo witnessed the last scene before he lost consciousness. A masked Iwagakure shinobi, like a chameleon, revealing his form, stabbing him and seizing the Shikaku Jinchuriki. It was inevitable. Attempting to discern Sharingan Jinjutsu traces without Byakugan, Uchiha Sora was merely an average Jinjutsu user compared to monsters like Shursui, but against others he was undoubtedly a master of illusions. Take him away first. We'll deal with everything else once this is over. No suicide attempts, understood? Compared to Rosa, who had only recently assumed office, Chiyo clearly possessed greater aptitude for handling emergencies, and her prestige surpassed even that of the Kazekage. As she pondered the sequence of events, contemplating the roles Orochimaru and Sasori played in this incident, boom, 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 a tremendous explosion echoed throughout Sunagakure, flames soaring skyward in an instant. Chiyo hastened to the rooftop, gazing upon the billowing smoke from multiple blast sites across the village, accompanied by the anguished cries of countless villagers. Attempting to sow chaos and flee, she raised her hand with authority and commanded, ignore the explosion sites. Everyone, proceed to the village perimeter and enforce martial law. What was once Iwagakure's secret technique had now become the domain of the explosion corps. Wind, fire, earth, the three neighboring great nations had long been rivals, and Chiyo was well acquainted with their methods. Not necessarily. Detonation tags could produce similar effects. Who exactly was after Shikaku? Minutes later, a signal indicating enemy contact came from one direction. The Kazekage glanced back once at the chaotic village and decisively mounted a sand-gold platform. Soaring into the air, atop the city wall lay the scattered corpses of more than a dozen Sunagakure ninjas. Shursui cradled the peacefully sleeping Gaara, wiping blood from his dagger before sheathing it. Upon exiting the barrier's range, Shikaku, sensing an opportunity, indeed sought to rampage, but only a trace of chakra surfaced. Shursui's ocular power immediately activated the ceiling space, delivering a fierce blow. Since birth, Gaara had never slept so soundly. Even as Shursui held him amid bloodshed, he sucked his thumb, drifting through dreams with the security of a child nestled in his mother's arms. The pair's appearance at this moment was somewhat peculiar. Shursui wore an afro wig and a wooden mask over his face. Uchiha Sora bore golden ponytails, his upper face wrapped thickly in bandages. The transformation technique was immediately revealed upon movement. Ironically, the simplest disguise proved most effective now. The gaps in the bandages did not obstruct his vision. Watching Rosa approach, Uchiha Sora formed hand seals, surging chakra taking on a tangible form. Follow the original route. I'll catch up later. Without hesitation, Shursui vanished with the child. Rosa's speed was swift. He already spotted the two. Whoosh! A sand-gold spear hurtled fiercely toward Shursui, heedless of the child's safety. To Rosa, Gaara's death meant little. In a few years, Shikaku would be reborn in the desert. He possessed the power to suppress Shikaku there and could find a new Jinchuriki then. But he could not allow the beast to be taken away. That was a loss Sunagakure could never endure. Boom! A colossal fireball shattered the sand-gold spear, soaring toward the heavens. Uchiha Sora lowered his voice and sneered coldly, Kazekage, if you don't want your son so badly, why not let us take him? Rosa had no patience to engage in idle talk. He manipulated his sand platform to pursue Shursui, conjuring multiple sand-gold spears to stab. Boom! 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 Each massive fireball shattered the sand-gold spears while blocking Rosa's path. He knew he must first deal with this obstacle. With a sweeping motion, Rosa raised his hand, and the sand gold beneath the city walls surged upward like a waterfall flowing upstream, sweeping toward Uchiha Sora. Yet Uchiha Sora seemed oblivious to the sand gold creeping at his feet, continuing to launch fireballs skyward. As the fireballs ascended, they carried thick smoke, forming a dense black cloud over Sunagakure. Swish! Only when the sand gold reached his ankles did Uchiha Sora cease releasing fireballs, shaking off the sand gold and leaping to the opposite side. The sand gold moved swiftly, coalescing into a giant hand reaching for Uchiha Sora. Hey, with the village in such chaos, aren't you gonna do anything, Kazekage? Rosa manipulated the sand gold, sneering coldly. Deal with them first, then it'll be time to deal with you. Is that so? Just as the giant hand was about to grasp Uchiha Sora, Rosa suddenly paused, sensing something, and looked up at the sky. Thud. With a heavy, muffled sound, ripples appeared in the sky above Mangekyo, as if invisible giant hands tore through the clouds. Then, the dim night sky was illuminated by countless blazing fireballs. Massive fireballs, like meteors wrapped in thick smoke, descended from the heavens, resembling a volcanic eruption at the end of days. The Uchiha clan was naturally endowed with fire release chakra. Bearing fragments of Akainu and Rayquaza, Uchiha Sora's understanding of fire release was nearly legendary. Summoning all his strength, he executed a technique resembling a natural disaster. Rosa's pupils constricted sharply. His body trembled. What is this? At that moment, the demonic voice rang out once more. Meteor Volcano, a technique a friend taught me. Choose now, protect the village or chase us. Only you can make this choice. Rosa took a deep breath and turned to glare fiercely at Uchiha Sora. You despicable bastard. Don't think you can threaten me. Scoundrel. Swish. The sand gold giant hand brushed past closely. Uchiha Sora replied calmly, this isn't a threat. I sincerely hope you choose to save lives. After all, I don't want to be the murderer of thousands. Though he spoke thus, the lower half of his face revealed a devilish smirk. Bastard. Rosa had no time to think. Indeed, with the fireball's rapid descent, ninjas could easily evade them, but what about ordinary villagers? Those were the loved ones of the ninjas. No Kazekage could possibly neglect the protection of their village. Willingness to sacrifice one's life for the village was a prerequisite for becoming a Kazekage. To put it bluntly, if the village's ordinary citizens perished, even if he remained Kazekage, he would be drowned in the fury of the ninja, forced to atone with his life. Boom. Rosa raised both hands high, veins bulging, shouting furiously. The sand gold buried deep beneath Mangekyo surged upward, carrying countless grains to form umbrella-shaped shields. Even the sand gold giant hand chasing Uchiha Sora joined the defense, proving Rosa no longer had the strength to confront him. Uchiha Sora cast a glance at Rosa, abandoning any thought of killing him. Even with Rosa supporting all of Mangekyo, killing him was not something achievable in a short time. If we do not seize the moment to flee now, once Chio and the others catch up, escape will be impossible. Gazing at the retreating figure of Uchiha Ku, Rozuna bellowed in frustration and fury. Who exactly are you? Ku's footsteps faltered, and his golden ponytail swayed as he turned his head. Remember my name. Explosive Release, Deidara. It is a name destined to resound throughout the shinobi world sooner or later. Boom, boom, boom. An innumerable volley of fireballs collided upon the layers of sand, erupting in a tremendous roar. Sparks and flames exploded like a grand fireworks display, a magnificent send-off for the departing figure. Rozuna gritted his teeth fiercely, his eyes brimming with boundless hatred. Deidara, I swear I will kill you. After an entire night of relentless full-speed pursuit, Uchiha Ku and Kisame rendezvoused in a concealed cave within the land of birds. How is it? Kisame asked with concern, rousing Gaara from slumber. Ku composed his breath and, resting his hands on his knees, replied, They shouldn't be able to catch up. I created several false trails using shadow clones. To be safe, let us rest briefly before returning. Kisame nodded, then glanced at Gaara with a troubled expression. That Ku, he seems hungry. Since earlier, Gaara's stomach had been growling incessantly. Yet he did not cry or fuss. Instead, he gazed at Kisame with wide, curious eyes, and also looked at Ku for a while when he appeared. It seemed he was puzzled why his head ceased to ache when held by a different person. Whether he had been weaned or not was unclear. For now, they decided to give him some rations dissolved in water, nutritional and harmless. Kisame smiled wryly, shaking his head. What were the Sand Village's leaders thinking? Sealing a tailed beast within the body of an infant? Ku grinned, brother, don't mention my second brother. Back when we were still Leaf Shinobi, the fourth Hokage did the same. What do you mean by that? Kisame furrowed his brow. Even though they were no longer Leaf Shinobi, he still held the fourth Hokage in high regard. How could that man have done such a thing? We'll talk about it later. As for that matter, we'll only intervene if his circumstances truly deteriorate. If Naruto could grow up happily in Konoha, Ku had no intention to interfere and even reminded Jiraiya of this. An expression of gratitude for Minato Namake's past kindness to him. However, if Naruto were to endure hardship, Ku would find a way to take him away, also as a repayment to the fourth Hokage. Gaara's digestive system was robust. After drinking the ration juice, he showed no adverse reaction. Once rested, the two set off stealthily toward the land of whirlpools. Along the way, Kisame, unable to remain silent, spoke first. Ku, I have pondered long and hard and finally discerned the full scope of your plan. Plan? Ku inquired. Kisame continued. First, you incited Lord Jiraiya to head toward the land of water, sowing discord between Konoha and the hidden mist. Then you deliberately allowed Tsukidai to relay information, drawing the attention of the hidden cloud village to Konoha's movements. And then, his voice grew excited and pitch rose. After encountering Akasuna no Sasori, you seized the chance to use him to lure out the Kazekage and decisively struck. The best part is we disguised ourselves as hidden stone shinobi, so they will blame the disappearance of Shikaku on the land of Earth. With Orochimaru's prior machinations clouding the situation, they will never suspect this. Kisame's eyes sparkled as he regarded Uchiha Ku. With the 5 great nations thrown into chaos, we gain precious time to amass strength. You are truly brilliant, Ku. That indeed was the plan, Ku admitted. For you to see all this means you have grown considerably, Kisame. Of course, Ku would never admit that his disguise as a stone shinobi was merely a product of his own twisted whimsy. When he first attacked Sasori, he had not considered such far-reaching implications. But since you think so, then so be it. Kisame's words made Ku belatedly realize that his actions had inadvertently stirred turmoil across all 5 great nations. Time to lay low for a while and wait for that young Orochimaru to come find me. Land of whirlpools. The ruins were gone, replaced by a smooth thoroughfare leading to a newly established village. Horse-drawn carts laden with iron or in daily necessities traversed the village south main road. Wooden buildings lined the street in orderly fashion, their carved window frames radiating a warm glow. Clearly, these were merchants' doorways, each adorned not only with shop signs but also bearing the Uchiha clan's banner. Several children laughed and chased after one another as they rolled through the alleyways. Bang! Ouch! The fastest girl, distracted by her companions behind her, collided with someone ahead and tumbled to the ground. Sorry. She clutched her head and looked up to see a familiar face she had long sought but not found. Her small face instantly lit up with joy. Kuni. Uchiha Ku bent down, placing his hand upon the girl's forehead. His voice cold. Finish apologizing. Who told you to run heedlessly without watching where you're going? Don't you know how dangerous that is? The girl was none other than Uchiha Cho, daughter of the dango shop owner. She stuck out her tongue, leapt up, and hugged Ku. I want to say sorry. You promised to visit me often, but you disappeared for so long. You should be the one apologizing. Ku straightened and gently embraced Cho. Is the dango shop open yet? Mom opened it long ago. She said the clan head gave her a huge stall. I keep asking her where you've been, but she never tells me. The cold facade Ku feigned melted away as he tenderly stroked the red mark left by her fall. Adults' affairs are none of children's concern. Cho waved her arms and legs excitedly in his embrace, unconcerned about falling. I'm not a child. I asked Mom, and Kuinai is only 5 years older than me. I can marry you. Wait until you become a strong and dazzling kunoichi. Ku replied with a smile, surveying the children around him. A faint smile curved Ku's lips. Come on, today's treat is on me, Dango. Yay! I want the extra-large portion. I want Kuinai's special edition. The sweetest and best. My mom never lets me have it. Me too. Kisame watched as Ku was swarmed by children and found himself momentarily unable to distinguish which was the real Ku, the villain who held tens of thousands of sand shinobi hostage, or the radiant boy before him. Perhaps both were true. Kisame lowered his gaze, smiled softly, and followed along, intending to join the feast. Meanwhile, in other lands, the atmosphere was far from peaceful. The land of birds, situated between the lands of wind and earth, served as a small buffer state in wartime. Today, Sand Shinobi disregarded the tacit understanding between the 2 great nations and had seized several hidden stone outposts. Reports even came that the Kazekage and Chiyo herself had appeared on the front lines. The 2 nations had only recently emerged from the 3rd Great Ninja War and should have been recuperating. Yet Inoki had no idea what had driven the Sand Village to act like rabid dogs biting indiscriminately. Though our clans have conflicts, we're all poor, he grumbled. If you have the strength, why not attack Konoha instead? Why come after me? As the fighting approached the border of the land of Earth, Inoki had to lead his men to assess the situation. At the boundary between the land of birds and the land of Earth, despite being leaders, they did not behave like street thugs who attacked at first sight. Inoki and his guards took to the air, leveling with Rozuna and Chiyo standing atop a sand mound. Old Lady Chiyo, what business do you have bringing this Kazekage brat here? True to her seasoned nature, Chiyo's first words sought to sow discord between the 2 sand leaders by placing herself before the Kazekage. Rozuna's face darkened, clearly affected. Chiyo, however, remained unfolded, softly saying, "Kazekage-sama, once this matter is resolved, I shall retire. After all these years, I am weary." Rosa harbored a deep aversion to the sensation of relinquishing full control over power. Yet, he was acutely aware of Chiyo's paramount significance to the village. Hastily, he shook his head and implored, "Both I and the hidden sand require your wisdom. Please endure a few more years of hardship." With that, he turned his gaze toward Inoki, his voice icy and resolute. "Old man, you and the hidden stone are well aware of what you have done. If you refuse to surrender that person, then prepare for a grand assault by the hidden sand upon the land of earth." Hidden sand? A grand assault? Inoki chuckled heartily, puffing out his mustache. "Last time it was the third Kazekage who disappeared. This time, who of yours has gone missing? If you let just anyone come and go, you might as well rename your hidden sand village to Desert Latrine." Boom! From within the forest, a torrent of sand surged like a cascading waterfall. Simultaneously, Old Purple, tasked with guarding the Utsutsuki, erupted with formidable presence. His scorching lava released chakra warping the very air. That chakra! Rosa fixed his gaze on Old Purple, teeth clenched in fury. He knew that figure was not truly Old Purple, yet their chakra was strikingly similar, surpassing the ordinary intensity of fire-style jutsu. There had to be a connection between them. Rosa had contemplated the possibility that someone was framing the hidden stone, but aside from the explosive release ninja, no one else seemed capable of such a feat, especially considering the hidden stone's camouflage invisibility secret technique. Each ninja village's techniques bore distinct characteristics, much like each major sect had its own unique style, making imitation nearly impossible. If you saw someone wielding the leaf whirlwind technique to defeat their own comrade, would you suspect they were an imposter from another village? It was precisely for this reason that Kakashi, who could use various villages' ninjutsu, earned the moniker Copy Ninja Kakashi. Surely it wasn't he the Uchiha lighting fireworks that night? Tensions escalated, both sides bristling as if a single word could ignite battle. At that moment, Chiyo spoke. "Inoki, half a month ago, a squad of ninjas attacked the hidden sand village. Among them was an explosive release ninja who destroyed many vital structures, including the statue of the second Kazekage. After deliberation, the hidden sand decided to conceal the loss of Shikaku. If it truly wasn't he the hidden sand's doing, voluntarily disclosing the theft of such a crucial weapon would be an invitation for trouble. Moreover, by observing your reaction, Inoki, we can determine whether you are the culprits. As for why it happened half a month ago," she continued, 5 days ago, I did go to the Tenchi Bridge as planned, hoping to glean some information from Orochimaru. That day, the hidden sand deployed nearly their entire force. Even the Kazekage was undercover within the ordinary Umbu, trying to subdue Orochimaru the moment he appeared. Yet, the hidden sand waited in the rain all day and got nothing. Realizing they had been duped, the hidden sand unleashed their fury upon the hidden stone's stronghold. Hand over that person so we can verify the truth. If it's a misunderstanding, we will withdraw immediately. That thief's name is Deidara. Upon hearing the name, Chiyo keenly noticed Inoki's pupils constricting, a reaction far from that of someone hearing an unfamiliar name. Her expression darkened. "Inoki, you seem to have heard this name before." Inoki laughed bitterly, pointing a trembling finger at Chiyo's head. "Old hag, I do know that name. Not long ago I took him in. But damn it, he is only 3 years old. If you're going to spin tales, at least make them believable." "I don't believe you," Rosa said sternly. "If this person does exist, then let him come forth. I will judge the truth myself." His resentment toward Deidara had reached a level where he dreamt of torturing the man every night. Drawing a deep breath, Inoki's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Rosa. "Fine. Send all your daughters and sons over, and I'll give you a chance to meet him." Inoki struck precisely at Rosa's sore spot, and with his fury unleashed, an overwhelming tide of golden sand surged toward Inoki and his party. Such magnitude did not require Inoki's personal intervention. Lava release, scorching river rock technique. Old Purple expelled a massive magma sphere, suppressing the advancing golden sand waves. He snorted coldly. "Not willing to part with your own child, yet you want to see Deidara? If you want to challenge us, first summon Shikaku." This was a phrase he often used. Years ago he told Minato to call upon the Ninetails. It revealed his arrogance, believing only tailed beasts could oppose him. Yet, to Rosa and Chiyo this was not the case. Both nearly concluded that the hidden stone was indeed behind the incident. No wonder they had been so brazen. They must have thought the hidden sand weak and contemptible, not even bothering to hide their actions. Given that both of their Jinchuriki were stable combatants, it was indeed possible they were scheming to seize a third-tailed beast. Rosa was about to lash out, but Chiyo placed her hand on his shoulder, subtly shaking her head. Now was not the time to sever ties with the hidden stone. Casting a long look at Inoki, Chiyo said gravely, "We will settle this score in due course." Inoki sneered. "Ridiculous. It's just that statue of shaman that got blown up. What's the big deal? If you cause trouble again, I'll use dust release to shave down the first Kazekage's statue, along with your fourth Kazekage's head. You! Chio grabbed Rosa's arm with force, pulling him back. Since it was confirmed that the hidden stone was responsible, the priority was not open warfare but dispatching spies into the land of Earth to seize Shikaku. After driving back Chio and Rosa, Inoki's expression soured. He did not believe the hidden sand would mobilize over a mere statue, nor did he understand how they learned of Deidara. The boy was a war orphan who had forgotten his name due to trauma. The name was one Inoki himself had given when he adopted him recently. In theory, only a few closest to Deidara knew of his existence. The hidden stone had suffered heavy losses during the Third Ninja World War and did not desire continuous conflict. Pondering this, he spoke to the yellow earth beside him. The Akatsuki missions have gone well so far. Commission an investigation into the hidden sand situation. Land of Water. Zetsu brought a message requesting a meeting with Konan. The young girl still worried about you. In a dark chamber, Zetsu's voice was hoarse as he spoke. She wants to know why you Haven-T reclaimed the Uchiha clan. Beneath the mask, Obito's face darkened. Have I not tried? That brat attacks before I can even speak. If I weren't cautious, I'd have fallen to him. Later, I also secretly observed the Uchiha stronghold. But with Fugaku guarding it, and without knowledge of his Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities, I dared not act. If it were a genjutsu for a meeting assassination, it would be disastrous. Besides, I've been busy handling affairs in the Land of Water. The Uchiha matter is temporarily on hold. At least they've gathered in the Land of Whirlpools, making surveillance easier than when they were in Konoha. Speaking with Zetsu, who knew his true identity, Obito no longer held back. Now the problem is Jiraiya. Why the hell did that bastard come to the Land of Water? Originally, he was busy in the Hidden Mist wiping out the Blood Mist Clan's extermination policy. Suddenly, Jiraiya appears and joins the Blood Mist Clan's resistance. Is he insane? Meddling so casually in other nations' affairs? But thinking of Jiraiya's ability to remain in the Land of Rain for years during wartime. Jiraiya. After a prolonged silence, Zetsu inquired, can you not, in the name of the fourth Mizukage, expel him? Obito shook his head solemnly and replied, after the battles with the fourth and that detestable brat, my ocular power has been severely diminished and has yet to recover. For now, I can barely maintain control over Kuki Yakura. Should any confrontation arise, he might break free from my control. However, I have already exerted pressure on the daimyo and Konoha. If Jiraiya does not depart soon, we will declare war on Konoha directly. After a moment of silence, Zetsu spoke again. If it comes to that, killing Yakura and withdrawing from the Land of Water would not be a great loss. After all, Nagato's Rinnegan is not yet fully developed, and the plan is not ready to be set in motion. Absolutely not. Obito's crimson eyes blazed with an icy hatred. If I commit such an act, I will make Kirigakure pay dearly for it. Very well, but be careful not to get injured again. I warned you not to seek out the yellow flash at that time. That is enough. Inform Konan that I have my own plans. They should mind their own affairs. Obito sneered coldly. They are merely puppets manipulated by me. Do they truly think they can command me? Zetsu's form slowly sank as he uttered, very well. After all, you are now Madara. Konoha. Before the memorial stone, Kakashi took the withered stems and replaced them with fresh blossoms. This time, his prayers were not only for his dear friend but also for his teacher. He had long harbored resentment over the deaths of Rin and Obito. To console him, the fourth had appointed him as Kushina's protector. Yet, the fourth and Kushina perished that very night. This deepened his conviction that he was a man who ought not to exist, for his continued life only brought misfortune to those around him. How should a shinobi meet his end? Why was it not me who died then? At that moment, footsteps echoed behind him. Turning around, he saw an elderly man with one arm, his half-face wrapped in bandages. The man approached directly. Kakashi furrowed his brows. Lord Danzo, you should not be here now. He had attended the Jonin meeting and was well aware of Danzo's situation. Danzo was supposed to be confined to his residence. Why then was he here? Of course, Hiruzen is busy handling the chaos and contending with the Cloud Shinobi who keep spying on us. So I slipped out, Danzo said with a smirk. Do you think I obey his orders to stay confined? How many times have I ignored him? Danzo's cold laugh filled the air. That is irrelevant. I have come to invite you to join Root. Kakashi lifted the water bucket used to pour on the gravestone and brushed past him. Sorry, Hokage-sama has granted me leave. I intend to rest for a while. After Kakashi had walked some distance away, Danzo spoke deliberately. Do you not wish to know the truth behind the deaths of Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin, and even the fourth Hokage? Kakashi halted in his tracks. He could not remain indifferent to such a question. What truth do you mean? He asked. Danzo's one eye narrowed as he spoke slowly, as Obito's close friend. Do you know what set him apart from the rest of the Uchiha? After a pause, Kakashi responded, he was more passionate, more foolish, and valued his comrades more. No. Danzo corrected, he became the fourth S disciple. Danzo continued, the current situation reveals that the Uchiha clan, with their ambitious nature, had long prepared for complete defection. The position of Hokage has always been passed from master to disciple. Minato Namikaze earned his reputation on the battlefield and was likely to become the fourth. Now, how do you think they would handle an Uchiha so close to the Hokage lineage? Danzo deliberately left his words ambiguous, allowing Kakashi room for speculation. However, Kakashi found a point to retort fiercely. It was you who forced the Uchiha to leave the village. Captain Fugaku had a good relationship with the teacher and even defied tradition to allow me to keep Obito's eyes. That was merely their ploy to deceive the fourth. Danzo sneered. Didn't Hiruzen tell you? That night, the Sharingan controlled the Nine Tails. Although Kakashi was already a jonin, he and his contemporaries were forcibly taken to a shelter on the night of the Nine Tails attack and were unaware of this fact. No one understands the Uchiha better than I do. They are a clan twisted by madness within, cursed with a special evil bloodline that will inevitably cause great harm to those around them. Uchiha Madara was once like this. The first Hokage trusted him so much that he invited him to join Konoha. But what did he do? He betrayed Konoha. The current Uchiha are the same. They are a brood of untamable monsters. Did I force them? No. I merely inherited the second Hokage's will to guard against the Uchiha. Kakashi bowed his head and finally spoke after a long silence. No, Obito was not like that. So he died, did he not? Danzo said, sensing the darkness rising within Kakashi's heart and fanning the flames. The Sharingan suppresses tailed beasts. Does the Nine Tails attack not remind you of something? They once tried to use the Three Tails to do the same to Konoha. Now they have gathered in the land of Whirlpool, the closest to the land of water. Rin. Kakashi's body trembled as he looked down at his hands, as if stained once again with her blood. Kakashi, the root of all your pain is that clan. They will surely come for you to reclaim the eyes your friend left you. Join Root and I will stand with you against them. Land of Whirlpool Uchiha headquarters. Fugaku's residence was roughly the size of the clan South 3 Tomo estate, somewhat better than that of ordinary clan members. He was not one to seek material pleasures. The grand mansion was an ancestral inheritance. Uchiha was not one to demand equality among the clan. If those with greater power received the same treatment as ordinary members, it would only breed resentment. In the courtyard, Fugaku, Ku, and Shursui sat around the tea table. Nearby, Itachi was playing with two children, while Makoto prepared dinner. Both Shursui and Ku were the last survivors of their families and had no means to adopt children. Gaara was thus entrusted to Fugaku's household. Of course, he noticed the child's abnormality. At first, Fugaku was quite shocked. He had no idea that Ku and Shursui had gone after the tailed beasts. Wasn't it just to open trade routes? Why did they bring the Sand Village's Jinchuriki here? But he quickly accepted reality. No matter how crazy the matter, if it was Ku, it made sense. However, Sasuke did not seem to like this playmate. Every time Itachi held the child, he would cry, Ku. The village's situation has largely stabilized. Not only the Kazekage clan but also some wandering shinobi from the land of fields have joined us. Compared to some small ninja villages, our strength and numbers are not lacking. It is time to consider formally establishing a ninja village. Ku sipped his juice, refusing the bitter tea. I'm no old man. You have explained to those wandering shinobi that their allegiance must be to the Uchiha. There will be no equality. Fugaku nodded. They are willing to accept that. Compared to a wandering life, joining a strong organization is preferable. Yes, we can also recruit some rogue ninjas from other villages. There should be some skilled ones. Fugaku frowned slightly and hesitated. But what if spies from other villages infiltrate us? Ku gave Fugaku a somewhat exasperated look. Clan leader, have you become so idle lately that you forget what we originally do? Previously, how did Konoha's spies operate? Without relying on the Sharingan, did they use Byakugan's clairvoyance? Forget it, you just need to stick to your original duty of maintaining the village's stability. I will handle everything else. Fugaku did not feel offended and gave an awkward smile. I was just being cautious. That's all. By the way, are we sticking with the same plan as before? I have some new ideas. Go ahead and share your thoughts first. I'll see if there's anything worth criticizing. Fugaku took a deep breath and spoke with solemnity. I have thought it through. Once, because the first Hokage excelled in wood release, the village was named Konoha. The one skilled in fire release was called Hokage. You led our clan to start a new life, and I even considered naming the new village after you, Kunin Village. But during the Second Great Ninja War, a Kunin village was wiped out by Konoha, so that name is not suitable. He crossed his arms and gazed toward the distant horizon, suddenly filled with a surge of soaring ambition. Our Uchiha clan will surely revive the glory of the Warring States period. Standing beneath the sky, let us call it Tenin Village. What do you think? I can tell you've been really idle lately, came the reply. There are so many points to poke fun at that I don't even want to bother. Uchiha shook his head in resignation. Just like before, Han in Village. Don't complicate things with fancy names. Alright then, what about the title for our leader? Shall we call him Han Ei? Glancing at the eager Fugaku, Uchiha replied calmly. Han in Village is not yet qualified to claim the title of Shadow. Our population and economy are insufficient. Besides, why do you think the title of Shadow carries more weight than that of Uchiha clan head? Fugaku was momentarily speechless. SNT that obvious? The title Shadow definitely sounds more impressive than Uchiha clan head. Uchiha smiled faintly. Fugaku clan head, that is where your vision ends. My ambition is far beyond a mere shadow. You may hold the position of clan head for now, but when the time comes, hand it over to me. Beneath the sky, I will make the name Uchiha stand in the heavens, resounding through endless dimensions. Fugaku and Shursui had originally thought Uchiha's dissatisfaction with the name Tenin Village stemmed from it being too lofty and unrealistic. Turned out it was disdain instead. Although Fugaku's mindset leaned conservative, given the circumstances, having such an ambitious leader guiding the Uchiha's future was not a bad thing. He knew his role clearly. From that night onward, he was merely a placeholder until Uchiha came of age. Fugaku took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. Ku, I await the day you awaken the Mangekyo and lead our clan. If it's you, perhaps you really can reach that person's level. Uchiha shook his head with a light laugh and turned to look at Itachi feeding Gaara. How old is Itachi now? Mentioning his eldest son, Fugaku expressed a rare pride. He just turned 6 a few days ago. He is a prodigy and already proficient in some ninjutsu. Is that so? Uchiha's lips curved into a subtle smile. I want to take him as my disciple. What do you think? They were only 2 or 3 years apart in age, so by age standards it was inappropriate. But in terms of strength and status, it was more than fitting. Of course, Fugaku did not hesitate at all. Itachi was his most recognized son, and Ku was the designated next Uchiha leader. To him, this was a signal from Uchiha, a reward for his tactful behavior. Perhaps the leader after next would be Itachi. Uchiha raised a hand. Let me make this clear. I am a dangerous master. My training is extremely rigorous, and you must not interfere with what I ask him to do. Discuss among yourselves and give me your answer. Fugaku shook his head. No need to discuss. I can make decisions for Itachi. Itachi, put down what you're holding and come here. Is he really so eager to push his son into the fire? The young Uchiha Itachi, his tear marks faint, was most notable for his large, adorable eyes. Father, brother Shursui, brother Ku. After a polite bow, Itachi stood ready for instructions. Fugaku smiled for the rare occasion and said, From today onward, Ku is your teacher. No matter what he asks you to do, you must obey. Understood? Itachi nodded and looked at Uchiha. He was more mature than the average ninja child. But to him, Uchiha was even more so. Beneath this youthful body seemed to dwell a sage who could foresee the future. Even brother Shursui admired him greatly. Itachi thought it was a privilege to be his disciple. Perhaps his own doubts could be resolved. He bowed respectfully to Uchiha. Greetings, teacher. By the coast, atop the reef. Soto. Uchiha Itachi continuously hurled kunai at Ku. Numerous kunai collided midair and then struck from strange angles. Meanwhile, his hands quickly formed seals as a series of small fireballs shot from his mouth. Fire release. Wind fire technique. The assault was relentless. Even an average chunin would be flustered by such an onslaught. Uchiha remained motionless. Just as the attack was about to graze his robe's edge, deep crimson chakra ripples surged around him like waves spreading across a lake, radiating crushing heat. The kunai and fireballs shattered inch by inch under the chakra's force, scattering into fragments. Itachi never expected his attack to harm his teacher, but such a countermeasure was beyond his comprehension. Bang! Suddenly, Uchiha vanished from sight, replaced by a searing pain in his back. Crack! The first sound to reach his ears was that of bones breaking. Cough! Uchiha Itachi coughed up a mouthful of thick blood. His torso pinned down as if crushed by a mountain, unable to move. Terrifying chakra surged like a flood, repeatedly assaulting his inner being. For the first time, he felt death so close. Uchiha placed a foot firmly on his back and lowered his gaze. Speaking softly, you need to understand one thing. Dojutsu, ninjutsu, technique, they are merely methods for the weak to overcome the strong. When the gap in strength is great enough, all of these become meaningless. Itachi, I am not the teacher you think I am. I will not play house with you like Shursui did. When I declare the start of this match, what you should do is run away, not attack me. Uchiha Itachi clenched his teeth, stifling any cry of pain. After a long while, just as he felt himself about to faint, the terrifying chakra pressing down on him receded like a tide. Itachi finally regained control of his limbs, wiped the blood trickling from his mouth and nose, his eyes still wide with shock. Just now, the teacher truly had intent to kill. He had once tried to comprehend the meaning of life by falling off a cliff. He was not afraid of death. He thought he understood. But he could not accept dying so casually in a simple spar. You are pondering the meaning of life, how to die with value, is it? Itachi weakly lifted his head and saw Kue's robe fluttering in the wind. The injury to his bones prevented him from meeting those eyes directly. You have no right to think about such things, and neither do I. The ninja world, Konoha, even your father Shursui, always try to make you think, to understand how this world operates. Uchiha crouched down, grasped Itachi's chin, his eyes calm as still water. From now on, forget such trivialities. Remember only the pain of your body. Whoosh! Crimson chakra surged into the body of Itachi Uchiha, forcibly realigning his bones. Accompanying this was an immense agony as if engulfed in blazing flames. Aya! Itachi could no longer endure and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Does it hurt? Uchiha's burning palm caressed his face as he continued. But I tell you, compared to the anguish of losing someone dear, this level of pain is but gentle. Someone must bear the suffering. If you cannot, then Sasuke shall bear it. Itachi's gaze suddenly cleared, and he gritted his teeth, enduring the torment. No, I can. Time passed unknown. Itachi touched the now cooling, scorching skin of his face, clearly feeling several burn scars. His first concern was not the disfigurement but whether his current appearance would frighten Sasuke. Uchiha straightened his posture, looking down at the rapidly breathing Itachi. Let me clarify in advance, I will not regard you as my successor. You are merely a tool I use to protect the Uchiha and to safeguard Sasuke. I need you to accomplish a task. If you cannot accept this fate, I will heal the wounds on your face, and you may return. You can continue your peaceful life. I promise to treat you and the other clan members equally. I do not mind protecting one more person. Itachi calmed his breath and looked up at Ku. Is this something only I can do? You are the most suitable, but not the only one. After a long silence, Itachi asked, concealing one's true identity requires a lengthy covert mission. Doesn't it? I will be unable to see Sasuke for a long time. A faint, enigmatic smile curved the corner of Uchiha's mouth as he delivered a decisive statement. In the future I foresee, if you do not undertake this, Sasuke will be the one who faces all this. Master, I am willing. Very well. Look into my eyes. Grasping his hair, Uchiha's eyes flashed a vivid crimson as his formidable ocular power relentlessly poured into Itachi's mind. The dizzying sensation kept Itachi disoriented for quite some time. I have implanted a transcription seal in your mind to assist your initial reconnaissance. When the conditions are met, the information within the seal will naturally be revealed to you. I will arrange for someone to send you to Konoha. Your mission is to infiltrate the Konoha orphanage and find an opportunity to join Root. How you proceed, I trust your judgment. Pay attention to a man named Kaburaji. Avoid killing him if possible. Your target is Danzo Shimura? Uchiha shook his head. His fate is already sealed. Keeping him alive is merely to exploit his uselessness. When you meet that person, the information within the seal will instruct you how to proceed. This is the trial I bestow upon you, Itachi. Return once more. If you die, this will be the last time we meet. I understand. Swish. Shursui appeared beside Uchiha, watching Itachi limp toward home with eyes full of sorrow. Ku actually wants me to deal with that serpent. I am the most suitable person. They will get along well. Uchiha interrupted Shursui's words. Don't think you can idle. What we must do is even more dangerous. Of course, also more interesting. Uchiha had already inquired with the platform whether others could accompany him during the lending process. The platform's response was affirmative. However, any lending power beyond the scope of the lender is considered a personal act, and such transactions are not protected by the platform. Lacking platform protection means that if the person from the demon world borrows Uchiha's power, their lending relationship is protected by the platform. Uchiha cannot harm that person without reason, and if Uchiha encounters an irresistible natural disaster, he can withdraw unharmed and unilaterally terminate the contract. But if Uchiha takes Shursui along, Shursui does not enjoy the related protections, and Uchiha must bear all travel expenses for Shursui. The so-called platform is a product of rules, following certain fixed principles. Disregarding other factors, what Uchiha values most is its ability to communicate with other dimensions. If he could upgrade from the current user to an entity akin to a subsidiary, independently issuing and accepting lending tasks, then the development direction of the Uchiha clan would not be confined to the ninja world. They would not even be limited by the universe occupied by the Otsutsuki. Another world, the Ubushiki residence. No demon-related injuries had occurred in nearly 2 months. With the Demon King sealed, It seemed all demons had fallen into silence. Yet, during this period, the Demon Slayer Corps had not been idle. They were busier than ever, busy assisting Iguro Abanai in accumulating merit. Yes, this was how Ubuyashiki Yose referred to that sort of thing. Whenever the members witnessed the suffering and hardship of the populace, they restrained their instinct to intervene immediately, urgently contacting Abanai to handle the situation. Meanwhile, the vast industrial chain of the Ubuyashiki family was entirely entrusted to Abanai, who managed all transactional matters. In recent days, Abanai had only half an hour of prayer and 3 hours of sleep daily. Even meals were taken on the go. Yet, he still felt it was insufficient, demanding to be awakened after only 1 hour of sleep. Kibutsuji Musen would break free from the seal in 100 days. They must not allow his return before then. If it's just me now. Even if I die, it doesn't matter. It was the master who persuaded him. He spoke much, but Abanai felt the most important was the final sentence. Abanai, your survival is the most crucial. Even if we fail this time, as long as you live, we have a chance. Only you must live well. On this day, after concluding a day filled with heavy duties, he returned to headquarters. All members of the Demon Slayer Corps gathered in the newly constructed headquarters, where the wooden barrel ceiling musen was placed at the center. They had made 2 preparations. If the master could not come, they would launch the final battle when Musen broke free from the seal. Steadying his breath, Abanai entered the shrine room with utmost reverence. Yamamaru, forgive me. Abanai removed the white snake coiled around his neck and placed it before the shrine. Using a small knife, he sliced open the snake's scales. The snake bore many wounds but did not complain. Instead, it flickered its tongue, comforting Abanai. It was Yose's wish to protect his wife and daughter that elicited a response from the Great One. Considering that prayers from close ones were more effective, Abanai could only endure the pain of harming Yamamaru, who had grown up with him since childhood. Snap! He clasped his hands, silently praying. Divine Spirit, I beseech you to heal Yamamaru, the Great One. Under the night sky, with eyes tightly shut, he did not notice the mark slowly appearing on his forehead. A group of Demon Slayer Corps members waited at the door. Seeing Abanai still showing no reaction as usual, his hot-tempered friend, Sanemi Shinazugawa, whispered, "Why must we wait for that person? While Musen is sealed, why not split open the barrel in broad daylight? Watch your tongue. Do not disrespect the gods." The stone Hashira hastily reprimanded. Ahem. Yose, supported by his wife, dragged his ailing body inside. Several captains immediately gathered around, unwilling to let the evening breeze disturb the master. "Master, you need to rest." "No need." He spoke in a low voice, lacking vitality, yet still so gentle. "As long as it can kill Musen, even if it means defying the will of the gods, I would do so. But that wooden barrel, no amount of gunpowder could ever blow it open. The seal not only confines Musen but also protects him. I hadn't told you all before, but I'm barely holding on. Perhaps by tomorrow." "Impossible. My lord, please don't say that." Yose raised his hand, signaling everyone to continue listening to him. That being was not a god who came to save us. To him, this should be a transaction. Unfortunately, even when I gave my all, it still wasn't enough to make him destroy Musen. Yes, the Infinity Castle holds greater value for that being than we do. But I can sense that he is merciful. Remember, when I die, if that being arrives, ask him to destroy Musen, not demand it. For him, destroying Musen is not part of the code he must abide by. You are right." A voice emerged without any warning. The tense Demon Slayer Corps members drew their swords, glancing around. The next instant, a powerful presence compelled them all to look up toward the eaves. The Mangekyo Sharingan with 3 Magatama swirled with an eerie radiance. The temperature in the air plummeted abruptly, and the Demon Slayer swordsmen emitted stifled whimpers from their throats, as if invisible giant hands gripped their necks, cold sweat soaking their backs. These battle-hardened elites trembled even in their grip on their blades, their thoughts sluggish. Only a few months had passed. Even they could distinctly feel that this presence was stronger than the last time it appeared. Ku Uchiha held the trembling Tsugamaru in his hand, a black hole appearing behind him. It was a perfect circle, as if the color within had been stripped away. Nothing was visible inside. Utter simplicity. For traversing time and space, it was too ordinary, yet there was an indescribable strangeness. Shursui emerged from within, his Mangekyo Sharingan scanning the surroundings before settling steadily beside Ku Uchiha. Though he had been warned earlier, even with 100 questions swirling in his mind, Shursui dared not voice them. Mimicking Fugaku's deadpan expression, he looked every bit the loyal guardian. "Two gods have arrived." Throwing the white serpent to Shursui, Ku Uchiha spoke calmly. "Make the cut a little bigger. If it's just this small, it might self-heal before we're done." Whoosh! Shursui drew his short blade and widened the wound from less than half a centimeter, causing a pang of sympathy in the little Abanai below. Without any pleasantries, Uchiha instantly moved to the wooden barrel he had left behind. At this moment, Shursui could no longer hold back and whispered, "Ku, what have you brought us into? Is this still the land of whirlpools? The land of whirlpools? Is no longer even the shinobi world, let alone the land of whirlpools." Casting a glance at Shursui, Uchiha said indifferently, "Wait until you sift through that guy's memories. You'll understand. He is a creature who has lived for over 1,000 years. Though weak, his mind holds a wealth of information. The keywords are Narukami and Infinity Castle." Shursui nodded uncertainly. Hearing that Uchiha described him as a monster living over a millennium, he felt a bit uneasy. Uchiha placed his hand upon the wooden barrel, and previously concealed runes manifested. Sealing technique. Transcribing a seal could be regarded as a variant of the dojutsu. What lay before them was the orthodox sealing art. Sealing techniques had always been among the most challenging ninja arts. Since the Uzumaki clan's extinction, few in the shinobi world could truly be called sealing masters. Shursui had also attempted to learn sealing techniques but lacked the aptitude. Considering Uchiha's prepare. Uchiha's voice halted his thoughts. The sealing symbols on the barrel were torn away, and the faint curse marks gradually faded. Bang! Without the curse marks maintaining its form, the wooden plank exploded instantly into countless fragments. Muzan, bare-chested, had just felt the moonlight and began to think. Before he could even flee, the moonlight transformed into thunder, and darkness twisted into raging flames. Muzan was pinned atop the mountain peak, gazing up at those eyes brimming with spiritual vastness. The psychological shadow those eyes cast over him rivaled that of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Again, they found the location of the Infinity Castle. It exists in an alternate dimension between this world's time and Ku's. Narukami's power connects that dimensional fortress. The high-ranking demons called Strings now all guard the Infinity Castle. Ku, you cannot kill this one. If you do, Narukami will perish as well. Shusui's efficiency was remarkable. Not only did he understand that this was not the shinobi world, but he also glimpsed Uchiha's previous arrival from Muzan's memories. Though Shursui longed to slay this demon who had wrought countless tragedies, he knew Ku sought the Infinity Castle and had made that clear in advance. Yes, I understand. First, restrain him. Let Narukami open the Infinity Castle so we can inspect it. Uchiha glanced back at the Demon Slayer Corps members and said calmly, "Don't do anything unnecessary. Just stand there and watch." Buzz. The sound of biwa strings arose. A square void appeared beneath Uchiha and Shursui's feet. Uchiha grasped Muzan's hair, and the three plunged downward together. There are quite a few of those kinds of creatures. Let us start recruiting the weaker ones first. Back in the shinobi world, Uchiha had already devised how to utilize some of the demons within the Infinity Castle. Including Muzan, he intended to take all the demons with him. Not because he expected these demons to assist him in any way. Compared to his and Shursui's ocular powers, Muzan showed no resistance, though he could still be considered a special jonin. And those demons in his memories, roughly equivalent to chunin like the strings. Unkillable demons would be perfect for training the Uchiha offspring, setting up stages for them to grind experience. Once they reach a certain level, they could go out and take missions just like a rookie training camp. The Infinity Castle could also serve as a safeguard for every Uchiha clan member. Unless immediately slain, hiding inside the Infinity Castle would guarantee survival, essentially granting everyone a reverse summoning jutsu on standby. Stronger Uchiha could even learn Izanagi, achieving multiple layers of life protection. Uchiha's philosophy was to protect those clan members who did not wish to fight and to minimize the deaths of those willing to battle. Inada Kyogaku, the newly appointed upper rank 6. Formerly a Demon Slayer Corps swordsman, he was turned into a demon to survive after encountering upper rank 1, Kokoshibo, during a mission. His evil did not stem from a mere will to survive. In childhood, he extinguished an incense burner that could interfere with demons, causing his comrades to be killed by demons. His demon instincts told him that the one being dragged along like a dead dog was the root of all demons. Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji. Without hesitation, he discarded his sword and knelt, begging for mercy. "My lords, I am." The scorching blade sliced him in two, instantly reducing him to ashes. This one too weak. Uchiha assessed coldly. Compared to ordinary demons, this string official was somewhat stronger, but as a dungeon sub-boss, he was far from qualified. Narukami did not need to audition. She was already a pre-selected employee. Uchiha had come this far solely because of his jealousy over her. Through the Muzan converter, Shursui ordered Narukami to teleport upper rank 3 here. Like the previous demons, Akaza immediately saw Muzan upon arrival. Shaken to his core, he did not behave as disgracefully as the previous one. He took up his stance. "Is that so? Very well." Their formidable strength was palpable even to the naked eye. To be slain by them would not be an ignoble fate. Uchiha Sora raised his hand slowly. Apologies, but your wish cannot be granted. I have arranged for you a tireless occupation throughout the year. Boom! Like a tangible surge of chakra, it crushed Akaza to the ground, utterly defeated. The overwhelming chakra pressure, after experimenting with this method of chakra manipulation on Uchiha Itachi, had become something Uchiha Sora adored. Shursui cast him a sidelong glance, secretly astonished. Clearly, using ninjutsu would conserve chakra more efficiently, such wastefulness. Yet it was undeniably magnificent. How splendid it is to possess abundant chakra. I must intensify my training as well. Next, Doma, upper rank 2. His irises shimmered with 7 colors, and his hair was as pure and white as white oak, exuding an aura of regal beauty. He bore no ordinary human emotions. No joy, anger, sorrow, or fear. Even upon witnessing Musen's tragic state, he merely concealed his face with a fan and smiled. Yohoho, a strength I have never seen before. Have you vanquished the mighty Musen-sama? He glanced at Akaza, who was suppressed by chakra, and his smile broadened. A rare display of prudence, Lord Akaza. Turning to Uchiha Sora, Doma chuckled softly. I could also submit, it matters little what I do, for you are truly beautiful, like the crimson spider lily growing amid molten volcanoes, a beauty that irresistibly lures one toward death. I am moved to continue working alongside Lord Akaza. His voice abruptly ceased. Doma gazed at the flames engulfing him, a hint of confusion in his tone. Why so? I should be stronger than Lord Akaza, shouldn't I? Ah, I simply dislike your manner of speech. That will have to do. I don't quite understand you. No need for you to understand. Uchiha Sora formed a seal with one hand. The scorching flames consumed Doma utterly, leaving only ashes in their wake. Akaza, who had been struggling desperately, relaxed slightly. Next, upper rank 1, Kokoshibo. Originally named Michikatsu Tsujikuni, he was the elder brother of Yoriichi Tsujikuni, who had dealt a grievous blow to Musen. Consumed by envy of his younger brother's talent and fearful of the curse that claimed the lives of the striped swordsman by age 25, he chose to join the demon's ranks. Musen held him in the highest regard, treating him not as a mere subordinate to command, but more as a partner in collaboration. His strength could be considered the sum of all the other upper ranks combined. Clang! Musen's capture did not diminish his fighting spirit. Upon seeing Uchiha Sora and his companion, he drew his sword at once. Unable to perceive the disparity in strength, Uchiha Sora said calmly. Kokoshibo gripped his sword with both hands, his voice low and composed. To face a warrior of your caliber, it would be disrespectful not to draw my blade. Uchiha Sora's eyes gleamed. He unsheathed Ryujetsu, the blade flowing with deep crimson patterns, radiating exquisite splendor. All 6 of Kokoshibo's eyes trembled in unison. After Uchiha Sora drew his sword, he distinctly perceived the shadow of that man. A presence as blazing as the sun, forever beyond his reach. There was no difficulty in tracing the sword's trajectory. The sensation of being wounded arrived in the brain only seconds later. Clang! Uchiha Sora resheathed his sword and said softly behind Kokoshibo, compared to that useless Musen, you at least have ambition. I will take you to a new world. If you can manage it, you might even reach a higher realm. Sizzle. Blood spattered. The sword forged from Kokoshibo's flesh and blood broke in half, dropping into a pool of blood. From this day forward, your master shall be me. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Demon Slayer Corps members witnessed Uchiha Sora and Shursui reappear, holding an ancient wooden box adorned with intricate patterns. Their instincts told them this was the Infinity Castle harboring countless demons. At that moment, Uchiha Sora's gaze settled on Nezuko among the crowd. She was the only one who had overcome sunlight, and the only one transformed from demon back to human. As his gaze fixed upon her, the atmosphere thickened with oppression. Whoosh! Tanjiro stepped before Nezuko, his hoarse shout shattering the silence. Please listen to me. Nezuko is no longer a demon and will never become one again. Even if she were to turn, she instinctively refuses to consume human blood. She is a good child, absolutely. She will never lose control. I beg you, please give her a chance. Don't be so tense. I am not here to exterminate demons. Uchiha Sora raised his hand in a beckoning gesture and said calmly, kindly provide me with some of your blood or a potion containing blue spider lily essence. I will return and have it synthesized. Having gained complete control over the Infinity Castle, Uchiha Sora discovered a flaw. As the administrator, Neikime could not employ blood demon art during daylight hours. To alter this, he would need to help her overcome her fear of sunlight. A girl adorned with a butterfly hair ornament approached and produced a vial of potion. She possessed beautiful purple eyes. After handing the vial to Uchiha Sora, she summoned her courage and asked, Sir, what do you intend to do with Musen? Uchiha Sora weighed the wooden box in his hand and answered calmly, I will keep him. But they are monsters that must drink human blood. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. Even that young lady suppresses her bloodlust instinctively. If they cannot, it is simply because they have been beaten too little and are not yet tamed. He believed those fellows could overcome it. What kind of creature could be satisfied by other blood but not human blood? Ultimately, it was a matter of not having been struck hard enough. Shursui returned the bandaged Yazumaru to Kocho Shinobu with a smile and said, "Thank you for your help. You are truly gentle." Kocho Shinobu, known for her sharp tongue and difficulty expressing emotions, would never have said such a thing. Shursui smiled softly. "Though my knowledge is incomplete, in a world like this you all have endured much hardship. This mission rewarded only 20 points of credibility, the entirety of what Kocho Shinobu could afford. Uchiha Sora's trip yielded essentially no profit. He and Shursui permanently lost 10 credibility points for traversing, meaning only 10 points were gained. In any case, they were not here for credibility points, but to familiarize themselves with the Platform S operation, as well as the Infinity Castle. User application received. Evaluating carried item value. The biological entity lacks resistance ability. Minimum standard charge applied. User has named the Infinity Castle spatial node. Traversal cost, 30 credibility points, permanently deducted. Except, user's traversal ability has slightly increased. Maintaining current ability upon return incurs an additional 0.3 credibility point consumption. This mandatory fee is non-refundable. The information was abundant. First, capturing individuals from other worlds was feasible. If they lacked resistance ability, the required credibility points were minimal. Could he bring such an individual along during resistance? Would that be a significant consumption? Second, the power gained in the alternate world could be brought back. The non-refundable nature meant the platform did not possess the ability to strip him of his growth. Previously, Uchiha Sora had speculated that this was not his true body, but rather a projection created by the platform. After all, from his perspective, rather than transporting a person through spacetime, creating a doppelganger of equal power would save more energy. Yet the platform seemed to operate differently. It directly transferred his true self. Like two fish tanks, it scooped a fish from one tank and cast it into another. Just as he pondered this, the platform's notification sound rang out again. Detecting that the user has completed 2 lending relationships with this dimension. Should this dimension be marked? What does marked mean? Aren't my previous imprints considered markings? Once a dimension is marked, all tasks within this dimension will be exclusively accepted by the user. Until your demise, no other operatives will participate in the tasks of this dimension. Other operatives. Am I allowed to contact other users? The platform is responsible for that. Currently, you do not possess the necessary permissions. Please accumulate reputation points to upgrade your privileges. The truth you seek will not be concealed by the platform. Uchiha Sora switched to another question. Will ghosts still appear in this world? According to calculations by this platform, the probability of extraordinary beings reappearing in this dimension is less than 0.000012. Is there a limit to the number of marked dimensions? With your current black iron rank, you may mark 1 secondary dimension. Have I lost my mind to mark this? Due to the user's previous lending requests, the relevant explanations have been abbreviated. 10 seconds until transit begins. Uchiha Sora had also inquired about establishing a subsidiary company, but the answer was the same as before. Filtered words, insufficient permissions. Glancing at the first to call upon him, Chikashikia Yoya, Uchiha Sora revealed a gentle smile. Muzan will no longer be in this world. The curse upon your family shall be lifted. Rest assured and embrace death, Yoya. Those words were harsh, akin to a curse. The single breath that Yoya had been forcing himself to hold steadily dissipated. He no longer had the strength even to bid farewell. Madame Amain held her husband's gradually cooling corpse without shedding tears. She knew that witnessing the curse on their family being lifted in this generation was a relief greater than any previous head of the family had ever experienced in death. He must have departed with joy in his heart, conveying this good news to the ancestors. When she lifted her gaze once more, the figure of the boy who brought salvation gradually faded away. Username, Uchiha Sora. Energy level, black iron. Accumulated reputation points, 912, 700 frozen, 212 available. Completed lending project. Kurenai class, rescue mission for Chikashikia Yoya's wife and daughters. Completed lending project. No grade, treatment mission for Iguro Abanaya's companion beast, Kabamaru. Ongoing. Current lending project. Sky God Beast, Rayquaza. Project level gold. Current lending project. Navy Vice Admiral Sakazuki Akainu. Project level silver. Rayquaza experience card. The user currently holds 20 Rayquaza's instinctive energy operations, randomly mutated to 50 chakra control power. Compatibility enhancement. Akainu experience card, held by user. Uchiha Sora carefully reviewed the information, branching out like tree limbs, sensing the imminent arrival of transit. Looking at everyone, he smiled faintly and said, "Hopefully, we shall never meet again. Live well." His figure vanished completely, as if he had never existed. Ninja World. Uchiha Sora closed his eyes tightly, enduring the intelligence conveyed by the shadow clones after contact in the Infinite Castle. Within the Platform S data, he noticed one detail. In its terminology, the Infinite Castle is a spatial node, and it refers to the world as a dimension. The so-called transit must refer to the transfer between dimensions. Then, being located within a spatial node, could one perceive the transit process? The utility of shadow clones is boundless. Naruto can even use them to transmit natural energy, maintaining Sage Mode. In the final battle, even Otsutsuki Kagaya could not see through shadow clones, making it a technique that defies the usual rules of ninjutsu. One must admit, the old man Senju Tobarama did have some real skills. On impulse, he left a shadow clone in the Infinite Castle. Uchiha Sora seldom used shadow clones. In battles, he mostly employed them briefly to confuse opponents and gather intelligence. Because his imagination is too expansive, he quickly accumulates a large number of thoughts, causing significant mental shock upon returning to his original body. The multi-shadow clone technique is classified as forbidden for good reason. Only someone as thick-skinned as Naruto Uzumaki could use it as a routine skill. Uchiha Sora commanded the shadow clone to exert full ocular power during transit, attempting to discern any clues. If he could decode this method, it would be a spatial temporal ability surpassing even Yamatsu Hirosaka. After a long while, Uchiha Sora slowly opened his eyes, his expression somber. He could not say it was entirely ineffective. He himself was completely unaware of the transit process. But in the shadow clone's consciousness, there was a blank segment. Like an electrocardiogram, that brief interval contained no data, only resuming after arriving in the ninja world. In other words, transit does indeed have a process, but it is shielded. Insufficient permissions? No, it is my own inadequacy. Uchiha Sora momentarily set aside his thoughts and turned to Shursui, who shared the room with him. "You have 10 minutes to ask your questions." Shursui deliberated for a long time before saying, "Sora, is your Sharingan ability the power to transit to other worlds? The future you claim to see? Is it because you have visited worlds identical to the ninja world and witnessed the annihilation of the Uchiha clan? Have you prepared excuses for me already? My early misinformation was not in vain." Uchiha Sora nodded. "Indeed, I call such worlds parallel worlds. In that parallel ninja world, the Uchiha clan no longer exists." Shursui took a deep breath, calming his turbulent emotions. "Then will everything change? The stronger one is, the more one senses the weight of fate. I have witnessed many things akin to destiny. Some things, the more you try to alter them, the more you rush toward the predetermined future." Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. "Foolish question. It changed long ago. From the moment I was born." Before Uchiha Sora could say more, he sensed someone approaching and looked toward the door. "Wait a moment." A voice came through the door. It was Uchiha Inaho. "Lord Sora, Konoha ninja traces have been found outside the village." Uchiha Sora furrowed his brow. "Just kill the scouts when you find them. Is that not obvious?" Soon he realized. "Is this about the person I mentioned?" "Yes, it is Kakashi Hitaki." Uchiha Sora relaxed his brow and smiled at Shursui. "Shimura Danzo's courier has arrived. Kakashi Hitaki is, aside from Uchiha Obito, the only surviving wielder of the Sharingan outside the clan. Moreover, his eye is the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan responsible for offense, extremely valuable." Uchiha Sora recalled that during this period, Kakashi had been manipulated by Danzo to assassinate the third Hokage, but Danzo's brainwashing was clearly inferior to the third S. Kakashi was easily turned. Danzo's scheme was to eliminate the third and become Hokage himself. However, after the Night of the Nine Tails, when Danzo's plot to seize the Sharingan and drive out the Uchiha was revealed, his chance of becoming Hokage was gone. Who he hated most was obvious to Uchiha Sora even with his little toe. There is a high probability Danzo will shift his focus onto himself. Originally, Uchiha Sora thought the visitor would be Yamato or Yakushi no. He had planned to resolve matters in the Infinite Castle before seeking Kakashi, but unexpectedly, Kakashi came to him. Kakashi gazed at the distant village, where smoke rose gently, a scene of prosperity, and recalled the early days of Konoha from textbooks. He did not accept Danzo's assignment to assassinate Uchiha Sora, but he did want to find the Uchiha clan. With Danzo's authority, he had obtained the opportunity to leave the village. He felt, deep within his subconscious, that only here could he uncover the truth behind Obito and their teacher's tragic fate. Restless and unsettled, he was unaware that his trail had long been detected by the patrolling Uchiha clan members. Perched upon a branch, his ears twitched as the sound of rushing wind approached from behind. Whoosh! A gleaming blade sliced through the air. Kakashi's body was struck, erupting into a cloud of dust, the tip of the blade embedding itself into a wooden stake. A substitution jutsu, was it? Shursui shook off the stake and turned his gaze toward Kakashi, who was swiftly fleeing through the branches not far away. Quick reflexes but rather poor luck. Kakashi had no chance to discern his assailant's identity and, upon realizing he had been exposed, chose flight at once. As he ran, his gaze inadvertently dropped downward, catching sight of a youth standing in the middle of the forest path. Although he had never met Uchiha after that night, every Konoha ninja had long been handed dossiers on him. The warning was clear. Extremely dangerous, possessing terrifying strength capable of single-handedly obliterating a small nation. Should you encounter him, you are permitted to abandon your mission and flee. The moment Kakashi's eyes met the youth's, he found himself unable to look away. His heart pounded violently, each cell trembling with the same intensity. That sensation of facing an utterly terrifying being. He had felt it once before when pursuing Orochimaru. Didn't Danzo claim that Uchiha was merely reliant on his summoning beasts, with his own strength at most equivalent to a special jonin? Had that bastard really seen this man in person? Indeed, it was better to trust the village's warnings. Danzo could never compare to Hiruzen Sarutobi, not even in discerning true danger. Sarutobi had long recognized just how dreadful Uchiha was. First time meeting you, Senior Kakashi, Uchiha said with a faint smile curling his lips. In such a hurry to go somewhere? Have I been a poor host? At least have a drink with me. As akin to your dear friend, to celebrate his new home. Suddenly, with a lift of Ku's hand, a blazing wall of fire surged up behind him, blocking Kakashi's path. The moisture in the air evaporated instantly, making each breath a struggle. Beneath his mask, Kakashi swallowed hard. The fierce fire-style jutsu was nothing new. But here in the forest, this enormous wall of flame had not even scorched a single leaf. What terrifying mastery of chakra control. I have an even more brutal truth to share, Ku said. Kakashi, are you truly prepared to know it? The truth. The village told him that the fourth Hokage's death was caused by the Ninetales Rampage. Danzo said the root of all evil was the Uchiha clan. Now, the very culprit Danzo accused was about to reveal the truth himself. Hush! The flames melted away like falling snow. Leaning against a tree by the roadside, Uchiha smiled faintly. If you don't want to hear it, that's fine. Leave your Sharingan behind, and I'll let you go. With a swift motion, Kakashi leapt from the branch and approached Ku calmly. I will listen, but this eye was given to me by Obito. If you want it, you'll have to kill me first. Obito was the one who caused the fourth's death. Kakashi's foot hovered over empty air, as if suspended in a frozen moment. Are you joking? Rage momentarily overwhelmed his primal fear. After a brief pause, Kakashi drew a kunai and dashed at Uchiha. Whoosh! Bang! Their figures collided. In an instant, Ku twisted his hand, snatched the kunai, pierced Kakashi's hand back, and pinned him to the ground. Questions and answers take too long. See for yourself. Grabbing Kakashi's spiky hair, their eyes locked. Ku's surging ocular power crashed into Kakashi's mind like a feral beast. Images began to weave together. Familiar scenes, the Konoha cemetery, before the graves of Rin and Obito. As always, Kakashi replaced fresh flowers and cleaned the tombstone. He stood there a long time, whispering softly, the teacher's wife is pregnant. Watching a new life grow is truly a different experience. That child will be brave like you, Obito. Next scene. A figure in a black cloak stood there, flinging the offering flowers to the ground. Seeing that silhouette, Kakashi's spirit fiercely resisted, forcing Ku to increase the intensity of his ocular assault. Then, the black-cloaked figure infiltrated Konoha, using Naruto as a hostage to divert Minato. He unleashed the Ninetales. Under the rampage of that colossal, catastrophic-tailed beast, countless villagers perished, and ninja fell one after another. The next image showed the black-cloaked figure appearing before the evacuating Uchiha. And for the first time, Uchiha appeared in the frame. Riding on the back of the salamander, he engaged in fierce combat with the cloaked man, the surrounding mountain forest shattered by their battle. A brilliant beam of light shattered the mysterious man's mask. Beneath it was a face Kakashi could never forget. Obito! The surge of intense emotion violently pulled him from the illusion. With all his strength, he shouted, impossible! Absolutely impossible! Obito is dead. This is a lie. It's all a lie. Madman, don't try to deceive me. He shook his head and retreated, heedless of the kunai cutting into his palm. A beast-like roar intertwined with despair and chaos. His body bent uncontrollably as he stared at his bloodied hands, as if about to vomit out his very soul. Why? Why must you lie to me? More a prayer than a question. Watching Kakashi's anguished, beast-like wail, Uchiha's eyes remained indifferent. If you think it's a lie, then why does it hurt so much? You know, Kakashi, I despise the excuse of I'm protecting you by hiding the truth. A lie is a lie, no matter how well-intended, it is still deception. Obito is not dead. He inherited Uchiha Madara's legacy. Later, when he was rushing to the battlefield hoping to meet you, he witnessed that scene firsthand and awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The proof is that you are still alive. Kakashi growled deeply, pressing his covered Sharingan tightly. Images flickered within each frame like a bloodied steel needle piercing his brain mercilessly. It was agony. The Nine-Tails Rampage? That too was a sudden impulse after hearing Ku's words. Stop, don't say anymore. Kakashi stared fiercely at Uchiha Ku, blood tears streaming from his Sharingan. The three Tomo spun wildly, as if something was about to awaken. Ku did not grant his wish. Just as he had with Shursui, he laid bare the cruel reality. Did Shursui not suffer when faced with his choice? He did deeply. His love for the village was no less than for his clan. Only heaven knew how he endured the pain to make that decision. Kakashi was talented and worthy of recruitment, but Uchiha Ku scorned comforting lies. If you can bear it, then you have the right to stand beside me. If you go mad, then go die. In the entire ninja world, only one person, no, only Garo, the ninja cat who had grown up alongside him, knew the true nature of Uchiha Ku better than anyone else. 2 words sufficed. Malevolent. Kakashi, the one who created you, had a cruel sense of humor. From the very beginning, your name symbolized the solitary scarecrow. Do you think you are the cause of all this? No, you are not. The root of all this turmoil lies within this twisted world. Uchiha Sora stretched out his arms as if engaging in a dialogue with the world itself. Obito saw this truth earlier than you did. I concur with his perspective, though I despise the way he handled it. Kakashi clenched his teeth tightly, his gaze upon Uchiha Sora as if staring at a madman. What kind of monster are you? If that is true, you are just like him. You are both insane. Uchiha Sora lowered his hands and smiled at Kakashi. Madness and reason are merely false dichotomies. From my viewpoint, it is you who indulge in false peace that are truly mad. Kakashi, you only need to clarify one thing. What exactly are you fighting for? At the core, you desire a peaceful and tranquil life, with your family and friends by your side. Do you not? Hiruzen Sarutobi taught you to sacrifice for the village. And Rin was such a sacrifice. Don't you find that this is putting the cart before the horse? The village was built to protect comrades. Yet now comrades are sacrificed for the village. Wasn't that precisely how your father died? The old wounds within Kakashi's heart, still unhealed, were mercilessly torn open by Uchiha Sora and exposed under the harsh sunlight. Kakashi shook his head helplessly, his eyes scattering. What, after all, is the truth? Tell me, what truly is the truth? Everything is true, and everything is false. Uchiha Sora extended his hand. The greatness of humanity lies in its posture to transcend pain and ascend to higher planes. Come with me, Kakashi. 3 years. The most significant recent event in the ninja world was the peace treaty between Konoha and Mangekyo. Although Sunagekyo and Iwagakure had frequent friction, both sides exercised restraint, avoiding even localized warfare, though espionage between the two nations was rampant. The signing of the ceasefire agreement between Konoha and Mangekyo marked the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. In the Uchiha Sora residence within the village hidden in the flames, Shursui, a head taller and noticeably more muscular, stepped into the courtyard. He saw Uchiha Sora reclining on the sofa, wearing an eye patch and taking a midday nap. 3 children were practicing tree climbing in the large tree in the courtyard. Tree climbing refers to covering one's feet with chakra to walk on trees, training control over chakra. 2 of the children, appearing to be 3 or 4 years old, one with red hair and the other black, were Gaara and Sasuke. The other was a slightly older girl with black hair shimmering like silk, a small, straight nose adorned with faint freckles, now soaked in sweat. She looked about 8 or 9 years old but was less adept at chakra control than the 2 boys. Cho was not suited to be a ninja. Uchiha Sora had long told her this. The Uchiha clan placed great importance on ninja talent. Had she shown talent, she would not have remained a civilian in the original timeline, becoming one of the victims under Uchiha Itachi's blade. This is not entirely precise. Even Uchiha ninjas fell to Itachi's blade. Uchiha Sora had grown somewhat weary of her pestering, thus agreeing to let her train alongside Sasuke and the others. Shursui approached without any hesitation, speaking directly. According to intelligence, Konoha has dispatched a delegation bearing the Byakugan and has concluded a peace treaty with Mangekyo. His brow furrowed slightly, his voice lowered. Konoha's strength does not match Mangekyo's. Some of the treaty's terms are quite harsh, including that if Mangekyo launches a military operation against us, Konoha shall not intervene. Uchiha Sora lifted a corner of his eye patch. Only those fools in Mangekyo fail to understand our relationship with Konoha. If not for Konoha's current shortage of resources, I suspect Hiruzen Sarutobi would be more than willing to join Mangekyo in an assault against us. Shursui's expression darkened, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Why not strike first? We attack Mangekyo, Then march on Konoha. Many clan members have matured over these years. They yearn to achieve glory. You are somewhat impatient, Shursui. Uchiha Sora stretched lazily and stood, his slender figure fully displayed. Shursui, naturally broad-boned, had grown to nearly 6 feet tall after relentless training day and night for 3 years, supplemented with nourishing herbs. Yet, he still stood half a head shorter than Uchiha Sora, who was 2 years his senior. Uchiha Sora chuckled softly. I did not expect the Raikage to endure so long without intervening. Let us proceed step by step. Uchiha Sora stroked his chin thoughtfully. Mangekyo has a reason to strike us. After all, Otsutsuki and others perished by their hand. He was contemplating a justifiable cause to initiate hostilities against Mangekyo. Having a legitimate pretext is crucial. Although those in power wage war for personal gain and grudges, they must find a righteous cause to make their actions appear just. This is not self-deception but rather to provide lower-ranking participants with moral confidence and resolve, bolstering their determination in the face of adversity. Uchiha Sora could certainly command the Uchiha clan to engage in war, but what he sought was never a group of puppets devoid of independent thought. Not everyone is like him, someone who finds enjoyment in battle. Most clan members are somewhat hot-tempered but still possess a generally normal moral compass. He had initially planned to concoct a storyline about the Uchiha clan a century ago being oppressed, staging a play to avenge their ancestors' honor. But that would not work. Back then, the ancestors were the oppressors. A realization struck him. Uchiha Sora inquired, by the way, how are the mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan we took in earlier faring? A year ago, an event occurred in the land of Whirlpools. The original ruler of this country had appeared. That man was the daimyo of the land of Whirlpools, who fled to the Fire Country's daimyo's mansion before the Uzumaki clan's destruction. In recent years, the village hidden in the flames had established a trade route directly connecting the land of Whirlpools to the land of rain, flourishing far beyond the former Uzumaki village. Before the daimyo entered the village, he sent an envoy to proclaim his decree. To acknowledge the establishment of the Uchiha clan's village hidden in the flames, appoint Uchiha Fugaku as the village leader, and allow Fugaku to select several Uchiha clan members as his guards, preferably female ninjas. Then he hadn't even settled in before being chopped to pieces and thrown into the sea as fish food. Has being a pig for so long made him forget the laws of survival? Who does he think he is? Since when did the Uchiha clan need his recognition? Other ninja villages dare not kill a daimyo. Do you think we lack the courage? This incident stirred a considerable commotion. The Fire Country's daimyo reacted fiercely, demanding Konoha sanction the village hidden in the flames. Hiruzen Sarutobi personally intervened to persuade the daimyo to abandon his intentions, meanwhile securing a sum of military funding. According to Sarutobi, just endure a little longer. In a few years things will improve. Endure a little longer. Uchiha Sora cared little for the daimyo, but the affair served as a reminder. This land originally belonged to the Uzumaki village. He was not so careless as to forget this. He simply did not care. The choice was made purely for the scenery. Who cared who had owned it before? Following this incident, he instructed the clan to disseminate messages through various channels, assuring the scattered Uzumaki clan members across the ninja world that they could safely return home, as the Uchiha clan was willing to offer protection. After all, strictly speaking, 1,000 years ago they were all one family. The message should have spread, yet no one was willing to return. Perhaps in their eyes, what does it matter if the Uchiha clan seceded from Konoha? After all, Konoha never came to our rescue back then, so why would they deceive us now only to lead us to slaughter? After a long wait, it was not until recently that a mother and daughter arrived. That day, a young red-haired girl, barefoot and clad in tattered garments, ran into the village, crying out, "Please save my mother, she is dying. I beg you, save my mother." The clan members rushed urgently and found the woman before she took her last breath. They discovered that her body bore not only wounds inflicted by wild beasts but countless bite marks from humans. Such a horrific scene, even Fugaku, a man seasoned by battlefields, could not bear to look directly. The woman received personal treatment from Mikoto and is now convalescing at the Hidden Blaze Village Hospital. Before giving birth to Uchiha Itachi, she served as the head of a department at Konoha Hospital and was considered the finest medical ninjutsu practitioner within the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Uchiha Ku's inquiry, Shursui paused momentarily and said, "I'm not certain. Perhaps I should first consult Lady Mikoto?" Uchiha Ku shook his head. "No need. Let us go see for ourselves." He beckoned. "It's lunchtime. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital for a visit." Shursui gave a wry smile. "You spoil them too much. Sasuke and Gaara should be training alongside me. To gain strength, one must push their life to its very limits." Casting him a glance, Uchiha Ku smiled faintly. "They will, but not just yet." Bang bang bang. The 3 little ones landed, and Uchiha Cho immediately dashed to Ku's tea table, grabbing 3 skewers of candied apples, one for herself, and one each for the two little ones. Thank you, Sister Cho. Gaara politely accepted the candied apple. Compared to him, Sasuke was far more casual. He bit into his apple and nudged Gaara's shoulder. You're not as fast at climbing trees as I am. Little Sasuke paused briefly, took 2 quick bites of his apple, still chewing. You don't eat as fast as I do. Oh, what s with you? Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Cho shook Sasuke, who was holding the apple, teasing. I told you not to eat so fast. You choked, didn't you? No, don't bring me into this. A few pats would have been enough. Sasuke's face flushed bright red, though it was unclear whether from discomfort or embarrassment. Gaara's clear eyes regarded Sasuke with concern. Are you all right? He handed over his apple with a smile. If you like it, you can have mine. Set down. Sasuke placed one hand on his hip and snorted coldly. Humph. I don't like it. Crunch. Cho mischievously bit into the apple right in front of Sasuke. Wow, so sweet. So delicious. He had eaten too hastily just now and choked, so Sasuke never truly savored it. Half each then. Stop saying oh all the time. Alright. Over the span of 3 years, apart from the routine accumulation of reputation points, Uchiha devoted his mind entirely to cultivation, refraining from venturing out to stir up trouble. Username, Uchiha energy level. Black iron accumulated reputation points, 1,375, 700 points frozen, 675 points available. The mirror fragments provided by the platform are not system stat boosts nor direct enhancements to one's physique. Rather, they present food before you, which must be consumed and digested to become truly yours. The rewards from the previous 2 loans have mostly been digested. Akainu's mirror fragment not only involves the development of the magma fruit ability, its primary facet, but also encompasses the Navy's Rokushiki techniques. The martial arts training across various worlds seems to emphasize a single point, surpassing human limits through rigorous discipline. Uchiha attempted to integrate the power systems of 2 worlds. His developmental direction was singular, ultimate destructive power. Gradually, he realized that his body could not withstand techniques of such magnitude. Fire release chakra techniques already pushed the human body to its limits. Adding magma attributes and Rokushiki was simply beyond what the body could endure. To this end, he had Kakashi steal that technique from Konoha. Not long ago, he finally completed what could be called the forbidden technique among forbidden arts. In truth, the better choice now would be to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and use Susanoo to bear that power. But the Mangekyo's toll on ocular energy remains a significant drawback, and he did not desire such a flawed power. Uchiha harbors an even more audacious idea, awaiting the right opportunity. Perhaps he can leverage that trait to achieve limitless ocular energy. Lord Shursui. Before the Hidden Blaze Hospital, the guard ninjas cleared the way. The group passed along the pristine white corridor to the ward at its end. Click. Uchiha Makoto heard the noise and opened the door, greeting them with a smile. Shursui, are you here to see Chiho? Sasuke came too. Sasuke's cheeks reddened slightly as he turned his head. Mother. Makoto stepped forward, ruffling the heads of Sasuke and Gaara, her smile gentle. They're recovering well. They should be discharged in a few days. I'll go prepare the afternoon medicine. Uchiha nodded and entered the ward. The woman, who had been sitting by the window gazing outside, turned her head. She was very thin. Loose clothing revealed her protruding shoulder blades. Faint bite marks adorned her slender neck. Her dark red hair hung like withered flames. The tips faded to ashen white as if frost and snow had ravaged the brittle branches. Her pale, sickly flushed cheeks accentuated the hollowness of her deep-set eyes. Yet, within those dim eyes, there was now a glimmer of light. A little girl lay asleep at the bedside. The woman gently stroked the child's vivid red hair. She forced a faint smile. Greetings? Are you a lord of the Uchiha? Instinctively, she sought to discern whether the visitors bore ill intent. Kagura's mind si. Like the Uzumaki clan's formidable vitality, this inherited technique allows insight into another's heart and distant vision. A supreme sensory ninjutsu. It was precisely this ability that had kept her alive until now. Having drifted to the grass ninja village, she had thought she could finally settle. Yet another special ability inflicted upon her unimaginable suffering. At first, she resigned herself to fate. As long as Karen survived, she was powerless to resist. By chance, she learned that her once-destroyed homeland now had inhabitants again. The Uchiha clan occupying the territory invited the wandering Uzumaki clan members to return, offering them shelter. This might well be another abyss. Even if she went, the outcome would not surpass that at the grass ninja village. But even if there were only a sliver of hope, she longed for her daughter to live a normal life, unlike herself. It is hard to imagine how a woman more fragile than ordinary folk managed to traverse thousands of miles with a child to reach the land of whirlpools. Chiho held her breath and focused, her chakra perception network rippling through her consciousness. As the ripple barely touched Uchiha Kuwa's heart, roar! The boiling crimson vortex, like molten magma, instantly shredded the probing chakra. Within the sea of molten lava, an indescribable, terrifying beast bellowed. Its shadowed fangs dripped with black liquid filled with hatred and frenzy, crashing against Chiho through the sensory network. Surge. Just as the black-red will was about to backfire upon Chiho, it abruptly ceased. Chiho snapped her eyes open, cold sweat soaking her entire body. The slight improvement in her complexion vanished entirely, leaving her fragile as if a gust of wind could topple her. What was that? What kind of monster was that? Even the childhood tales told by the elders about the tailed beasts as natural disasters could not have conveyed such terrifying malevolence. Uchiha Ku lowered his fingers, revealing a gentle smile. I say I bear you no ill will. Do you believe me? Chihiro swallowed hard, her eyes brimming with helplessness as she looked at Uchiha Ku. I believe you. That was never malice directed at anyone, not to that extent. Next time, do not probe someone's heart so recklessly. The principle that the human heart is not to be gazed upon directly is something you don't need me to teach you. Uchiha Ku approached the bedside and gazed tenderly at the peacefully sleeping little girl. Her name is Karen, isn't it? It's clear you have done your utmost to protect her. Chihiro gently caressed her daughter's knuckles, her grip tightening as she strove to calm her nerves. Master, whatever you need me to do, I will. Please don't, there is a child here. Refrain from speaking in such ambiguous terms. Uchiha Ku withdrew his gaze and looked at Chihiro with a faint tone. Do you still remember who invaded Uzushio Hidden Village? Chihiro's pupils suddenly contracted, her body trembling involuntarily, as if recalling that event brought her immense pain. So long ago, every major power joined in, including Konoha, who stood idly by. Uchiha Cho stepped forward silently, gently stroking Chihiro's back. She did not weep, her eyes were bloodshot but tearless, as if they had long since dried up. Very well, let us make a pact. A gust of wind blew outside the window, and only then did Chihiro dare to meet Uchiha Kuwa's gaze. Unlike the dreadful and ferocious heart he once bore, this youth was strikingly handsome. His lips perpetually curved in a faint, elusive smile. Merely looking at his face brought a calm to the soul, an unconscious choice to trust him. I will purge everything that has come to you here, leaving nothing behind. Based on past experiences, Uchiha Ku surmised that once he fulfilled his pact with Uzushio Chihiro, he might gain the greatest reputation points of his life. Two key factors influenced the acquisition of reputation points: the strength of the lender and the difficulty of fulfilling the promise. Uchiha Ku had speculated on the annihilation of Uzushio Hidden Village, originally thinking at least two great nations must have been involved to accomplish such a feat in a short time. The reality, however, was far more brutal than imagined. During the Warring States period, the Senju and Uchiha clans were indisputably the strongest. Clans like Uzumaki and Hyuga were considered the first tier beneath them. Uchiha Ku believed the destruction of Uzushio Hidden Village was closely related to the Senju. Not that they did not support Uzushio, but rather Senju Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts among the villages, and Uzumaki Mito confirmed the feasibility of the Jinchuriki. Since ancient times, tailed beasts were regarded by shinobi as calamities in action. Now that there was a way to weaponize them, how could they remain indifferent? But the crucial point was that they lacked the sealing techniques. Sealing jutsu was the key to creating Jinchuriki. It is well known that the Uzumaki clan excelled in sealing techniques, capable of subduing even the Nine-Tails. To develop sealing jutsu against tailed beasts independently would take an immeasurable amount of time. Senju Hashirama's act of distributing the tailed beasts was akin to handing out wild beasts that required significant manpower and resources to suppress, beasts that could scarcely be utilized. He believed his intentions were good, balancing the village's strengths for peace. But from the perspective of the other Kage, it was not so. It was Senju Hashirama, relying on his unrivaled power, who forced a strong arm sale. The world had long suffered under Senju Hashirama's hand. Thus, upon his death, the first great ninja war erupted immediately. The cause of this war is now lost to history, but one certainty remains. It was a struggle over control of the tailed beasts. Some had been eager to move against the Uzumaki clan, but Senju Tobarama was formidable as well. Konoha stood against 4 opponents without faltering, even forcing Kumogakure to seek peace. Finally, Senju Tobarama died. The second great ninja war was a continuation of the first, or rather, every war was the extension of the previous one. The Senju brothers were dead, and Uzumaki Mito was growing frail. The great powers finally began to move against the Uzumaki clan. The timing was fortuitous. Since the Uzumaki clan's destruction, the research into Jinchuriki among the ninja villages advanced by leaps and bounds. Beryubi, Bunpoku, Uzuki, Han Jinchuriki appeared in succession. Sealing jutsu is among the most difficult branches of ninjutsu. It was impossible for multiple nations to simultaneously achieve breakthroughs. The only reasonable conjecture was that they had obtained vast sealing jutsu knowledge from some source. The destruction of the Uzumaki clan could be considered a joint effort by the entire ninja world. But the original fate of the Uchiha was too grotesque. Once dominant during the Warring States era, the Uchiha clan had perished in such a ludicrous manner. Thinking of this, Uchiha-ku felt no psychological burden over the arrangement concerning Itachi. Let it be atonement for the self in a parallel timeline. Uchiha-ku instructed Sasuke and the others to remain in the ward and sought out Fugaku with Shursui. In the small courtyard, the Fugaku household had no servants. With his wife hospitalized, he personally brewed the tea. Are you ready to take action? Once inclined toward pacifism, Fugaku's utterance of such words indicated that Uchiha truly yearned for war. He was nearly at his limit. Since leaving Konoha, no matter how politely put, the Uchiha clan was regarded by some as a lost pack of dogs. A shinobi clan that could be dealt with whenever convenient. Much like the Uzumaki clan once was here, the land of hot water was now a vassal state of Iwagakure, with Kumogakure's ninjas recently infiltrating. Uchiha-ku sipped his tea and said coolly, "When I make my move, I will announce myself as the head of the Uchiha clan. What you need to do remains the same as before, no objections." So matter of fact, as if discussing what to have for tomorrow's meal rather than the crucial matter of clan leadership succession. Fugaku was momentarily stunned, then smiled. "Of course. Your strength and wisdom surpass mine. Even Shursui has awakened those legendary eyes." Fugaku's words carried a hint of lamentation, a helplessness like a man in his prime felled by the new wave. "I just find it strange that you possess such power yet have not awakened the Mangekyo." About half a year ago, Shursui awakened his Mangekyo naturally during training, which dealt a heavy blow to Fugaku. He immediately proposed a sparring match and, relying on combat experience, managed to defeat Shursui without either using Susanoo. The Mangekyo supremacy ideology dominated Fugaku's mind. He had believed Uchiha-ku would be the next clan heir. However, if Uchiha-ku failed to awaken the Mangekyo, then Shursui was more suitable. Uchiha-ku was present during this spar. He discerned the shift in Fugaku's thoughts. The Uchiha were like that, no matter what, power always came first. Fortunately, Uchiha-ku's research techniques had taken shape, so he invited Fugaku and Shursui for a decisive battle at sea. Shursui, having acquired the power of the Mangekyo, indeed wished to face Uchiha-ku. He knew he was not the only one improving. Ku was growing as well, and one-on-one, he might not win. Together with clanmate Fugaku, they should be able to give Ku a lesson. That afternoon, the originally clear coastline suddenly grew tempestuous. The waves at the Iwagakure resort beach surged unusually high, forcing an early closure. A staff member recounted seeing Fugaku and Shursui walking side by side from the sea, supporting each other. They had no idea what they were doing. Judging by the desolate and powerless expressions on the two men's faces, and their tattered clothing, he dared not ask a single question. It was only when Lord Uchiha-ku appeared later, wearing a satisfied expression, that he handed over a sum of money to compensate for the losses at the vacation beach. "I refuse to awaken casually like Shursui. I shall attain the ultimate power of the Uchiha amidst a grand spectacle." Uchiha-ku's lips curled into a faint smile as he continued, "Don't preach that doctrine of suffering. The Mangekyo Sharingan is not a curse born of pain." Shursui awakened his in the time it took to take a sip of water. That speaks volumes. "Hey, don't make awakening the Mangekyo sound so effortless," Shursui retorted indignantly. "I also awakened mine after pushing my physical limits to the extreme, enduring great pain. Thank you very much. Does training in taijutsu facilitate the awakening of the Mangekyo?" Fugaku silently took note of this, resolving to impart this experience to his eldest son when he returned from his mission. Compared to his own awakening, he believed Shursui's method was far gentler. With this in mind, he couldn't help but ask, "When will Uchiha Itachi return?" "It's already been 3 years. Uchiha-ku fell silent for a moment before replying, "Another 3 years, just 3 more years. Rest assured, he will return laden with success." Fugaku sighed helplessly and glanced around the empty room. "Sasuke and Gaara have both been taken by you. Mikoto sometimes doesn't come home until late at night. It's really quite lonely here." Gaara had stayed at Fugaku's house until he was 2 years old, and Fugaku had long regarded him as one of his own children. Originally, with Itachi gone, there were still 2 little ones, but now, truly, he was all alone. "They're still young, maybe." Uchiha-ku raised a hand to stop Fugaku from continuing. He had never trusted the mental state of Fugaku and his wife during this critical period of worldview formation, and so he refused to let the children be in constant contact with them. "If you really feel lonely, why not have another child with Lady Mikoto?" Fugaku's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. "What are you saying? We're not getting any younger. If Itachi comes back, if Itachi returns, he'd probably be glad to have a younger brother or sister, wouldn't he? He seemed to like children quite a lot." Itachi must be very saddened not to have witnessed Sasuke growing up. For Itachi's sake, please stop fantasizing. Uchiha Ku's voice brought Fugaku back to reality. What fantasy? I wasn't thinking anything. Fugaku straightened his face, adopting a stern and upright demeanor. Yet, confronted with the gazes of Shisui and Ku, he ultimately relented. Ahem, enough. Let us discuss serious matters. Every Uchiha, without exception, might be mad, perverse, or insane, but none could be truly apathetic. Fugaku's seemingly cold and ruthless appearance belied a mind brimming with unspoken desires and thoughts. Otherwise, how could he have awakened such a dojutsu? After receiving a direct blow from Uchiha Ku, Ku completely changed his impression of Fugaku. Yomitsu was indeed a genjutsu specialist. No wonder you hid your Mangekyo Sharingan awakening. Who do you intend to target? Konoha? Fugaku rested his chin on his hands and responded gravely, with the three of us combined, eliminating those old fools wouldn't be difficult. The ones we must be wary of are Jiraiya and Tsunade. Though absent from Konoha these years, if the village faces extinction, they will surely return. Uchiha Ku shook his head. Konoha is off limits for now. I need those people alive to make a child face reality. Ever since learning that Jiraiya still acted on his own accord, chasing after the so-called child of prophecy, Uchiha Ku had resolved to bring Naruto over. The opportunity was given, but you failed to cherish it. Uchiha Itachi, with his outstanding talents, had already joined the Umbu route. According to intelligence from him, Danzo had begun disseminating rumors that Naruto was the incarnation of the Nine-Tails. The optimal timing was before Naruto entered the Ninja Academy. In Uchiha Ku's eyes, by the time Naruto entered the academy, his self-awareness had already been obliterated. In layman's terms, he had become what is known as a people-pleaser. Amidst the silent violence of the villagers, he had killed his true self, leaving nothing but a hollow shell yearning for approval, devoid of independent thought. Later, when Naruto reconciled with the Nine-Tails, the dark side of Naruto that was destroyed on Turtle Island was the final lament of his original consciousness. After all, to forgive Obito, who killed his parents and caused all his misery, and who had just moments ago slain his friend, can such a person still be called human? Naruto was a kind-hearted child, but by no means a naively pure fool. He too was one of those twisted by the world. First, we strike Kumogakure, then Kirigakure. Uchiha Ku slowly outlined the strategic plan, naming two major nations at the outset. From his sleeve, he produced a map of the ninja world and remarked coolly, "When I chose this location, I had this in mind. The land of Whirlpools lies at the eastern center of the ninja continent. We have already opened trade routes leading to the land of rain. Aside from the land of iron, the territories along the way are under our control. Once we conquer the land of thunder and the land of water, we will have encircled the eastern part of the land of fire. Then, we can strike whenever we please." He smiled faintly. They want to end the third great ninja war? There's no such thing as a good war. They fight if they want to fight, end it if they want to end it. When the war ends, it's my decision. As he spoke, a ninja wearing a forehead protector from Iwagakure suddenly appeared in the courtyard. The design of the Iwagakure protector incorporated the Uchiha clan emblem, rotating the upper half of the fan symbol by 90 degrees. In simple terms, it resembled a crescent moon. Because of the moon-shaped mark on the protector, these shinobi were sometimes called the Flame Moon Ninja. This was one of Fugaku's personal guards. Hesitating upon seeing the three men in the courtyard, he was uncertain whether to report to Fugaku. Fugaku frowned. "I've told you before, there's no intelligence that needs to be hidden from Ku and Shisui. Please forgive me, Lord Ku," the guard said, kneeling on one knee silently thinking, "Of course I know, but this news might be disrespectful to Lord Ku." Under Fugaku's piercing gaze, he produced a scroll. Within 3 days, the culprit who killed Tsukadai must be delivered to Kumogakure, or Kumogakure will declare war on Iwagakure. This was a letter sent by the Raikage. A guard of his rank knew well that the killer of Tsukadai was none other than Uchiha Ku himself. A fact Ku never denied. "That bastard thinks we're a bunch of weaklings like Konoha. He casually demands we hand over our comrade?" Humph. Even Fugaku could only appraise Sarutobi Hiruzen thus after switching allegiances. Shisui sneered coldly. "Tell the messenger to go back and inform him. If they want to fight, we will accompany them, but we have no prisoners to offer." "Calm down," Uchiha Ku said coolly, glancing at the messenger. "Who did Kumogakure send?" "Reporting, my lord. It is Kaganin Kadia from Kumogakure. I've never heard of him." After a brief pause, Uchiha Ku turned to Shisui. "You go and control him. Have him return to tell the Raikage. If Iwagakure seeks vengeance for Yuzushio village, and if he brings back the body of the third Raikage, I will forgive his insolence. Yes, it must be the dismembered body of the third Raikage retrieved from the land of earth. I won't acknowledge some random black-skinned corpse. Word for word? Word for word." Shisui shook his head in disbelief and led the guard out the door. Ku is someone who knows how to ignite a fire, Fugaku muttered. I expect controlling that guy to say such things means his days in Kumogakure 1T be easy. Let us just say he commit suicide after finishing his message. As Shursui stepped outside, Fugaku, somewhat perplexed, inquired, what does this have to do with the Whirlpool hidden village? Uchiha Ku shook his head gently. Nothing much, just a matter of claiming the moral high ground. Tomorrow you'll have your people refrain from going to Infinite City. The game ends here. They must prepare for a genuine war. I understand. Ku, this time I want my moment to shine as well. My Sharingan has slumbered too long. Fugaku was eager, his innate warrior spirit stirring restlessly. Didn't I just beat you not long ago? How could it be slumbering? Just teasing you. Don't be upset. Uchiha Ku chuckled softly, lifting his gaze toward the distant horizon. This time, we shall strike with full force, and let the shinobi world witness the might of the Uchiha. Nanha Shrine, a sacred stronghold of the Uchiha clan, a place where ordinary shinobi of the flame-hidden village dare not tread. Legend has it that within lies a mystical shinobi tool, containing a labyrinthine spatial maze inhabited by countless phantoms and malevolent spirits. Every clan member who has awakened the Sharingan is entitled to enter this realm for rigorous training, where their strength ascends far swifter than through mundane practice. Such a sanctified place of cultivation draws power-hungry clan members in droves. Some have even triggered their Sharingan awakening out of sheer eagerness to enter. The wooden box of Infinite City rests in a side hall of the shrine, guarded by a formidable being who has repelled countless inquisitive Uchiha juveniles, including Sasuke Uchiha. Beneath the moonlight, a figure leaned against the wooden box, puffing on a cigar, its faint embers flickering. Upon hearing footsteps, he refrained from turning, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. Infinite City's closed today. Didn't you get the memo? He spat again. But if you're willing to pay double, old man can let you in for a good time. The footsteps drew nearer, and he finally turned his head.
Ku, long timenose.
Garo set down the cigar, scratching his head with an awkward grin. The guardian of Infinite City was none other than Uchiha Ku's ninja cat. Sitting beside Garo, Ku snapped irritably, I don't care if you collect payment, but could you watch your language? We're not street cats anymore. Your talk would corrupt the children. Unable to resist, Garo burst out laughing. Have some shame, Ku. Guess where I picked up my way of speaking? Uchiha Ku fell silent for a moment, then said softly, Garo, you're falling behind my pace. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Garo's feline face before he casually waved his paw. Doesn't matter. I'm living well now. If you think I'm too weak and useless, you can terminate our contract anytime. His words were interrupted by a pair of arms folding around him. Uchiha Ku gently lifted Garo, resting his chin atop the cat's head. That wild grass scent of fur. He recalled when they were little back-to-back, battling fierce beasts. Garo, I have a way to push past your bodily limits, but I can't guarantee your safety. Only Garo could stir this rare conflict within Uchiha Ku. Lifting Garo off the ground, tail drooping, he said, Speak. I want you to become a Jinchuriki. The dark-circled brat you mean? Yes. Your body can't bear the full power of a tailed beast. I'll have Musen transform you first, then attempt to seal the two tails within you. I estimate a 60% chance you'll die during the transformation, and even if successful, there's still the risk of dying during the sealing. What kind of calculations are those, Ku? Garo snapped the cigar, bearing two sharp fangs. As long as the chance ISNT0, the Great One, will succeed. ISNT, that the very thing you always say. Uchiha Ku set Garo down, a faint smile touching his lips. Indeed, that's how we survived. His smile faded. With a swift kick, Ku sent Garo flying. We'll settle the bribery account later. Prepare to die, filthy cat. He stepped forward, opened the wooden box, and vanished inside. Garo dusted himself off, picked up the fallen cigar, and gazed at the box, his eyes a deep blue matching his fur, darkening slightly. I will survive, Ku. I want to keep pace with you. Infinite City. In a tatami room, Musen and the others savored gnawing on beef bones after a taxing day. He had overcome his sensitivity to sunlight and become the ultimate being he dreamed of, no longer needing human blood to sustain himself. Serving as sparring partners for the Uchiha clan no longer felt like a grievance. What was it? At worst, he would wait until the clan was extinct. Even if that took a millennium, Musen cared not. He had endured over 1,000 years before. A few years more was nothing. Exactly. Click. Musen bit through a segment of beef bone with sharp teeth. His face creased with displeasure. I think our workload is too heavy. We should unite and demand at least 1 day off per month from Uchiha Ku. It would be even better if we could step outside and see the so-called new world. Akaza sipped slowly on sake. Since becoming a demon, he could no longer taste it. Though his sense of taste remained impaired, he could discern a hint of flavor now. He spoke gravely, Lord Musen. I am content with this life. The ceaseless battles keep my mind from dwelling on other matters. I do not wish to anger that lord. Kakushibu sip tea like Akaza. My duels with otherworldly swordsmen have clearly honed my swordsmanship, and I enjoy it greatly. They call the headband-like thing a forehead protector. Muzan spat, glancing at the biwa playing Naruto beside him. Naruto, that fellow values you most. If you make the request, he will surely consider it. Naruto's complexion was pale gray, her black hair veiling her eyes, resembling a ghostly figure from urban legends. Well, I am a ghost to begin with. Upon hearing Muzan's words, she finally spoke. Lord Muzan, my lord has arrived. You can speak to him yourself. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Muzan whipped his head around to see Uchiha Ku silently appearing behind him, sitting cross-legged and retreating swiftly. Lord Ku, long time no see. A mysterious smile tugged at Ku's lips as he crouched down to look at Muzan. I had planned to give you a chance to escape, but due to your recklessness, I won't be playing with you this time. Muzan forced a smile in embarrassment. Apologies, a 1,000-year-old bad habit. I failed to improve swiftly. I volunteer to remain in Infinite City. Please be lenient. Uchiha Ku showed no interest in bickering, saying coldly, give me some of your blood, and go quietly to the little black room. Wanting to stay in Infinite City? No such luck. Muzan's face darkened, but with the courage of a cricket behind him, he was no match for this man, more terrifying than Yorichi Tsujikuni. In recent years, due to his lack of restraint, he had excessively harmed several trial participants and was punished with the most time in the Little Black Room. The so-called Little Black Room was a sealed barrier. Taking the packaged Demon King's blood from Muzan, Uchiha Ku turned to Kakushibu and the others. I am about to launch a war against another major force. This is your chance to prove yourselves. If you perform well, you can be promoted from labor reform convicts to prison wardens, enjoying one day a month of normal civilian life. Akaza and Kakushibu knelt on one knee in unison. We shall obey your command, Lord. As for Naruto, she was already formally enlisted and had 2 days off each month. Click. The wooden eaves of the tatami room fell into place, and countless lights flickered throughout Infinite City. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that those were not mere lights, but countless eyes of ghosts and demons. Standing alone amidst them was Uchiha Sora, resembling the sovereign of 100 spirits. The land of lightning, Kumogakure, the village hidden in the clouds, resonating with the thunderous roar of lightning. Within the council chamber, the upper echelons of Kumogakure were gathered, presided over by the fourth Raikage, known as the swiftest Raikage in the current shinobi world. The doors swung open, and all eyes turned toward the emissary returning from Iwagakure. The Raikage rested one hand upon the table, sitting with an air of casual authority. Cartier, what nonsense do those brats from IWA spout? If they were to send a mere sacrificial lamb like Konoha does, that would be utterly disappointing. A nearby figure sneered coldly, remarking, the Uchiha clan does not bear the curse mark of caged birds. Even if they find a substitute, the Sharingan can be extracted and used. Oh, and that blood dragon eye from Tsushigakure, they must return it or compensate with 3 pairs of Sharingan. As the murmurs settled, Cartier, wearing a somewhat expressionless demeanor, spoke with icy detachment. Raikage Iwagakure shall avenge the Yuzu clan. If you deliver the third S corpse to Iwagakure, we are willing to forgive your transgressions. It is imperative. Silence engulfed the chamber after Cartier's words. Only the Raikage's increasingly heavy breathing and the grinding of his clenched teeth could be heard. Gazing at Cartier's vacant eyes, the Raikage struggled to suppress his fury. Can't you see he is under Genjutsu? Release him. Before the Kumogakure shinobi could react, swiftly, with a sudden motion, Cartier raised his hand, revealing a hidden blade within his sleeve, slashing his own throat. Blood splattered onto the Raikage's face. Scoundrel! Though the Raikage had endured such humiliating words moments before, he had restrained his anger. Yet, to witness a comrade slain before his very eyes was utterly intolerable. All units, assemble, advance upon Iwagakure, annihilate the Uchiha clan. The tremendous roar drowned out the thunder, echoing throughout Kumogakure, the vast ocean expanse. On the deck of a colossal ship, the Raikage stood with arms crossed, gazing into the distance. His imposing physique was accentuated by the broad belt and sturdy armor he wore, while the deep green shuriken tattoos on his shoulders stood out prominently. From Kumogakure to the land of whirlpools, the overland route traversed through the land of hot water and the land of fire. Between Kumogakure and Konohagakure, there existed a treaty permitting passage for the assault on Iwagakure. Yet now, the Raikage no longer wished to take the land route, opting instead for the swiftest maritime path. This route bore a significant disadvantage. In the event of defeat, retreat would prove difficult. After all, not every shinobi possessed chakra capable of traversing the sea. Nearly the entire elite force of Kumogakure was deployed on this mission, and the Raikage harbored no doubt of victory. Moreover, even in the event of unforeseen complications, a massive turtle island was arranged for support at the rear, just as in days past. Mangekyo intended, with overwhelming might, to obliterate the Uchiha clan entrenched in the land of whirlpools. How utterly foolish to choose the very graveyard of the Uzumaki clan and shamelessly speak of revenge. Laughable. Footsteps echoed upon the deck, and the Raikage turned to see a shinobi wearing a fox mask kneeling respectfully on one knee. Raikage-sama, I have brought the items you requested. A flicker of disdain passed through the Raikage's eyes as he waved his hand, signaling the guards to bring the intelligence forward. The documents contained information on numerous Iwagakure shinobi, most dating back 3 years, with only a few individuals specially highlighted. Uchiha Fugaku, wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan. His ocular technique is of the genjutsu type. It is absolutely forbidden to meet his gaze directly or to interfere with one's own chakra through self-inflicted binding techniques, so as to reduce the effects of his genjutsu. Uchiha Sora, his most recent recorded engagement was 3 years prior, sparring with the general of the Land of Iron. His strength is roughly equivalent to a special jonin. It is crucial to note that he commands a flying summoning beast comparable to a tailed beast. Efforts must be made to deny him the opportunity to summon it, employing summoning prohibiting barriers as countermeasures. Uchiha Shursui, examining the dossier, the Raikage cast a cold sneer at the figure, who was clearly not a Kumogakure shinobi. No matter what, the Uchiha were once your comrades. You've become quite adept at betraying your own. The masked shinobi bowed his head. The Uchiha clan were never comrades. The Third Lord had intended to join you on this expedition, but alas, enough. Speak plainly. What is it you want? Uchiha Sora's eyes, along with 5 additional pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan. The Raikage furrowed his brow, his voice grave. According to your intelligence, he only possesses ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. Why the special emphasis? That is a private grudge between the Third Lord and him. Heh. The Raikage scoffed. Hiruzen Sarutobi really has regressed with age, sulking over a mere child. Were it not for these arrogant fools having slain Tsuchigakure's own, and sincerely pledging allegiance to Kumogakure, I might have treated them impartially. The shinobi fell silent for a moment before saying, what if I told you that the one who killed Lord Tsuchigakure was possibly him? What did you say? A violent chakra surge erupted, fracturing the sturdy deck beneath their feet. Based on the traces of ninjutsu and their movements, Lord Jiraiya was seen near the site shortly before the incident, together with Uchiha Shursui. The specifics will require your own judgment, Raikage-sama. The Raikage's expression darkened. His fists clenched until the knuckles cracked, his voice chilling. The eyes matter little. That brat's head. I will twist it off to honor Tsuchigakure. As you wish. We shall assist you. Behind him, a dozen masked shinobi appeared in an instant. To be fair, the Raikage did not believe Hiruzen Sarutobi capable of such deeds, or that he would proactively seek assistance in eradicating the Uchiha clan. This seemed more the work of the shadowy figure within the shinobi world. Yet it was unnecessary to distinguish between the two. That individual and Hiruzen were little different, and in any case this represented Konoha's stance. Heh, their own village is already in such disarray, yet they still like to stir trouble. Once I conquer the land of whirlpools, next will be them. The great ship sliced through the waves, and in the distance, the coastline shrouded in thick mist came into view. Iwagakure Hospital. From the window ledge here, the sea lay plainly visible. The expansive view offered solace to weary hearts and minds. Chihiro cradled Karen in her arms, watching the steadily growing crowd converging upon the shore, biting her lip tightly. The girl, keenly sensing her mother's unusual mood, looked up and asked, Mother, what are they going to do? After a moment of silence, Chihiro gently stroked her daughter's crimson hair and replied softly, Karen, if we die here, would you blame me? Little Karen shook her head, a pure smile illuminating her face. No, compared to before, these days have been happy. I even met Sasuke-kun and Gaara-kun. She nestled closely in her mother's embrace, whispering, as long as I'm with you, no matter what happens, I won't be afraid anymore. Along the shoreline, Uchiha clan members continued to arrive, standing with familiar kin as they quietly awaited orders. Uchiha Sora cast his gaze around. The vast majority were clan members, with only a handful of outsiders meeting the standards for battle. In every Uchiha I burned an irrepressible fighting spirit. They were eager beyond measure. To the world, they would reveal their sharp edge. I even went so far as to spread word of Kumogakure's atrocities against the Uzumaki clan, attempting to justify our actions. That's why I prefer a family like this. Such needless theatrics. Uchiha Sora sat upon a rock, smiling faintly as he shook his head. Spare the pre-battle mobilization speeches. Just remember one thing. He turned his gaze toward the massive ship looming over the distant sea surface. Kill them all. Click. Behind Uchiha Sora, the air suddenly rippled with fractures resembling shattered glass. a piercing drone tearing through the eardrums. Bang! A dark crimson mist seeped from the cracks, staining the surroundings with a viscous scarlet hue. A colossal demonic claw clung to the edge of the fissure, revealing a grotesque and terrifying form. Immediately, countless fiends trampled upon its massive skeletal frame, their roars and wails intertwining into a chilling cacophony. The shattered spatial rift continuously disgorged horrifying entities from an otherworldly dimension. Those present were not startled by the appearance of these specters. Many were familiar faces. Amidst the blood mist, unlike the preceding fierce rumble, pairs of crimson eyes ignited, emanating a dreadfully more formidable and chilling aura than the myriad fiends. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. Uchiha Sora pressed his palms together, the surging chakra dispersing the blood mist. Fragmented stones hovered midair, as if time itself had been suspended. Slowly, he opened his eyes, revealing 3 pure black tomo spinning in unison. Several thousand meters away, his gaze pierced through Raikage like a shard of ice. Instinctively, Raikage immediately entered lightning release chakra mode. Though he could not see through the haze, the prickling sensation of being watched by an ancient beast was unmistakable. Who is it? Sensing his team, Raikage was about to call out to his subordinates when everyone aboard the colossal ship, including himself, involuntarily lifted their heads skyward. The sky had split apart. The clouds were torn asunder by surging molten heat, and through the crimson rift in the heavens appeared a colossal greatsword, 100 meters in length, wreathed in searing temperatures surpassing 1,000 degrees Celsius. Scarlet molten streams surged through its grooves, as if the very core of a volcano had been forged into a weapon. What is this? The flames illuminated Kumogakura's horrified faces, who, confronted with this divine punishment-like spectacle, momentarily forgot to resist. The ninja art, horn of heaven-s penetration. The blazing sun shattered the mist, clearing the horizon between sea and sky. The great sword descended, cleaving the ship's hull as if it were fragile parchment. Slicing it in two, the surging waves steamed with white mist. The instant seawater met lava. Countless poisonous fumes erupted, suffusing the entire sea with a suffocating dark red. The ship exploded, the count of ninja casualties beneath the strike incalculable. Floating upon the sea were innumerable charred ninja corpses and wreckage, a scene of unparalleled carnage. Countless ferocious fiends waded through the dark red waters like an ebony tide. One by one, Uchiha warriors stomped upon the fiends, their Sharingan blazing scarlet, blades gleaming like freshly fallen snow. The explosive roar and the raging murderous aura simultaneously struck Kumogakura's ninjas, causing even elite jonin to feel their spirits waver. Are these monsters born from the underworld? Is this the Uchiha clan? Madness! Why did they launch an attack without negotiation? The customary pre-battle dialogue was non-existent, bypassing tedious formalities. Slash! As a ninja's head was severed and plunged into the water, the slaughter commenced. Boom! A thunderous roar shattered the air, tearing to shreds the fiends blocking its path. The thunderbolt surged across 1,000 meters. Bathed in the thunder's crushing fist, the sound arrived belatedly. You bastard! Standing nearby, Shursui cried out, his verdant tangible chakra manifesting as a colossal hand that surged forth. Watch out! Bang! The next moment, Uchiha Sora raised his hand, intercepting Raikage's vengeful strike. Observing Sora casually block his powerful blow, an ominous thought began to stir within Raikage's heart. Uchiha Sora's fist drove straight into Raikage's face. Boom! An explosive crash echoed as Raikage felt as though a mountain had barreled into him, an unimaginable force propelling him backward at the same blistering speed he had come. Bang! His body crashed among the debris of the colossal ship, churning filthy waves. Silence fell over the entire scene. Within Kumogakure, the village's mightiest ninja were crowned with the title Raikage AI, ruling the village with overwhelming charisma. They could scarcely believe anyone could surpass the Raikage in strength, not even the legendary Yellow Flash. Yet the scene unfolding before them compelled their belief. Who was that? And what more terrifying creatures lurked there? Ding! A long blade's tip pressed against the forehead protector of a Kumogakure ninja. Black Zetsu spoke coldly. Do not be distracted during the duel. The Jonin raised his hand to block the blade with a kunai, glaring at Black Zetsu's face adorned with 6 eyes, gritting his teeth and shouting, Monster, what on earth are you? Demons, immortal beings, and also retainers of that great lord. Shursui, observing the black-red fine scales emerging on Uchiha Sora's arm, breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed the skeletal form of Susanoo. Have you forgotten his power? What are you worried about? Fugaku glanced faintly and spoke softly. Even the Raikage is merely mortal compared to the Uchiha. We are a clan wielding divine power. No sooner had Fugaku finished speaking than a distant glow flared over the vast sea. A terrifying chakra billowed like a war banner ascending to the heavens. Though far apart, Everyone sensed that overwhelming chakra presence blotting out the sun. Boom 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 boom. A tremendous roar echoed across the battlefield as a colossal energy sphere howled forth, rending the atmosphere into terrifying chasms and annihilating all in its path. The momentarily dazed Kumogakure ninjas, upon witnessing this, rallied their spirits. Tailed Beast Bomb. It's Lord Killer B. The Jinchuriki has acted. Damn you, evil devils. Your end has come. The overwhelming pressure caused Black Zetsu's expression to grow grave. Is this the power of the new world? Emotions do not vanish. They merely shift. In response, the Kumogakure Jonin grinned. Monster, see now. This is the power of Kumogakure. A cataclysmic force your fiendish tricks can never counter. The one you mentioned has provoked Lord Killer B. He is doomed. Black Zetsu watched the tailed beast bomb drawing nearer and raised his blade to intercept. This dreadful attack headed straight for the shore. He was uncertain whether Uchiha Sora could withstand it. I certainly cannot, but if I can offer even a modicum of aid, it is not in vain to serve as a retainer. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of shurikens screamed through the air. Trying to flee, monster? Black Zetsu had no choice but to turn and sever the shuriken. Briefly pausing, he could only watch the tailed beast bomb roar past. Boom. The proximity of the blast stirred a massive energy shockwave, causing his body to stagger. Close contact revealed one truth. Even if he caught up, he could not halt such an attack by a fraction. Along the coastline, Uchiha Sora and two others stood unmoving. Fugaku looked toward Sora. I'll handle this. For now, there is no need for you to use that power. Watching the tailed beast bomb approach, Uchiha Sora smiled faintly, shaking his head. There is no need or not. I want to stretch my limbs. Raikage, I leave this to you. I'm going to have a little fun with him. He shed his coat, revealing an upper body scarred from countless battles. The sound of blood pumping was audible even from afar. Beneath his flesh and veins, it seemed as though molten lava surged. Uchiha Sora exuding an intense, searing heat that forced Fugaku and Shursui to step back. The Sharingan in both eyes, the Tomo spinning at an abrupt, accelerated pace, exuded an endless, chilling coldness. Scorching heat and icy chill intertwined and fused as if orchestrating a sinister symphony, the terrifying aura nearly suffocating all who beheld it. Fine black and crimson scales emerged upon his skin, gradually creeping toward Uchiha Kuwa's lips. This lent his smile a peculiar and maddened aura. Fugaku swallowed hard, having already activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, fixating intently on Uchiha Kuwa's transformation. This was it. The monstrous being capable of suppressing two Susanoo was about to manifest once more. He even suspected that Uchiha Ku was not a pure-blooded Uchiha but rather an ancient malevolent entity inhabiting a human vessel. The tailed beast orb was about to descend. Perhaps in the next instant, an ultimate destructive force would be unleashed. A deep breath escaped Uchiha Ku's lips, stirring molten magma that seeped from his body. Suddenly, a towering fiery tornado surged skyward, tearing through everything in its path. Boom, 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 boom. The scorching pillars of flame, warping space itself, devoured the tailed beast orb, exploding midair with a brilliance akin to a supernova. Dark purple thunderclouds roiled above, entwined with eerie black and crimson arcs of electricity. The black and crimson arcs dripped like liquid onto the ocean's surface, and within the billowing white steam, a pair of enormous, razor-sharp horns appeared, seemingly piercing the heavens. Thud, thud, thud. Each step felt like it pressed upon the hearts of all who witnessed it. A terrifying presence utterly alien to this world abruptly came into view. The colossal beast's head bore a pair of sky-piercing horns forged from countless blades, with star-fallen embers flowing between the crevices. Its outstretched leathery wings displayed crimson, spiderweb-like dark markings, reminiscent of some ancient curse. Most suffocating of all were those eyes. Within the scarlet irises, pure black tomo flickered like the remnants of dying stars. Every soul who dared meet its gaze heard a low-frequency rumble echo in their minds, a prelude to annihilation, seeping into their nerves. Its very existence was a negation of all life's continuation. Ninjas called the tailed beasts calamities. Yet, upon beholding this dreadful draconic creature, even the once cruel and terrifying tailed beasts appeared endearing and familiar. The fire release chakra mode reached full power. Eradicate the forbidden calamity's final beast. Roar! The magma-black dragon spread its wings and bellowed, the sound waves shattering countless eardrums, trailing hundreds of meters of black and crimson tail flames as it traversed the battlefield. Roar! Simultaneously, in the distance, the colossal eight tails Gyuki roared thunderously, valiantly answering the challenge. The foundation of power in the ninja world was chakra. Chakra was an energy born from the fusion of mental and physical strength, and the balance between the two was crucial in determining one's ceiling. The Uchiha clan's physical fortitude far exceeded that of ordinary shinobi, enabling them to sustain the tremendous mental strain demanded by ocular power output. Yet, compared to the corporeal might of otherworldly beings, they still fell drastically short. Even Muzan, though many in the ninja world could defeat him, physically surpassed the vast majority. Not to mention beings like Akainu and Rayquaza. Uchiha could bear fragments of their abilities, but his body faltered. To use a comprehensible analogy, it was like placing a bottle of water in a freezer. As the liquid froze and expanded, the container cracked and burst. No matter how much he trained to strengthen himself, his body could not keep pace. Without a solution, Uchiha would perish like Kimimaro, unable to endure the overwhelming power growth. All that fate had bestowed was already marked. No, it wasn't that complicated. It was simply the interest accrued before repaying a debt. The experiential cards of Rayquaza and Akainu were forcibly bestowed, enhancing Uchiha's power while simultaneously warning him. If he failed to grow sufficiently to repay within the deadline, these forces would shatter his body. The platform repeatedly cautioned, borrowing carries risks. Avoid it unless necessary. If one fails to repay interest in romantic relationships, the likelihood of parting ways is high. The same applied to body and spirit. Uchiha came to understand why the Sage of Six Paths after death could observe the ninja world in a state neither living nor dead, and why the Edo Tensei summoned by the Pure Land possessed limitless chakra. Because they had abandoned their bodies, existing solely as spiritual entities, free from concerns of balance. It sounded as if forsaking the body was the true path of cultivation. But that was undoubtedly a misguided path. Such life forms possessing only one form of energy could never increase their power, their strength fixed at the moment of death. Uchiha certainly would not forsake his flesh to pursue immortal cultivation. Then, would he become a demon like Muzan, augmenting his bodily energy? No. That minimal amplification was merely a desperate, fleeting remedy. Most importantly, even the optimized demons now had dulled taste senses. A change in appearance was one thing, but if one could no longer savor sweets, death would be preferable. In truth, as a member of the Uchiha clan, the best choice had long been clear. Hashirama cells. What proved lethal toxins to ordinary shinobi and even the Senju clan were precisely the essential elements to complete the Uchiha lineage. Two prominent examples stood out. Uchiha Obito, by transplanting white Zetsu infused with Hashirama cells, alleviated the Mangekyo Sharingan's deterioration, greatly enhanced his vitality, and gained would release abilities. Uchiha Madara needed no introduction. Aside from that Senju Buddha head, he could wield nearly all would release techniques. There were two more easily overlooked cases. Danzo used Hashirama cells to balance his Sharingan, and during the final battle, Kabuto, having thoroughly studied Hashirama cells, sustained Sasuke's life. The compatibility between Hashirama cells and the Uchiha was absolute. One could scarcely imagine how terrifying the bloodline would have been had Hashirama married not Mito but a woman from the Uchiha clan. 3 years prior, Uchiha and Kakashi forged an agreement. Kakashi would assist Uchiha with certain matters. When the time was ripe, Uchiha would resurrect Rin. When the Uchiha clan evacuated from Konoha, not only were the remains of their ancestors relocated, but when digging up Uchiha Obito's grave, Uchiha specifically instructed his subordinates to take a rib of Noha Rin from the vicinity. Originally intended to summon Rin via Edo Tensei with Orochimaru, setting a trap to capture Obito. But if Kakashi succeeded, Uchiha would find a way to revive her. Keeping one's promises was his most renowned trait. The deaths in the ninja world were not true cessations. All souls resided in the Pure Land. Known resurrection techniques were manifold, not insurmountable. The future incarnation of Gaara who has experienced death and rebirth currently dwells in Uchiha's residence. The worldview was utterly twisted, or rather, corrected. Kakashi had accepted the deal. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, he had already stepped onto the path of darkness. He stole Hashirama's cells for Uchiha, along with a vast collection of Orochimaru's research notes. Only upon undergoing the Hashirama cell transplant did Uchiha realize this was far from risk-free. How to describe that sensation? It was as if his body were submerged in molten lava, with roots growing wildly along every nerve, an excruciating torment from within outward. Even Uchiha Sora needed to grunt softly before he could recover. The average Uchiha clansman would absolutely be unable to endure such strain. Therefore, he abandoned the idea of immediately injecting Fugaku and Shursui with Hashirama cells. If he ended up killing one outright, it would be an unsightly outcome. The Hashirama cells in Konoha were still the primitive version. The more mature form was found in white Zetsu, which he could procure for them later. After all, they currently had no shortage of ocular power. Not everyone was like that one clear sky savior, who could nearly blind his Mangekyo Sharingan in half a day. At this point, the strength of his body was barely sufficient to contain the wildly surging spiritual energy, but the characteristic of Hashirama cells was vitality, not sheer strength. If one likened spiritual energy to molten lava, The effect achieved by fusing Hashirama cells into the body was constant regeneration, repairing the body and preventing the brain from exploding. This made Uchiha Sora wary of acting recklessly. The fire release chakra he had painstakingly developed had become nothing but ornamentation. Once used, he might lose control of the valve, and the torrent could damage his body irreparably. Strength. With this in mind, he noticed the notes left behind by Orochimaru. In the entire ninja world, no one believed more fervently in Orochimaru's talents than Uchiha Sora. Just as Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Sora as a kindred spirit, Sora felt the same. They were both individuals willing to sacrifice everything for a certain pursuit. Different paths leading to the same destination. The problem returned to its origin. To bear inhuman power. To possess an immortal life beyond human grasp. The first step. Transcend the limits of humanity. Uchiha Sora never thought himself particularly clever. There was no shame in learning from the predecessor's ideas. He assigned Kakashi to accomplish the second task. To steal the 8-branch technique. It was a forbidden jutsu dating back to the Warring States period, created by a certain shinobi inspired by a demonic entity that had wreaked havoc upon the ninja world. The essence of this technique was to transform one's obsession into the embodiment of a demon. Orochimaru had, even without a physical body, manifested as the 8-headed serpent through the power of his will, possessing infinite regenerative capabilities. The original version of the 8-branch technique was naturally no match for Orochimaru's improved iteration. It was quite crude and inflicted severe damage on the soul. Uchiha Sora suspected that Orochimaru had combined the 8-branch technique with the impure world reincarnation to develop the living corpse reincarnation. Mastering this technique was not difficult. It was forbidden because ordinary people could never control the demon formed from their obsession, and their souls would be devoured entirely. No problem at all. Uchiha Sora was unmatched in the ninja world, the soul being transcending all others. The soul wrapped in obsession, capable of traversing time and space. Boom! The sea surface exploded thunderously. 2 colossal beasts charged and collided, the roar shaking as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. In an instant, their clash sent waves soaring into the air, as if the apocalypse had descended. Judging by size, the 8-tails Gyuki was twice as large as the black and red demonic dragon that Uchiha Sora had transformed into. Its 2 massive hands gripped the dragon's wings fiercely, preventing the sharp horns from piercing its chest. 8 enormous octopus tentacles stirred up giant waves, crashing down with a thunderous boom. The black and red dragon violently shook its body, breaking free from Gyuki's grip. It opened its gaping maw, biting down hard on a tentacle molten lava dripping from its razor-sharp fangs, releasing a wisp of blue smoke. How fragrant. No, what am I thinking? But it really is fragrant. Uchiha Sora tore off a large piece of the octopus and, before swallowing, breathed fire to roast the tentacle thoroughly. I have never seen a monster like you before. Gyuki retreated a bit, judging from the sound. It was speaking. After all, there was no rap. In Gyuki's memories, it seemed there was something similar to the creature before it. You little Uchiha, have you accepted the power of the wraiths? You are no longer human. Only that malevolent collective sealed in the swamp country would possess such malice. Gulp. Uchiha Sora swallowed the octopus tentacle, and from his ferocious maw came a detached voice. What are you talking about? Even a little thought would make it clear. I am the purest human who knows how to wield fire. Fire release. Dragon flame roar. A dull roar echoed from the demon dragon's throat, as if an ancient volcano was about to erupt. In an instant, a terrifying pillar of fire tore through the sky. Within the flames were fragments of jet-black molten rock. The air twisted into a vortex. The waves not yet fallen boiled and evaporated. Gyuki spat disdainfully and hastily used the tailed beast bomb to counterattack. Above the sea surface rose the blazing midday sun. The ninja world had no explicit term denoting shadow-level combat strength. According to the calculation that 3 tomo of the Sharingan equated to the 3rd ninja stage, those capable of fully utilizing the Mangekyo Sharingan undoubtedly possessed shadow-level power. Relying on keen insight, even facing the current fastest ninja in the world, Shursui and Fugaku could predict his movements and coordinate flexible evasions. Generally, such a battle group would not allow ordinary jonin to participate. Shursui entangled with the Raikage using extreme body flicker technique, while Fugaku provided timely assistance with fire release. He and the Raikage were likely the 2 fastest practitioners of body flicker in the current ninja world. Amidst flickering light and shadow, they had clashed hundreds of times. Noticing the distant colossal battle group, a trace of anger and worry appeared in the Raikage's eyes. Because of his father's death, he had ordered Killer Bee to enter the Cloud Thunder Gorge for remote-tailed beast bomb training. To defeat the enemy, it was enough to shatter them from afar with the tailed beast bomb, vowing not to let the enemy come near. Yet this vow was so easily broken. Whoosh! Lightning surged powerfully. The Raikage further increased the output of his lightning release chakra mode. His hair stood on end. His speed and strength were enhanced. He instantly appeared before Shursui, his hand blade raised horizontally. Get lost! Lightning torture. Thousand blade dance. The slash was as sharp as a flash, unavoidable. Facing the imminent attack, Uchiha Shursui showed no expression. He flicked a kunai with his finger, spinning it like a windmill. Meanwhile, the four-bladed Mangekyo in his eyes slowly revolved. The Mangekyo's power was deeply connected to the mindset at its awakening, truly a reflection of the soulless eye. The Shursui of the original timeline had been torn between his clan and the village, awakening Konoha Tsukumi to alter wills in feudal confusion, hoping to quell the conflict between the two. Now, he had no such concerns. There was no extreme obsession upon awakening his Mangekyo. Therefore, he awakened the ability most fitting to his talent. Unlike the extremity of Konoha Tsukumi, this ability significantly increased combat power. His left eye's technique was Amaterasu reverse. Invisible ripples spread out, forming a circular barrier centered on Shursui, imperceptible to any sensory ninjutsu. Those with Mangekyo vision could see the lotus pattern platform unfolding beneath him. Swish! Just as the hand blade was about to strike Shursui's face, it suddenly changed direction sharply, as if the Raikage could not bear to harm him, roaring past his head. Thereafter, every attack from the Raikage seemed deliberately to avoid Shursui, though the aftershocks injured a nearby cloud-hidden shinobi attempting to provide support. What on earth was going on? A cloud-hidden ninja clutched his arm, wounded by flying debris, staring fixedly at the Raikage with eyes full of horror. From his perspective, the Raikage now resembled a puppet controlled by chakra strings, each movement imbued with an eerie sense of manipulation. Recollecting the alternate name for the Sharingan's hypnotic eye, impossible. Even the Tsukuyami-level Genjutsu cannot hypnotize Raikage while he is in lightning release chakra mode, let alone when Raikage has never once met Shursui Uchiha's gaze directly. The essence of Genjutsu lies in disrupting perception through chakra interference. With ocular techniques being the most difficult to resist, for human sensory input is predominantly visual. Shursui's Genjutsu has always possessed a unique characteristic. Its activation does not depend on direct eye contact. Merely by observing the reality before him, he can forcibly impose the illusion. As Uchiha once remarked, this reflects an extreme manifestation of control. Shursui's true nature is far from the benevolence he outwardly displays. Even in the original timeline, he was an extremist among the Uchiha. Unwilling to incite conflict within the village and clan, he selflessly chose to end his own life, entrusting everything to Itachi Uchiha. Itachi's subsequent actions cannot be denied as partly influenced by this. The mightier the Uchiha, the more common a trait they share, an unwavering confidence in their own judgment, compelling others to acknowledge it through force or other means. At the level of the three-tomo Sharingan, Shursui could only interfere with a ninja of Akasuna no Sasori's caliber if someone else was holding the front line. But now, wielding the Mangekyo-level ocular power, Uchiha's growth is unlike that of ordinary shinobi, marked by explosive leaps concurrent with the expansion of their ocular prowess. The most notable example is Uchiha Obito, who ascended directly from two-tomo to the Mangekyo within a mere year or two. If Minato recognized him, there must be something truly uncanny. Returning to the battlefield, Raikage sensed an anomaly within himself, yet amidst the raging surge of lightning-released chakra, he was utterly certain he had not fallen under Genjutsu. But why? Why, no matter what, could he not land a single strike on this brat? At that moment, Shursui's voice resounded. Tenshinjin Gyaku. This is my ocular technique. You are correct, you have not been ensnared by Genjutsu. His voice emanated from all directions, prompting Raikage to launch attacks at every angle, causing lightning to burst forth in a dazzling display. Such indiscriminate, omnidirectional assault would suffice to pulverize all foes surrounding him. Yet, the ninja from Kumogakure's pupils constricted sharply, his confusion deepening. In his eyes, every strike from Raikage landed on empty air, as if he could not see the enemy before him. He could not help but shout, "Raikage-sama, the enemy is at 3 o'clock." Sizzling static crackled. Raikage heard the voice, but to his ears, it was but an indecipherable jumble of noise. Shursui's voice spoke again. "It is not activated through eye contact, and you are not the target. After I employ this ocular jutsu within a certain radius centered on me, everything you see, hear, and perceive is inverted. Up is down, left is right, front is back. Even sounds and temperatures are altered in your cognition. You should consider yourself fortunate you are not among my subordinates. Otherwise, your hands would now be stained with your comrade's blood. I am merciful, am I not? This twisted Genjutsu brat was the one who manipulated Kadia into suicide. Wasn't he? Raikage showed no sign of panic, instead calmly inquiring. Shursui nodded lightly and said, I saw into his heart. A ninja like him, even if you can forgive him, he cannot forgive himself for uttering such words. Rather than letting him end his own life tormented by inner anguish, I chose to grant him release. Crack. Raikage nearly ground his teeth to dust. A suppressed voice squeezed from his throat. Such unbelievable evil. Do people like you truly possess a conscience? Shursui paused for a few moments, then said calmly, Raikage, you who recklessly plunder small nations and slaughter clans to seize secret techniques, do you really have the right to question me? Like Ku said, only when a blade pierces your own flesh do you understand pain. You are a product of an outdated system, one that must be eradicated. Rest assured and die. He slowly thrust a dagger into Raikage's chest. Raikage felt nothing as the sharp blade pierced skin and flesh. In his perception, Shursui still stood not far away, speaking at length. Sizzle. The blade's tip sank 2 inches deep, its point reaching the heart. Snap. A thick, resilient hand firmly gripped the dagger's hilt. Raikage looked down, locking eyes with Shursui, a grin spreading over his face. Got you. You think I did nothing? As long as my left leg thinks about kicking backward, my right hand can execute the grasp. Once I seize you, this so-called twisted perception ceases to exist. What use is being numb to pain? You simply do not understand the power of Mangekyo. Even if you can alter my cognition, there is one thing you absolutely cannot change, the resolve to avenge my comrades. The lightning release chakra mode grants a tremendous surge in strength and speed, its prerequisite being an extraordinarily formidable physique. A mere blade could never so easily penetrate this battle-hardened body. Raikage deliberately plunged himself into a perilous situation, relying on his body's instinct to sense Shursui's true location. Like a replay of the scene, Raikage's hand blade again slashed toward Shursui's neck. To ensure the strike would be lethal, Raikage fixed his gaze on him. The previous fight had convinced him that eye contact did not affect the execution of this brat's genjutsu, so there was no need to deliberately avoid his gaze. This brat's ocular power was still insufficient to trap him in genjutsu. Indeed, Shursui's ocular technique is geared toward practical combat, minimizing chakra consumption and lacking the prolonged cooldown periods of other celestial eye techniques. The consequence is a deficiency in decisive finishing power. But Shursui never fights alone. Ping. As Raikage's blade was about to sever Shursui's head, the boyish face in the smoke transformed into that of Fugaku. A shinobi would never reveal his information without purpose. If you face a ninja who babbles incessantly about the effects of his jutsu, there are only 2 possibilities. First, he possesses absolute power and enjoys toying with his opponent. Second, he wants his adversary to act according to the information he provides. Words themselves can be misleading genjutsu, sometimes even the most elite form of illusion. Whoosh! The moment their eyes met, black and white swirls like turbulent currents engulfed Raikage's mind. Mangekyo Sharingan, Yamatsu Tsugumi. This is the power of the Uchiha. Blood tears welled in Fugaku's eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Trouble for you, big brother. The voice of the Ox Demon echoed. At this time, Killer Bee controlled the body in combat while the Ox Demon guarded against genjutsu and maintained sensory vigilance. His perception was vast, and he had already noticed the situation near Raikage. Uchiha Fugaku successfully cast genjutsu on Raikage. Judging by their stillness, they were likely locked in a spiritual duel. All shinobi from Mangekyo abandoned their opponents and frantically rushed toward Raikage, causing heavy casualties in the process. Yet, even with so many elite ninjas attacking, Shursui's response was still overshadowed. As kunai bound with explosive tags rained down like arrows upon Fugaku, Shursui leaped forward, his right eye's Mangekyo spiraling at accelerated speed. He had intended to use the ocular technique of his other eye, but after calculating the chakra cost, crackling sounds filled the air. An emerald chakra skeleton materialized, its ribs jagged and interlaced, the spine towering like a colossal pillar supporting a translucent thorax. The head remained unformed, revealing only a hollow outline resembling a human face, with eye sockets flickering eerie green flames. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions erupted. As the dust settled, Shursui stood before the half-formed Susanoo, unflinching in the face of the swarming cloud hidden village shinobi. The tangible, gigantic chakra skeleton exuded an overwhelming aura of oppression that instilled dread in all who beheld it. Once again this was the case. Were all Uchiha monsters? What on earth was this? Some seasoned cloud-hidden shinobi, recognizing the manifestation, muttered under their breath. The Susanoo, the legendary power of the Uchiha, the ancient war god, said to bring death to all who witness it. Uchiha Shursui possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Until now, they had not engaged Shursui in battle and certainly dared not meet his gaze directly. Even glimpsing the unique pattern, they could not associate it with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, nothing served as a better testament than Susanoo. A relentless barrage of attacks left some wavering cloud-hidden shinobi in despair. First, the heavenly sword descended from the sky, followed by the eerie procession of 100 demons. Fortunately, the terrifying giant beast had gone off to confront the Ox Demon, had it remained on the battlefield. They had initially assumed this was the Uchiha's trump card, rumored to rival the power of the tailed beasts. Now, with the strongest Raikage under control and another wielding Susanoo empowered by the Mangekyo, the situation was dire. But that alone was not all. Among the hundreds of Uchiha, at least 40 bore the 3-tomo Sharingan. It was well known that a single 3-tomo Uchiha was a formidable challenge even for an elite Jonin. Aside from temporary promotions during wartime, the number of Jonin in a great ninja village hovered around 60 or 70. This time, the Cloud Hidden had deployed all their elite forces, only 70 Jonin in total, and over 10 had already fallen in previous clashes. Chunin-level shinobi suffered devastating losses in the initial 2 waves of assault, beyond reckoning. Wasn't this supposed to be a minor ninja clan? Even the former Uzumaki clan was not this formidable. No, it seemed the Uchiha had always been stronger than the Uzumaki. Even to subdue the Uzumaki required the combined might of great nations. Facing the Uchiha clan was a task no single ninja village could accomplish. Amid the tide of defeat, a handful of shinobi began to doubt the Raikage's judgment. Yet, the majority refused to surrender, launching fearless assaults on Susanoo in a desperate attempt to free their Raikage. Meanwhile, the Raikage himself, Yamatsu, the legendary boundary connecting the living world and the underworld, symbolizing the threshold between life and death. When Uchiha Fugaku first unleashed it, Danzo had been prepared and managed to resist. This did not imply Yamatsu was a weak genjutsu, only that Danzo was a cunning and treacherous old fox. Uchiha Ku had clashed with Fugaku and Shursui. Even Ku could only escape before succumbing to the genjutsu, which once triggered, was exceedingly troublesome. Judged by its instant kill effect, Ku regarded this technique as rivaling Tsukuyami. However, its activation conditions were harsh, requiring direct eye contact for a full second. For a shinobi of the Raikage's caliber, 1 second was an eternity, and no fool would dare meet the Mangekyo's gaze for that long. Had it not been for an opportunity engineered by Shursui, the Raikage would never have fallen victim. Yamatsu was not a mere illusion. Like Tsukuyami, it possessed spatial attributes. Fugaku could use his ocular power to pull the opponent's soul, weaving a life-devouring net between fantasy and reality. He awakened the Mangekyo after witnessing the death of a close friend, though his friend's final words remained unspoken. His fervent wish was to hear those unfinished words, a noble desire, far less tragic and heart-wrenching than Itachi's awakening of Tsukuyami. Within the mental realm, the Raikage found himself amidst cloud-kissed mountains resembling the cloud-hidden village. He trained atop a thunderous peak, his form darting through streaks of lightning. His robust and stern father bellowed, "Faster! You are to inherit the name of the lightning." This is not nearly enough. The Raikage nodded and continued honing his speed. In a flash, he stood within a palace gilded with gold, crystal chandeliers casting rainbow halos. The dining table overflowed with sizzling roasted meats and crystalline desserts emitting tantalizing aromas. The Raikage devoured the meat heartily, glaring at his restless companion and scolding. "Those eating, do not fidget or make a sound. Hey, big brother eating barbecue. The 8-tails tail is thin, that's what I say. Shut up and eat. Alright already." The scene shifted. The Raikage loomed over a collapsed blonde youth, gasping for breath. "From today onwards, I am the fastest shinobi in the world. Yamatsu, the perfect embodiment of the living will, allowed one to calmly journey toward the river of the underworld. Souls slain by this jutsu did not ascend to paradise but were eternally trapped in illusion." Uchiha Ku, locked in battle with the Ox Demon, also noticed the scene. "Raikage, how long can you hold out?" To Ku, Fugaku's technique bore striking resemblance to the Totsuka blade. The Totsuka blade was an incorporeal spiritual weapon capable of sealing its victims within a dreamlike genjutsu world, later manifesting within Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. This similarity led Ku to suspect that the weapon resided within the Uchiha's Susanoo. Among them, Itachi was the most fitting master of the Totsuka blade's essence, where the blade truly revealed itself. Only Uchiha Itachi and Shursui exhibited such manifestations of divine weapons within their Susanoo. Shursui wielded the Yasaka Magatama, while Itachi wielded the 3 sacred treasures, fully equipped. Uchiha Sasuke and Madara's Susanoo weapons lacked these divine attributes. Was it because only the genjutsu-focused Uchiha could inherit spiritual weapons? Bastard! Get lost! Seeing his elder brother in peril, Killer Bee suddenly unleashed immense power. A tentacle wrapped in ink lashed out like a giant whip toward the dragon-winged foe, the ink exuding a strange sealing force. Roar! The black dragon unleashed a thunderous roar. Its scales bristled like blades, flames bursting forth from the gaps, incinerating the ink entirely. With a sharp scrape, the dragon's talons tore open the ox demon's maw. Its jaws aimed to unleash a molten fireball. Boom! The ox demon's massive body emitted a muffled sound, its eyes turning white. Uchiha Ku seized the advantage, spinning his body to strike the ox demon's abdomen. Sharp scales and flames intertwined like a meat grinder, severing several of the demoness tentacles and piercing through its chest and belly. Crash! The ox demon, with a vast hole in its chest, collapsed into the sea, the mingling ink and blood swirling into an eerie vortex. The prior battles had utterly devastated the marine ecosystem here. The seawater, boiled by molten lava, continued to evaporate, forming a dense poisonous fog. Uchiha beat his wings and ascended, shedding the remnants of flesh from his body. Drops of molten lava dripped from between his scales as his dragon head bowed to gaze upon the sea surface. His solitary figure seemed to erect a monument to this ruinous conflict. Come on, you're not gonna die just like that, are you? Through the water, Uchiha watched the ox demoness body sink ever deeper, its severed limbs twitching. After 2 seconds, Ku's expression shifted subtly as he recalled something. He lifted his gaze toward a figure dashing swiftly through the distant sea. Octopus tentacle clone technique? This advanced cloning technique was so sophisticated that even the Mangekyo Sharingan could not discern the genuine from the counterfeit. Uchiha was uncertain as to when exactly it had been employed. Boom! Uchiha adjusted his posture, his enormous wings flapping with a tremor, while his tail emitted scorching flames, streaking across the sky like a meteor as he pursued Killer Bee. The battle formations of both the Hidden Cloud and the Uchiha clan came to an abrupt halt. Every eye turned toward that pitch-black meteorite, minds shaken to the core. Don't come any closer. It was not only the Hidden Cloud shinobi, who felt panic upon seeing Uchiha in his black dragon form. Even the Uchiha clan and numerous tailed beasts trembled in fear. No matter how formidable Shursui's Susanoo was, it retained a humanoid shape, affirming that it was a jutsu performed by a human. The tailed beasts, despite their strangeness, still had limbs and were mostly frail. But that entity, there was not a trace of human aura about it. The terrifying oppression it radiated was on the scale of a tailed beast gone berserk. Uchiha skated close to the sea surface, the tips of his wings sweeping across the water, instantly evaporating it. Sparks flew from the friction of the scales on his body at high speed. His eyes narrowed slightly, the pupils of his draconic gaze flickering with 3 deep black magatama, rotating as they locked onto Killer B's position. Killer Bee was already approaching from beneath the water, extending a tentacle toward the Raikage. Nearby were Fugaku and Shursui, making wide-range attacks unsuitable. Uchiha parted his lips slightly, concentrating a dark crimson chakra sphere. Hey Lord Ku, you wouldn't be using that tailed beast ball trick, would you? I hope not. Anyway, let us fall back and avoid interfering with the elders. Crack. The dark crimson chakra sphere split open, unleashing a scarlet laser beam. Fire release. Destructive death ray. The scarlet beam struck first and severed the tentacle extending from beneath the sea with pinpoint accuracy. It's so hot. Killer Bee instinctively recoiled, but sensing the life force of his elder brother fading, he disregarded the sweeping beam and extended his tentacle further. No, Bee, if this continues, the Raikage will die before you can rescue him. I tried invading his mental space to dispel the Genjutsu, but I failed. He and that Uchiha seem to exist in another dimension, completely unreachable. What do we do then? In such a dire moment, Killer Bee had no mood for banter. Indeed, since Uchiha's appearance, he had not even rapped once. This fellow's chakra, as sensed by the Ox Demon, was even more malevolent and volatile than the Ninetales. The Ox Demon paused briefly before speaking swiftly. The Raikage's body is strong. Don't worry about him. Use wide-area ninjutsu. We must terminate that man's genjutsu. Otherwise, he will surely die. Understood. Dark crimson chakra enveloped Killer Bee's body as he fully transformed once more into the 8 tails beneath the sea. Everyone, clear out. The Ox Demon shouted, wrapping himself in 8 tentacles as he began to spin. Power technique. 8-fold whirlpool. The Hidden Cloud shinobi still struggling to free the Raikage immediately withdrew from the battle. The Uchiha they were entangled with did not resist either. Fleeing was their only option. Sensing the rapidly rising chakra below, Shursui's heart trembled slightly. A dreadful presence is coming. He glanced toward Fugaku and the Raikage. In truth, less than a minute had passed since the Raikage had fallen under the Genjutsu. Another limitation of this illusion was that the time to kill the opponent was based on the strength of their soul. For some, it was just seconds. For others, several minutes, during which neither side could move. That was why Uchiha had assigned both Shursui and Fugaku together. Under normal circumstances, Shursui alone would suffice as a guardian for that duration. But with Killer Bee recklessly rushing in, there was no other choice. Uchiha knew he possessed a unique cloning technique, but even the Akatsuki only realized its extent after exhausting their chakra. Even the Rinnegan had been deceived. The only strategy conceivable was the 4 red sun formation, which Uchiha was incapable of performing. Beneath the surface, The colossal sphere formed by the eight tails rotated faster and faster, creating a massive whirlpool. As Killer Bee continued to spin, the storm generated by the Ox Demoness rotation began to spread skyward, a towering column of black clouds riven with lightning and howling winds. The cloud pillar and the sea vortex echoed each other, producing a terrifying spectacle that pierced the heavens and the sea. The entire ocean was shrouded by the Ox Demoness chakra. Even Shui, supported by his Susanoo, struggled to maintain his footing. The Eight Tails was a tailed beast native to the water. Its power within the ocean far surpassed its strength on land. This was a genuine calamity technique. Shui, blast the Raikage away and take Fugaku with you. At this juncture, there was no choice but to temporarily abandon killing the Raikage and focus on eliminating Killer Bee. Uchiha did not feel this was a loss. In fact, it was a significant gain. The Eight Tails was the second most powerful tailed beast after the Nine Tails, both of their strengths far exceeding the other 7 beasts, with the Nine Tails being exceptional. Killer Bee was the first Jinchuriki to reconcile with the Ox Demon and fully wield its power. The fusion of their strengths produced effects far beyond a mere sum. Even with Uchiha's considerable growth over 3 years, killing him in the ocean was impossible. Though the battlefield favored Ku, if Killer Bee wished to retreat, Ku could not detain him. Yet now, he not only employed a highly draining advanced cloning technique but also unleashed this move. Swish, swish, swish. Shusui's Susanoo chest plate opened, releasing a surge of emerald chakra arrows that struck the Raikage, blasting him far away. Susanoo 99, a giant chakra hand seized Fugaku, who swiftly retreated across the water's surface. Shui, what are you doing? I'm about to kill him. Fugaku's anger flared. Just a little longer, and the Raikage would have entered the realm of intimate ecstasy, where his soul would rapidly dissipate. That immortal woman had just shed her clothes, and Shui abruptly shattered the Genjutsu. That was Ku's order, check for yourself, Shui replied. The transfer of power had already taken place in the small courtyard. Fugaku and Shui were now equals. At other times, Shui might have shown deference, but now such formalities were irrelevant. Fugaku turned his gaze to the chaotic, rampaging sea. Is the Eight Tails really this powerful? He had once entertained thoughts of controlling the Nine Tails, but seeing the Eight Tails might now, he felt somewhat naive. Gradually, the Eight Tails ceased spinning, but the whirlpool and storm did not immediately abate. Even the seabed had suffered immense trenches and fissures from the eightfold whirlpool's force. Underwater volcanoes erupted, further stirring the turbulent waters. Its massive form emerged above the sea surface, appearing somewhat fatigued, yet the ferocity in its eyes remained undiminished. Seeing this, Shui and Fugaku hastened back, forming a triangular encirclement with Uchiha in the sky to surround the Eight Tails. Crackling. Blood tears welled from Fugaku's eyes as deep purple chakra skeletal structures rapidly spread. The sky darkened ominously. 2 Susanoo, 1 a terrifying demonic dragon, stood like hunters encircling a ferocious beast. Prepared to pay the price to save lives? Fugaku's expression darkened. He had nearly achieved the feat of killing a great nation's Kage, only to be interrupted by this fellow, much to his chagrin. Roar! The Ox Demoness bellow shook the heavens, ignoring Fugaku's words entirely. Its 8 tentacles tangled and intertwined like spears piercing the sky, fiercely thrusting toward Uchiha. Uchiha Sora flicked his head, the twin crescent-shaped horns on his crown shimmering with a molten, crimson glow. Blazing flames instantly engulfed his entire body. With a powerful flap of his wings, he streaked forward like a dark red meteor, resembling a fiery infernal greatsword hurled by a celestial deity, diving headlong downward, piercing heaven horn. Boom! 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 The shockwave from the impact tore the storm apart, creating an enormous vacuum zone. The wind ceased, and the rain stopped. On the sea's surface, lingering electric arcs crackled, rippling outward in concentric circles. Uchiha Sora stood shirtless, his body riddled with numerous blood holes resembling massive bee stings. His black hair hung loosely, and the Luiwe flame pattern in his grasp gradually faded away. Plop! Opposite him, Killer Bee's last remaining bee sword slipped from his hand and plunged into the sea. He panted heavily. Merely sustaining his chakra to stand on the water's surface had drained all his strength. Both Fugaku and Tobarama bore wounds of varying severity. This guy Fugaku gazed at Killer Bee's retreating figure and could not help but marvel. He's incredibly strong. Even with our combined efforts, it took such great difficulty to bring him down. Tobarama stepped forward. Soraryu, shall we try to control him? Uchiha Soraryu shook his head, looking at Killer Bee, who hung his head as if slipping into unconsciousness. He did not understand how Uchiha Obito managed to control the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura Karatachi. Considering that Soraryu's ability to control the Nine Tails seemed equally unreasonable, an inheritance passed down from Uchiha Madara. Killer Bee was a perfect Jinchuriki. Even if Tobirama could control him, the latter would be unable to do anything else. Exchanging Tobirama for a Jinchuriki prone to Rampage was not advantageous. Perhaps they could imprison Killer Bee in the Infinite Castle. Forget it. From the very beginning, Uchiha Sora never intended to capture the Eight Tails. Such a tailed beast, already bound by ties to humanity, was more of a liability than an asset, useful only as material when creating the Ten Tails. Most importantly, Uchiha Sora had discerned Killer Bee's will to die. He would never allow Tobirama the chance to control him. Step by step, Uchiha Sora slowly approached Killer Bee, speaking softly, "Save your last bit of strength to sting me when I get close." Killer Bee slowly lifted his head. A fragment of his beloved sunglasses was shattered. Hehe. A beautiful and magnificent final dance. A 2-against-3 battle, this old man's super cool rhymes, with a tailed beast sealed inside, the power of a perfect sacrifice. Damn it. Oh yeah. In the mental realm, Gyuki remains silent, desperately extracting chakra. Just a little more. Just a little more and I can use that technique to escape. Hachibi, it's been an honor meeting you. When you revive, tell Big Brother the flaw in Soraru's technique. No need for revenge. That's not cool at all. In truth, he fully understood that choosing to save Big Brother would lead to the current situation. He harbored not a shred of regret. If it were Big Brother, he would have made the same choice. Only a twinge of regret lingered for not being able to use the final ultimate, Jiraiya Retsunetu, alongside Big Brother. What are you talking about? Damn it, don't give up, hold on a little longer. I will definitely. Gyuki's voice faltered as he sensed Killer Bee had drawn his last chakra. Is that so? Killer Bee raised his hand, fingers gesturing downward in a rap pose, grinning broadly. How about this, my ultimate rap? A faint smile tugged at Uchiha Soraru's lips. The rhythm is good, and the lyrics aren't bad. He spoke sincerely, truly believing so in his heart. Farewell, Killer Bee. Farewell, Gyuki. Swish. Uchiha Soraru raised his blade to strike. Killer Bee splashed on the water's surface, charging forward. His last vestige of strength had originally been reserved for suicide, refusing to let Hachibi fall into Uchiha hands. Uchiha.
A taste fell brat.
Pity it wasn't here we met. Their figures crossed paths. Clang. Uchiha Soraru sheathed his blade and turned to face Killer Bee. From his left shoulder to the right rib, a bloodline stretched in a scarlet arc under the sunlight. Suddenly, scorching flames burst forth along the bloodline, engulfing his charging form in fire. Amid the flames, Killer Bee clenched his fist high, as if exchanging blows with an unseen opponent. Killer Bee. Death. Bee! Amidst the roaring thunder, a man's heart-wrenching shout echoed. Raikage, disregarding the hidden cloud ninjas along his path, knocked aside all obstacles and charged toward the burning figure. But alas, by the time he arrived nearby, he could only witness Killer Bee turning to ash within the flames. Crack! The thunderstorm surged violently. Azure blue electric arcs danced wildly around him like a raging dragon, crackling fiercely. His towering frame trembled violently, veins bulging on his forehead, nearly breaking through his skin. His fingernails dug deeply into his palms, blood dripping through his fingers, unnoticed. Uchiha! In his hoarse voice, grief and fury intertwined, shaking the very air. I will kill you! His roar thundered across the sky as he leapt fiercely, his figure flashing like a bolt of lightning, leaving scorched marks in his wake. At this moment, Raikage resembled a furious, untamed beast, the blazing rage in his crimson eyes surging forth. He held but one thought: shred to pieces the murderer who had slain Killer Bee. Clang! Uchiha Soraru raised his blade to block Raikage's electrified fist. The whirlwind whipped his black hair into a frenzy. Disappointing. Do you hate me? It was you who launched a full-scale invasion declaring war on the land of whirlpools. Your downfall forced Killer Bee to come and confront us. I'm not blaming your decisions. Bang, 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 bang. Raikage paid no heed, his mind overwhelmed by fury, swinging his fists wildly. Anger granted him strength but diminished his speed. Already battered from previous battles, having just awakened and rushed here at full speed, his attacks now paled compared to his prime. Uchiha Soraru parried with his blade, sparks flying as steel met fist. Raikage, I only mourn Killer Bee. You have betrayed his sacrifice. Those words stirred a flicker of reason within Raikage. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the scattered cloud-hidden ninjas across the battlefield. Unbeknownst to him, the flame-hidden village-s ninjas had already retreated, leaving only Uchiha Soraru and two others, along with some demons entangled with the cloud ninjas. In this situation, they're going to use large-scale weapons. Everyone retreat. I will hold off the enemy. Raikage shouted loudly, making the same decision as his father once did. But it was already too late. Raikage. Along the coastline, Dozens of Uchiha surrounded two children, Gaara and Sasuke. Sasuke had insisted on coming along to witness it firsthand. As the son of the former clan head and disciple of the current leader, no one could bring themselves to turn him away. There was no choice. Besides those three individuals, the only one capable of restraining him, Makoto, was swamped with work at the hospital. Master Gaara, I am now communicating with Shikaku within you. Uchiha Inaho stepped forward, placing his hand on Gaara and slowly unsealing the seal. In a deep voice he said, Lord Soraryu has permitted your outing this time, but if you dare act recklessly. Shikaku was somewhat speechless. Over the past 3 years, he had been reprimanded by Tobirama more than once. After Tobirama awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he was even locked away for a month in a solitary confinement cell. Now, he finally understood why the Nine-Tails so despised the Uchiha. These guys are utterly insane, control freaks. Although the three most terrifying ones are absent at the moment, there are still dozens of those three comma-shaped Magatamas nearby. Enough nonsense. I know exactly what to do. Crimson chakra overflowed from Gaara, as if some dreadful entity had awakened within him. The suddenly sharp voice startled Sasuke. An Uchiha pulled Sasuke aside and whispered, That is the tailed beast inside Gaara. Sasuke, you must help him tame it. Shursui approached Gaara before. He knows what must be done. Though it is agonizing to be possessed by that creature, this is a small price to pay to protect the village. Gaara formed hand seals and closed his eyes tightly. The art of feigned slumber. Boom. Amidst the towering dust clouds, the colossal form of the One-Tail, Shikaku, emerged, its overwhelming aura forcing everyone to shield their faces. Shikaku glanced back at the hidden Blaze village. If only, suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes snapped open deep within its consciousness, compelling Shikaku to abandon that perilous thought. It turned its gaze toward the sea, one hand pressing against its rotund belly, which swelled increasingly with each inhalation. If only I had the chance to annihilate all of you at once. Behold the full might of my unleashed power. The air currents around Shikaku began to violently distort, sand grains levitating under the invisible force as pull. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Roar, 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 roar. Shikaku suddenly opened its massive maw, unleashing a relentless barrage of pale cyan wind spheres that surged forth like an all-encompassing artillery assault, engulfing the entire sea region within its devastating range. You filthy beasts! Watching the hidden cloud shinobi explode under the onslaught of vacuum spheres, the Raikage's eyes reddened with fury. That horde of low-intelligence fiends clung stubbornly to the hidden cloud shinobi, utterly determined to perish together. Fugaku and Shursui blocked the hidden cloud's retreat path. The two half-formed Susanoo stood like insurmountable mountains, casting a shadow of despair upon them. One hidden cloud shinobi could no longer endure and dropped his weapon, raising his hands in surrender. Swish! Black Zetsu, wandering among the fiends, extended his long blade and severed the man's head. No surrender accepted. Extermination is the Uchiha-ku's command. Hatred begets continuation. The end of war often signals the annihilation of one side. The downfall of the original Uchiha timeline, the obliteration of the Uzumaki clan, the demise of Danzo all attest to this truth. Uchiha Obito viewed the world as an illusion, seeking truth in a fantasy realm. Uchiha-ku's ambition was to mold the real world into his ideal vision. Therefore, among his purge list were the Raikage, Killer Bee, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Anoki, and all those deeply influenced by the shinobi system. Above the sea, blood and flesh flew amidst the fierce battle. The hidden cloud shinobi, exhausted from prolonged combat, could no longer resist Shikaku's assault. The overwhelming vacuum spheres seemed endless. This is the proper use of a tailed beast, not for mere bargaining chips but to sweep through the shattered remnants on the battlefield. The tailed beasts were chosen by Hashirama Senju as weapons to balance the villages because of their overwhelming lethality against ordinary shinobi. Even without the Uchiha Sharingan's mastery over the tailed beast's core sealing technology, it remains challenging for even Kaga-level shinobi to confront a tailed beast. The third Raikage lost multiple elite jonin while sealing the Eight Tails. Konoha's sacrifice to seal the Nine Tails was even more profound. Deploying a tailed beast on the battlefield is akin to introducing firearms into an era of cold weapons. War escalates. Azure electric arcs entwine the Raikage's arm like thorny vines, each strike delivered with utmost force. He must defeat Uchiha-ku swiftly and force him to cease his threats against the hidden Blaze village. Uchiha-ku's body burned with crimson flames as he faced off against the Raikage clad in Raikiri armor, resembling a clash between the god of fire and the god of thunder. Their figures moved with such speed that afterimages were left in their wake. Though it was a duel, it seemed as if dozens were engaged in chaotic combat, the sonic booms and shockwaves rising and falling in waves. Suddenly, the Raikage's advancing form halted. A nameless fire surged from within his heart. A feeling called regret silently spread, breeding distractions. What the hell have you done? Uchiha Kuwa's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes flickering with eerie purple flames. Raikage, don't you have any new insults? You really sound like you're pouting. Bastard! The Raikage suppressed his distractions and struck with vigor. He already somewhat regretted not bringing the two-tails. Even without a Jinchuriki, deploying the two-tails in the Hidden Blaze village would have been enough to give them a hard time. Ultimately, from the beginning, the Raikage never regarded the Hidden Blaze as a worthy equal adversary and never formulated a detailed invasion plan. He also disregarded the warnings from Konoha shinobi. Speaking of which, where are those Konoha shinobi? The Raikage suddenly recalled something he had overlooked. When was the last time he had seen those Konoha shinobi? Within the Hidden Blaze village, a group of masked shinobi silently infiltrated. Their leader wore a black cloak and black sunglasses, with a purple mark on the right side of his face. For some reason, although he wore no mask, he exuded a strange aura that caused people to subconsciously overlook his presence. His fingers pressed against the ground as black parasitic bugs crawled out from his fingertips, spreading in all directions. Yamanaka Ryoma, an elite root shinobi, he was Danzo Shimura's right hand, and once served as Danzo's bodyguard alongside Orochimaru. His greatest strength was infiltration ability. Unnoticed by anyone, he led a team of shinobi into the Hidden Blaze village. The Master's orders. If the Hidden Cloud cannot gain the upper hand, we initiate step 2. Yamanaka Ryoma gripped the short blade hidden in his sleeve and murmured, "Kill ordinary Uchiha clan members, but be sure to leave traces implicating hidden mist shinobi. That part is up to you." Beside him stood a silver-haired shinobi. "I understand." After a dozen root shinobi dispersed, the silver-haired shinobi whispered, "Captain Ryoma, the master has another order." Yamanaka Ryoma frowned deeply, contemplating many things in an instant. He was not like the ordinary root shinobi who were brainwashed from childhood. He joined root as an adult. His loyalty to Danzo was unquestionable, yet he retained his own consciousness. Kakashi's identity was complicated. He was Danzo's spy within the Umbu, occasionally participating in root operations and highly valued by Danzo. In Ryoma's eyes, Danzo deliberately groomed Kakashi as his right-hand man. Such a person had received orders unknown to him. Could it be that Danzo no longer trusted his abilities? Or was this merely a reprimand? Had he recently done something contrary to the Master's will? What could it be? Crack. Before Ryoma could speak, flickering lightning obscured his vision, momentarily stunning him. Slash! A finger with distinct joints pierced Ryoma's heart, crackling with sparks of electricity. Beneath the mask, his eyes were cold and merciless as he spoke calmly. "The Master does not wish for you to live." Ryoma coughed up a mouthful of blood, slowly lowering his head. His eyes were hidden behind sunglasses, revealing nothing. The parasitic bugs within him were paralyzed by lightning chakra, and he lost all means of resistance. Is my death what the Master desires? Ryoma could not comprehend. Yet if it was the will of that esteemed lord, then if my demise is necessary, so be it. Kakashi offered no reply. Withdrawing his blood-stained palm, he wielded his blade with the other hand and severed Ryoma's throat. Rising to his feet, he cast his gaze toward a thicket and spoke in a low voice. "Suzaku, I am the Scarecrow." A diminutive figure emerged from the bushes, wearing a cat-faced mask, his voice crisp and clear. "I never imagined that Senior Kakashi was someone else entirely. Our teacher never mentioned this to me. Do not use such a designation. It is far too prone to leaking intelligence. Refer only to that esteemed lord." "Understood, my apologies." The small figure removed his mask, revealing a youthful face marked by burn scars, his eyes bearing a maturity and coldness beyond his years. "Have those people already fallen under my genjutsu? Shall we exterminate them all?" Kakashi shook his head. "Leave a few alive to bring back. If it's only the two of us, the target becomes too conspicuous. Should we arrange something else? Perhaps frame the hidden cloud? No need. Losing to the Sharingan is perfectly reasonable. Danzo has no grounds to lash out." Itachi Uchiha, codenamed Suzaku, his eyes flashing with Tomo, smiled faintly. "Senior Kakashi, you resemble an Uchiha more than I do." Kakashi remained silent for a moment, then replied indifferently, "You have 3 minutes of free time. You may visit your family. But heed this. If you are discovered, I will kill you." Itachi was taken aback, snapping his mask back on without pause, then vanished in an instant. A thunderous roar echoed endlessly. One after another, the lives of hidden cloud shinobi withered away. Cries for help mingled with the howling wind and waves, interspersed with the gasps of the gravely wounded and near death. Floating planks, severed limbs, scavenging seabirds drawn by the scent of blood, and a radiant rainbow formed by sunlight piercing the mist. Half purgatory, half hauntingly beautiful scene. Snap! A flash of lightning, so swift that even the Sharingan could not track it. Yet some things require no reliance on the naked eye. With sufficient experience of taking blows, the body instinctively issues commands faster than the brain. Dodging a lightning shadow hand strike by tilting his head, Uchiha Ku's bow-shaped body swept his blade to strike the lightning shadow's wrist, immediately following with a horizontal slash across the wide-open chest and abdomen. The fiery blade carved through the supposedly impenetrable lightning armor, leaving a visible scar. Ah! Following a series of unintelligible screams, the roots of the Raikage's hair bristled upright. The gradually thinning lightning armor flared once more, shining with renewed brilliance. A desperate struggle of a cornered beast. Uchiha Ku shifted his footing. The purple flames in his eyes traced two streaks as his form flickered. Thud! The Raikage received a heavy blow to the back of the head, staggered, and upon regaining composure found Ku already behind him. Splat! Rujigetsu pierced deeply into the Raikage's back. Death comes. The Raikage turned to grasp Ku's wrist, pulling him over with momentum. Lightning explosion bomb! Ku's limbs were seized and lifted high. The Raikage bent his knees as if to snap him in two. Supreme Taijutsu combined with the overwhelming power of lightning release. To date, no one has survived this move. That is, provided the one caught is the original body. Boom! Amid the explosive thunderclaps, Ku's body erupted into a ball of purple flames. The Raikage wasted no time, leaping high to locate Ku's position. Justice Lightning's Furious Thunder Axe, commonly known as the aerial leg slash. Rujigetsu remained embedded in the Raikage as Uchiha Ku raised his hand. Fine scales emerged upon his skin. Bang! A sonic boom exploded as hand met leg, forcibly blocking the attack. In the shadow of his arm, Uchiha Ku spoke coldly, "Your strength is inferior to mine. You knew this from the start, didn't you? Wouldn't it be better to obediently let me cut you down instead of facing a crushing defeat in your own domain?" Boom! Ku pushed the Raikage away, instantly closing the distance to deliver a fierce punch to his cheek, contorting the Raikage's features. Bang 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 bang! A relentless barrage of fists rained down upon the Raikage, each strike imbued with the force to split mountains and crack stones. I once pushed myself ceaselessly to improve, treating you as a mortal enemy. When I killed Dodo, I expected you to appear soon and prepared for a deathmatch. You did not come. When I killed Killer B, I thought you would not appear, that you would return to the hidden cloud to regroup, for we still had a hard battle ahead. After all, Killer B had finally discovered my weakness and would have entrusted the revived Eight Tails to inform you. Truly, when it was time, you did not come. When you should not have, you arrived. Each word from Uchiha Ku struck the Raikage's heart like a heavy fist. Your value now is only to serve as a test subject for my new techniques. Swish. Shursui appeared nearby. Fugaku is enough there. I will cover Uchiha Ku. Hearing Ku's words, Shursui spoke with dissatisfaction. That technique is clearly mine. Don't mind it. It's all the same. 3 years prior, both sides had agreed to develop their own jutsu and exchange knowledge. Uchiha Ku's fire release chakra mode had been perfected, but Shursui abandoned it after a cursory glance. Even the preliminary version was too extreme. The full version was simply not meant for human training. He often entertained the idea of dissecting Uchiha Ku to see what kind of monster lay beneath his skin. Shursui's research focused on the combination of In release and fire release. Rejecting Ku's naming of the In fire technique, Shursui called it Purple Flame. This was not a new Kekkei Genkai. Strictly speaking, it was merely a variant of fire release chakra. Much like the hidden cloud's black lightning, it represented a profound mastery over the nature of fire release chakra. In release symbolizes spiritual energy, governing the power of imagination, creating forms from nothingness. Shursui was a genius. Simultaneously, when Uchiha Ku first saw this technique, he truly thought this earnest fellow must be utterly dark inside. To conceive such a sinister jutsu was utterly perverse. The so-called heart fire is an intangible flame kindled within the heart. It amplifies the emotions of the recipient, especially regret. Emotions such as if I had done this, I could have stopped everything dominate the mind of the recipient. As time passes, the heart fire spreads. Regret transforms into the mental anguish of self-doubt. Willpower has always been a critical factor determining combat effectiveness. When strength is equal, the side plagued by inner turmoil inevitably suffers. Excessive self-reflection on one's decisions leads to increased vulnerabilities and, in severe cases, temporary paralysis, especially when paired with Shursui's disorienting perception tactics. Truly, Uchiha Ku believed himself the most straightforward among his clan. The likes of Fugaku and Shursui, who wield Genjutsu, employ ever dirtier methods. Every technique has its weaknesses. If one is emotionally detached or firmly confident in their goals, the heart fire's effect is minimal. Just as Shursui's use of it against Uchiha Ku proved futile. Ku never doubted any of his decisions. He thought it was just Shursui's new technique that was ineffective and even exposed a flaw, resulting in a severe beating. In the battle that killed Killer B, fought as a three-person righteous ambush, aside from some superficial wounds and chakra depletion, Uchiha remained in relatively good condition. The Raikage had suffered a full Tsukuyomi from Fugaku and been blasted away by Shusuiya Susanoo. Hastily returning, his strength was less than half of his prime. Defeating him was no arduous task. The outcome was sealed the very moment the Raikage appeared. Let him expend his final embers, serving as a test subject for the new technique while I practice my verbal jutsu. Under ordinary circumstances, the Raikage's inner fire would prove futile. Yet, with his sworn brother fallen, his subordinates succumbing one by one, and the interference of Uchiha's words, the ember of inner fire had already been sown, silently spreading. The towering, stalwart man, like an iron tower, began to falter in his resistance. Tears streamed relentlessly from his eyes as he clenched his teeth with unwavering resolve. Order their retreat. I am willing to perish for my own folly. The Raikage harbored profound hatred for the man before him, yet for the sake of his remaining comrades, he was prepared to relinquish his pride, abandon his vengeance, and even surrender his life. Do you still believe you hold any leverage in negotiations? Uchiha spoke, immediately sensing the inappropriateness of his words. They sounded far too villainous. The Raikage's chest ceased its heaving. His labored breaths grew faint and prolonged. When his lowered gaze lifted once more, the blazing fire within had faded to ash, leaving only a chilling void devoid of warmth. It was as if he had reached a solemn decision, calming his spirit. Your life. Within the field of the Sharingan, the Raikage's chakra surged rapidly toward his heart. In the name of the Raikage, I swear. If you release them, I will willingly offer my neck to the blade. Otherwise, before I die, I will drag you down with me to destruction. Uchiha met the Raikage's gaze with a haunting, unwavering stare, his eyes flickering like ghostly flames. A faint smile curled at his lips, and within his crimson pupils surged a pride soon to break free from its cocoon. As a vow, it was outrageously poor. As a final word, hardly impressive. Receiving the response he sought, the Raikage drew a deep breath, channeling all his chakra into his heart. Then, the final strike was unleashed. Raikage fall. I've had enough. Shoot him, Ryujutsu. Wish. The Raikage's momentum was abruptly halted as the accumulated lightning-natured chakra erupted forth like countless silver serpents unleashed. A dazzling, cold gleam suddenly materialized before him. The blade reflected the Raikage's horrified eyes. It was the long sword previously embedded in his waist and abdomen, extending violently like a serpent's tongue, piercing his heart. The magnificent blade was stained with fresh blood, the silver bell at its hilt trembling lightly, echoing the dwindling rhythm of life into fragmented reverberations. Thus, the Raikage fell. In the shinobi world, there exists a category of weapons known as Kusanagi swords, blades that embody perfection in a particular aspect. Orochimaru's Kusanagi no Tsurugi, Uchiha Itachi's legendary Tatsuka blade, and Sasuke's Chikudo all belong to this exalted class. In recent years, Uchiha had completed his own enhancements and naturally did not neglect to upgrade his weaponry. Ryujutsu was a treasured blade from the same batch as the White Fang daggers. Its strength sufficed for a typical jonin. However, as Uchiha's power grew, so too did the caliber of his adversaries, rendering Ryujutsu's potency increasingly precarious. According to intelligence he gathered, the renowned Kusanagi swords of the shinobi world, except those passed down from antiquity, were forged by the Uchizuki family of the Land of Iron, the finest lineage of swordsmiths. Previously, Misafune had mentioned that the Ryujutsu given to him by Chasuke originated from the Uchizuki family. Ku approached Chasuke, demanding the return of Ryujutsu so they could commission a weapon of Kusanagi sword caliber, a trade-in of old for new. Chasuke was displeased and erupted into a fierce quarrel with Uchiha, condemning his irresponsible abandonment. Annoyed by the argument, Uchiha infused chakra openly before him, the heat so intense it threatened to melt Ryujutsu itself. It cannot endure my power. You understand now, don't you? After a moment of silence, Chasuke asked Ku to wait while he consulted his elders on how to proceed. We can reforge Ryujutsu using the rarest chakra-infused metals. No one suits her better than you. Give me time. I will ensure she matches your stature. For Uchiha, whether reforging or crafting anew was inconsequential, as long as he could wield it. Yet he still put forth demands. The sword must meet the standards of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, with sharpness and hardness as fundamentals, and the ability to extend and retract at will. The original enhancement involving fire-natured chakra to amplify power must be elevated as well. In short, I know those two Kusanagi swords of Orochimaru were forged by you. I want all their features. The client's unreasonable demands left the Uchizuki swordsmith speechless. Recreating a Kusanagi no Tsurugi was feasible. The rare chakra metals remained, but enduring the extreme heat of such flames was another matter. After several days of deliberation in the Land of Iron, they devised a solution. Uchiha would participate directly in the forging process, using his fire nature chakra as the furnace throughout. Thus, the Uchiha family's swordsmiths gained the invaluable experience of forging with the breath of dragonfire. After 7 arduous days, so taxing even Uchiha nearly faltered, the reforging was complete. Although Ryujetsu's original material was scarce, to spare Chasuke's feelings and mostly out of annoyance, Uchiha chose not to rename the blade. The reborn Ryujetsu was unquestionably a Kusanagi sword. It possessed the same abilities as the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the capacity to extend and retract freely, with the limit determined by the wielder's chakra. Because Uchiha had taken part in its forging, a special connection existed between them. Even when not in his hand, it responded to his control. Most importantly, it was unquestionably the hottest blade in the shinobi world. No one but Uchiha could endure the inferno it unleashed. Uchiha lifted his hand, fingertips moving lightly. At his gesture, Ryujetsu trembled. Cracks spread from its tip like a spider's web. Roar! Dark crimson flames seeped from the fissures, swiftly coalescing into blazing serpents that wrapped around the blade, emitting a metallic, twisting screech. The Raikage's visage contorted grotesquely in the firelight, his body carbonized into a vast hollow. Ryujetsu spun midair and returned to Uchiha's side, dancing up and down. This was the first time Shursui witnessed Uchiha wield the new Ryujetsu. This free control was like dragons and serpents soaring through the sky. This is the Sword of the Void. He had once served under Orochimaru and seen him wield the Kusanagi sword thus on the battlefield, resembling an autonomous weapon fighting without a wielder. Yet Shursui knew that sword lacked other abilities beyond hardness and lengthening. It was Orochimaru's secret technique, the Sword of the Void, that controlled it. Such a magnificent jutsu, and you've been hiding it from me all this time. Uchiha knew Shursui too well. A single glance revealed his thoughts. It's not Orochimaru's technique. It's this wondrous link born from my participation in the forging. If you want, try burning your sword with fire nature chakra for 7 days, you might achieve the same. Shursui glanced casually at the dagger behind him. Forget it. 7 days? If it survives, I'm the one who won tea. It's an heirloom from our ancestors. I dare not risk it. The lifeless Raikage gradually sank beneath the waves. The remaining cloud-hidden faction, who had been stubbornly resisting, saw this and their resolve utterly shattered. They no longer possessed the courage to seek vengeance against the monster who had slain Killer Bee and the Raikage. They stood dazed, allowing the onslaught of wind bullets to tear their bodies apart. Shursui silently approached, observing the dwindling number of cloud ninjas and the despair in their eyes, a trace of pity inevitably flickering in his gaze. Why? Uchiha coldly regarded the unfolding tragedy and spoke softly. The wars of the shinobi world have raged for over 1,000 years. Only during the era when Hashirama Senju was alive did the shinobi world experience a fleeting peace. I understand that you, too, yearn for peace, yet such a hope remains impractical. Born into this twisted world of shinobi, nearly every formidable individual harbors the desire for peace, differing only in their chosen methods. Uchiha, however, harbors no illusions about the eternal cessation of war. That is utterly impossible. Shursui, human beings are incapable of true mutual understanding. When one side triumphs, the other inevitably suffers defeat. What you witness now is the fate of the vanquished. The once mighty Uzumaki clan and, not long ago, the Hyuga clan bore such expressions in their eyes. Uchiha lowered his gaze, a cold gleam flickering within. This chaotic world offers no regard for compassion or warmth. The defeated will lose everything. Remember this vision well, and never allow it to befall our clan. That alone suffices. Shursui sighed softly, drawing a short blade before resolutely returning to the battlefield. Cannot do much. I can only strive to lessen your suffering. The sun was setting into dusk. In the context of war, a single day is both fleeting and interminable. Uchiha walked slowly toward the shore, accepting the garments handed to him and donning them. The war was far from over. 3 days later, the village hidden in the clouds was utterly annihilated. Late at night, seabirds and sharks, drawn by the scent of blood, gathered on the battlefield to partake in this gruesome feast. Amidst a spatial distortion, a black-robed figure wearing a mask appeared. It was none other than Uchiha Obito. Beside him, the black and white Zetsu emerged from the sea. The Uchiha clan's strength had become somewhat terrifying. Zetsu spoke in a low voice. Even their meticulously crafted Akatsuki organization, should it attempt to face the forces of the village hidden in the clouds, including the formidable AB duo head-on, would likely pay a heavy price. Though they call it the village hidden in the flames, aside from the monstrous entities, few outsiders actually participated in the battle. One could say that the Uchiha clan, wielding the power of their entire lineage, had annihilated the main forces of a great ninja nation. What unsettled Zetsu was not the Uchiha clan's strength, but the alarming speed of their growth. 3 years prior, Uchiha Zetsu certainly lacked his current power. Otherwise, they would not have needed to defect from Konoha, opting instead for a direct regime change. Obito remained silent. He had restored his ocular powers lost in the previous battle and had studied extensively the ninjutsu left behind by Uchiha Madara, resulting in a significant increase in his combat strength. He had initially intended to visit the Uchiha stronghold to reclaim his standing but was pleased to encounter the invasion of the village hidden in the clouds. It presented the perfect opportunity to enter the fray just as the Uchiha clan was faltering, allowing him to collect Sharingan eyes while recruiting some of their followers. He had indeed harbored intentions to provoke the Nine-Tails incident, aiming to sow discord between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, but he had not descended into madness to the point of desiring the clan's complete annihilation. What he sought was a small, controllable faction of the Uchiha. Yet reality exceeded his expectations. Not only Fugaku, but Shursui had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Ku and Obito were separated by roughly 7 years, not belonging to the same generation. Comparatively, Obito was more familiar with Shursui, who was only a few years younger. Shursui had been a prodigy of the Uchiha clan since childhood. Although Obito was not weak among his peers, he was considered the runt of the Uchiha, largely due to Shursui's presence. His promotion to Chunin during wartime was somewhat temporary, but Shursui, several years his junior, had achieved Chunin rank even earlier. Obito was indeed confident in his ocular powers. With the white Zetsu cells supplementing him, he lacked the typical drawbacks of a standard Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet he truly lacked confidence in facing Shursui, who had awakened the Mangekyo. It was obvious even without thinking that Shursui's awakened ocular power was undoubtedly genjutsu-based. Obito dared not approach the battlefield, fearing detection and an immediate onslaught of Mangekyo genjutsu. After all, Uchiha Ku had previously employed this very tactic against him. What made matters even more perplexing was that brat named Ku. Last time, one could attribute his strength to the green dragon summon. Now, the black beast emanated a disquieting aura of malevolence, as if heralding destruction and calamity. This reminded Obito of the Outer Path puppet. What on earth had that boy experienced? Had he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan yet refrained from using it? If he truly lacked the Mangekyo, that was even more terrifying. To wield such power with only 3 tomo. Who knew how formidable he would become upon awakening the Mangekyo? That boy? Obito's brow furrowed beneath his mask. The current state of the Uchiha clan was exceedingly unfavorable for him. He now regretted hastily instigating the Nine-Tails incident, providing the Uchiha the chance to leave Konoha. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have exploited Uchiha Madara's name and influence to covertly sway Shursui and Uchiha Ku, rather than confronting Uchiha Ku while in poor condition and retreating in disgrace. Fear stems from the unknown. He understood well that if he approached them under the guise of Uchiha Madara, he would only receive a severe thrashing, accelerating the erosion of Madara's lingering reputation with no meaningful gain. With no better ideas, Obito considered another matter. The wielder of the massive-scale wind release must be the one tail from the village hidden in the sand. Why was it here? Zetsu shook his head. Who can say? But this sheds light on the unsolved mystery from 3 years ago. Anoki had commissioned Nagato and his comrades to investigate what the village hidden in the sand was searching for. Aside from discovering that the sand seemed to have lost something important and had been attacked by an unknown enemy, no further intelligence was obtained. I have come to understand the matter of the one tail. 3 years ago, Orochimaru and Sasori encountered an assault by the Uchiha clan. Sasori's death likely occurred during that incident, when the Uchiha stole the one tail, and Sasori's group happened to be unfortunate enough to cross paths with them. Convey this intelligence to the village hidden in the sand, Obito said in a grave tone. Zetsu was silent for a moment before replying helplessly. Madara, it is best not to place too much hope in the sand's strength. The fact that they have not dared to admit the loss of the one tail indicates they lack the power to maintain their position if that fact were exposed. Even if they knew, if I were the sand's leader, I would rather eliminate the informant to silence them than confront the Uchiha directly. The deaths of the Raikage and the Eight Tails had profound repercussions, and they have no intention of concealing the battlefield. This news will spread swiftly throughout the shinobi world. With 2 Mangekyo Sharingan wielders in Fugaku and Shursui, plus an even more formidable entity in Uchiha Ku, confirmed to possess the one tail, along with a summon of destructive power comparable to the Nine Tails, their strength is not only top tier but also supported by a significant number of seasoned members. These remarks come from Zetsu on the black side. After all, as a creature that has lurked in the shadows for a millennium, he possesses a certain breadth of perspective. The current village hidden in the flames undoubtedly boasts the military might of a great nation, especially considering they occupy only a small section of the land of whirlpools. Armed with the lessons of the village hidden in the clouds and the losses suffered by all villages during the Third Great Ninja War, even Konoha, no one would entertain thoughts of confronting the Uchiha at present. Then shall we do nothing? Obito disliked the sensation of losing control over the situation. It left him feeling insecure. There is no need for haste. Once Nagato masters the power of the Rinnegan, all of this can be handled, Zetsu said calmly. Even if this iteration of the Moon SI plan fails, he remains unperturbed. Having endured 1,000 years, the most crucial element, the Rinnegan, has already manifested. There is still ample time to gather the nine-tailed beasts. After all, the mother is an immortal and indestructible existence. Waiting a few more years is of no consequence. Yet Obito's intentions diverge from his predecessor's. He harbors no desire to resurrect Madara Uchiha. Instead, he aims to execute the Eye of the Moon plan himself. Obito is no fool, or rather, he may once have been somewhat naive, but after enduring such profound upheavals, he has grown wiser. He has discerned the cursed seal Madara left embedded in his heart. That man was far from entrusting everything to him as he claimed. Obito has also harbored vague suspicions about the events of that time, that, like Nagato, he might have been manipulated. But it matters little. As long as this false world is swiftly destroyed, and the splendid, perfect world welcomed in its stead. Rin, Kakashi, Minato-sensei, the new world will have you. Sensing Obito's lingering reluctance, Black Zetsu offered reassurance. Rest assured, you wield the perfect Mangekyo Sharingan. They abuse their ocular powers so recklessly that blindness will befall them soon enough. Their brilliance is but fleeting. We need only watch it fade. Time is on our side. Madara. Just as predicted, a crow alighted upon Shirsui's shoulder, its eye sockets marked with the Sharingan insignia. Shirsui's expression darkened slightly. That man who once claimed to be Madara Uchiha, the one who instigated the Ninetales Rampage, is it not? Across from him, Uchiha Sora stitched the wounds sustained earlier that day, some of the shallower ones already scabbed over. No need for formalities, Sora remarked. He is Uchiha Obito. 2 seconds passed before Shirsui registered who Sora referred to, and he exclaimed, "Isn't he dead?" Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. "Did you see his corpse with your own eyes?" Before Shirsui could answer, Sora continued, "Sometimes even first-hand observation is unreliable, especially when he possesses such a rare space-time ability. He inherited Madara Uchiha's legacy. Not only the space-time ocular jutsu but also numerous clan secret techniques Madara took with him upon his departure. If you ever encounter him alone, do not hesitate, use the ocular jutsu of your right eye." Recalling Shirsui's technique, Uchiha Sora chuckled. "Even I find him difficult to contend with, but your jutsu is practically his counter. Shouldn't it be earth overcoming water? You two have it reversed." Ignoring Sora's pun on their names, Shirsui's confusion deepened. Madara Uchiha's legacy? Was he not long dead? Even if Obito survived, how could he be connected to Madara? In short, Sora explained, Madara survived thanks to Izanagi and only died a few years ago. Seeing Shirsui's grave expression, Sora shook his head lightly and said calmly, "Be vigilant, but there is no need for fear. They are merely two doomed souls from different eras. In a few days I will head to the Land of Lightning. You and Fugaku remain in the village. I will provide you with Kakashi's contact information so he can prepare. Danzo has outlived his usefulness. Once I'm free, it will be time to help Konoha repair the roots." Shirsui fell silent for a moment before asking, "Didn't you say we should first deal with the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water? Including the Land of Fire? Isn't that spreading ourselves too thin? We still lack sufficient manpower to govern so many lands." "Who said anything about ruling them?" Sora retorted. "It is not yet time to build a new shinobi world. Until we utterly shatter the existing one, reconstruction cannot commence. In any case, these are not matters you need to concern yourself with if that plan succeeds, that is." Having tended to his wounds, Uchiha Sora donned his clothing. "It's late. Go back and rest." Shirsui rose on his knees and paused in the corridor. Turning his head, his gaze held an indescribable meaning. "Let us on the righteous path, Lord of the clan." Agreement with Chihiro Uzumaki fulfilled. 19,100. Reputation points 356. User, Uchiha Sora. Energy level, Silver. Accumulated reputation 1,801. 700 points frozen. 901 points available. Reputation points are acquired in accordance with task difficulty. Uchiha Sora had proactively undertaken the Uzumaki clan's revenge mission but had only eliminated a fraction of the Cloud Village's strength. Less than 1/5 complete. To fully accomplish it would require nearly confronting all 5 great nations. By the time he mastered the Terminal Beast technique, the Platform S evaluation had reached the White Eye stage. In comparison, the Silver energy level corresponded roughly to an upper mid-level Shadow class shinobi. Sora had gauged his faction S strength through the Platform S energy assessments. Fugaku and Shirsui lacked Silver ratings. Their energy levels hovered around top Black Iron. Aside from him, only the One Tail held a Silver rating. This indicated that the Platform S evaluation considered only energy levels, not combat power. What Fugaku and Shursui lacked was likely physical resilience and total chakra reserves. The energy level of that Kyukaza was gold. Judging by its destructive power and energy intensity, Sora believed it was still slightly inferior to the fully realized Ninetales. A Ninetales with a gold energy level would presumably be controlled by Obito, who might have been top-tier black iron at the time. The Mangekyo Sharingan's dominance over tailed beasts was simply too overwhelming. By the way, this classification of energy levels into wood, iron, silver, gold is rather mundane. If it were up to Uchiha Sora, he would christen them with names from the Big Dipper constellation, something like Tianji or Tianxian. He had inquired of the platform whether cooler-level names existed, as introducing oneself as silver rank in interactions with other users seemed somewhat lowbrow. The platform's response was, regarding energy level classifications, this platform has made a solemn decision. Formal designations are numerical or alphabetical. Users may refer to themselves as Stage 2 or Grade B. Very well, silver suffices, he conceded. As dusk deepened, Uchiha Sora lightly tapped the desk, lost in thought. When he had dueled Killer B, he had seen that the Cloud Village had marched with Turtle Island. But the aftermath of the battle between those two monsters was so severe that Turtle Island itself fled. In Sora's estimation, there were several artifacts the Cloud Village sought to acquire. He recalled that the reanimated gold and silver horns wielded 4 six-paths tools, the banana leaf fan, the red gourd, the hurricane rope, and the 7-star sword. The amber purification vase was relatively large, and served as the Cloud Village's core asset for sealing tailed beasts. It should still be in their possession. According to intelligence extracted from the minds of Cloud Shinobi, Yujito Ni had not become a Jinchuriki but was a somewhat renowned rising star. The Two Tails was likely still confined within the amber purification vase. The tailed beast was most suited for Gaara. After all, both were felines and would likely share common ground. Uchiha Sora remained sentimental. Gaara held a special place in his eyes, for they had endured the most arduous times together. He possessed the means to forcibly implant the Two Tails within Gaara's body, but to achieve perfect control over the beast, it would ultimately depend on Gaara himself. Turtle Island's unique ecosystem was conducive to such training, and both Gaara and Naruto would benefit from it in the future. Moreover, Uchiha Sora felt a flicker of curiosity. Facing the true waterfall atop Turtle Island, would his genuine self manifest? As he pondered, Sora's gaze drifted toward the shadowed corner of the room. A white serpent glided forth slowly, and from its open maw emerged a pale hand. A hoarse voice sounded. You truly accomplished it, Sora-kun. All right, you dislike that title. Then shall it be Lord Sora? Orochimaru spoke with a hint of mockery as he stepped into the moonlight. Bowing his head, he regarded the seated Uchiha Sora. Their eyes met. Boom! Within Orochimaru's perception, the world was overturned in an instant, a crimson tide engulfing the entire sky. Beneath the scarlet firmament, Uchiha-ku, clad in black, sat solemnly upon an ancient stone seat, his exquisitely resplendent Sharingan eyes gazing down upon him. The mere intensity of that gaze sent shivers through Orochimaru's very soul. Did Hiruzen Sarutobi never teach you the proper etiquette for a subordinate's audience? Immersed in a sea of blood, Orochimaru lifted his eyes toward Uchiha-ku. In that youth's face, he discerned something both familiar and foreign. Spirit, sharpness, that absolute self-confidence, the arrogance born from believing oneself unparalleled and unique. Everyone passes through such a phase. Yet the harsh realities of the shinobi world force one to confront the truth, and grievous setbacks shatter that fervor. Some never recover. Others, upon recognizing reality, transform that spirit into obsession, burying it deep within their hearts. Orochimaru was the latter. The woman he once knew belonged to the former. Uchiha-ku gave him a different impression entirely. He had assumed Ku was like himself, a monster driven by obsession, willing to forsake everything. But subtle differences emerged. Ku was not arrogantly ignorant of the world. Rather, having seen reality clearly, he still deemed himself peerless in the world. It was a pride so fierce that no oppression could ever extinguish it. Thus, Orochimaru understood. It was precisely such a nature that allowed this brat, whom he had scarcely paid attention to 3 years prior, to grow so rapidly into what he was now. He had fully realized his potential. Orochimaru spread his arms wide and grinned. Old man never taught me such formalities. Kusama, do you expect me to bow like a retainer to a daimyo? If you think it necessary, I can learn. Just call me Uchiha-ku. The blood-red sky gradually faded, and Uchiha-ku, having realized that Orochimaru was not his true form, ceased the futile pressure of his ocular power. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged as he took a seat where Shursui had once been. I truly did not expect Kakashi to be your man. Poor Danzo-sama even planned to groom him as my replacement. A faint smile curled at Orochimaru's lips as he poured himself a cup of tea. Uchiha-ku, since you know I possess that technique, do you wish for me to resurrect someone important to you? When Orochimaru defected, he took many forbidden jutsu replicas from Konoha, including the reanimation jutsu. Kakashi was an ANBU dispatched by the third Hokage to hunt him down. Orochimaru had no desire to kill Shisui Senior's son and had intentionally spared him. More importantly, Orochimaru still had dealings with Danzo and knew Kakashi was Danzo's trusted subordinate. Yet that fellow had blurted out that Uchiha-ku had a deal with him. This piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. After witnessing the defeat of the Cloud Shinobi, he decided to reveal himself and converse with Uchiha-ku. He had thoroughly investigated Ku's background. His father died in battle shortly after his birth. His mother perished when he was but 2. Thereafter, he wandered the cat country. Before that fateful night, he was merely an above-average Uchiha, a model of sudden fame through battle. Unknown to outsiders, he possessed a means of summoning beings from other dimensions. Not only was his power formidable, but his cunning was evident in his ability to sway a core member of the Hokage faction like Kakashi. Orochimaru was deeply curious. Who was the person Ku wished to resurrect? That knowledge could provide leverage. What Orochimaru desired most was the flesh and blood of that monster whose life force had exploded beyond measure on that day. He had encountered the cells of the first Hokage utterly inhuman. It was Akainu's physical constitution that sparked in him the idea of replication. Orochimaru's truly important ones, since they were already dead, should not be disturbed. Uchiha-ku spoke calmly. I know your little schemes. To avoid making a mess later, I'll warn you first. His eyelashes did not even flutter as he spoke, as if uttering the most mundane of matters. If you dare lay a hand on my mother, no matter how many times you reincarnate, it will be useless. I will kill you, even if the price is the destruction of this planet. Compared to the previous ocular pressure, Uchiha-ku's composed words struck Orochimaru with even greater force. This guy. He is serious. He knows everything about me, and he truly can kill me. Orochimaru's mouth twitched. Laughter failed him. You misunderstand. How could I harbor such base thoughts? The departed cannot be recovered. We ought to uphold their will and cherish the present. Orochimaru's survival instinct responded, and he continued pontificating, even feigning empathy. I myself detest the reanimation jutsu's desecration of the dead. I miss my parents and my disciple Shinju, but I would never use such a technique to profane them. Getting off track. Uchiha-ku's lips curved in a faint smile as he brought the conversation back. I had Kakashi deliver a message to you precisely because I wish to borrow your wisdom. Have you mastered the reanimation jutsu? To what extent? Orochimaru paused briefly, then replied softly. I mainly use it as a reference. Actual use is limited. Reanimation is somewhat cumbersome. The resurrected lack the strength of the sacrifices used. The second Hokage developed this technique only to complement another jutsu. Ignoring strength, can you reanimate the Senju brothers? You mean the first and second? Orochimaru furrowed his brow, speaking gravely. I have tried before. Souls of that caliber, regardless of combat power, require sacrifices at least of special Jonin rank. Currently, I can at most reanimate Jonin, and even then, their strength is only around Chunin level. Uchiha-ku pondered for a moment before saying, in 3 days, I will attack the cloud. You may scavenge experimental subjects and familiarize yourself with the technique as soon as possible. At minimum, you must be able to reanimate Senju Tobarama. Orochimaru's brow twitched slightly as thoughts raced. I don't understand. Uchiha-ku. You want to resurrect the second Hokage to make him realize he was wrong to target the Uchiha? What purpose would that serve? To Orochimaru, such an approach was petty and beneath the image he had of Uchiha-ku. Purpose? Uchiha-ku grinned faintly and said calmly, Orochimaru, always making the right decisions is exhausting. Sometimes one should do what one enjoys. I despise Danzo and have had many chances to assassinate him, but I have endured. I want to destroy everything he holds dear, body and soul, in front of those who worship him. I want him to live on. Uchiha-ku approached Orochimaru, his eyes devoid of any distraction, filled solely with malice. Killing him is nothing but revenge. I want him to beg for death and be denied. Consider it a small pleasure of mine, Mr. Orochimaru. Can you understand me? Orochimaru had long refused to accept the elder's prejudice against the Uchiha. Now he somewhat understood. The Uchiha's innate, profound malice was genuinely evil, not unfounded rhetoric. Even a villain like Orochimaru, if he hated someone, would at worst kill them, never contemplate killing the body and the heart. As long as you do not fear unforeseen consequences, that is your freedom. Orochimaru shook his head and regained composure. Since this is a transaction, what do I get? Mere experimental subjects from the cloud aren't enough. Uchiha-ku lightly tapped the desk and smiled faintly. Orochimaru, what do you desire? Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to say he wanted Akainu's cells, Uchiha-ku's next words extinguished that thought. This was an allure he could absolutely not refuse, far surpassing the allure that Akainu's flesh and blood held over him. The Rinnegan, do you desire it? Orochimaru's dark golden vertical pupils contracted sharply, a serpentine hiss escaping his throat. Uchiha Sora, you know everything, don't you? Truly a terrifying ocular power. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. You remain there precisely to seize the Rinnegan, don't you? I will lend my hand. If the plan succeeds, one for each of us. How does that sound? Orochimaru shook his head, his gaze deep and somber as he looked at Uchiha Sora. You are indeed powerful now, but you have never confronted the leader. That man killed Hanzo. His strength far exceeds what ordinary shinobi can imagine. To be frank, I do not believe that even with your addition, we possess the strength to take his eyes. Uchiha Sora nodded, acknowledging Orochimaru's assessment. Indeed, we are insufficient. What if we add a power on the level of the Ninetales? You know my methods. If necessary, I will summon formidable beings from another dimension. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, pondering the feasibility of the plan. That would do. The members of Akatsuki are hardly loyal, especially Orochimaru. He joined primarily coveting the leader's eyes and the funding from Konan, having done almost nothing for the organization, pure freeloading. Orochimaru was a shrewd man. Observing Uchiha Sora's eyes, he guessed what he intended to say. So now I am short on leverage. What else must I do? Orochimaru, you came here not only to assess my caliber but also with another purpose, right? Orochimaru smiled without speaking. He was a seasoned veteran who would not divulge information from a single sentence. What purpose could I have? I came here for you. Uchiha Sora did not bother with riddles. Speaking plainly, I know you are interested in Kekkai Genkai Shinobi. You are aware of what happened in the Land of Water. Aren't you? Help me find two people. Orochimaru now truly suspected that Uchiha Sora was cheating. How else could he know even what I intend to do? Having heard about the persecution of Kekkai Genkai families by Kirigakure in the Land of Water, Orochimaru had been considering exploring the area, preparing for his reincarnation technique. Orochimaru's eyes grew deeper, filled with apprehension. Considering what had been said before, this fellow Uchiha Sora might even know the techniques I developed. Could his eyes truly see through one's heart? Ignoring Orochimaru's change in expression, Uchiha Sora continued. One is Kagaya Kimimaro of the Shikatsu Myaku, and the other is a humanoid weapon imprisoned by the Kagaya clan. The third is harder to find. The clue is ice release. He is a young boy named Shiro. He might have been adopted by a Kirigakure rogue ninja named Zabuza. If you find him, bring him along with Zabuza to me. By the way, no verbal communication with them is permitted. If you encounter them, incapacitate and bring them along. If I discover you have left any marks on them, the deal is void. Orochimaru's face darkened. He did not know this boy named Shiro, but he was already aware of Kagaya Kimimaro. He was a coveted vessel. If you know so much, why don't you go find them yourself? If Uchiha Sora finds them before me, that would be one thing, but now having him fetch them and then hand them over. That is more insulting than being cuckolded face to face. My ambitions are too grand. If I go, that certain fellow will lose his temper. Orochimaru's expression grew even grimmer. Do you think I am so much weaker than you? Do not underestimate me, Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora shook his head. Do not misunderstand. I have never underestimated you. It is just that you are indeed more convenient in action than I am. There is one more thing. A faint smile curled at Uchiha Sora's lips as he looked at Orochimaru calmly. Of course, you are far inferior to me. Not only you. In my eyes, even Uchiha Madara is not as strong as I am. A brash little brat. If you have the courage, say that in front of Uchiha Madara himself. You only bully him because he died before you. Orochimaru had come into contact with Hashirama's cells and understood that history. He was absolutely certain that Senju Hashirama was a being beyond all shinobi. Even the leader with the Rinnegan could not surpass Hashirama's strength. Madara, who could be mentioned alongside him, was accordingly formidable. Without attempting to argue with Uchiha Sora, Orochimaru spoke in a low voice. Then will you strike Danzo first or help me seize the Rinnegan first? Danzo first. You help me accomplish that, and then I will assist you. You must have investigated me. I cannot guarantee anything else, but at least about keeping our word, you should trust me. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru nodded. I have heard the name of Lord Danzo before. When will you attack Kumogakure? 3 days from now. Perhaps not wanting the agreement to change, Orochimaru kindly reminded. Most of Kumogakure's strongest have indeed been lost, but it remains the second most powerful village among the 5 great shinobi countries, after Konoha with profound foundations. If you lack manpower and require my assistance, I can rally my subordinates to act together. Uchiha Sora shook his head. No need. I am sufficient alone. Should I praise your courage or mock your arrogance? Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. Either is acceptable. Mr. Orochimaru, I am a very mundane person who desires a resounding title but is too shy to name myself. A title only has meaning when bestowed by an opponent. The Knight of the Nine Tails, they all think I rely on Kusutsuza, and indeed that is true. After today's battle, with all foes slain, there is no one left to give me a title. The youth's eyes burned with ambition. 3 days hence, the battle that will make my name known throughout the world. I am determined not to let anyone steal my thunder. Orochimaru grinned broadly. Then I wish you fortune in battle and renown throughout the shinobi world. He rose slowly, his figure dissolving into the darkness. The morning sun rose. The land of lightning, Kumogakure village. Within the conference room sat a group of elderly men, their complexions dark and forbidding. None spoke. The atmosphere was oppressively silent. Kumogakure possessed a secret technique known as the heavenly transmission technique. It could transmit matter at the speed of light, primarily used for conveying intelligence. Historically, only the bodies of the third Raikage could endure this technique without being torn apart by the extreme velocity. At that time, the method used for transmitting intelligence was a simplified version of the heavenly transmission technique. Kumogakure's defeat was a reality, but it was not instantaneous annihilation. There was sufficient time to send out intelligence. They already knew. The fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, along with a host of elite Kumogakure shinobi, were all slain in battle. No matter how unwilling to believe it, this was the reality. What now? A voice shattered the silence. What else but to gather all shinobi and fight the hidden mist village to the death? I would rather die in battle than become a deserter. Yes. Fight until the last drop of Kumogakure's blood. No compromise. If anyone speaks of surrender, I will be the first to tear him apart. The crowd was inflamed. Opinions were largely unified, demanding another fight. Quiet. The first elder to speak, a shinobi from the era of the second Raikage and a close aide to the Raikage, had retired years ago but was compelled to return in light of Kumogakure's dire situation to oversee matters. The noisy conference room instantly fell silent. Yazuki Fukuro, once the teacher of the third Raikage, commanded great respect. He tapped his cane lightly and spoke in a solemn tone. We must fight. At this point, Kumogakure will never stoop to the cowardice of surrender. I do not intend to blame the Raikage, but we cannot recklessly rush headlong anymore. Samdya, present. A robust middle-aged man rose to his feet. He was among the few remaining members of the youthful faction tasked with guarding the village. You must immediately proceed to the land of Earth and summon Inoki, he commanded. Lord Toby, that scoundrel Inoki is the murderer of the third Raikage, came the sharp retort. Yazuki Toby cast a cold glare at the speaker and said solemnly, if you are dissatisfied with my decision, then come and issue orders yourself. I dare not. The room fell silent as all eyes swept around. On Yazuki Toby's aged face was an undeniable aura of authority. This was no mere defeat in battle. This was the critical moment determining the very survival of the hidden cloud village. I shall act as the Raikage in his stead. My command is absolute. Understood? Yes, understood. Yazuki Toby let out a deep sigh and turned his gaze to a beautiful young woman with chestnut hair beside him. His eyes filled with pity. Yorihito, prepare yourself over the next few days. The hidden cloud village requires a new Jinchuriki. Hidden cloud village. This land, perpetually shrouded in mist and resounding with thunder, could be seen from the heights as a swarm of ant-like figures converging toward the village. Atop the village gates, the cold wind lashed against iron-forged battlements, producing a soft rustling. At intervals, fully armed hidden cloud shinobi stood guard, watchful and alert. The once bustling marketplace lay deserted, enveloped in an eerie silence. Even the ordinary villagers, unaware of the military situation's intricacies, sensed that something grave had transpired. Such a state of martial law had only occurred once before in the village's history, after the assassination of the second Raikage by Golden Horn and Silver Horn. It was a summer afternoon. The distant sky was overcast with layers of dark ink-like clouds. A torrential downpour was imminent, the atmosphere heavy and stifling. Occasionally, flashes of strange lightning illuminated the ominous contours of the hidden cloud's mountainous peaks. A group of individuals passed through the storm clouds, heading directly toward the Raikage's headquarters. The shinobi on patrol along the way had long received word and made no attempt to obstruct them, though some of the artillery was coldly repositioned, aimed toward the Raikage's building. Click, click, click. On the building's platform, Inoki landed alongside Old Zetsu and Tsuchikage, entering the interior under the guidance of hidden cloud shinobi. Never thought we'd be invited into the Raikage's tower one day. Living long truly brings all sorts of surprises, Old Zetsu muttered, fidgeting restlessly. Quiet, Inoki rebuked sternly. Compared to the carefree Old Zetsu, his mood was far more somber. Indeed, he bore a blood feud with the fourth Raikage, the murderer of his father. The Raikage's death seemed, in a way, to be a fortunate event for him. If only the Raikage had died, that would truly have been fortunate. Inoki and Hiruzen Sarutobi were the longest-serving Kage among the 5 great nations. Unlike the 4th Raikage, who harbored ambitions of domination, they understood what truly mattered: balance. The Warring States period had ended barely half a century ago. The current arrangement of the 5 great nations ruling the shinobi world was satisfactory to all the feudal lords, even those of the smaller countries. After all, during the era of constant warfare, many small feudal lords were assassinated. Such occurrences were rare in the shinobi village era, where the nobility held authority above the shinobi. The first great ninja war, in which 4 nations besieged Konoha, was precisely because Konoha had grown too powerful and disrupted the established order. Unlike the peace-loving Hashirama, Senju Tobarama harbored ambitions to dominate the shinobi world. At that time, there was no one to command the elders, and the details had grown hazy for Inoki. But one thing remained crystal clear in his memory. The attack on the Land of Fire was agreed upon even by its feudal lord. The person occupying the feudal lord's seat might have been a fool, but not all the ministers shared his ignorance. Once Konoha amassed sufficient strength and truly embarked on the path to dominate the shinobi world, how would the other great nations' lords respond? If Tobarama Senju indeed achieved unification, how would the Land of Fire's feudal lord fare? A unified shinobi world government would not tolerate 2 kings coexisting. At best, the Land of Fire's lord would become a compliant puppet, stripped of all power. The feudal lords of the 5 great nations were all related by blood or marriage, not enemies. Having sat in their high positions for over 1,000 years, they would not allow themselves the risk of being replaced. Thus, maintaining balance among the shinobi village's strengths was their imperative. From their standpoint, they were first and foremost feudal lords. Only then did they consider their own villages. In the face of the Hidden Cloud's severe losses, Yazuki Tobi not only reported to the Land of Thunder's feudal lord, requesting emergency funds for arms procurement, but also dispatched word to the Land of Earth's lord. While Inoki still hesitated, it was the Land of Earth's lord's decree that compelled him to come to the Hidden Cloud. Pushing open the door, the first sight was the Hidden Cloud's leadership, with the venerable Yazuki Tobi seated at the head. Inoki stroked his beard and tilted his head toward Yazuki Tobi. "You old codger, you still look quite spry." In fact, Yazuki Tobi was nearly a generation older than Inoki, approaching 80 years of age, an exceptional longevity among shinobi. Yazuki Tobi smiled faintly and spoke softly. "You are no spring chicken yourself, Inoki. It seems you have yet to produce a 4th Utsutsuki. The situation of succession in the Hidden Rock Village must be dire indeed." Inoki took a seat below, sneering coldly. Konoha managed to have a 4th, yet they still died. The news of Minato Namake's death could not be concealed for long. All villages knew what had transpired in Konoha. But by then, Konoha had completed its preliminary defenses. There was no opportunity to exploit a weakness. "Bastard, what did you say?" A Hidden Cloud shinobi slammed his fist on the table and rose in anger, pointing accusingly at Inoki. "How dare you insult the Raikage? Even if you are the Utsutsuki, it is unforgivable." Thud. The burly Utsutsuki took a step forward, causing the conference room to tremble. "Please remain calm, or I will not hesitate to destroy this place." Utsutsuki spoke in a low rumble, his terrifying chakra resonating like the weight of the earth itself. Inoki paid no heed to the accusing shinobi, his eyes fixed solely on Yazuki Tobi. "Is this the attitude you have toward those who come to your aid?" Yazuki Tobi smiled without replying. After a long moment, he calmly continued, "Lord Utsutsuki, I do wish to cooperate with you, but this is not a plea. We have analyzed all intelligence from the previous battles and the recent developments of the Hidden Blaze Village. We have discovered something curious. Do you not find it strange why they brazenly absorbed the small border nations of the Land of Fire, yet Konoha never intervened? A whole clan defecting is, in any shinobi village, a genuine act of treason. Has Konoha ever issued a bounty on the Uchiha?" As Yazuki Tobi spoke, Inoki's brow furrowed. "Moreover, according to the information I have obtained, the feudal lord of the Land of Whirlpool who sought to reclaim his territory was actually killed by the Uchiha. And this matter was persuaded not to be pursued further by Hiruzen Sarutobi, convincing the Land of Fire's lord." Yazuki Tobi lightly tapped the table, the conference room echoing with the sound. "Intelligence reports indicate that Konoha shinobi voluntarily approached the Raikage, proposing cooperation against the Uchiha. But when the battle commenced, that formidable Konoha Umbu squad vanished without a trace. With so much information, Lord Utsutsuki, surely you can deduce something." Inoki's frown deepened further, and he said gravely, "Are you suggesting that the Uchiha defection is a lie, and that it is actually Konoha's grand stratagem? To feign one thing while secretly maneuvering another?" Yazuki Tobi nodded. "Though lacking concrete evidence, this is the truth I can conceive." Hiruzen Sarutobi's move was clever. At Konoha's moment of devastation, he deliberately fractured the Uchiha clan. The land of Whirlpool's position is also quite fortuitous. Had we attacked Konoha without understanding the situation, the Uchiha could have launched a rear assault, creating a pincer movement. Even if Konoha were truly to fall, the Uchiha clan could survive as its inheritors, carrying on the will of the village. After all, Konoha was originally established through the alliance of the Senju and Uchiha clans, making such a claim entirely legitimate. In retrospect, it was already unreasonable for him to sign a peace treaty that did not aid the Uchiha clan. Even the long-rumored discord between the Uchiha and Konoha was fabricated. This man had truly matured to the level of Tobirama Senju, his mind astoundingly meticulous. Inoki's heart trembled. Could Sarutobi Hiruzen really be so devious? At the foot of the mountain in Kumogakure, even here numerous shinobi patrolled vigilantly. Suddenly, a patrolling ninja noticed a figure approaching not far off. Seeing that he wore no Kumogakure forehead protector, he called out loudly, "Recently, entry and exit are forbidden to anyone not from Kumogakure. You should leave at once." The newcomer was a tall, slender youth with striking features and a pale complexion. His broad-sleeved black robe fluttered lightly with each step. A long sword in a deep blue scabbard hung at his waist, and his black hair was casually tied back. Such attire was neither that of a shinobi nor a merchant. He resembled a wandering swordsman. He seemed not to hear the ninja's warning and steadily advanced step by step. Clang. The Kumogakure ninjas gripped their weapons tightly and issued a second warning. "If you take another step forward, we will attack." Swish, swish, swish. Receiving no response, they launched their assault without hesitation. Dozens of kunai sliced through the air with fierce whistling sounds, flying toward him. He merely trembled slightly, then vanished from sight like a phantom. The next instant, he appeared behind them. The sound of his blade slicing through the air rang out. Thud, thud. Before a single scream could escape, one corpse after another collapsed into pools of blood. Uchiha gazed calmly at the ninjas converging from all directions, his face devoid of any emotion. The bloodstains remaining on the Ryujetsu's blade instantly dissipated into a wisp of murky smoke. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly penetrated every contorted face. "I am Uchiha, the current head of the Uchiha clan, here to pay my respects." "Impossible. How dare you invade Kumogakure?" Passive defense and active invasion are two entirely different concepts. The failure of Kumogakure was indeed hard to believe, but as a shinobi of one of the 5 great nations, there was a subconscious disbelief that a minor country would dare to invade one of the great powers. Years ago, Hanzo, who was hailed as a demigod, fierce as a tiger swallowing thousands of miles, declared war simultaneously on 3 great nations. What was the result? He never even pushed past the borders of the land of rain, and his own territory became a battlefield for the land of fire, earth, and wind. All his efforts only succeeded in expelling the shinobi of the 3 nations. Since the era of the shinobi villages, the 5 great hidden villages have stood supreme. Even Yagura Mikazuchi did not believe that the crushing defeat of the Raikage and his forces was the sole doing of the Uchiha. There must have been Konoha's hand behind it. Clack, clack. Uchiha paced among the corpses, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Gripping the end of the sword's hilt, the Ryujetsu blade extended more than 10 feet ahead. Whoosh! A blazing sword aura surged forth, the blade shimmering with crimson patterns resembling burning flames. The Kumogakure shinobi ahead raised their weapons, attempting to block. Slash. Wherever the blade passed, steel weapons shattered like brittle bamboo, and flesh dissolved into a swirling mist of blood. The wounds smoked and charred, as if seared by the scorching sun. The sword's momentum did not cease. The technique Uchiha employed was not the Uchiha style of swordsmanship, nor could it even be called swordsmanship. It resembled a traveler who, upon finding a suitable wooden stick, wantonly devastated wild grass and branches. Scarlet blades swept recklessly, cleaving through dozens of ninjas and the ground beneath them, revealing scorched stone layers beneath the soil. The smile on his lips betrayed his obvious enjoyment and ease. Boom! A robust figure charged fiercely from behind Uchiha, bellowing angrily. "Bastard! Having fun, are you? Then I'll make you even happier." Twin swords spun with the man's body, leaving afterimages in their wake, lightning flickering along the blades, sharpness apparent even to the eye. Samdya, elite jonin of Kumogakure, known as the Twin Lightning Swordsman. Since Inoki's arrival, he had been appointed as the village's perimeter defense captain. Uchiha halted his steps and stopped his slashing to glance back. Finally, someone worth taking slightly more seriously, he murmured, a faint smirk playing at his lips as he gripped his sword's hilt with both hands. With a toe tap, Uchiha lunged forward, thrusting his long sword toward the newcomer. Clang! The whistling twin lightning swords tore through the air, emitting a sharp screech. Samdya's eyes blazed with resolute killing intent, pouring all his strength into the strike. In the blink of an eye, The surrounding Kumogakure ninjas barely caught a glimpse of the clash. The next moment, Samgye's body froze midair, the tip of the long sword pressed against his forehead. A blazing sun of fire. There was no combustion, no explosive flame. The invisible intense heat surging from the blade's tip erased Samgye without a trace, as if an eraser had wiped away a stain. Swish. Uchiha flicked the Ryujutsu, staring at the spot where Samgye had vanished, shaking his head. Not any happier yet. You still can't satisfy me. Perceiving something, Uchiha turned his gaze toward the towering mountain peak. A fiery red blaze approached from afar, like a falling meteor. Upon seeing the figure, a flicker of puzzlement crossed Uchiha's eyes. This guy, why is he here? Had Kumogakure requested aid from Iwagakure? So Kumogakure did have some clever people after all. Not just brutes. Then could he be here as well? An irrepressible smile spread across his face. Excellent. Wonderful. If it were only a group of old, weak, and sick from Kumogakure, that would be far too dull. Roar. From mighty Jinchuriki descended from the sky, waves of blazing flames crashing down. Dark red molten lava patterns crawled across their bodies, the air around them warping and distorting like a burning meteor. Trails of crimson gold flames streamed from their backs, painting the gloomy sky a fiery red. Arrogant brat, you truly dare to come alone. Uchiha had not infiltrated stealthily. When he made his move, those in the Raikage's office sensed his presence. Yet no one believed he would come alone. They assumed a large force lurked nearby. Repeated confirmations by sensory ninjas proved it. He really came alone. Madman. Get lost, Kumogakure brats. A thunderous roar exploded like rolling thunder. The Jinchuriki bent their knees to gather power, thrusting their arms forward violently. Torrents of molten chakra spewed from their palms, the scalding lava flooding like a breached dam, surging toward Uchiha's position. Melt release, flower fruit mountain. Boom, 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 boom. The molten sea erupted like a volcanic explosion, terrifying heat sweeping over the battlefield, melting even the hardest stones into glassy crystals. Entire walls collapsed, and many Kumogakure shinobi caught unprepared suffered severe injuries. This was not Iwagakure. There was no legitimate reason to destroy an enemy village. The Jinchuriki unleashed their full power from the outset. Destructive heat engulfed the entire scene. The explosions ceased. At the center of the molten battlefield, Uchiha stood, surrounded by deep crimson flames, utterly unscathed. Boom! The Jinchuriki instantly appeared before Uchiha, delivering a fierce punch. Undersea needle. A scorching wave erupted from the fist, unleashing a fierce gale. Uchiha raised his palm to seize the blow. Though old Murasaki stood merely 4 feet 11 inches tall, his hand was ample enough to envelop the fist. Boom! Lava and searing flames collided with a thunderous roar, the violent explosion birthing a terrifying mushroom cloud that instantly vaporized the rain just beginning to fall. Steam and smoke obscured the entire sky, while the ground was blasted into a vast, deep crater, its edges of rock melting into molten glass. Fire release chakra mode. Huh? You do have some talent, but compared to my fusion of earth release with lava release, you're still far behind. I wield molten rock that can even consume fire itself. Old Murasaki swung his fist with ferocity. Uchiha lightly tapped the ground with his toes, consistently evading at just the right moment. Scared now, brat? Old Murasaki roared, the lava surrounding him surging violently, writhing like serpents bearing their fangs and claws, lunging to strike. Uchiha couldn't suppress a laugh, raising an eyebrow in mockery. I think it's time you got a little lesson. The maximum temperature lava can reach is around 1300 degrees Celsius. Even considering supernatural factors, your lava's heat barely hits 2000. Unfazed, Uchiha dodged leisurely, forming a hand seal with one hand. A stream of flames shattered the lava serpents with a violent clash. And theoretically speaking, the temperature of fire has no upper limit. Uchiha tilted Ryujutsu between old Murasaki's fists, the blade twisting the world's balance, causing the older man's body to stagger and fall. Before he could even hit the ground, Uchiha stomped and twisted, deep crimson flames like blood converging at his feet. Fire stream. Didn't he think of a better name? So let us just call it a soccer kick. Old Murasaki, in his lava release chakra mode, instinctively felt the unbearable heat emanating from the attack. Hastily, he raised both arms to block. Bang! Amid the explosion, the brittle sound of bones shattering echoed. Old Murasaki's armor and forearms twisted and deformed under the terrifying kinetic force, his entire body flung like a kite with a broken string. Bang 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 bang. His flying form smashed through countless houses of Kumogakure village, finally halting at the corner of a mountain peak, unleashing a roaring pillar of fire. Silence fell. Uchiha stood amidst the molten lava, his gaze lifted, sparks dancing in his tousled black hair. Looking up at Inoki and the others on the mountain stone steps, his smile grew increasingly bold. Gentlemen, shall we begin? As my coming-of-age battle you have qualified. Inoki's eyes lowered. Though he looked down from a height, he saw no reverence in Uchiha Ku's gaze. The Sharingan radiated an eerie red glow, his jet-black hair framing a silhouette that overlapped with the terrifying figure of Madara Uchiha on Inoki's retina. Involuntarily swallowing, Inoki heard his heart's faint trembling. This was a primal shudder rooted deep within his soul. Nearly 50 years had passed. Yet Inoki could not forget the night of his crushing defeat at Madara Uchiha's hands. Taking a deep breath, Inoki calmed his emotions. This brat is not Madara Uchiha. No one is like Madara. Moreover, now you are the newcomer. Wrinkles creasing his mouth, Inoki twisted his lips into a cold, cutting smile. You've stirred up a bit too much trouble, brat. Though I bear you no grudge, if you come knocking on my door, this is your farewell. Inoki extended both hands forward. Irregular streams of radiant light appeared, gradually taking shape. Dust release, original world stripping technique. Boom. The charred lava beneath Uchiha Ku's feet exploded violently as a square dust release barrier unfurled at an incredible speed, the warped space tearing like a canvas ripped carelessly. A fusion of wind, earth, and fire chakra natures. This technique transcended the limits of bloodline abilities. Dust release, the shinobi world's sole bloodline elimination technique, possessing destructive power down to the atomic level. The seemingly ethereal barrier greedily devoured all matter it touched. Nothing could resist the disintegration wrought by dust release. As the barrier threatened to swallow Uchiha Ku's form, unless he was a clone or similar entity, survival was impossible without spacetime ninjutsu or Rinnegan abilities. Inoki's eyes relaxed slightly. Untrained brat, facing dust release without evasion. Clang. Suddenly, the sound of a biwa string echoed sharply. Click. A wooden door opened beneath Uchiha Ku's feet, and his body slipped inside. Bang! The wooden door shut, isolating the explosion outside. He possessed the power of spatial manipulation. Using the infinite castle as his fortress, Uchiha Ku had long since despised Muzan deep in his heart. With an artifact capable of spatial teleportation, he couldn't fathom how Muzan still managed to hold his ground against the Demon Slayer Corps. If he had only said it beforehand, the moment he met the Demon Slayer Corps leader, Narukami could have teleported several of them to the Infinite Castle, ending everything. Giving you good things and you still don't know how to use them, pathetic. Uchiha Ku linked his ocular power to Narukami's vision. With a strum of strings, click, a wooden door opened behind Inoki. Before he could turn around, a scorching blade slashed through. Clang! The blade struck the hard rocky fist, sparks flying. Uchiha Ku smiled faintly, speaking, impressive hardness. You're strong. My only strength is that my fists are just a bit harder. Boom! Inoki deliberately smashed his fist. But Uchiha Ku twisted the blade, diverting the force and flying backward, landing steadily near a boulder. Inoki frowned deeply. For a ninja of his caliber, he could fully detect the sound of strings when the Infinite Castle opened. Even without Hodo, he would not have been caught off guard by such an attack. Yet, a glimpse from the corner of his eye revealed the hollow pit carved out by dust release below. He was certain it was neither a substitution jutsu nor a high-speed shunshin technique. Uchiha Ku's chakra had shifted instantly from that spot to behind him. Such methods were traceable within the shinobi world. Brat, flying thunder god technique? Uchiha Ku shook his head, answering seriously, no, just a summoning-like spatial transfer technique. Honestly, I don't much like using this ability. It lessens the fun of battle. Don't worry, I want to run away with this jutsu before making you kneel and call me Lord Ku. Inoki squinted, sneering coldly. At least in arrogance, you resemble that man. Very fitting of the old man's style of words. Uchiha Ku smiled, tilting his head. You mean Madara, right? You don't even have the courage to call him by name. Inoki, have we Uchiha made you this fearful? Click. Inoki's teeth clenched with a grinding sound, veins bulging on his forehead. Facing a junior, he wanted to maintain the dignity of the Tsuchikage. Yet now, all he wished was to smash that insolent mouth. You're a sharp-tongued brat, but you got cocky just because you dodged one dust release, huh? Roar! Inoki formed a seal with his left hand, his right hand covered in thick rock, unleashing a fierce strike. Simultaneously, the rock beneath Uchiha Ku's feet jutted up into sharp earthen spikes. Swish! The blade twisted, cutting through the spikes. Uchiha Ku leaned back, evading the rocky fist. Seeing his attack dodged, Inoki did not change his strategy. The rock fists slammed heavily against a massive boulder, sending shards scattering like a torrential rain, each infused with chakra. Uchiha Ku formed a single hand seal, fingertips poised before him. Fire release, Phoenix flower fire technique. With a fierce exhalation, Countless flames cascaded forth like shooting stars, weaving an impenetrable net of fire. Not only did they shatter the rocks beneath, but the lingering embers also fluttered through the stone fragments like butterflies dancing among flowers, as if possessed of life, drifting towards Inoki. Ignoring the flying sparks, Inoki leapt into the air, intent on pursuit. Boom, 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 boom. As the first spark exploded beside Inoki, a chain reaction ensued. Every single ember detonated simultaneously. The raging inferno swallowed Inoki's diminutive frame whole. Father, Kodo cried out, desperate to rush into the blazing sea. Calm down, Shikaku Yazuki said, leaning on his cane with a composed demeanor. That man bears the name of the two scales and ushered the village hidden in the rocks into its golden age. Such an assault won't even scratch him. Just as Shikaku Yazuki predicted, a rocky arm rose, cradling Inoki away from the fiery abyss. As the stone palm unfurled a narrow gap, the light of dust release blazed forth, obliterating everything in its path. Roar! A distant mountain peak was pierced through its core, and even the sunlight was refracted into a distorted halo by this all-consuming force. He had charged for far too long. Slash! The 5 fingers of the stone hand were severed simultaneously. Uchiha, like a blazing god of fire, appeared in Inoki's vision. Within his crimson Sharingan, a subtle flicker of violet danced. Grasping the hilt of his blade with both hands, black and red scales shimmered across the backs of his hands. The scarlet blade radiated with scorching heat, bathing Inoki's face in a crimson glow. A few strands of his whiskers curled in the intense temperature. Fire stream, raging sun. Boom! Before the strike descended, a terrifying, invisible wave of heat burst forth, instantly erasing everything before him without a trace, including Inoki. Between the mountains, a bottomless chasm spread, its edges charred black, steam rising amidst the warped air. Uchiha furrowed his brows. No sign of a living entity. Is this a corporeal clone technique? Old man. The disheveled Ao dashed forward, his tail beast chakra flaring wildly due to his emotional turmoil, his face nearly contorted. Uchiha turned his gaze just in time. Clatter. Suddenly, several black chains shot out from behind Shikaku Yazuki, binding Uchiha. The ebony chains coiled like serpents, their touch not merely metallic cold but imbued with a sealing force. The iron armor seal used by the village hidden in the clouds to imprison the Eight Tails. As Ao sped onward, Inoki's voice echoed in his ear. You're always opposing me, yet you'd grieve if I died. That's just a rock clone. Suspended above Ao's head, Inoki extended both hands toward Uchiha. Rest assured, I'm not so easily defeated. Uchiha looked down at the chains. The strength he exerted was greedily absorbed by the cursed seals etched upon them, transforming into binding power. A fine sealing technique. If allowed to strengthen unchecked, I could be sealed away as well. Yet compared to Diamond Lockdown, it still falls short. Not far off, Inoki was gathering power for dust release. Uchiha still had the luxury to appraise the seal's strength. Clink clink. The crisp sound was not the cracking of bones from tightening chains, but rather black and red magma dripped, severing the chains. Scales burst forth from beneath his skin like molten iron, and a jet-black dragon horn pierced the heavens. Something is about to appear. Roar! A deafening roar eclipsed the thunder, echoing across the sky. Dark wings unfurled, shattering the entangling chains asunder. The dragoness massive form stretched, the air thick with the oppressive aura of sulfur and lightning, heralding the arrival of the apocalyptic beast. The overwhelming life force pressure left the gathered shinobi of the village, hidden in the clouds gasping for breath. Is that the fiendish giant beast the intel spoke of? Such an aura. It's even more ferocious than a rampaging Ushioni, a monster. Inoki's gaze deepened as he pushed his palms forward. Dust release. Realm-severing technique. A conical dust release barrier surged forth like a spear hurled by a celestial deity. The black dragon coiled, facing the oncoming beam without evasion this time. With claws ignited in blazing flames, it struck down upon the cone's tip. Boom! The expected instantaneous disintegration did not occur. The collision of flesh and energy erupted into a tremendous roar. The dust release light pushed the great dragon, smashing through mountain after mountain.
Hot 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 hot.
Uchiha's body trembled violently under the dust release impact, every cell being drained of energy. His crimson irises blazed with indomitable ferocity. Though the dragon's claws were reduced to visible white bones by the dust release, he remained steadfast like a mountain, his steel-like shield holding fast against the piercing light that spanned heaven and earth. He could have evaded. Uchiha possessed more than one method to avoid dust release, but he chose not to. No special reason, simply a desire to experience firsthand this unparalleled dust release technique, to see if it could truly be withstood. Boom 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 boom. Pushed back over 1,000 meters, the dust release, deprived of Inoki's chakra, suddenly exploded. Huff! Inoki exhaled deeply, sneering disdainfully. Not even someone like Uchiha Madara could forcibly withstand dust release. Brat. Good thing you're insane. As the explosion's roar faded, vast clouds of smoke soared skyward, and everyone relaxed their expressions. It was a universally accepted truth in the shinobi world that dust release was unstoppable. Death was inevitable. Such was the weight of bloodline selection. Thud. Heavy footsteps reverberated, snapping the nerves of all who had just relaxed. Roar. A colossal figure pushed through the dust, its black and red scales resembling stars of molten lava shining in the dark night. Crack. A bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, striking the beast's grotesquely massive dragon horns. Lightning was torn asunder. Thud. The apocalyptic beast's massive form appeared once more. Its hanging claws bore piercing wounds. Its chest revealed grim white bones, emitting wisps of smoke. It was injured. Why was it only injured? How could it be merely injured? The black dragon bared its massive maw, a twisted grin of madness curling its lips. Deep red magma dripped from its jagged fangs. Tastes good. Thanks for the feast. Now, it's my turn. Roar. Endless flames surged like an apocalyptic flood, heralding the descent of hellfire. Above the village hidden in the clouds, heavy black clouds tore open as pillars of fire erupted. What fell from the sky was not rain, but scorching molten lava. Flames licked the towering structures of the village, igniting each peak like torches raised from the earth. Lava spheres carried lightning, boiling the lake waters. Cherry blossom trees by the shore instantly turned to charred husks. The ninja screamed and fled. The unfortunate were ignited by fiery sparks, dying in excruciating agony. The once prosperous village, hidden in the clouds, was engulfed in flames, the terrifying silhouette flickering amidst the murky currents, exuding a chilling aura of dread. This was purgatory. Drip. A murky tear slid down Shikaku Yazuki's eye. The moment it touched the ground, the scorching blue stone floor vaporized it instantly. Old Z, Huangtu, prepare to retreat. Inoki took a deep breath and looked toward Yue Xiao. Take the ninja tools that seal the two tails from Kumogakure and run. Kumo is beyond saving. As the longest-serving Tsuchikage, Inoki swiftly assessed the situation and determined the course of action in a brief span. If everyone united in effort, defeating Uchiha was not beyond possibility. Yet, continuing the battle would only lead to the utter destruction of Kumo, and casualties among their own ranks were inevitable. Driven by the principle that the loss of one threatens the survival of the other, Inoki was willing to offer some aid to Kumo but would never risk himself unnecessarily. The Raikage had just demonstrated the consequences days prior. Were he to fall, the scene before them might well repeat itself in Iwagakure. Now, Inoki's sole desire was to return and defend his village. Yue Xiao clenched his fists tightly, nails digging into flesh. I will never flee. If anyone leaves, it will be you. Despite the near impossibility of survival, Yue Xiao chose to share Kumo's fate. Don't be foolish, old man. Inoki grabbed Yue Xiao by his collar, voice icy. Only by dispersing all the shinobi now can we lure that monster after you and spare Kumo further devastation. For Kumo's sake, run. Yue Xiao snapped out of his daze, the destruction of his homeland having robbed him of clear judgment. Realizing the urgency, he immediately sent the signal. Everyone, evacuate. Chakra cannons provide cover. Just leaving like that? I was caught off guard earlier. I'm not beaten yet, Old Z protested indignantly. He did not regard the massive destruction wrought by Uchiha as anything remarkable. He could do the same. Inoki seized Old Z and Huangtu, lifting them aloft with a grave tone. Are you children? What matters is not winning or losing, but surviving till the end. But if father lets Konoha take over Kumo, won't the threat to us be even greater? In their discussion, they had never separated Uchiha from Konoha, naively assuming the two were one and the same. Inoki's frown deepened as he sighed helplessly. Then what do you suggest? That guy even withstood dust release. This was the crucial reason for Inoki's retreat. While some in the ninja world could evade dust release, none could endure it outright. Don't waste your thoughts. At worst, we'll ally with Sunagakure and Amigakure. Chio and Hanzo aren't fools. They know what must be done. Kumo is worthless now, who would want it? Uchiha dared to strike first and single-handedly reduced Kumo to this. That brat truly aims to make a name for himself. Boom, boom, boom. Countless chakra beams pounded Uchiha's form, sparking fiery explosions. Kumo had long pursued the development of high-powered ninja tools, with the chakra cannon among their achievements. In the Great War years later, the perfected chakra cannon could shatter meteors from the heavens. Yet, its current potency was modest, deadly for ordinary shinobi but mere tickling against Uchiha's scale armor. The wounds upon his chest healed swiftly. The hollow palm was weaving flesh anew. Strictly speaking, he had not resisted the disintegrating force of dust release. The chakra generated from the bloodstains was of higher quality than his own. Relying on the 8-branch technique and the immense vitality gained from absorbing Hashirama S cells, he forcibly matched the regenerative speed to the decomposition caused by dust release. Had Inoki employed the more enduring boundary-peeling technique, Uchiha would have crumbled. He could not withstand the assault indefinitely. Of course, such a scenario was hypothetical. Inoki had shown brilliantly during the battle with Uchiha Madara in the original spacetime because he rediscovered the will of stone and received chakra support from Tsunade, the great healer. Ninja had chakra reserves. Having unleashed 3 dust releases, Inoki's chakra was already heavily depleted. It must be said, the configuration of the 5 Kage at that time was ideal for team battles. Healers, controllers, and damage dealers were all present. Alas, they faced Uchiha Madara. Their efforts were but desperate struggles. Watching the scattered retreat of the others, Uchiha raised his head to gaze at Inoki's group. Kumo had not dispatched the 2 tails, clearly still sealed, so there was no hurry to retrieve it. I cannot allow you to come and go as you please. Whoosh! Uchiha spread his twin wings. Fierce winds scattered the chakra beams, rushing toward Inoki and his companions. The immense roar was soon caught by Inoki and the others, who turned their wary eyes to the approaching black and crimson draconic menace. Uchiha opened his gaping maw, forest white fangs gleaming faintly. Within, a crimson energy sphere coalesced, its destructive aura chilling the scalp even from afar. Old Z, you don't need to say it. Old Z's tail beast chakra flared as Inoki grasped his collar. The searing pressure of the tailed beast orb made the very air tremble. Whoosh! The tailed beast orb and the crimson energy sphere tore through the sky like 2 meteors hurtling toward collision. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. A dazzling white light burst forth at their intersection. Boom! 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 The shockwave transformed into a visible ring, extending to the ground and shattering into an ominous 2-toned mushroom cloud. Whoosh! Uchiha pierced through the cloud, spewing torrents of fiery flames. Inoki's expression turned grave. His wrinkled face hardened with resolve as he momentarily released the 2 and swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release. Tremor core. In a flash, the entire mountain trembled violently. Massive square blocks of earth and stone rose, slicing through the sea of fire. His hands moved ceaselessly, forming seals anew. Earth release. Multiple earthen wall. Layers of thick earth walls surged from the ground, halting Uchiha's pursuit. Breathing somewhat rapidly, sweat beading on his brow, Inoki grasped Old Z again. When we return, you 2 will train relentlessly in the super light-heavy rock technique. You can't even fly, what right do you have to be my successors? Old Z, true to his nature, retorted defiantly. Why run? Let us turn back and fight him. Being chased by some brat? Shame on you for being such a kitsch. Inoki's anger flared uncontrollably. You fool! If you hadn't recklessly taken that injury first, would I be in such a sorry state? Old Z was speechless. His arm, broken by Uchiha's kick, had not yet healed. Though his Kekii Genkai did not require hand seals, the inability to use his hands severely hampered his prowess as a shinobi. Bang! 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 The giant tail, like a battering ram, swung mightily, shattering the thick earthen walls as though they were mere paper. Noticing the shifting terrain, Uchiha realized he could no longer delay. If he failed to leave someone behind, he must preserve his strength to seek out the 2 tails. His massive form slowly contracted. The ferocious dragon head began morphing into a humanoid shape. The end-time beast black dragon form boasted unparalleled physical strength and destructive power, a veritable natural disaster. According to the law of conservation of energy, such a form was bound to consume chakra at an immense rate and must be used judiciously. Uchiha's greatest talent lay in his ability to analyze and master the essence of energy flow during battle. He had discovered a new method of utilization. The end-time beast's destructive power was somewhat excessive. Perhaps he could sacrifice some strength to gain speed. With this thought, flames engulfed his body, burning fiercely. Observing the change behind him, Inoki frowned in contemplation. Is the transformation time up? Indeed, shinobi were not tailed beasts. Maintaining such a colossal form for long was impossible. Should I turn back and attempt to kill him? Hesitating for a moment, Inoki dismissed the thought. This might very well be that brat's trap to lure enemies in. The immediate priority was to return to Iwagakure. If he dared to pursue them, there would still be time to kill him later. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing whistle of air drew the 3's attention. Before they could fully comprehend what was happening, a crimson chain extending hundreds of meters lunged towards Inoki's head. At the critical moment, Tsuchido yanked Inoki downward, sparing him from a fatal blow to the brain, but the blade pierced through Tsuchido's scapula. Focusing his gaze, Inoki saw that Uchiha had already regained human form, yet still retained inhuman traits. 2 massive curved horns sprouted from his head. His skin marked with deep crimson cursed seals flowing beneath the surface, and behind him unfurled a pair of enormous, blazing wings. The final stage of the apocalyptic beast, a draconic humanoid. He retained the ability to fly while also wielding ninja techniques, his speed and endurance greatly enhanced. A sword handle stretching hundreds of meters was clenched tightly in his palm. With a swift motion, he swung it downward, hurling Tsuchido toward the earth. Tsuchido, Inoki, intending to rescue him alongside Old Violet, was suddenly interrupted. A roar. In Old Violet SI sockets, 3 tomo of the Sharingan materialized, and the tailed beast chakra surged wildly. The 4 tails had gone berserk. An illusion. When had this happened? From the very first glance he gave me. Uchiha answered the unspoken question in Inoki's heart, a faint smile curling at his lips. Who would you choose, Lord Tsuchikage? On one side, the rampaging 4 tails Jinchuriki. On the other, a son who took a blade for you and was wounded. Inoki would never entertain such a choice. He intended to kill the one who forced him to choose. His diminutive frame hovered in midair, murky pupils reflecting Uchiha's silhouette. He exhaled deeply, raising both palms slowly. The earth trembled violently. Countless boulders erupted from the ground, assembling into a colossal stone giant. Earth release, just a style technique. With a thunderous crash, the stone giant extended its palm, forcibly grasping Old Violet in his half-tailed beast form, successfully suppressing the 4 tails chakra frenzy. Inoki stood atop the giant's head, manipulating the stone giant to charge directly at Uchiha. You brat, utterly ungrateful. His voice was calm, yet anyone could perceive the potent murderous intent beneath. Facing the roaring stone giant's massive fist, Uchiha inhaled deeply. His chakra surged explosively, converging in his left arm. His left hand, enveloped in black and crimson chakra, transformed into a gigantic draconic arm. 5 claws clenched into a fist. Dragon-shaped flames flickered around the knuckles, emitting a low, resonant dragon-esque roar. Earth release, super heavy rock technique. Fire flow dragon fist. Boom! The titanic fists collided, the atmosphere shattering like glass. The violent shockwave uprooted towering trees and peeled away layers of rock and soil. Inoki spat a mouthful of blood. A mysterious, excruciating pain radiated from his waist, yet he refused to retreat an inch. Bolstered by the super heavy rock technique, the stone giant's crushing blow resembled the weight of Mount Tai. Uchiha's lips bled faintly as he gritted through the overwhelming force, advancing step by step. Inoki clasped his hands, pouring chakra relentlessly into the stone giant. However, because he had to divert some energy to suppress the 4 tails, he gradually showed signs of weakening in the battle. Uchiha, you formidable warrior, are you truly willing to submit to someone like Hiruzen Sarutobi? Sensing he was about to lose, Inoki resorted to a mouth ninjutsu first. A flicker of confusion crossed Uchiha's eyes. What are you talking about? When did I ever submit to Hiruzen Sarutobi? Back in Konoha, I wasn't even qualified to meet the 3rd Hokage, and after that night, forget it. Isn't my hatred for Konoha obvious enough? Inoki sensed that things were not as he had imagined and spoke urgently. You and Konoha are not truly at odds, but secretly colluding? Uchiha sneered disdainfully. Those old fools, what right do they have to collude with me? Is that so? If that's the case. Inoki's thoughts shifted sharply as he raised his voice. I am willing to support the Uchiha in seizing Kumogakure, elevating it to one of the 5 great shinobi nations. Uchiha, if your hatred for Konoha is genuine, I can ally with you to confront Konoha together. There is no grudge between us that demands life or death. You speak of cooperation, taking what already belongs to me? Inoki, don't be so presumptuous. Conflict is not something you can start or end at will. Without truly experiencing pain, how will you know your mistakes? A roar. The fist wrapped in the illusionary fire dragoness image erupted with dazzling lightning, shattering the massive stone giant in layers until it crumbled into countless fragments. The stone giant exploded with a deafening roar. Only a single hand still clutching Old Violet remained. Under chakra suppression, some semblance of human form was visible. Inoki's white beard whipped wildly in the storm as he locked eyes with Uchiha across the rain of debris. Though they were said to be locking gazes, Inoki actually averted his eyes, focusing on Ku's nostril wings instead. Sensing the remaining chakra within, Inoki spoke in a low voice. You can't keep me here. I'll say it one last time. Let us go. If you insist on clinging, I will abandon them and head straight to the Uchiha base. You can block dust release, but can they? Uchiha was momentarily taken aback. Then he raised his hand and declared loudly. Then go. You kill your Uchiha. I will slaughter my Iwagakure. His eyes revealed an unhidden, profound malice. I promise to erase Iwagakure before you wipe out your people. Those words froze the atmosphere between them like an icy tomb. He would never accept threats from anyone, even if they involved the lives of his kin. The path to strength inevitably demands sacrifice. He was already prepared for the death of those dear to him. He was willing to pave the way for his clan, fighting wholeheartedly for their prosperity, but if they lagged behind and became weaknesses, then abandoning them was no great matter. Alone, I can still make the Uchiha's name resound throughout the world. Inoki sighed upon hearing this. His expression was complex. Helplessness, guilt, hatred, determination. After a moment, he opened his mouth, his expression steadying. I have noted your name. He grabbed old Violet and turned to flee, unwilling to look back. Uchiha was about to pursue when darkness suddenly swallowed his vision. A colossal shadow obscured his sight. Earth release. Mountain Earth technique. Two enormous semicircular mountain masses thunderously closed together. Below, Tsuchido, blood streaming from his shoulder, exerted every ounce of strength to perform the jutsu. A violent outpouring of chakra caused blood foam to spill from his eyes and mouth. With an iron will to command the Earth's power, he wielded the world's iron fist. Tsuchido's vision blurred. A smile touched his lips. He knew his father had abandoned him, reserving the more valuable foretails. Yet he bore no hatred. To die for my father, that is not so bad. Only regretting that he could no longer bring back the toy he promised Kuratsuchi. Boom, 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 boom. A sharp blade pierced through the massive mountain, driving straight through Tsuchido's heart and plunging into the earth. The blazing flames licking the blade's edge surged along the wound, permeating the meridians, instantly severing the lifeblood of the yellow earth. Swish! As Uchiha retracted the blade, he swept aside the dust and smoke, arriving before yellow earth. With this brief moment of obstruction, the figure of Inoki had already vanished from sight. Click! A doll bearing the style of the hidden cloud dropped, dust clinging to it. Uchiha stepped forward slowly and retrieved the fallen doll. Gazing upon yellow earth's body, standing upright even in death, he murmured to himself in a low voice, I shall sever this millennia-old causality. Their generation shall live in a world untainted by chaos. The mistakes of the Sage of the Six Paths will be rectified by me. Elsewhere, Yuzukitaka led the remaining hidden cloud elites, dashing swiftly through the forest. The group bore a marked age disparity. Half were aged shinobi in their 40s and 50s, the other half were youths around 10 years old. The presence of these youngsters hindered their speed. Unease weighed heavier upon Yuzukitaka's heart, prompting him to halt. Lord Taka? Taking a deep breath, Yuzukitaka looked toward the youths in his squad and said solemnly, Samui, Yamuto, you take the young ones and split off. That fellow 1T pursue Inoki for long. At this pace, he'll be caught soon enough. Lord Taka, Yamuto stepped forward resolutely. Then we'll fight him to the end. I am ready to become a Jinchuriki. Let us begin this moment. Yuzukitaka shook his head. Without an adaptation period, even if you become a Jinchuriki, you 1T be effective. Split up and run. Whoever survives shall rebuild the hidden cloud. Taka. Silence. Move out. Once the youths had distanced themselves, the older shinobi shared a tacit understanding as they remained behind. Splitting up was impossible. Sacrificing for the new generation was the fate of the elder shinobi. Footsteps echoed through the woods. A tall, slender figure approached slowly. The wind ceased, and withered leaves eerily hovered midair. Uchiha lifted his gaze, crimson light shimmering through his disheveled hair. Observing the orange-red jar held by Yuzukitaka, he sensed the terrifying chakra sealed within. That is the amber purification jar, is it not? You are quite perceptive, elder. How should I address you? Uchiha perceived that a small group of hidden cloud shinobi had already fled far away, and that their leader had not entrusted them with the amber purification jar. This implied one thing. In his eyes, the younger generation of the village was more important than the Two-Tails, leading him to make a decision opposite to Inoki's. This did not mean Inoki was base or disregarded kinship. Fundamentally, both decisions were the same. Everything was for the benefit of the village. When faced with crisis, the priority was to protect the village's crucial forces. When facing the possibility of annihilation, the foremost concern was the inheritance of will. Taka, that will suffice, the elder replied, raising his cane with a faint smile. Words are futile now. I place my hopes in the Two-Tails to halt your advance. Bang! The cane brushed aside the wooden lid of the amber purification jar. The sealing runes adorning its surface dissolved rapidly like snow doused in boiling water. Whoosh! Blue-purple flames soared skyward, immediately followed by the deafening roar of the Two-Tails, venting years of sealed fury. The massive form of the Two-Tails surged forth from the jar's mouth, revealing a gigantic feline demon wreathed in blazing blue flames. With each step it took, the ground caved into vast pits. Deep blue demon fire spread unchecked, igniting the forest. The air thickened with an oppressive aura, as if death itself had descended. Ignoring the raging Two-Tails' wild swipes, Uchiha Ku chuckled lightly. Lord Taka, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. 3 Magatama spun within the scarlet glow of his eyes. A torrent of ocular power intertwined and pierced straight into the raging consciousness of the two-tails. The claws froze mid-air. The beast's heterochromatic eyes rippled with blood-red waves. When the pattern of the Sharingan appeared within its eye sockets, it lowered its proud head, utterly succumbing as a puppet to ocular mastery. The two-tailed strength was among the lowest of the tailed beasts, and lacking a Jinchuriki, it was utterly powerless against Uchiha Ku's ocular might. This once again demonstrated the Sharingan's extreme suppression over the tailed beasts. 3 known supreme methods exist to subdue tailed beasts. Would release, the Sharingan, and sealing techniques. Especially would release and the Sharingan, they are like natural enemies, utterly unreasonable in their opposition. Of course, here we refer to the wood release of Hashirama Senju. Not that of Yamato. Perhaps because both originated from the divine tree, it is not surprising. After all, Kagaya Otsutsuki awakened the 9 Tomo Sharingan only after consuming the chakra fruit. The tailed beasts were split from the original 10 tails, a primordial form of the divine tree, and their fear of powers related to the divine tree seems reasonable. A darker thought is that the sage of the 6 paths cleverly implanted a backdoor in his own creations, allowing them to be restrained by his own son. Favoritism, perhaps. Uchiha Ku believed the sage was capable of such. Otherwise, Indra excelled over Asura in every way, even inventing the concept of ninjutsu. Yet Asura inherited the shinobi lineage because of love. Who could accept such a reason? Thus began the millennia of bloodshed in the shinobi world. Uchiha Ku reached out to touch the flames beneath the two-tail's jaw, then turned to the astonished Yazuki Taka. The tailed beasts are merely pets of the Uchiha clan. Do you truly expect it to bare its fangs at its master? Struggling to regain composure from shock, Yazuki Taka smiled bitterly. For a moment there, I truly thought I saw Madara Uchiha. Uchiha Ku smiled faintly and nodded. People often say that. Apparently, I resemble him somewhat. Swish. Yazuki Taka drew a slender sword from his cane. Uchiha, you truly will stir a storm of bloodshed and chaos. Born before the era of shinobi villages, he had witnessed the bloody wars unleashed by the Uchiha and Senju clans that swept across the shinobi world. Was such chaos about to begin once more? Yazuki Taka collapsed into a pool of blood, reaching out weakly toward Uchiha Ku, who was turning away. No, Uchiha Ku did not look back. Speaking calmly, rest assured, I am not so bored as to hunt down worthless children. If the day ever comes when they truly succeed in retaliating, then I who have grown lax shall rightly perish. Yazuki Taka's struggling hand fell, seemingly relieved. History abounds with examples underscoring the importance of eradicating the root. Indeed, among those young hidden cloud shinobi, there might be a fortunate few like Nagato who gain immense power. But so what? If one lacks the confidence to overcome them, then such a fragile-willed Uchiha Ku should not live. The same applies to the Uchiha clan. Without any external pressure, they would degenerate like in the original timeline, easily wiped out by a few. Uchiha Ku understood one truth clearly. Peace can only be won through struggle. Truly for the clan's sake, they must never be caged. He had come alone. He would leave the hidden cloud village alone. Far behind Uchiha Ku, a white serpent silently witnessed everything from beginning to end. By arrangement, the bodies of hidden cloud shinobi slain by Uchiha Ku, or those he captured, would be used for research. Within the vertical pupilled eyes of the white snake housing Orochimaru's consciousness, an unusual light flickered. The Rinnegan of the leader is hailed as the Supreme Eye, the legendary Eye of the Sage of the 6 Paths. Yet, Orochimaru gazed upon the ruined hidden cloud. Could the leader truly accomplish such feats? To unite the clan's strength and vanquish the vanguard of the hidden cloud was still within the realm of comprehension. Yet now, within half a day, to obliterate the hidden cloud, relentlessly pursue Inoki until he was forced to abandon his son, return from battle to subdue the Two Tails, and effortlessly slay a host of hidden cloud elites, these acts transcended ordinary understanding. Orochimaru recalled the sigh uttered by Iketsutaka before taking action. Uchiha Ku, what kind of tempest will you unleash upon the shinobi world? Will it herald rebirth or devastation? Truly fascinating. The transmission of intelligence within the shinobi world had become polarized. The lower echelons still relied on horse-drawn carriages and letters, while those in power had already adopted space-time techniques. Unless deliberately concealed, critical information could disseminate throughout the shinobi world almost overnight. Moreover, concerning Uchiha Ku's information, Inoki had nearly mobilized the entire village's resources to publicize it, even posting the highest bounty in the shinobi era on the black market, 2 billion ryo. Heaven alone knew how he persuaded the daimyo of the land of earth to authorize such a colossal sum. The dazzling allure of this fortune tempted a multitude of avaricious bounty hunters to disregard subsequent dire warnings. What is the meaning of the title Calamity Dragon? Dragons do not exist. Uchiha-ku? Beside the underground bounty office, in a shadowed corner, Kakuzu, clad in a black cloak adorned with crimson clouds, gazed upon the bounty notice. His green bean-shaped eyes descended as he read the endless string of zeros, stirring a rare and intense tremor within his deadened, hollow heart. Good grief. Even Senju Hashirama was not worth this much in his day. Has the shinobi world succumbed to such rampant inflation? Kakuzu was no second-rate bounty hunter. His eyes fixed solely on the prize. He struggled to shift his gaze downward. Raikage, Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Anoki Yaketsutaka, Dakaru, Troy. Wait a moment. Was there not a name from the Hidden Rock Village mixed in the Hidden Cloud S population census? No, that's not right. This is a kill list. Kakuzu inhaled sharply. No wonder the bounty was so exorbitant. This man had annihilated one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Suppressing the urge to act immediately, Kakuzu realized this matter required long-term strategy. It was more than one person could handle, and there was no need to rush. His green bean eyes shifted toward his comrade, a 3 million Ryo bounty outlaw from the land of trees. Kakuzu, why are you staring at me like that? Kakuzu's tentacles stirred beneath his sleeve. Nothing. Just collecting a 20 billion Ryo interest first. Suddenly, swish, a black hand pierced through his teammate's chest, extracting a pulsating heart. The turmoil ignited by the battle against the hidden cloud was only just beginning. Like a colossal stone crashing into a tranquil lake, it stirred cataclysmic ripples. As the details of that battle were disclosed by the Hidden Rock Village, the Hidden Sand also learned who the perpetrator of the robbery 3 years prior was. The incident of Shikaku launching an indiscriminate attack on the coast of the Whirlpool country reached the Hidden Cloud, and Yaketsutaka informed Inoki as well. Yet what use was knowing the culprit's identity? Compared to the news of the Hidden Cloud's annihilation, Shikaku's theft was trivial. Hidden Sand Village, the Wind Shadow Tower, Rosuna, Chiyo, Ebizo, and other senior officials gathered together. Although the Chiyo siblings had already retired, the gravity of the current situation compelled Rosuna to summon them. According to Inoki's description, the one who threatened you with vast-scale fire-style jutsu was likely this individual named Uchiha-ku. Chiyo set down the intelligence report, her aged face wrinkled into a scowl. Are you kidding? That boy is only 11 years old. 3 years ago he was 8. How is that possible? She hesitated to voice the thought lingering at her lips. An 11-year-old capable of annihilating the hidden cloud and an 8-year-old who coerced the wind shadow. Perhaps it was not so strange. Could he be the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara? Chiyo glanced at her brother and snorted softly. If Uchiha Madara had such power at 11, the Uchiha would never have lost to the Senju. Not only him, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui had also awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan. Chiyo inhaled deeply and sighed. The current Uchiha are even stronger than during the eras of Madara and Izuna. When she was a teenager, during the Warring States period, elders often recounted tales of the Senju and Uchiha and marveled at how 2 such formidable clans could exist. She understood well that if Senju Hashirama had not voluntarily ceased expansion, the Konoha of the era, possessing the 2 strongest heroes in the shinobi world, would have had the power to sweep across the entire shinobi realm. Why was it the peace-loving Senju who vanished, and not the lunatics? No, both clans should have disappeared. Rosuna's fingers drummed anxiously against the table as he spoke gravely. No matter what, Shikaku is a treasure passed down through generations of the Hidden Sand. It was never allocated by Senju Hashirama. Is there any possibility of purchasing it back from the Uchiha through official channels? He was not foolish enough to suggest seizing it by force, but even this statement left Chiyo somewhat disappointed. In terms of strength, Rosuna deserved the title of Wind Shadow, but his political acumen was lacking. He failed to perceive the broader situation. Chiyo sighed and continued. Inoki did not share the news about Shikaku out of goodwill. Lord Wind Shadow, the Uchiha's influence is currently surging, and the greatest threat lies with the other 3 great shinobi villages. Even disregarding that the Uchiha have yet to complete their integration of the Hidden Cloud, even once accomplished, the Land of Earth and Land of Fire should be the most alarmed. Uchiha-ku is indeed formidable, perhaps even surpassing Hanzo in strength, but he has yet to reach the level of Uchiha Madara. Neither Konoha nor Inoki dare to let him grow unchecked. He will act soon. The Hidden Sand must now adopt a strategy of concealment and patience, absolutely avoiding involvement in their conflicts. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. If luck favors us, we shall enter the fray only once their battles have sufficiently weakened them. Rosuna nodded solemnly. The daimyo has requested that we formally condemn the Uchiha's actions. Should we issue a symbolic official letter? Chiyo remained silent for a long moment. A flicker of something unusual passed through her murky eyes. No, if my suspicions are correct, Uchiha-ku may soon enact a universal law that transcends all. Whether the daimyo can retain his position remains uncertain. The Uchiha have precedent for killing the daimyo of the Whirlpool country and now have destroyed the hidden cloud without declaration of war. These actions plainly disregard the daimyo. Post-war, the Uchiha will inevitably clash with the daimyo of the Land of Thunder. As for whom I favor, it goes without saying, the Uchiha. After contemplation, Chiyo's expression hardened. Wind Shadow. Secretly dispatch agents to surround the daimyo's residence in the Land of Wind. If the incident did not occur, claim it is due to the turmoil within the shinobi world and our concern for the daimyo's safety. If it did, her gaze sharpened fiercely. Seize the daimyo's mansion, and let the hidden sand govern the Land of Wind. How can the hidden sand develop with such a daimyo constantly restricting funds? Elder sister, what are you saying? That's the daimyo. Ebizo nearly leapt from shock. Rosuna's eyes were also filled with astonishment as he spoke solemnly. Elder Chiyo, do you truly mean this? Chiyo shook her head. Do not ask. If the Lord Wind Shadow trusts me, then act accordingly. If not, I shall return to fishing. At this point, Rosuna's confusion was swallowed in silence. Very well, I shall arrange according to your instructions. Finally, with a hint of bewilderment, Rosuna asked, Elder Chiyo, do you think we might seize this opportunity to place our bets on the Uchiha and forge an alliance? Chiyo met Rosuna's gaze and, for the first time, showed a trace of reassurance. Yet he still shook his head and said, not now. 3 months. If after 3 months the Uchiha have neither been besieged nor instantly crushed, we will send someone to contact them. During this period, do not refuse any alliance requests from Inoki. Kazekage, remember this, between nations, there are no true alliances, only interests and survival. When strength is lacking, it is no great shame to sway with the winds for survival. Pausing briefly, Chiyo continued, if the Uchiha truly manage to establish themselves firmly in the Land of Lightning, we must be the first to forge an alliance with them. We may lack the qualifications to offer aid in dire straits, but we still possess the ability to add brilliance to their success. Understood. Late at night, within the hidden leaf village, the Hokage's office blazed with light. Hiruzen Sarutobi and his 2 advisors bent over a thick dossier of intelligence, silent for a long while. What should Sarutobi do? Konohamaru repeatedly urged Hiruzen Sarutobi to take action against the Uchiha clan. But now, when the moment had truly arrived, she dared not speak. She harbored a prejudice against the Uchiha, viewing them as an unstable element threatening the leaf. Yet the current state of the Uchiha was no mere instability. They had become a lethal menace capable of destroying Konoha. All 3 understood that following the Night of the Nine Tails, Konoha's overall strength might no longer surpass that of the Hidden Cloud Village. Otherwise, they would not have borne the humiliation of handing over the body of the Hokage's envoy, merely to hasten the signing of a peace treaty. The original plan had been to leverage the Cloud's strength to annihilate the Uchiha. Then, if possible, strike the Cloud from behind to balance the power between the two and prolong the peace. Now, none of them were naive enough to believe the current situation arose from the Cloud's weakness. It was the Uchiha's overwhelming strength. 3 years ago, the Uchiha were still mere pawns in the eyes of the great nations, defeatable but at a cost, hence the reluctance to act personally. Having finally ended the entanglement with the Cloud, they were prepared to strike at the Uchiha. Unnoticed, that clan had grown into a lion tiger, while the 5 great nations had become wolf packs. Sarutobi said nothing, only drawing deeply on his pipe, polluting the office atmosphere. After a long moment, he said, send Kakashi and Torafu on a mission. After all, we have never claimed the Uchiha to be traitors, only that they have established their own faction. If they are willing to take the Cloud's place, that is not necessarily a bad thing for us. These 2 selections were deliberate. Kakashi needed no introduction. Aside from the Uchiha, he was the only one to possess the Sharingan. Uchiha-ko had reclaimed Danzo's Sharingan but never inquired about his own. Clearly, Kakashi's possession of the Sharingan was recognized by the Uchiha. Torafu Akimichi was a teammate of Uchiha Kagami, their relationship as close as the early Sannin. Shursui was one of the Uchiha's 3 greatest warriors and a close friend of Torafu's grandfather. The Uchiha clan would undoubtedly show some respect. Are you seeking peace, Sarutobi? Maito Iman and Mei furrowed his brow. Is it not too soon? The hidden rock village and the orphans of the Cloud will surely seek revenge. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning will not let this slide either. I have heard that, in addition to the 2 billion Ryo bounty from the rock, the daimyo of Lightning has also placed a 1 billion Ryo bounty on Uchiha-ko. His actions have gravely offended the daimyo. The power of the underground black market is formidable. With multiple forces united, the shallow-rooted Uchiha may not withstand the pressure. If we side with the Uchiha and cause some to hesitate in taking action, that would be counterproductive. Maito Iman and Mei expounded his thoughts, fulfilling his duty as a Hokage advisor. Now is the best opportunity to unite with the rock and wipe out the Uchiha. Sarutobi's brow remained tightly furrowed. He knew Mito Iman and Mei's advice suited the present circumstances best. Yet, a vague unease lingered in his heart. Whether it was lingering camaraderie from former companionship or a simple fear of the power Uchiha had displayed, he could not say. Bang! Just as he pondered, the door swung open. A man who should still have been confined strode boldly into the Hokage's office. Danzo. In the forest path, after delivering righteous judgment upon the hidden cloud, Uchiha had chosen not to return to the Whirlpool country. He gazed at the colossal creature before him, lost in thought. Originally, Garo had been an ordinary blue ninja cat, standing upright, skilled in kunai throwing and taijutsu, but lacking any aptitude for ninjutsu. Uchiha first bled 20 liters of Muzin's blood, which was then refined to remove impurities and minimize flavor impact, allowing Garo to complete his demon transformation. At that time, Garo's appearance changed little, save for slightly elongated ears and greatly enhanced physical fitness. This was to prepare him for the initial stages of the Two-Tails power. In truth, the Two-Tails, a feline-tailed beast possessing fire-release chakra, had long captured the hearts of most Uchiha. When Ko was young, he had dreamed of capturing the Two-Tails as a summoning beast. But their encounter came too late. Now, Ko sought the Rasen Tensei. The Two-Tails' strength was uncertain as a summoning beast. Who would protect whom? Thus, he conceived using the Two-Tails as enhancement material for Garo, hoping to strengthen his old companion. The results had indeed succeeded, but Uchiha rubbed his chin helplessly and said, Garo, I'm afraid I can't take you out like this. It really undermines my aloof image. Opposite him stood a blue giant cat over 3 meters tall. Height was not the point, it was the width, 3 meters wide. Standing before Uchiha, it resembled a fluffy little hill. His body was rotund, with the original blue fur adorned by the Two-Tails' black markings, giving it a warm appearance. Its head was round, ears sharp and antenna-like, limbs short but sturdy. The belly fur lightened with weight gain, showing a blue-white hue. Overall, it strongly resembled the image of Totoro from a movie that lingered in Uchiha-ko's memory. Endearingly clumsy, utterly devoid of menace. Garo, tucking his small paws into his fur, produced a cigar from somewhere, sparking it with his claws. Shoo! He exhaled a plume of smoke. Now, the only commonalities with his former self were the cigar and his piercing gaze. For the first time, he lowered his eyes to Uchiha. A novel feeling. It's only temporary. The Two-Tails has already tried hard to control her chakra, but my body still can't keep up. Two-Tails? Oh, you call her the Two-Tails? She told me her name, Yubi. We got along well. She's willing to reside within me. That's better than being trapped in a jar before. A large question mark appeared on Uchiha-ko's forehead. If my memory is not faulty, I sealed her inside me only half an hour ago. Garo responded with a look of incomprehension mixed with slight disdain. Half an hour isn't enough to build a relationship? You humans make friendship so complicated?